Cultivation. It seems. Lu Chen felt the so-called spiritual energy of heaven and earth and murmured, "It isn't that difficult, is it?" In just 1 month, he was already on the verge of successfully condensing qi and truly embarking on the path of cultivation. In truth, on the very first day, he heard the elder for teaching expound on the first volume of the Great Cave True Scripture. He had already comprehended it fully without a single doubt or question. In the following 20-plus days, he spent all his time meditating and cultivating on his own, and by tonight he was almost ready to take that first step completely. Such progress placed him as the fastest among this batch of 100 outer disciples with no exception. As the elder for teaching often said, among ordinary people 1 in 10,000 can even enter the gate of cultivation. And among those with cultivation aptitude to achieve qi condensation in 3 months marks a talent of the highest caliber. 1 in 100 million. Yet now Lu Chen was about to enter the qi condensation stage in just 1 month. So it seems I'm not in a waste starting scenario, Lu Chen joked to himself. Among time travelers the vast majority begin as trash. Although the eventual reversal and face slapping would be satisfying, Lu Chen wasn't foolish enough to wish for such a painful start. He was also relieved that he could at least be called a genius. It wasn't in vain that he had traveled through time. As long as he revealed his talent, he would surely be nurtured as a key disciple in the Dongming Sect. Following the established path, cultivating steadily, he would naturally rise step by step. Fighting to the death. There was absolutely no need. How tiring. Moreover, although his origins after time travel were not of royal or noble lineage, he was born into a wealthy family with both parents alive. Everything was fine. Tonight I shall stay awake and enter qi condensation. Lu Chen invigorated himself. He closed his eyes again, drawing the spiritual breath of heaven and earth into his body, letting it circulate through his meridians. After about an hour, at a certain moment, a tremor suddenly occurred within Lu Chen's body, as if some unknown shackle had been broken. The gate of his qi sea opened wide, and the once gentle streams flowing through his meridians rushed like 100 rivers returning to the ocean, all converging into his qi sea. Finally, within the qi sea it transformed into true qi. The initial stage of qi condensation was achieved. Wait, I feel like I'm growing a brain. No, it's as if something appeared in my mind. Suddenly darkness enveloped Lu Chen's vision, and in a trance he seemed to see something appear in the depths of his mind. A miniature white jade immortal coffin. The moment his consciousness touched the white jade immortal coffin, Lu Chen inexplicably felt a sense of closeness, and a surge of consciousness rushed toward him, giving a response. All living beings in the world, if favored by heaven and earth with deep innate talent, may be born with a heaven and earth spiritual treasure as a companion. Some prodigies are born with a divine sword capable of slashing a galaxy with a single strike. Some are born with a divine alchemy furnace, their pill-refining skills unmatched in the world. Others are born with a supreme formation diagram deploying killing arrays that fill the universe, shattering stars like dust. Older legends tell of extraordinary prodigies born with the world tree possessing infinite divine might and boundless mystery. Such accounts have been recorded in ancient tales throughout history. Lu Chen had also heard the elder for teaching mention this, but the elder said that being born with a heaven and earth spiritual treasure is extremely rare. For instance, in the current generation of the Dongming Sect, there has never been such a person. Not to mention the Dongming Sect. Even across the entire Nanchu kingdom such cases are exceedingly rare, countable on both hands. And those who possess such treasures are now all dominating giants looking down upon the world. So I too have a companion heaven and earth spiritual treasure. Lu Chen felt a secret joy in his heart. If not for his self-control, anyone else would have gone mad with ecstasy by now. That miniature white jade immortal coffin that had appeared in his mind was his companion spiritual treasure. The nourishing soldier's immortal coffin. It was only because he had truly stepped onto the path of cultivation today that his companion treasure, the nourishing soldier's immortal coffin, manifested itself. This immortal coffin was not a weapon of slaughter, but a treasure for nurturing Dao soldiers. Dao soldiers are akin to the divine guardian generals in Taoist legends from his previous life, yet different. Such as armored Dao soldiers with indestructible bodies and immense strength, mastery of earth-moving powers, ability to burrow underground and even move mountains. Such marvels are extraordinary. Moreover, Dao soldiers are neither living nor dead, existing beyond the 3 realms, not within the 5 elements, and not entering the cycle of reincarnation. As for their strength, it depends on the initial seed of the Dao soldier, whether it is strong or weak, with many levels and varying abilities. This immortal coffin suits me perfectly. Lu Chen was very satisfied with his companion's spiritual treasure. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? In the future, whenever he encounters danger, competes for heavenly treasures or the like, he can stay out of it and let his Dao soldiers do the fighting and bleeding. Perfect. Additionally, within the nourishing soldier's immortal coffin, there was a technique born of heaven and earth, the Chaos Origin Immortal Sutra. Cultivating with the coffin accelerated progress even further. Lu Chen only needed a brief moment of comprehension to realize that this technique far surpassed the Dongming Sect's Great Cave True Scripture. It cultivated the body, the primordial spirit, and Dharma power simultaneously, extremely profound and mysterious. The future is promising. Lu Chen calmed his excitement and began to switch his cultivation to the Chaos Origin Immortal Sutra. With his high comprehension, he quickly grasped the chi condensation portion of the sutra, and the transition went very smoothly. Because he had only just taken the first step in cultivation. My cultivation speed has increased by so much. As soon as he began cultivating the Chaos Origin Immortal Sutra, Lu Chen immediately sensed the difference. The nourishing soldier's immortal coffin actively connected with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at an extremely fast speed, aiding his cultivation. The speed was at least 10 times faster than before. In just half an hour, Lu Chen clearly felt his physical body being strengthened by true qi, and his spirit became even more vigorous. At this rate, before dawn, he might even have hope of reaching the peak of the initial qi condensation stage. No wonder those prodigies with companion heavenly treasures all rose to fame and became great lords. This is practically cheating. Very promising, very promising. Tomorrow he would go find the elder for teaching and obtain the seed needed to nurture Dao soldiers. Once he nurtured a Dao soldier, his cultivation progress would become even faster. Mid-October, the early autumn morning already carried a hint of chill. The outer sect hall for teaching. Elder Liu Hongguang sat on the uppermost cushion. His hair and beard were white, his complexion rosy, and full, slightly plump with a large frame. Among this batch of new disciples, several have quite good aptitudes. I wonder who will enter qi condensation first. That he Hanqing and Lin Yingping both have supreme bones. In terms of comprehension, Lu Chen is the best. Suddenly he laughed inwardly. I'm overthinking. This batch of disciples has only been here for a month. To break through to qi condensation, they will still need at least another 2 months. Breaking through to qi condensation in 3 months is already a supreme talent, 1 in 100 million. Whether this batch of disciples could produce such a person was still uncertain. Only 1 month had passed, so how could any disciple break through to qi condensation? That would be monstrous. The elder raised his eyes slightly and looked into the hall, seeing that nearly all of the 100 new disciples had arrived and were sitting in meditation, refining energy. Lu Chen hasn't arrived yet. With a sweep of his gaze, Liu Hongguang's face darkened. On this teaching day held once every 10 days, Lu Chen was actually late. He resolved to punish him by making him copy the Great Cave True Scripture 100 times, lest he become arrogant due to his superior comprehension. Just then, a young man appeared at the entrance of the hall. He wore a blue disciple uniform, was tall with hair as black as a waterfall tied up with a wooden hairpin. His facial features were each spirited without being effeminate, and instead exuded a strong masculine aura. In short, a handsome young man rarely seen in the world. It was none other than Lu Chen. Although his appearance is excellent, arriving late to the hall must still be punished. Bad habits cannot be encouraged. Elder Liu Hongguang's face grew severe, showing strictness. However, in the next moment, Elder Liu Hongguang suddenly stood up, his stern eyes fixed on Lu Chen as he walked in through the doorway. The initial stage of qi condensation, and already at its peak. Why is it so fast? Disciples Lu Chen, greetings to Elder Liu. Lu Chen stepped forward and bowed to the transmission Elder Liu Hongguang. Liu Hongguang seemed not yet recovered, with lingering shock deep in his eyes mingled with a touch of complexity. For a moment all the disciples in the transmission hall dared not breathe. Their gazes furtively shifted between the silent transmission Elder Liu Hongguang and the unruffled Lu Chen, sweeping back and forth. It's over. The transmission elder seems truly angry. That Lu Chen, for no reason. Why would he be late? He's upset Elder Liu for nothing. Today we'll have to face Elder Liu's black face all day. The disciples sighed inwardly. At that moment, transmission Elder Liu Hongguang seemed to come to his senses and blurted out, "Have you entered the qi condensation realm?" Lu Chen replied modestly, "I chanced upon some insight, so naturally I broke through the realm." Liu Hongguang was greatly comforted and immediately laughed, his beard trembling. Well said. Chanced upon some insight, naturally broke through. This is the true essence of cultivation. Lay a solid foundation, and when the time comes, breaking through the realm comes naturally. Not bad, not bad. In 1 month, entering the qi condensation realm and at the peak of initial stage. Such a prodigious disciple was something Liu Hongguang had never seen in decades as transmission elder. The sect will surely reward him heavily, and perhaps even I can move up a rank by his glory. Lu Chen, come with me. Liu Hongguang waved his hand grandly, then looked at the many disciples who dared not breathe, all acting obedient, and said, "You may meditate and refine your qi on your own." With that, he led Lu Chen toward the rear hall. Not until Elder Liu Hongguang and Lu Chen had gone far did the disciples relax, and then their curiosity exploded. What? Lu Chen entered the Qi condensation realm. Hiss, only a month. I haven't even figured out what spiritual energy is. How did Lu Chen already break through? So Elder Liu wasn't angry just now, he was shocked by Lu Chen. Shocked? He must be overjoyed. Look how many times he praised Lu Chen. I've never seen the transmission elder praise anyone like that. Some more mature disciples thought privately. Judging by Elder Liu's look, Lu Chen is about to soar. I must find a chance to build a good relationship with him. If I don't befriend him now in his humble beginnings, once he becomes a great figure above the 9 heavens, I may not even have the right to meet him. These newly initiated disciples were not guaranteed to enter the outer sect. If they failed to condense Qi within a year, they would become servant disciples. Though they could still cultivate one step slow meant every step slow. The path of cultivation was no fairy tale. There were not so many windfall opportunities. Once you became a servant disciple, it was nearly impossible to turn things around. Not even ancestors' blessings would work. In the rear hall, Elder Liu grew more satisfied with Lu Chen as he looked at him, not arrogant, not impatient, composed with outstanding features. Truly a dragon among men, 1 in a million. To think he could encounter such a prodigy. This was not Lu Chen's blessing, but rather Elder Liu's. Lu Chen. Elder Liu spoke with a spring breeze of kindness. Lu Chen immediately replied, "Disciple is here." Elder Liu nodded slowly, drawing out his voice. "You are now at the peak of initial Qi condensation. Surely you did not break through just today." It was not a question but a statement. No one could break through and immediately reach the peak. Impossible. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should lie. He was not yet ready to reveal the matter of his innate treasure, the nourishing soldier's immortal coffin. For he could not be sure whether this treasure could be taken from him. Everyone knew the principle of possessing a treasure inciting crime. Even commoners knew a 3-year-old child should not carry heavy gold through the market. Faced with these old foxes who had cultivated for decades or centuries, how could he not be cautious? Want to try soul seizure? Want to experience vanishing from the world? If you dare to leap, it can certainly be arranged. You can be a normal genius, the sect will value you and nurture you. But you cannot be a genius carrying a heavy treasure and afraid that people don't know. Which old monster in the sect could withstand such a temptation? Seeing Lu Chen silent, Elder Liu smiled and said, "Don't think about hiding your light. The more talent you show, the more the sect will value you, and the more resources they'll allocate. The sect has its rules, especially you newly initiated disciples. Once you truly step into the Qi condensation realm, you will begin to need various resources to aid your cultivation. Spirit stones, pills, techniques, artifacts, truth, inscriptions, rule, steel. All are resources. The sect will not give them to you casually. You must pay a price. But the sect never stints on investment in geniuses. Take a 6-month deadline. If a new disciple breaks through and enters Qi condensation within 6 months, they receive a low-grade artifact and 3 low-grade spirit stones per month. For 5 months, add a Chenkuan bag and 5 low-grade spirit stones per month. For 4 months, you may enter the first floor of the Myriad Arts Pavilion and freely choose 2 techniques plus 8 low-grade spirit stones per month with the above conditions unchanged. For 3 months, you also get a defensive low-grade artifact and an extra 30 merit points. A merit point can be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones, but its value is far greater. If earlier than 3 months, it is calculated by the day. 1 merit point for each day earlier. Lu Chen quickly said, "I broke through and entered Qi condensation 8 days ago." He had to be joking. 1 merit point was 100 low-grade spirit stones. With just a word, he could earn 800 stones. Why not take it? As for why he said 8 days ago, because 10 days ago he had seen Elder Liu in the transmission hall with no sign of breaking through. Saying 8 days ago was just right. Breaking through 8 days ago means it took only 22 days to go from nothing to entering the Qi condensation realm. This time he had truly found a treasure. Elder Liu didn't even bother to think whether Lu Chen could have broken through 8 days ago. His mind was full of sect rewards. A genius who achieved Qi condensation in less than a month. He had truly taught an extraordinary figure. Very well, wait here until I finish today's lecture, and then I'll take you to the affairs hall to collect all rewards. Elder Liu suppressed his excitement, not forgetting the many new disciples waiting for his lecture. But Lu Chen no longer wanted to wait. He needed to exchange for the seeds required by the nourishing soldier's immortal coffin to nurture his Dao soldiers. Elder Liu, no need to trouble yourself. I'll go to the affairs hall myself. Elder Liu hesitated for a moment and said, "All right." As long as he showed his identity token and cultivation, the stewards there would not cause trouble. The affairs hall was crowded with many outer disciples accepting various sect missions, bustling with noise. But this had nothing to do with Lu Chen. Following the signs, he quickly approached a middle-aged steward, sitting behind a wooden desk, took out his identity token, and handed it over. Disciple Lu Chen has broken through to Qi condensation. Please steward replace my identity token. The identity token of a new disciple differed from that of an outer disciple. The gaunt-faced, middle-aged steward, without lifting his head, grunted in acknowledgement. After taking the wooden token Lu Chen handed over and glancing at it, he impatiently tossed it back. Wait over there. How many outer disciples were there in the sect? There was plenty of work to do. Moreover, one had to know their priorities while on duty here. Matters concerning disciples with great potential were to be handled first as the highest priority. Those with mediocre potential came second, and those whose potential was nearly exhausted with no hope of advancement were to be dealt with last. For someone like Lu Chen who was being promoted to an outer disciple at this time, it was most likely that he was a menial disciple from the previous batch who had just broken through a realm and was entering the outer sect. This was not difficult to guess. The Dongming Sect recruited disciples once every 10 years, and the most recent grand recruitment had been a month ago. It was naturally impossible for a new disciple from a month ago to have broken through a realm so quickly. No one advanced that fast. Excluding this batch of new disciples, the only ones left who could be promoted to outer disciples were the menial disciples from the previous intake. Lu Chen clearly fell into this category, his potential essentially non-existent. His matters had to be dealt with last. If there was no time, it could even be postponed for a few days. That was the rule. It wasn't targeted at anyone in particular, but with so many tasks, a natural order had to be established. Taking back the tossed identity token, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He glanced again at the middle-aged steward bent over his desk writing. Do I have to queue? Or was the steward perhaps hinting at a bribe, waiting for him to offer something before getting things done? Just as he was thinking this, the gaunt-faced middle-aged steward's brush suddenly paused. No! He looked up again at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, is it? Bring me your identity token. Let me have another look. As far as he remembered, the tokens from that batch of disciples 10 years ago weren't like this, were they? Could it be that this Lu Chen was actually a disciple from the intake before last 20 years ago? That would be quite a rarity. Lu Chen's features still looked youthful. Had he taken a youth-preserving pill? Taking the identity token Lu Chen handed over again, the gaunt-faced middle-aged steward examined it. On the front were the 3 characters for Dongming Sect. On the back were Lu Chen's name and the date he entered the sect. The 9th month of the year 863 of Southern Chu. Southern Chu 863. Wasn't that this very year? The 9th month. It was now the 10th month. The middle-aged steward's hand, clutching the token, suddenly trembled violently, nearly causing Lu Chen's identity token to fall. You are a newly enrolled disciple from this year. He looked up in astonishment at Lu Chen. The Qi condensation stage and moreover the peak of the early Qi condensation stage. This level of strength after only a month in the sect. Damn, he had encountered a genius. No need to say more, a genius like this naturally belonged to the highest tier of potential, a tier of his own. Anyone else who came to handle business would have to be pushed to the back. The matter concerning Lu Chen before him was now the first thing he had to handle. He quickly raised his hand, sweeping the books on the desk aside, and then seamlessly shifted his demeanor, offering the kindest smile. When a man gets older, his eyesight isn't what it used to be. Lu Chen, forgive my earlier negligence. Don't take it to heart. Your identity token and all the sect rewards. You'll get them done for you right now. By the way, my name is Zhou Song. You can call me Steward Zhou or just Old Zhou, it doesn't matter. This speed of changing his tune, it was clearly a case of treating people according to their status. Steward Zhou handles affairs impartially. How could there be any negligence? You flatter me, you flatter me. Lu Chen followed Zhou Song's lead. It was all about saving face for each other. Lu Chen was already quite familiar with this from his past life. Zhou Song breathed a sigh of relief internally. This Lu Chen isn't bad. He had extraordinary talent but was not arrogant or rude, and was easy to get along with. If Lu Chen had been unrelenting, insisting on making things difficult for Zhou Song, then Zhou Song wouldn't have indulged him either. There were many kinds of geniuses. Some advanced by leaps and bounds in the early stages but faltered halfway. Some showed no signs initially, then suddenly achieved enlightenment and advanced with unstoppable momentum. Others achieved greatness later in life. In short, a genius who failed to grow was merely a genius. Potential did not equal strength. From then on, everything went smoothly. Zhou Song enthusiastically handled everything for Lu Chen. A low-grade magical flying sword, a low-grade magical shield, a Chenkuan pouch, 8 low-grade spirit stones, 98 meritorious deeds, and a free opportunity to enter the first floor of the 10,000 Methods Pavilion to choose 2 spells. The efficiency was astonishingly high. Brother Zhou, do you have any intact beast corpses here? In just a short while, Lu Chen had become familiar with Zhou Song, and his address had changed from Steward Zhou to Brother Zhou. Naturally, he began to ask about his main business. Beast corpses were the easiest seeds to cultivate Dao soldiers. Brother Lu, why are you asking about beast corpses? Zhou Song was puzzled. Beast corpses are usually used for alchemy or for the spirit chefs to cook. You wouldn't have any use for them either. Lu Chen laughed it off. I have my reasons for wanting them. Just tell me, Brother Zhou, do you have any or not? Zhou Song didn't press further. I have some naturally, but the price isn't low. The sect doesn't keep ordinary beasts of no value. Any beast that the sect keeps has some special value. Tell me, what are your requirements for the beasts? Lu Chen, the stronger the strength the better, and the larger the body the better. Zhou Song cautiously scanned the surroundings. Seeing no one was paying attention, he leaned in and said, The sect has its rules, Brother Lu. Given your strength, the highest you could buy would be beasts at the early Qi condensation stage. Stronger beasts were reserved for more powerful disciples, stewards, or elders. It was a matter of hierarchy. But I find you agreeable and we get along, so I don't mind bending the rules a little for you. Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly expressed his thanks. I am deeply grateful for your regard, Brother Zhou. Zhou Song waved his hand to interrupt. I can provide you with beasts at the late Qi condensation stage, according to your requirements. 2 meritorious deeds per beast. How many do you want? 2 meritorious deeds per beast, equivalent to 200 low-grade spirit stones. That was a bit expensive. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. I'll take 15. Zhou Song was startled. That many? It wasn't impossible. He could consider it an investment in Lu Chen. As long as Lu Chen grew successfully in the future and remembered his kindness, it would be worth it. After all, the higher-ups wouldn't care about beasts at the Qi condensation stage. If Lu Chen didn't tell and he didn't tell, no one would know. All right. Zhou Song took out a large Chenkuan pouch and handed it to Lu Chen. You can borrow this pouch for now. Remember to return it when you're done. Give me your identity jade slip. Lu Chen took the Chenkuan pouch and thanked him again. Thank you for your help, Brother Zhou. Zhou Song waved his hand dismissively. He first used his own identity jade slip to pay the meritorious deeds, then took Lu Chen's identity jade slip and transferred 30 meritorious deeds into his own. So this is how it's done. Smooth. Lu Chen didn't linger. He took out the 8 low-grade spirit stones he had just received and pressed them all into Zhou Song's hands. Zhou Song immediately showed displeasure. Brother Lu, what is this? Are you treating me like an outsider? Lu Chen said solemnly, Brother Zhou, you flatter me. You've helped me so much. If you don't accept this small token of my appreciation, how can I dare to trouble you again in the future? They would need to interact in the future. If he didn't accept gifts, how could Lu Chen come to him for help next time? Zhou Song's expression softened. Kid, fine. He accepted the spirit stones without changing his expression. Only then did Lu Chen leave satisfied. Watching Lu Chen's retreating figure, Zhou Song pondered for a moment, then took out a sound transmission jade slip. He began to write on the jade slip with his spiritual power. There is a new disciple surnamed Lu, given name Chen, who broke through a realm in 22 days and reached the peak of early Qi condensation in 8 days. His talent is extraordinarily rare, exceedingly rare. He has composed, handles matters with propriety, and is neither arrogant nor rash. He is an excellent seedling. Furthermore, he seems to have some opportunity. Today, at the Internal Affairs Hall, he purchased a large number of beast corpses, presumably for some purpose. Writing up to this point, Zhou Song paused for a moment. After thinking it over, he erased it with his spiritual power. Lu Chen was a decent fellow. What was wrong with having a few secrets? It was better not to expose him. Zhou Song couldn't help but feel the 8 low-grade spirit stones Lu Chen had just given him, such an astute younger brother, was a rare find. The spirit stones were few, but they were 1,000 times better than those fellows who just talked big and drew empty pies. He continued writing with his spiritual power. If the 5th elder has intentions of taking on a disciple, this disciple can observe on your behalf. Zhou Song, steward of the Outer Sect Internal Affairs Hall. At noon, in the Hall of Transmission. In the Hall of Transmission, there is a new disciple named Lu Chen who broke through on the 22nd day and reached the peak of the initial stage of Qi condensation in just 8 days with exceptional talent and intelligence and good character. When he saw the words "Record your merit," a joyful expression suddenly appeared on the round and plump face of Elder Lu Hongguang. Indeed, Lu Chen is his fortunate destiny. Good lad, be sure not to fade into obscurity in the future. After carefully closing the door, Lu Chen could no longer contain his excitement and began to study the usage of the Chenkuan bag, quickly grasping the intricacies within. By channeling his true Qi, he could extract items from the Chenkuan bag. 15 demon beast corpses, not a single one missing. They meet the conditions perfectly, just right as seeds for my Dao soldiers. He could see the corpses of the demon beasts within the Chenkuan bag, each extremely large, the smallest over 5 meters long. It was a type of demon beast similar to cattle covered in dark scales, with a row of sharp white bones on its back, and exposed fangs, known as the iron-armored demon ox. Now let's begin. Taking out one of the iron-armored demon ox corpses, Lu Chen quickly connected with the immortal casket for nurturing soldiers deep in his mind. In an instant, the immortal casket for nurturing soldiers responded, and without any visible movement it absorbed the corpse of the iron-armored demon ox. Then Lu Chen sequentially took out 4 more demon ox corpses, all stored within the immortal casket, bringing the process to a close. With Lu Chen's current cultivation at the initial stage of qi condensation, he could only nurture 5 Dao soldiers. Once he reaches the mid-stage of qi condensation, he could nurture 5 more Dao soldiers, and upon entering the late stage, he could nurture yet another 5, allowing for a total of 15 Dao soldiers throughout the qi condensation realm. This is why Lu Chen bought 15 demon beast corpses. Let's see what the immortal casket looks like. As Lu Chen's consciousness sank into the immortal casket for nurturing soldiers, he found that the casket formed its own space, unimaginably vast, with nothing but emptiness above and below, no earth or rivers and no stars or moon visible. The 5 iron-armored demon ox corpses he had just stored floated beneath Lu Chen's feet. Has it started already? Lu Chen could clearly perceive that within the corpses of the 5 demon oxen another seed was forming, drawing nourishment from the flesh and blood of the demon oxes, gradually growing. Before his eyes, the corpses of the 5 demon oxen shrank inch by inch, evidently being absorbed by the Dao soldier seed. It seems it will take at least an hour to fully nurture the Dao soldiers. With this rough estimate of time, Lu Chen decided not to wait any longer and withdrew his consciousness from the immortal casket. Before the Dao soldiers were fully nourished, he stored the remaining 10 demon ox corpses into the immortal casket. The Chengquan bag was instantly emptied, and he would have to return it to Zhou Song. Subsequently, Lu Chen refined a low-grade magical tool, a flying sword, and a shield. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly felt the immortal casket for nurturing soldiers tremble deep within his mind, and 5 inexplicable streams of power flowed out from the casket, surging into his body, entering his limbs and organs, rapidly strengthening his physical form. Additionally, a small portion of power entered his qi, allowing his true qi, which had already reached the peak of the initial stage of qi condensation, to break free from its shackles, and without any warning leap into the mid-stage of qi condensation. My 5 Dao soldiers have been nurtured. This sudden, inexplicable power flowing from the immortal casket was the feedback received after the Dao soldiers' nurturing. Lu Chen had an epiphany and suppressed his excitement, silently operating the Hunyuan Immortal Sutra to refine the Dao soldier power feedback that had come from the immortal casket. After a long time, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and in an instant a brilliant divine light flashed within his gaze. My physical body has become stronger. Not only had he become stronger, but he might even surpass his true qi cultivation. His current realm was the mid-stage of qi condensation, yet his physical power had likely already reached the peak of the mid-stage. With every move it seemed as if boundless strength was hidden within his bones and muscles. It seems the power feedback received after nurturing Dao soldiers mainly enhances the physical body, while the improvement to true qi is quite limited. Understanding this principle, Lu Chen became somewhat impatient. Let's take a look at my Dao soldiers. The Dao soldiers are of utmost importance. With a thought, he connected to the immortal casket for nurturing soldiers in his mind. In an instant, 5 tall, humanoid figures appeared before him. The humanoid figures stood nearly 2 meters tall, their bodies, a dark blue-black like iron, yet exuding an air of majesty and righteousness, giving an indescribable sense of oppression. Their features were indistinct, making it hard to discern their appearance, but it was evident that they bore some resemblance to Lu Chen. These are the iron-armored Dao soldiers. Iron-armored Dao soldiers are incredibly sturdy, possessing immense strength, and are born capable of wielding the power of earth, able to burrow underground and move mountains. Moreover, iron-armored Dao soldiers are the lowest-ranked Dao soldiers, primarily because the strength of the iron-armored demon ox is too weak to cultivate higher-level Dao soldiers. Above iron-armored Dao soldiers, there are copper-armored Dao soldiers, silver-armored Dao soldiers, gold-armored Dao soldiers, 5 elements Dao soldiers, divine movement Dao soldiers, thunder and wind Dao soldiers, and so on. The higher the rank of the Dao soldiers, the more powerful and unpredictable they become, and eventually one can even cultivate divine weapons and heavenly generals comparable to immortals or even surpassing them. Good. Lu Chen looked at the 5 iron-armored Dao soldiers before him, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. After some thought, he took out the newly refined low-grade magical tool flying sword and slashed it toward one of the iron-armored Dao soldiers. Clang! A sound like iron striking was heard. Sparks flew, yet the iron-armored Dao soldier remained unscathed, not even leaving a mark. Indeed, their physical bodies are indestructible. Such defense could probably only be broken by cultivators of the transformation realm. Lu Chen marveled. In the future, when battling against cultivators of the same realm, it seems that just sending one iron-armored Dao soldier would suffice to overwhelm the opponent. Let's test the earth movement ability. Next moment, the 5 iron-armored Dao soldiers vanished from before him, merging into the ground below. Before long 5 dark blue-black heads emerged from underground. I can use these Dao soldiers to see what's happening beneath the ground. He continuously experimented with the marvelous uses of the iron-armored Dao soldiers. For example, they could manipulate the power of the earth to condense earth battle armor on their bodies, transforming into stone-like figures with their strength and defense greatly enhanced, yet their movements remained unaffected. 5 iron-armored Dao soldiers working together could even create small fissures in the ground capable of opening cracks over 10 meters deep, easily burying several people. Goodness, this truly is my companion's spirit treasure. This immortal casket for nurturing soldiers was simply beyond imagination in its effectiveness. In the future, when Lu Chen travels outside, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. He could directly unleash the Dao soldiers to do his bidding. He had only nurtured 5 Dao soldiers so far, and now he could nurture 5 more because he had broken through to the mid-stage of Qi condensation. Once he reached the late stage of Qi condensation, he could nurture 15 Dao soldiers. With such powerful Dao soldiers, even if 15 faced a cultivator of the transformation realm, they could likely overwhelm them. Lu Chen could simply stand back and watch the show. Alright, this is how I'll play from now on. The Pavilion of 10,000 Arts. One does not simply choose a spell. The elder with silver-white hair took a sip of clear tea and spoke slowly. What is a spell? It is the law of nature between heaven and earth. The cultivation of spells is merely a gateway and a ladder to the laws of nature. Through spells you must perceive the true intent, the rules, and even the laws of the natural world. Only when you have comprehended the true intent of nature through the gateway of spells can you achieve a state where every gesture becomes a spell with unfathomable might. Furthermore, to break through to higher realms in cultivation you require true intent and rules, otherwise there is no path ahead. I suggest you choose a 5-element spell. The 5 elements form the foundation. They are the most common and easiest to comprehend. You could also choose the sword control art, which may allow you to perceive the true intent of the sword. A path of supreme lethality and unmatched killing power. Lu Chen sank into deep thought. The 5-element spells. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He could choose one. The sword control art was indispensable, for he possessed a flying sword of inferior grade magical artifact, and it would enable him to fly on his sword. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. He first expressed his gratitude, then made his decision. I choose the earth element art and the sword control art. Having broken through to Qi condensation within a month and joined the outer sect, he could select 2 spells for free from the first floor of the Pavilion of 10,000 Arts. He chose the earth element art because his iron armor Dao soldiers were attuned to the power of earth. Perhaps it would make cultivation easier. Moreover, the elder of the Pavilion of 10,000 Arts was surprisingly approachable. He had begun to offer guidance even before Lu Chen asked. The earth element art and sword control art. Earth is heavy and provides the best defense. The sword control art allows you to fly on a sword and slay foes from 1,000 miles away. 1 attack, 1 defense. A fine choice. The white-haired elder nodded in approval, then took out 2 jade slips of cultivation transmission and handed them to Lu Chen. Place them against your brow and you shall receive the inheritance. Also, sect techniques must not be passed on, otherwise the enforcement hall disciples will show no leniency. Lu Chen quickly took the jade slips. This disciple understands. With that, he placed the 2 jade slips against his brow, one after another, receiving the inheritances of the earth element art and the sword control art, then took his leave. So this is the new genius, the second elder mentioned. The elder gazed at Lu Chen's retreating figure and nodded with satisfaction. He is indeed handsome and outstanding. A dragon among men. Yet who knows how far he will go. An early lead does not guarantee a smooth path in later cultivation. Sometimes a bottleneck at a major realm can trap even a so-called genius for a lifetime. At the outer sect, in a small courtyard, you want to devour the remaining 5 iron armor demonic oxen. Lu Chen's consciousness sank into the nurturing soldier immortal coffin. For just now, he suddenly sensed an intense wave of craving from his Dao soldiers. This craving was that these soldiers wanted to devour the last 5 iron armor demonic oxen he had kept. These were meant to nurture my Dao soldiers. Yet Lu Chen softened. Go ahead, eat. If the iron armor demonic oxen were gone, he could buy more from Zhousong. Besides, he hadn't returned the Chenquin pouch to Zhousong yet. With Lu Chen's permission, the iron armor Dao soldiers in the immortal coffin rejoiced and sat down upon the last 5 iron armor demonic oxen. Then the massive iron armor demonic oxen visibly withered and shrank until they vanished completely. Their strength has indeed increased significantly. Lu Chen pondered. He could clearly sense that after digesting the 5 iron armor demonic oxen, the power of the iron armor Dao soldiers had been enhanced. It was worth noting that Lu Chen now had 10 iron armor Dao soldiers. It seems I must let my iron armor Dao soldiers feast more often. The more they ate, the stronger they became, and so did Lu Chen himself. But relying solely on his own merit points to buy from Zhousong was unwise. First, his merit points were limited. Second, buying too many demonic beasts might attract attention. No rush. A shriek. The sword blade tore through the sky, emitting a piercing hum, and finally transformed into a streak of light that descended from the heavens into Lu Chen's hand. He held the sword, closed his eyes, and stood motionless for a long while. After a long time, suddenly an intent of extreme sharpness emanated from him. At that moment, a leaf drifted down from the osmanthus tree above. As it reached Lu Chen's head, it inexplicably split in two, and then, as if struck by an invisible sword aura, it was shredded into fragments. So this is the true intent of the sword. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes and whispered softly. It seemed his comprehension ability was quite remarkable. In 3 days he had mastered the earth element art and comprehended the true intent of earth from it. In another 2 days he had mastered the sword control art and comprehended the true intent of the sword. Moreover, the earth element art was not merely a single spell but a collection of several spells and methods for controlling earth. A comprehensive earth-based compendium. For instance, there were the earth burrowing art, earth armor, earthly strength, gathering earth to form soldiers, and condensing earth into stone, among many others. These were not exactly spells but various applications of earth manipulation. One could even expand one's thinking and create minor spells of one's own. The sword control art, however, was different. It only included sword flight and the flying sword technique, not a comprehensive compendium of the sword way. But to master both spells in just 5 days and comprehend the true intent of earth and the sword would surely astonish Lu Hongguang and Zhou Song if they knew. My cultivation realm is also on the verge of a breakthrough. He had already reached the peak of the mid-chi condensation stage. This rapid progress was thanks to the nurturing soldier Immortal Coffin and his 10 iron armor Dao soldiers. The Dao soldiers would draw power to strengthen themselves within the Immortal Coffin and also feed a sliver of power back to Lu Chen. Additionally, the coffin actively absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to aid his cultivation, directly resulting in his astonishing speed of advancement. So 10 iron armor brothers, it's time for you to earn your keep. Lu Chen smiled as he glanced at the iron armor Dao soldiers, in the nurturing soldier Immortal Coffin brimming with confidence. Tomorrow he would go out and let the 10 iron armor brothers work hard. As for himself, why should he do it himself when he had Dao soldiers? The Inner Affairs Hall. At the sect mission reception point, Lu Chen pushed through the crowd of disciples and leaned in to look. The Jade tablet was covered with various missions. For instance, a fox spirit is causing trouble in Pingliang County, draining the vitality of strong men. Slay it for 2 merit points. Enter the Cloud Mist Mountain and pick 10 cloud pattern flowers for half a merit point. A ghost has appeared in the Lu family of Donghe County. Slay it for 1 merit point. There were too many to read through. But none of these were what Lu Chen wanted, until his gaze paused on one mission. Enter the Twilight Mist Mountain and collect 10 blood brute rhinoceros horns for 5 merit points. This is good. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He took out his identity token and handed it to the steward. I accept the mission for the blood brute rhinoceros horns. The steward, a short, middle-aged man with 2 thin mustaches, took Lu Chen's identity token and paused slightly. A hint of helplessness crossed his brow as he warned, don't aim too high. Even late chi condensation disciples cannot handle this mission. It's best suited for at least the spirit transformation stage. Lu Chen had his response ready. Steward, you may not know, but this disciple has already comprehended the true intent of the sword. The mustached steward's helpless expression vanished in an instant as he turned sharply to look at Lu Chenyu. The true intent of the sword. The Inner Affairs Hall, once bustling with disciples coming and going in a lively manner, now fell into an eerie silence, as if an invisible hand had violently pressed the pause button. As cultivators, their senses were exceedingly sharp. Even if Lu Chen had not lowered his voice, they could clearly hear an ant crawling 100 meters away. It was merely a matter of whether they wished to listen. The mustachioed steward scrutinized Lu Chen thoroughly, his gaze lingering for a long while. A very new face, one he had never seen before. At the peak of the chi condensation midstage, his cultivation base was considered mediocre among outer disciples. Could such unremarkable power truly comprehend the true essence of the sword? That was a true essence only attainable at the meridian opening stage, something even ordinary inner disciples could not grasp. Profound and mysterious. Could this mere chi condensation midstage outer disciple truly comprehend it? The mustachioed steward was skeptical, but he was not one to speak arrogantly or judge by appearances, for a misstep could easily lead to embarrassment. Thus he hesitated before asking, "Can you prove it?" Lu Chen nodded calmly. Naturally. He had not falsely claimed his strength, so why harbor guilt? Moreover, the true essence of the sword was merely a small part of his hidden arsenal. There were others. The mustachioed steward sighed in relief. Do you need anything? Lu Chen glanced at the white paper before the steward. Just lend me a sheet of paper. The steward complied and handed him a blank sheet. Lu Chen took the paper and tossed it into the air. Raising his hand, he traced through the void, and the white paper split into two, then into four, eventually scattering into countless fluttering fragments. All was silent as Lu Chen withdrew his hand and stood calmly. Is this proof enough? Silence. The mustachioed steward's eyes were fixed on the falling paper fragments like drifting snowflakes, his pupils unconsciously dilating nearly twofold. He instinctively reached out to catch a falling piece, then abruptly dropped it as if scalded by boiling water. It truly is the true essence of the sword. He looked at his palm where a hair-thin sword mark had appeared, nearly cutting through his hand and drawing blood. The residual sword intent on the paper fragments had not yet dissipated, and when he carelessly grabbed it, it naturally struck his palm. Fortunately, the steward was no ordinary man. His cultivation was deep, and his physical body had long transcended the mundane. Had an ordinary person caught that paper fragment, half their hand would have been severed. The sword path, the most lethal and destructive, was no laughing matter. To comprehend the true essence of the sword at the chi condensation stage, remarkable, truly remarkable. The mustachioed steward praised, then took Lu Chen's identity token for closer inspection. Lu Chen, Southern Chu 863, September. A new disciple this year? Only a month since entry. Chi condensation midstage, comprehending the true essence of the sword. The mustachioed steward gasped, his hand trembling before he firmly grasped Lu Chen's identity token. A genius, a rare genius. His demeanor shifted naturally, becoming amiable and warm. Lu Chen, though you have comprehended the true essence of the sword, and are qualified to take on this task, I suggest you find a few fellow disciples to accompany you. If you agree, I can recommend some capable helpers. What do you think? With such talent, why risk earning merits? Even if you go find some assistance for safety's sake. There is no need to rush for glory. It is unnecessary. Lu Chen could clearly feel the steward's goodwill, but he still shook his head. The sword path demands unwavering resolve. How can one retreat? The above was pure nonsense. With his armored soldiers charging ahead, what need had he for the sword path? The mustachioed steward was filled with respect, thinking to himself, no wonder he has achieved so much at such a young age. Such a mindset far surpasses the mediocre talents of the world. He felt ashamed, for he too was one of the mediocre. Otherwise, he would not be serving as a steward in this hall, living a stable life. No wonder that one was a genius. Impressive. The mustachioed steward gave a thumbs up and efficiently processed the task for Lu Chen. As he returned the identity token, he quietly transmitted a message. My name is Hu Tai. If you ever need anything, you can come to me. Lu Chen understood and smiled as he nodded and left. Once Lu Chen had departed, the crowd burst into exclamations. Comprehending the true essence of the sword at chi condensation. The outer sect has produced another genius. Damn it, if even a genius works this hard, what do I have to fear? Steward who give me the most difficult tasks. I'll take 10. A disciple spurred on made a bold declaration. The mustachioed Hu Tai replied with a warm greeting. If you're crazy, go somewhere else. As Lu Chen walked out from the crowd, he suddenly stopped. Before him stood a person whose face still bore traces of astonishment. It was Zhou Song, who had come upon hearing the news. I thought the outer sect had produced a string of geniuses, but it turns out it was still you. His expression was complex yet also relieved. His investment was likely correct. Lu Chen smiled. What genius? Brother Zhou, don't stand on ceremony. He took out a Chenkuan pouch and handed it over. I must thank you for the iron-armored demon ox from before. Zhou Song accepted the pouch, his heart easing. Fortunately, Lu Chen had not changed due to the praise. He was not arrogant or complacent, just as before. Are you really going to take on the mission for the blood rhino horn at Moai Mountain? Zhou Song warned, blood rhinos are gregarious and adults are at the late chi condensation stage with thick skin and tough flesh. There might even be an old rhino at the spirit transformation stage. With your talent, there's no need to take risks. Cultivate steadily, and your future achievements will be immeasurable. Could the blood rhino's hide be tougher than the iron-armored soldiers? Lu Chen gave a helpless smile. Brother, rest assured. I know my limits. He waved his hand, leaving Zhou Song with a tall, upright silhouette. I must speak to the fifth elder again. We need to prepare to take on disciples early, or many elders will be vying to accept Lu Chen. Too many disciples had witnessed Lu Chen's display of sword intent today. It would likely spread throughout the outer sect in a few days. Hu Tai, also a steward, was fortunately from the fifth elder's lineage. Zhou Song hurriedly took out a transmission jade slip and began sending messages again. Inner sect, Feilai Peak. The short, stout fifth elder with graying hair paused as he looked at the transmission jade slip in his hand. Outer sect, Lu Chen. Entered chi condensation in a month, comprehended the true essence of the sword. A promising seedling. If he can enter the inner sect within half a year, I may take him as a nominal disciple. Whether he would become a personal disciple depended on his subsequent progress. A momentary brilliance meant little as steady progress without faltering was the true mark of talent. Wudao Peak, the second elder clad in white robes with snow-white hair and an immortal bearing awoke from his meditation. He glanced at the transmission jade slip and then set it aside. Lu Chen comprehended the true essence of the sword, exceptional insight. He will have no trouble reaching the acupoint opening stage. If he enters the inner sect, he can become my nominal disciple. Judging by his momentum, he is not a false talent that fades midway. If he enters the inner sect, I will take him as a personal disciple. Otherwise, another old fellow might snatch him away. In the outer sect, at the transmission hall, within the inner courtyard. Today is not a day for preaching or resolving doubts. Under the old tree, the plump and white-haired elder Lu Hongguang is leisurely reclining in a rocking chair engrossed in a scroll, occasionally nodding in approval. Just then a clear and rich voice came from outside the inner courtyard. Disciple Lu Chen requests an audience with the elder. Lu Chen, this boy just caused such a commotion in the affairs hall. What does he want from me now? Elder Lu put away the scroll with a flick of his hand and said, "Come in." Moments later, a tall young man in a blue disciple's robe with a handsome and valiant face approached. It was Lu Chen. In just a few days you've already reached the peak of the midstage of qi condensation. Truly exceptional. Elder Lu examined Lu Chen closely, secretly praising him in his heart. Lu Chen clasped his fists in greeting to Elder Lu and said, "Disciple plans to venture into the Twilight Mountain this afternoon. I wonder if the elder has any advice for me. It's good that this boy still remembers to inform me before going out on a mission. Not bad, really not bad. At least he doesn't treat me, the transmission elder, as an outsider. When going out, remember one thing." Elder Lu's expression turned serious. Cultivators are always more dangerous than demonic beasts. Do not trust others easily nor believe that fortune will simply fall from the sky. Though our Dongming Sect has a great reputation, there will always be those who are reckless. Remember this. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully, saying, "Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. I will keep it in mind. Go on." Elder Lu waved his hand. Just as Lu Chen turned to leave, Elder Lu suddenly called out, "Wait, take this communication jade talisman with you. It contains my spiritual sense for communication. If you encounter a crisis, you can contact me." Lu Chen was taken aback and tentatively asked, "If I encounter danger, will Elder Lu come to my aid?" Elder Lu shook his head repeatedly. "If you die out there, I will send someone to inform your family. Additionally, I will notify the sect's law enforcement hall, and the sect will avenge you." Lu Chen's expression darkened. "What's the use of avenging me if I'm already dead? I won't even be able to come back to life. How unlucky." He took the communication jade talisman and left. Elder Lu watched Lu Chen leave in a huff, feeling inexplicably pleased with the corners of his mouth, even curling up slightly, which he couldn't suppress. That little rascal, just because he has some skills, thinks he can run off. It's not going to scare him to death. Twilight Mountain is one of the resource points belonging to the Dongming Sect. Indeed, demonic beasts are also resources for cultivation. They can not only serve as practice for the sect's disciples, but also provide useful materials for alchemy, weapon forging, and medicinal purposes. Outside cultivators are generally not allowed to come here. If discovered by the Dongming Sect, they would surely be eradicated. On the contrary, the disciples of the Dongming Sect often come to this place to practice against demonic beasts. In fact, it poses little danger as long as one doesn't act recklessly. In a place overgrown with weeds, the ground suddenly trembled, and a handsome young man emerged. It was Lu Chen. 530 miles east of Dongming Sect, this is indeed the right place. He glanced around and suddenly a tall stone golem appeared beside him. It was the iron-armored Dao soldier he raised. The journey through the earth was not achieved by Lu Chen's own earth escape technique, or otherwise, he would have exhausted all his qi. It was the iron-armored Dao soldiers carrying him through the underground. Not to mention they were quite fast, over 500 miles in half an hour, very stable. "Let's get to work." Lu Chen waved his hand, and the other 9 iron-armored Dao soldiers from the soldier-raising coffin appeared before him. As soon as they appeared, the earth's power surged up from beneath, wrapping all 9 iron-armored Dao soldiers in stone. They looked almost identical to soldiers formed by the earth elemental techniques, gathering earth to form soldiers. Even if someone saw them, they wouldn't suspect anything. Next, the 10 iron-armored Dao soldiers paved the way in front, while Lu Chen followed behind, feeling completely secure. Moments later, golden-toothed demonic boar. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. He saw that beneath the dense forest ahead, a demonic beast resembling a wild boar over 2 meters long and more than a meter high, with a mouth full of yellow teeth and red eyes, emerged, releasing a foul odor and a malicious aura. Strength at the late stage of qi condensation, not bad. Lu Chen waved his hand, Capture it. Bring back the whole corpse. With a single command, the 5 iron-armored Dao soldiers wrapped in stone suddenly burrowed underground and re-emerged beneath the golden-toothed demonic boar. Before the boar could react, 4 of the iron-armored Dao soldiers had grabbed its 4 legs and pulled it underground, leaving only its head exposed. The demonic boar's red eyes were frantic as it struggled trying to escape, but it was firmly held down by the Dao soldiers below. The 5th Dao soldier emerged from the ground, its fist, as big as a cooking pot, came crashing down, striking the demonic boar and silencing it instantly. Mastering the earth elemental power with an indestructible body and immense strength, the iron-armored Dao soldier's power is far beyond that of the Qi condensation realm. Efficient enough. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was the strategy he tailored for the iron-armored Dao soldiers. As long as it runs on the ground, they would strike from underground, directly pulling the legs down until it can't move, then delivering a killing blow. A Dao soldier dragged the corpse of the dead demonic boar out, and Lu Chen stored it in the soldier-raising coffin. The corpses of these demonic beasts are quite useful not only for nurturing Dao soldiers, but also serving as sustenance for their growth. Continuing on. After that, it was almost a smooth journey. Encountering isolated demonic beasts was essentially a one-hit kill. When encountering groups of demonic beasts, Lu Chen would directly burrow underground to watch the show, leaving the battles to the 10 Dao soldiers, adhering to a principle of not taking action and not taking risks. If there was an issue, the Dao soldiers would handle it. In just half an hour, over 50 demonic beast corpses had already been laid to rest in Lu Chen's soldier-raising coffin. Among them were the blood-savage rhinoceros needed for Lu Chen's mission, though there were only 8. These all represent significant contributions. Halfway up the mountain, 3 young cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman, are attacking a transforming spirit realm black-patterned demonic tiger with their swords. They were all wearing the same blue robes, which signified they were disciples of the Dongming Sect. What a tough beast! Its hide is so thick that even my low-grade flying sword can only penetrate 3 inches into its flesh. One of the young disciples, with an elongated face, was exasperated. This black-patterned demonic tiger seemed to have a natural ability. Every time the flying sword struck down, the black patterns on its body would glow faintly, and without using all of his strength, even the flying sword couldn't make a dent. After all, it's a demonic beast at the transforming spirit realm, which is a whole major realm above us. It's normal for it to be harder to kill. Another younger disciple, who was gentler in temperament, spoke up. They were all at the peak of the midstage of Qi condensation, and although they weren't on the same level as this black-patterned demonic tiger, human cultivators have their spells and artifacts plus their intellect, which gives them an absolute advantage over savage demonic beasts. It's not uncommon for them to slay beasts beyond their rank. Of course, if it were those clever monsters whose intelligence rivals that of humans, it would be another story. Enough talk, I can barely hold on. The last young lady, who was petite and delicate, was sweating profusely, unable to help but remind them. She was performing hand seals, causing the soil beneath to turn into large hands to restrain the tiger, but in an instant they would either be stomped to pieces or swept away by the tiger's tail. Roar! The tiger roared in anger, suddenly letting out a long howl towards the sky, its black patterns glowing even brighter, allowing the 2 male disciples' flying swords to strike at will. Roar! Another tiger's roar echoed, but it did not come from the black-patterned demonic tiger before them. The 3 of them suddenly changed their expressions. Not good, this beast is calling for its companions. We need to finish this quickly. With their combined strength, surrounding and killing a transforming spirit realm tiger was already a challenge. If another one came, they might suffer a serious loss. A foul wind suddenly swept in, bringing with it a stench and ferocity. There is an ancient saying, clouds follow dragons, winds follow tigers. The arrival of this foul wind meant another black-patterned demonic tiger had appeared. It came with the speed of a gale, arriving in an instant, leaping high into the air, as if walking on the wind, exuding malice and violence, causing their hearts to race. Damn! The 3 of them turned pale, and when they looked up again, they saw a massive shadow descending from the sky. The stench was unbearable, and the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Puff! 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 Without any warning, from beneath the ground, 4 extremely tall figures erupted with earth elemental power, each seizing the 4 limbs of the black-patterned demonic tiger, forcefully dragging it to the ground. Roar! The black-patterned demonic tiger roared in fury, struggling violently, but its massive body sank deeper and deeper, gradually being pulled underground. Puff! A remarkably large figure emerged from beneath the ground, raising its fist and smashing it down at the roaring black-patterned demonic tiger. It was an exceptionally tall stone golem with boundless strength. With just 2 punches, it rendered the ferocious black-patterned demonic tiger lifeless. At this point, another handsome young man dressed in a blue disciple's robe that indicated he was also an outer sect disciple of the Dongming Sect emerged from underground. It was Lu Chen. He smiled slightly and looked at the dazed 2 men and 1 woman. Fellow disciples, do you need assistance? No, that's enough. The young cultivator with a long face swallowed hard and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. The gentler young cultivator and the fair-skinned petite female disciple also reacted, "Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance." Lu Chen glanced regretfully at the demon tiger trapped by the earth-based spell before waving his hand saying, "As fellow disciples we should help each other. Ah, demon tiger of the transformation realm. It could possibly nurture a copper-armored Dao soldier, but unfortunately this one has already been targeted by the 3 fellow disciples, making it difficult for him to take action. However, it was just as well. At least he had already slain one which belonged to him. After a round of introductions, Lu Chen learned the names of the 3. The long-faced young man was called Ma Qi, the gentler one was Lu Boizhong, and the fair-skinned petite disciple was named Du Xiaoxian. Lu Chen. Ma Qi looked at Lu Chen's retreating figure as he climbed higher, and couldn't help but voice the question that seemed poised to burst forth. What on earth is going on? How could a mid-foundation establishment cultivator kill a black-patterned demon tiger of the transformation realm so easily? Heaven knows the shock and confusion he felt when he witnessed those stone men emerging from the ground and effortlessly slaying the black-patterned demon tiger. It wasn't unusual to slay demon beasts across realms. They had seen plenty of that. But someone like Lu Chen who could do so with such ease without even having to strike a blow himself was truly unprecedented. Everyone was stunned. What kind of divine technique was this? It was simply absurd. Even more absurd was that Lu Chen's cultivation was inferior to theirs merely at the peak of mid-foundation establishment. What would happen if he entered late foundation establishment? Lu Boizhong frowned in thought. Peak mid-foundation establishment yet able to slay a black-patterned demon tiger of the transformation realm. Were those stone men that emerged from the ground just now a part of the earth-based spell gathering earth into soldiers? He turned his gaze to the fair-skinned petite Yu Xiaoxian. Yu Xiaoxian was the only one among them who practiced earth-based spells. That senior brother Lu must have comprehended the true meaning of earth magic. Only by comprehending the true meaning of earth magic can one cast the gathering earth into soldiers technique. But is gathering earth into soldiers really that powerful? Yu Xiaoxian felt a bit perplexed. She hadn't heard that this spell was capable of such feats. It seems she needs to put in more effort into mastering this spell in the future. Once she can also practice this technique, she wouldn't need to team up with others. She could single-handedly take down the demon beasts on Murray Mountain. How long would it take to kill from the foot of the mountain to the peak? Not long, because Lu Chen was already at the summit. Before him stood a blood-marauding rhinoceros over 3 meters long, and more than 1.5 meters tall, its strength evidently having entered the transformation realm. 10 iron-armored Dao soldiers moved in unison, dragging the blood-marauding rhinoceros into the ground. Another 2 iron-armored Dao soldiers emerged and began hammering down on the rhinoceros' head, soon declaring the end. In Lu Chen's celestial coffin, he harvested the corpse of a demon beast of the transformation realm for the 6th time. Deacon Hutai had not exaggerated. Murray Mountain was indeed not a place that an ordinary mid-foundation establishment cultivator could come and go at will, as there were demon beasts of the transformation realm present. A careless move could result in death at the jaws of a demon beast. But Lu Chen was not among them. He completed the task effortlessly and wrapped up. Changing direction, he descended from the peak to the foot of the mountain, still pushing through without obstruction. Although blood-marauding rhinoceroses tend to be social creatures, they rarely exceed 10 in number, at least not in Lu Chen's experience, so he faced no obstacles. As he returned to the foot of the mountain, the 10 iron-armored Dao soldiers disappeared into the ground. Just as Lu Chen was about to slip away, he suddenly heard shouts not far away. What audacity! You not a disciple of Dongming Sect dare to hunt demon beasts within our territory? The voice sounded like Ma Qi from earlier. So it's the Dongming Sect's upper disciples. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. Another voice came through, sounding somewhat anxious and humble. So there are rogue cultivators sneaking in to hunt demon beasts on Murray Mountain. Lu Chen realized. Rogue cultivators lack the backing of a sect. Their heritage is not complete, and they have no resources to support them, making them inherently weaker than sect disciples. In places like Murray Mountain, although there are many demon beasts, they are controlled by the Dongming Sect within the transformation realm and foundation establishment, making it convenient for outer disciples to practice. However, demon beasts deep in the mountains are not like that. There are plenty of beasts that exceed the transformation realm. One wrong move could lead to encounters with insurmountable beast threats, resulting in death, anytime posing a significant risk. It makes sense that some rogue cultivators would take the risk of being spotted by the Dongming Sect to sneak into Murray Mountain to hunt demon beasts, but their courage is simply too great. Killing demon beasts in the deep mountains is no easy task. Could the Dongming Sect be easy to deal with? Lu Chen couldn't comprehend. After hearing a few sentences, he slipped away. Since these rogue cultivators had been discovered by Ma Qi Yu Xiaoxuan and Lu Boizhong, the credit belonged to the 3 of them. Lu Chen didn't want to expose himself now, as it would inevitably raise suspicions of wanting to claim credit. At the foot of the mountain Ma Chi Lu Boizhong and Yu Shaoxian watched coldly as the 4 rogue cultivators of late Foundation establishment stood before them. These 4 men, all middle-aged, appeared uneasy and fearful in front of them, having been caught in the act. Stop the nonsense, follow us to the Dongming Sect's law enforcement hall. We can't decide the outcome. Ma Chi spoke coldly. Anyone daring to sneak and hunt demon beasts on Dongming Sect territory should be prepared for punishment. Please have mercy. One of the middle-aged rogue cultivators trembled as he spoke, subtly handing over a Chenkuan bag. Attempting to bribe for safety, Ma Chi Lu Boizhong and Yu Shaoxian exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not accept. These rogue cultivators were penniless. What good could they offer? However, at that moment, a cold beam of sword light flashed, suddenly slicing through Ma Chi's neck, blood spraying as his head was severed. You dare! Lu Boizhong and Yu Shaoxian were shocked and enraged, ready to strike. However, someone acted faster than them. 2 more beams of fierce sword light flashed, and their heads were simultaneously severed, leaving no room for resistance. The 4 rogue cultivators before them were not late Foundation establishment cultivators at all, but transformation realm, possibly even higher. These Dongming Sect disciples are truly foolish. At this moment, the 4 middle-aged rogue cultivators wore expressions of mockery and disdain, completely devoid of their earlier trepidation. Clean up the corpses. Withdraw. 3 fireball techniques were thrown, burning Ma Chi and the others to ashes, even taking away their Chenkuan bags. Dongming Sect Outer Sect Internal Affairs Hall. Deacon Lu Chen called out to Hu Tai, who was still writing. Hu Tai answered without raising his head, but suddenly remembered that this voice seemed somewhat familiar. He raised his head and looked puzzled. Lu Chen. Hadn't he received the task of obtaining the blood-marauding rhinoceros horn this morning? Why was he back again? Could it be he found the task too difficult and wanted to find some capable disciples to join him? That would be normal. After all, Lu Chen had a bright future and didn't need to take risks. Collaborating with other disciples would be the safest route. Very good, very good. Hu Tai in his heart not only didn't look down on Lu Chen but admired him even more. Having made a decision, especially in front of many disciples, to backtrack would require courage. Ordinary disciples who value their faith would not easily do that. It is often those like Lu Chen who understand the need to sacrifice their pride, who can go further on the path of cultivation and live longer. This thought flashed through Hu Tai's mind, and he then put down his writing tools, chuckled, and looked at Lu Chen. If you've changed your mind, that's fine. I changed my mind. Lu Chen had no idea how many turns Hu Tai's mind had taken, and could only proactively clarify his intentions. Deacon, who am here to submit my task. Before Hu Tai could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly cut off. With 5 more virtue merits added to his identity jade token, Lu Chen finally walked out of the inner affairs hall. I accepted the task this morning and finished it by afternoon. Hu Tai silently watched Lu Chen's receding figure, his mind brimming with confusion and disbelief. Surely Lu Chen was only at the peak of the chi condensation stage. Yet the misty twilight mountain was teeming with spirit transformation beasts. How did he manage it? Could comprehending the true essence of the sword truly make one so formidable? It shouldn't be possible. True essence had its own levels. Lu Chen had likely only just grasped the sword's true essence, at most reaching the first layer. How could he achieve such an astonishing feat? Incomprehensible, yet Hu Tai was utterly astounded. Fortunately, he hadn't voiced his earlier conjectures aloud, or his face would be smarting from the sting of being proven wrong. Lu Chen quickened his pace, soon returning to his outer sect courtyard. After closing the door and windows, he turned his attention to the nourishing soldier immortal coffin within. 6 spirit transformation beasts, and a full 117 beasts below that level. If I feed them all to these 10 iron armor Dao soldiers, can they advance to bronze armor Dao soldiers? This thought flickered through Lu Chen's mind. Inside the immortal coffin, the 10 iron armor Dao soldiers stared at the piled beast corpses, their eyes gleaming with an intense urge to devour them. Eat your fill. With a grand wave of his hand, Lu Chen set aside the 6 spirit transformation beast corpses and tossed the remaining 117 beasts below that level to his iron armor Dao soldiers. As for the 6 spirit transformation beasts, he would keep them to cultivate new Dao soldiers from seeds after he consolidated his chi. Within the immortal coffin, upon receiving Lu Chen's affirmation, the 10 iron armor Dao soldiers immediately sat before the piled beasts and began to devour. Yet this devouring was not a matter of eating bite by bite. They directly absorbed all the flesh, blood, and power of the beasts as nourishment. Visibly, the piled beast corpses dwindled, vanishing one after another without a trace. At the same moment, Lu Chen again felt a mysterious force feedback from the immortal coffin, surging rapidly into his internal organs, strengthening his physical body. His true chi also increased, but far less compared to the enhancement of his physique. When the Dao soldiers grow stronger, they provide feedback to me. Lu Chen had experienced this before and was not surprised. His physical body was now so formidable that it was already on par with an average latest-stage qi condensation body cultivator, surpassing his own qi cultivation. Moreover, the Hunyuan indestructible scripture obtained from the immortal coffin was a technique that cultivated the body, primordial spirit, and mana simultaneously. Lu Chen's physical foundation was already robust. Activating the Hunyuan indestructible scripture, Lu Chen immersed himself in cultivation. After an unknown duration, he suddenly felt his true qi surge. A breakthrough. Latest-stage qi condensation. In less than 10 days, he had advanced from early-stage qi condensation straight to the late stage. Such progress was astonishing. Isn't this too fast? Lu Chen muttered to himself, considering whether he should conceal it, but quickly dismissed the thought. In the southern Chu kingdom with its billions of people, geniuses were not uncommon. There were always those who stood out from the crowd. So why couldn't he be one of them? His talent was inherently extraordinary, his comprehension impeccable. Able to withstand scrutiny and endure testing. The beast corpses within the immortal coffin rapidly diminished and evaporated, devoured as nourishment by the 10 iron armor Dao soldiers. After an unknown time, one of the soldiers suddenly underwent a transformation. Its skin, dark and iron-like, rapidly shifted to a bronze hue, while its bodily strength and power surged explosively. Simultaneously, a powerful essence of fire arose from its body, as if it had mastered it from birth. A spirit of flame, a darling of the earth. Even more wondrous was that, in that instant, Lu Chen suddenly comprehended the true essences of earth and fire from this soldier. When a Dao soldier advances, it allows me, its master, to briefly experience the true essences they command. Overjoyed and amazed, Lu Chen immediately seized this fleeting opportunity, beginning to comprehend the true essences that the Dao soldiers were born to master. He immersed himself, clearly perceiving the heaviness and solidity of the earth's true essence, and the scorching fury of the fire's true essence. His own understanding of the earth's true essence began to soar rapidly. Although Lu Chen had already comprehended the earth's true essence himself, it still lagged far behind that of the iron armor Dao soldiers who were born to master the earth. The iron armor Dao soldiers were innately attuned to the earth, as if born from it, knowing it intrinsically, their command over it seamless and natural. Lu Chen, however, relied on his comprehension, following the lineage of earth techniques pioneered by past cultivators to grasp the earth's true essence. One was innate and natural, the other forced through understanding. The disparity was clear. True essence was divided into 9 layers. The first was the lowest. Lu Chen's earth and sword true essences were both at the first layer, having just crossed the threshold. The 9th layer was the highest, beyond which lay perfection, allowing one to touch upon the rules governing heaven and earth. Lu Chen speculated that his iron armor Dao soldier's command over earth power was likely at least around the 4th layer. Especially this soldier advancing to bronze armor, its mastery seemed even higher, possibly reaching the 5th layer. Briefly comprehending a 5th layer earth true essence was an indescribable boon. After a moment, Lu Chen frowned. I can no longer perceive it, because the iron armor Dao soldier had fully advanced to bronze armor, and that wondrous sensation vanished. Just as his earth true essence was rapidly climbing, why did it have to stop? Frustrating. With a little more time, Lu Chen was confident he could push his 1st layer earth true essence to its peak, or even step into the 2nd layer. What a pity! Lu Chen felt deep regret. At that moment, another iron armor Dao soldier began to change, also advancing towards bronze armor. There's still a chance. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, his mind clearing. Opportunities remained, and more than one. He had 10 iron armor Dao soldiers, all capable of advancing to bronze armor. Moreover, he had reached the late qi condensation stage, and 5 of the 6 spirit transformation beast corpses were now being used as seeds to cultivate new Dao soldiers. These were all his chances. Time flew as one by one the iron armor Dao soldiers in the nourishing soldier immortal coffin advanced, quickly concluding the process. Soon the 5 spirit transformation beast corpses also vanished, becoming 5 new bronze armor Dao soldiers. After another long while, Lu Chen slowly awakened from his enlightenment, silent for a moment. He suddenly raised his hand, and a blazing fire gathered in his palm. Then, with another gesture, a dense earth power coalesced before him, forming a stone golem over 3 meters tall. A hint of satisfaction curled at the corner of his mouth. Earth true essence has broken into the 2nd layer. Fire true essence has also been comprehended at the 1st layer. An unexpected delight. Now it was time to examine his new Dao soldiers, the bronze armor Dao soldiers. Lu Chen was filled with anticipation. If the lowest grade iron armor Dao soldiers could rampage through the misty twilight mountain, slaughtering early spirit transformation beasts like dogs, how formidable would the higher grade bronze armor Dao soldiers be? Is Lu Chen present? A solemn voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard, clearly penetrating into the yard. Lu Chen felt a slight surprise. The voice was unfamiliar, not belonging to any of the disciples who had entered the sect with him, nor to the teaching elder stewards Zhou or Hu Tai. So who else could be looking for him? Stepping out of the room and opening the courtyard gate, Lu Chen found two young cultivators before him. The one in front, a bronze-skinned young man, was extremely robust, nearly 2 meters tall and towering. The young man behind him wore a cold, stern expression with thin lips, appearing very difficult to approach. More importantly, their cultivation levels were exceedingly high. With Lu Chen's chi condensation latest stage, he couldn't see through them at all. They were at least at the peak of the spirit transformation realm or even beyond. Inner disciples and among the strongest in the inner sect. The enforcement hall is conducting business, the burly bronze-skinned young man said in a deep rumbling voice, revealing his enforcement hall identity jade token. Are you Lu Chen? Why would the enforcement hall come to me? The thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind as he replied, yes. According to the affairs hall, you were at the peak of mid-stage chi condensation yesterday. How did you break through to latest stage today? The tall, robust young disciple spoke, his eyes scrutinizing Lu Chen, as if trying to see through him completely. Such a tone and attitude. Trouble. Lu Chen's heart stirred, but he remained calm. I was just a step away from the breakthrough. It happened naturally. The tall, robust young disciple suddenly changed the subject. Did you go to Misty Mountain yesterday? Lu Chen. I accepted the mission for the Blood Rhino's horn at the affairs hall, so I did go. Did you see the outer disciples Ma Qi Lu Boizhong and Yu Shaoxian? The young disciple produced a jade talisman in his hand, wiped it, and light emerged, revealing 3 illusory figures. Exactly the Ma Qi Lu Boizhong and Yu Shaoxian Lu Chen had encountered on Misty Mountain. Those 3 bastards. Could they have caused trouble on Misty Mountain and dragged me into it? Lu Chen answered truthfully, I did meet them once. Pausing, Lu Chen still asked, did they violate the sect rules? The tall, robust young disciple put away the jade talisman, his aggressive gaze sweeping over Lu Chen repeatedly. After a long while he asked in a deep voice, you really don't know? Lu Chen, no. Dead. All 3, not one missing, died on Misty Mountain. Their bones gone. The tall, robust young enforcement hall disciple fixed his eyes on Lu Chen. And you were the only disciple who went to Misty Mountain yesterday and saw them. Dead. So the enforcement hall disciples saw him as a suspect in the murder of Ma Qi and the others. Lu Chen's mind went blank. Why did they die? They had already gone down the mountain yesterday. Wait, those rogue cultivators caught poaching by Ma Qi and the others. Lu Chen suddenly looked up. When I descended the mountain yesterday, I heard Ma Qi and the others had caught a few rogue cultivators poaching on Misty Mountain. Rogue cultivators poaching on Misty Mountain. The enforcement hall's burly disciple scanned Lu Chen and finally waved his hand. Don't leave the sect in the coming days. Once this matter is clarified, your innocence and freedom will be restored. The sect had elders skilled in divination and deduction who could use this to infer the truth. A result would come soon. As they turned to leave, the 2 enforcement hall disciples suddenly stopped. The cold, thin-lipped one who had remained silent turned back and asked, Junior brother Lu, you're a new disciple who joined a month ago? Yes, Lu Chen nodded. In less than 2 months, you've already reached latest stage chi condensation. It seems you'll soon enter the inner sect. The disciple praised, walking away as his light words drifted back. If the deaths of Ma Qi and the others have nothing to do with you, when you join the inner sect, you may choose to cultivate in Bright Mirror Peak. The Grand Elder of Bright Mirror Peak oversees the enforcement hall and carries considerable weight in the sect. Lu Chen watched the 2 departing enforcement hall disciples, feeling something was off. Could those 2 be here just to recruit me into the enforcement hall of Bright Mirror Peak? First, they flaunt the authority of enforcement hall disciples, letting Lu Chen see the benefits of joining, and then extend an invitation. Isn't this a scheme? Whatever. The real priority is to cultivate diligently and break through to the spirit transformation realm as soon as possible. On the mountain path far from Lu Chen's courtyard, the 2 enforcement hall disciples stopped simultaneously. Their stern, serious expressions instantly melted away, replaced by light laughter. Brother Zhong Yi, what do you think? Did it work? The thin-lipped, cold young disciple Zhang Bingsong asked with a smile. The tall, robust Zhong Yi grinned. I think it's promising. Inner disciples from other peaks naturally feel inferior before our Bright Mirror Peak's enforcement hall. Junior brother Lu clearly felt that just now. And with my invitation at the end, I doubt he's not tempted. When I was still an outer disciple, I envied the prestige of the enforcement hall seniors on Bright Mirror Peak. Originally, the matter of Ma Qi and the others' deaths was just a routine check. If they could solve it, fine. If not, they'd eventually need to ask the enforcement hall's elders skilled in divination and deduction. But they didn't expect that while checking the outer sect's affairs hall, they'd come across Lu Chen. What surprised them even more was that Lu Chen was a new disciple who had joined less than 2 months ago. Yet his strength was far from weak. He had comprehended the true meaning of the sword and reached the peak of mid-stage chi condensation. Such cultivation progress was extremely rare. A disciple with such obvious talent should naturally be brought into their own bright mirror peak. Hence the scene of them questioning Lu Chen earlier. Of course they knew that the silencing of Ma Chi and the others likely had nothing to do with Lu Chen. First, Lu Chen had never known Ma Chi and the others before. Second, if he had killed 3 outer disciples, would he really dare to swagger around the outer sect? Wouldn't that be too audacious? Or was he looking down on the elders' divination and deduction techniques? Of course it didn't matter that Lu Chen was uninvolved. What mattered was using this opportunity to show Lu Chen the weight of the Enforcement Hall disciples on Bright Mirror Peak, planting a seed in his mind that the Enforcement Hall held a supreme status. That way, when Lu Chen eventually joined the inner sect, he would likely consider Bright Mirror Peak first. 2 birds with 1 stone. Perfect. However, Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong clearly never imagined that Lu Chen was no naive simple youth. He was quite shrewd, and he had already seen through their little tricks to a large extent. The cultivation world is indeed a place that devours people. Countless cultivators in pursuit of the path to immortality and longevity are willing to kill for even the slightest resource or treasure. This is hardly surprising. This is a cruel land where people consume each other, where everything is determined by strength. In the small courtyard, Lu Chen felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. The silent disappearances of Ma Chi Yu Xiaoshuan and Lu Boizhong deeply moved Lu Chen. Mu Ai Mountain is a territory controlled by the Dongming Sect. Yet even on their own turf, disciples of the sect can still face danger, even risking their lives. More importantly, Lu Chen was present at that time. Fortunately, Lu Chen was not greedy, so he escaped a calamity. Had he harbored any ulterior motives, wanting to reap benefits by sharing in the credit for capturing poachers with Ma Chi and the others, he might not have survived to stand here now. He was merely a lowly outer sect disciple at the chi condensation stage, placing him at the very bottom of the cultivation world. Even with a military raising immortal coffin and iron-armored warriors, he could at most deal with those at the transformation stage. Those who dare to kill disciples of the Dongming Sect on their own territory cannot be mere ordinary loose cultivators. Don't be naive, common loose cultivators simply lack the courage. I must enhance my strength as soon as possible. Lu Chen pondered and hastily made his way to the Internal Affairs Hall. Currently he had 15 bronze-armored warriors in the military raising immortal coffin, all at the transformation stage. If he encountered a practitioner at the transformation stage unawares, he could instantly annihilate them. However, once he faced an opponent beyond the transformation stage, the outcome would be uncertain. Practitioners are different from demonic beasts. Demonic beasts lacking intelligence can easily kill across realms. But practitioners wield magic tools and spells and can employ cunning tactics. To kill across realms depends entirely on the type of practitioner encountered. If it were a reckless brute relying on the bronze-armored warriors' control over earth and fire along with their unbreakable and immensely strong bodies, they could indeed kill across realms. But if the opponent were cautious, they would flee even if they could not win. Moreover, Lu Chen's own realm still lingered at the late stage of chi condensation. The cultivation of the bronze-armored warriors had significantly enhanced his physical strength, nearly touching the threshold of the transformation stage. Yet, in terms of chi refinement, it offered little assistance. He still had to rely on his own cultivation. Furthermore, upon reaching the late stage of chi condensation, Lu Chen found it much harder than progressing from the early to peak mid-stage of chi condensation combined. Under normal circumstances, even with the aid of the military raising immortal coffin, it would take at least a year to reach perfect chi condensation. Although this speed is already quite fast, Lu Chen remained unsatisfied. Thus, Lu Chen planned to visit the Internal Affairs Hall to ask Zhou Song for some elixirs that could assist in his cultivation, ensuring he had enough spirit stones. Only then would his strength progress more rapidly. Soon he arrived at the Internal Affairs Hall. Brother Zhou, do you have any elixirs suitable for the late stage of chi condensation? Lu Chen found the steward Zhou Song. Zhou Song slowly set down the accounts in his hand and replied, "Naturally, there are elixirs suitable for the late stage of chi condensation." Late stage of chi condensation. Suddenly he raised his head and looked at Lu Chen. "You have broken through again." Indeed, it was the late stage of chi condensation, and his realm appeared stable, seemingly not a recent breakthrough. With Zhou Song's strength at the chi aperture stage, he could easily discern Lu Chen's foundation. Why such rapid progress? Hadn't they just met yesterday when Lu Chen was still at the peak of the mid-stage of chi condensation? Was the bottleneck of realms merely an ornament for Lu Chen? He took a deep breath, and his evaluation of Lu Chen rose another level. Lu Chen's talent was likely not the type that could gallop ahead in the early stage, but then become stuck at a certain bottleneck in the mid-stage and fade away. He thought for a moment and suddenly said quietly, "Did some disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall come looking for you earlier?" Lu Chen replied, "Indeed, just a moment ago." Zhou Song's heart sank. Oh no, those bandits from the law enforcement hall of Mingjing Peak want to snatch you away. Lu Chen was the exceptional disciple he had long chosen for Elder Wu's Feilai Peak, and those guys from Mingjing Peak dared to snatch him. How outrageous. Steward Zhou was anxious, but after some thought it made sense. With Lu Chen's momentum, those from the inner sect would never easily let him go if they discovered him. The transmission elder being the first to come into contact with Lu Chen, and knowing his talent and foundation, must have already kept an eye on him for Wudao Peak. Speaking of which, they from Feilai Peak were still the latecomers. The law enforcement hall of Mingjing Peak should be a bit behind as well. But Mingjing Peak is powerful. At least stronger than Feilai Peak. If a conflict arose, Feilai Peak would likely not be able to compete with Mingjing Peak. This is troublesome. Steward Zhou thought for a moment and felt that Feilai Peak had little hope. Because Feilai Peak primarily manages the internal affairs of the sect, and a rising star like Lu Chen with such momentum, the sect would surely prioritize arrangements for him to enter Mingjing Peak or Dojin Peak. Both peaks are where the sect's main strength lies, especially Mingjing Peak, which not only enforces laws internally, but also captures and combats those practitioners who offend the sect externally, while Dojin Peak focuses solely on external matters. Whether fighting for various resources for the sect or dealing with any emerging treasures, it is the disciples of Dojin Peak who take the lead. Moreover, the cultivation world is never a peaceful place. Conflicts arise between sects, and demonic cultivators occasionally emerge to kill and seize treasures. Even the demonic sect is always causing trouble, never allowing for tranquility. Thus, whenever a talented disciple emerges from a sect, they are generally placed in Mingjing Peak or Dojin Peak. Occasionally those with outstanding comprehension may enter Wudao Peak, but it is unlikely for Feilai Peak to get a turn. Suppressing the myriad thoughts in his heart, Steward Zhou then looked at Lu Chen again. In less than 2 months you have reached the late stage of qi condensation. This speed is already quite fast. Do you still need elixirs to cultivate? He pointed to the many outer sect disciples on the other side gathered to take on tasks. Look at them, some have been in the sect for 10 years, others for 20, even 30 years, and they are still stuck at the qi condensation stage. Why must you be in such a hurry, brother? Once you truly enter the inner sect, it may not be as easy and carefree as the outer sect. He subtly reminded Lu Chen. Entering the inner sect means you must contribute to the sect. Even the disciples of Feilai Peak who only manage internal affairs are often dispatched by the sect to oversee its various industries, which also carries risks. Individual pursuits differ, brother Zhou needn't persuade me. Lu Chen waved his hand. Strength is the best means to counter risks. Just because the inner sect has risks does the outer sect not have any? How did Ma Qi Lu Buozhong and Yu Shaoxian die then? Zhou Song shook his head and ceased his persuasion. There are 3 types of elixirs suitable for qi condensation cultivation: Lingyuan pill, Yuchan pill, and Duxing pill. Which one do you want? Lu Chen asked. Which one is the best? Zhou Song replied without hesitation. Naturally, the ascension pill is the best. Among its ingredients, 2 primary herbs, the ascension grass and the elevation fruit, are both superior spiritual medicines for enhancing one's power. He added, however, this pill is not cheap. Each one costs 10 merit points. 10 merit points equivalent to 10 mid-grade spirit stones was indeed not cheap. No wonder Zhou Song did not recommend using pills. This was probably only affordable for those wealthy elites. For ordinary disciples, being able to cultivate with mid-grade spirit stones was already excellent. Moreover, this pill only shortened some time. It could not instantly trigger a breakthrough. Yet what Lu Chen lacked now was precisely time. 10 merit points per pill was acceptable. Lu Chen pondered. Previously, he had broken through to qi condensation within a month, earning 98 merit points. Buying 15 iron-armored demon bull carcasses cost 30 merit points, leaving 68. Later, on Misty Twilight Mountain, he harvested the blood-fiend rhinoceros horn, earning another 5 merit points. Now he had a total of 73 merit points available. I want 4 ascension pills in exchange for 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Mid-grade spirit stones cost 1 merit point each, much cheaper than pills. Zhou Song took Lu Chen's identity jade token, deducted 50 merit points, and fetched the pills and spirit stones. He solemnly advised, do not overuse the pills or it may destabilize your foundation. For instance, take 1 ascension pill every 5 days at most. With 4 pills and the aid of mid-grade spirit stones, given your talent, you might reach the great perfection of qi condensation within about a month. Lu Chen accepted the pills and spirit stones, smiled his thanks, and then left the internal affairs hall, heading toward the 10,000 Techniques Pavilion. All the iron-armored Dao soldiers had been nurtured into bronze-armored Dao soldiers. During this process, Lu Chen unexpectedly comprehended the first layer of fire true intent, allowing him to conveniently cultivate fire elemental techniques. After a visit to the 10,000 Techniques Pavilion, Lu Chen spent 10 merit points to acquire a fire elemental technique. His accumulated merit points dwindled to just 13, enough only for 1 more ascension pill with little left. He had already used his 2 free opportunities to select 2 techniques from the pavilion, Earth Elemental Technique and Sword Control Art. To learn any other techniques he had to spend merit points as per sect rules. During his exchange for the fire technique, the elder guarding the pavilion earnestly advised, "Young man, do not be greedy. Techniques and cultivation both value refinement over quantity." Lu Chen did not argue, simply smiling in agreement. Seeing that Lu Chen was not heeding his words, the elder had no choice but to let it be. Over the following days, Lu Chen consumed 1 ascension pill and indeed progressed rapidly. With the aid of mid-grade spirit stones, his strength grew visibly. It became a virtuous cycle. The higher his realm, the more Dao soldiers he could nurture. The more soldiers he had, the stronger he became, and they even fed back power, fortifying his physical body. On the 6th day, a voice called from outside, "Is junior brother Lu Chen present?" Lu Chen recognized it as the 2 inner disciples from the enforcement hall. He stepped out of the house and opened the courtyard gate, indeed seeing the copper-skinned towering disciple, and the other with sharp thin lips, Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong. The matter of Ma Qi and the other 2 being silenced has been clarified. It has nothing to do with you, junior brother. From now on you may freely enter and leave the sect, Zhong Yi said, his attitude notably improved. Lu Chen's heart stirred and he pressed further. May I know who harmed Ma Qi, Yu Xiaoshuan and the others? Zhong Yi hesitated for a moment, glanced at Lu Chen twice and finally did not conceal the truth. Just a bunch of reckless rogue cultivators hiding in dark gutters like rats who can't stand the light. One day we'll drag them out and slaughter them all. As he spoke, Lu Chen could clearly sense the murderous aura emanating from Zhong Yi. Evidently these so-called reckless rogue cultivators were no pushovers and had long been at odds with Dongming Sect. Rogue cultivators dare to oppose Dongming Sect. Lu Chen was surprised. In his impression, rogue cultivators were mostly destitute lowlifes lacking even complete cultivation methods. When had they dared to challenge major sects like Dongming? Zhang Bingsong, who had remained silent, reached out and patted Zhong Yi's shoulder, whose aura was bristling with menace. Don't mislead junior brother Lu. He then turned to Lu Chen. There are capable individuals among rogue cultivators. Never underestimate them. Indeed, the lowest level rogue cultivators are impoverished and even lack complete cultivation techniques. But those who rise among rogue cultivators are all ruthless characters. Having committed murder and plundered treasures, many times their strength naturally becomes formidable. Over the years, many rogue cultivators have provoked Dongming Sect, and many have been annihilated by the sect, naturally creating no shortage of enemies. Recently, those rogue cultivators with grudges against the sect seem to have formed a tacit understanding, all striking at our disciples. It's not just Ma Qi and the other 2 who died. Over a dozen outer disciples have also been killed while on missions. If you plan to take on missions, junior brother, you might consider those near resource points for demon beasts within the sect's territory. Those vicious rogue cultivators seem to target disciples at such places. Those reckless rogue cultivators specifically target such places, and you want me to take missions there? Lu Chen was about to retort when he suddenly caught on. Senior brother, you mean fishing? Using himself as bait to lure out the rogue cultivators targeting Dongming Sect. These enforcement hall senior brothers truly had dark hearts. But that was the standard procedure. The only worry was that the rogue cultivators might not take the bait. Junior brother, you catch on quickly. Zhang Bingsong praised. In recent days, many of our enforcement hall brothers have been lying in wait for those rogue cultivators, but the results have been poor. Those rogue cultivators are adept at reading the situation. Wherever enforcement hall appears, they never show their faces. After a brief exchange, Zhang Bingsong and Zhong Yi departed. Rogue cultivators daring to challenge Dongming Sect. Were they truly ordinary rogue cultivators? Not likely. Lu Chen thought for a moment, but finally shook his head. He realized that the sect's elders and protectors would surely have considered this. It was not something for a mere outer disciple like him to worry about. Even Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong, inner disciples of the enforcement hall, were far stronger than him. What use was his idle speculation? Returning to the courtyard, Lu Chen took another ascension pill and continued cultivating. On the 20th day, great perfection of qi condensation. After consuming all 4 ascension pills, he reached the great perfection of qi condensation in 20 days, a full 10 days earlier than Zhou Song's predicted month. Lu Chen took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him, then slowly calmed it. Good news, qi condensation was at its peak. Bad news, his merit points were gone. And the leap from the great perfection of qi condensation to the spirit transformation realm was a major boundary. To break through, he would need potent medicine, or he could slowly polish it over time. But this process would be even longer than from the late stage of qi condensation to the great perfection. A conservative estimate placed it at over a year or more. But Lu Chen could not wait that long. He felt an intangible storm pressing down upon Dongming Sect. With the aid of elixirs, the experience of cultivation is truly on two entirely different levels compared to without them. Even for someone with qualifications like Lu Chen in the later stages of qi condensation with the assistance of the nurturing soldier's Divine Coffin, it would still require at least a year of hard cultivation to achieve perfection. However, after consuming 4 ascension pills, Lu Chen completed his cultivation in just 20 days, saving a staggering 300 days and nights in the process. An extraordinary feat. This is also why there are countless disciples in the Internal Affairs Hall, all eager to undertake various tasks from the sect, which is a significant benefit for disciples of large sects. With abundant resources, the speed of cultivation far surpasses that of those struggling solitary cultivators. Leaving the small courtyard, Lu Chen headed straight for the Internal Affairs Hall. After spending a good half an hour in the Internal Affairs Hall, Lu Chen finally emerged. He accepted 2 tasks in one breath, one to exterminate demons in Wuguan County, and the other to investigate unusual activities in Donghe County. Originally, the Internal Affairs Hall did not allow disciples to take on multiple tasks simultaneously, but as the saying goes, connections make things easier. Elder Hu Tai opened a backdoor for him, allowing him to take on 2 tasks at once without issue. As for the previous suggestion from Zhang Bingsong to take on tasks in areas rich with demon beasts, Lu Chen simply ignored it. Knowing full well that reckless solitary cultivators were causing trouble, why would he want to join them unless he was bored? The key point was there was no additional reward. Wuguan County. In the county town at the Gathering Fragrance Tower, demons killing people follow no pattern. Some villages outside the county town were wiped out overnight, with dozens dead in the east of the city, and even more in the south, leaving everyone puzzled about the demons' intentions. With over 100,000 households and a population of several tens of thousands in Wuguan County, we are like crops in a field under the demons' eyes to be harvested at will, causing widespread panic among the people. In the past, our Gathering Fragrance Tower was always bustling with customers, but now we barely see a few patrons all day. Everyone is hiding from the demons, unsure of when it will end. Sighing, the young attendant at the Gathering Fragrance Tower lamented his woes to the handsome young man in green attire, before him, his eyes betraying a hint of unmasked fear. The young man in green was none other than Lu Chen. The information from the sect's Internal Affairs Hall was pitifully scarce, containing only a simple note: in Wuguan County, demons are causing chaos. The number of demons is unknown, and their strength is estimated to be between the qi condensation and spirit transformation realms. Thus, upon arriving in Wuguan County, Lu Chen began to inquire about the demons. For such a task lacking clear information, there are generally 2 approaches. First, ascertain the specific number, strength, and type of demons. If one feels insufficiently powerful, they may simply return to report the task, also earning a small reward for good deeds. Second, find the demons and eradicate them completely. The reward for good deeds will vary based on the number and strength of the demons. Is there truly no one who has seen what these demons look like? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and pressed further. The small attendant replied, those who have seen the demons are already buried. Who could know what they looked like? No one has seen them. This means that whether the chaos is caused by demons is still a question mark. This is troublesome. Lu Chen's thoughts shifted. Where was the last place the demons caused chaos? He needed to personally investigate the deceased to determine if the cause was human or demon. The small attendant was startled. Are you really planning to check it out, sir? Before Lu Chen could respond, he hurriedly advised that demon is very sinister. It's best not to provoke it. I heard that our county lord has already reported the matter. Soon a powerful cultivator from the Immortal Sect will come to deal with the demons. If you're truly curious, it's better to wait a while. Once the Immortal Sect's expert arrives, Wuguan County will be safe. And then it would be better to directly see the demon's corpse, wouldn't it? A powerful cultivator from the Immortal Sect. Lu Chen's gaze drifted for a moment. Was he not the one they were referring to? He discreetly took out 2 taels of silver from his bag and handed it over. So where was the last place the demon caused chaos? The attendant's face lit up with joy. This young gentleman, with a remarkable demeanor, was indeed generous, offering more than he could earn in 2 months of work. He accepted the silver and blurted out, the last time the demon caused trouble was in Baishui town, outside the county town. This happened just yesterday. He hesitated cautiously, saying, sir, I advise you not to join this commotion. It could be deadly. Lu Chen smiled and replied, I was just asking casually. Bring the dishes out. After a satisfying meal, Lu Chen left the Tianxiang Tower. The attendant watched him gradually descend the stairs, unable to help but sigh and shake his head. What a fine young man. Why must he seek out the demons? Curiosity can truly be deadly. He withdrew his gaze and began to clean up the dishes, but failed to notice that the handsome young man who had descended the stairs had silently vanished underground. Lu Chen burrowed underground, accompanied by copper-armored soldiers heading straight towards Baishui town. He had no intention of contacting the county officials. Demons and spirits had their own intelligence and might even rival humanity in wits. If he approached the county officials directly, the unknown demon might sense his presence. Of course it might not be a demon. It could also be a practitioner of the demonic path, in which case he must exercise even more caution and investigate discreetly for safety. Baishui Town. In the eastern direction, a large crowd of county officials and constables had long since surrounded the area. Some brave citizens approached eager to see what the victims of the demons looked like. Only upon seeing the corpses, their chests ripped open, entrails removed, skulls shattered, and brains devoured, did they turn pale and flee. The county officials, suppressing their emotions, removed the bodies of the citizens killed by the demons, and ultimately confirmed that there were as many as 76 deaths due to the demon attack yesterday. All were missing hearts and brains. Some corpses had half their skulls gnawed off, leaving terrifying bite marks that made one's scalp tingle. Even the officers, who had seen many similar scenes, still felt their hairs stand on end, sensing an unknown fierce demon watching them from the shadows. Damn it, how many people has this murderous demon devoured? Why hasn't the heavens struck it down yet? One officer cursed through gritted teeth. Soon the experts from the Immortal Sect will be here. When they arrive, I will definitely take a few cuts at this beast. Where did these wild dogs come from trying to eat people? One officer picked up a stone and hurled it violently at a few wild dogs that had come sniffing at the blood. The wild dogs scattered momentarily, but were reluctant to leave until the officers drew their knives and swiftly killed 2 of them. Only then did the remaining dogs whimper and flee. Damn, unable to kill that demon, can't I even take down a few wild dogs? One officer grumbled, still unsatisfied, picking up stones and chasing them, ultimately driving the last few wild dogs into the mountains. Wild dogs that dare to eat human flesh. A tall and robust constable frowned as he approached one of the dead wild dogs, kicked it twice, then suddenly drew his knife, slicing open the dog's belly, from which he retrieved a small bone that had not yet been fully digested. Captain Song, this is a human finger bone. An experienced coroner took a glance and with a grim expression said. Captain Song's face darkened. Instantly, go slaughter the wild dogs that escaped. It's one thing for demons to eat people, but how dare these wild dogs do the same? This is outrageous. Lately, monstrous creatures had been wreaking havoc, leaving many dead, and even more vanished. It was unclear where these stray dogs had fed on human flesh, igniting a nameless fury in Captain Song, already vexed and restless from the chaos wrought by the beasts. Captain Song, they're just a few stray dogs. Let's wait until the Immortal Sect's masters slay the rampaging monster before dealing with them. Another constable stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. In truth, he was subtly warning the hot-headed Captain Song that the monster could appear anywhere at any time, and that he shouldn't risk the lives of the Yamen brothers for a few stray dogs. Captain Song's face darkened, and he remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. In these past days, we've collected countless corpses at the Yamen, but have we ever seen that monster appear? If I truly saw the beast, I'd be eager to see what kind of vicious creature dares to be so ferocious. Unable to slay the man-eating monster, he would vent his rage by killing these man-eating stray dogs, or else his fury would never subside. With that, Captain Song took the lead, charging straight into the mountains. Though he was no cultivator, he was a skilled martial artist, and even against a monster he was not entirely defenseless. Seeing this, the group of constables and runners hesitated for a moment before mustering their courage to follow. East of Baishui Town lay the wild forest beyond the settlement, not a grand mountain, but a low hill blanketed with dense woods. Driven by a surge of anger, Captain Song strode with the vigor of a dragon and tiger, leading the runners and constables swiftly into the low hill. Initially uneasy, they found the path uneventful and devoid of any eerie signs. Instead, the early winter breeze soothed their tense nerves, dissolving their reluctance and emboldening them. Before long, a runner shouted, "Cunning beasts, they know how to hide." Captain Song followed the sound and indeed found the stray dogs that had fled earlier huddled in a thick thorny bush. Without a careful look, they would have been hard to spot. Surround them and kill them all. Captain Song waved his hand, and the runners and constables moved at once, encircling the thorn bush and drawing their blades to strike. The startled dogs barked wildly and scattered, but the constables felled them one by one with swift strokes, quickly slaughtering the pack. Man-eating beasts, how could we let you live? Still not appeased, Captain Song drew his blade and strode forward, hacking each dead dog into 3 or 4 pieces, finally releasing the pent-up anger in his chest. Those who feast on human corpses shall perish at the mouths of flesh-eaters. Chop them up and feed them to the jackals. The runners drew their blades and joined in dismembering the dogs under a flurry of blows. Soon the mountain jackals would surely be drawn by the scent of blood. Captain Song wiped his blood-stained steel blade clean against the thorny bush, casually swinging it a few times. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden sensation made him look up toward the treetops. There, perched among the dense branches, were 2 yellow-furred monkeys. Whether it was an illusion or not, Captain Song felt as though the 2 monkeys were staring back at him. Their amber eyes carried a peculiar glint, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. "Fetch my bow." A chill ran through Captain Song as he bellowed, Instantly, a constable presented a 10-stone great bow. Captain Song's archery was unmatched throughout the entire Wuguan County. With a force of 600 jin, he could easily draw the 10-stone bow to a full moon. Twang! The bowstring screeched as it was pulled to its limit, and in the next instant the arrow shot forth like lightning, tearing through the air straight at the yellow-furred monkey in the treetop. Monkeys were usually social creatures, so the absence of a troop nearby made these two deeply suspicious. Killing them was the right call. Captain Song, always decisive, acted on his instincts. Yet despite the arrow flying like a meteor from the 10-stone bow, the monkey remained utterly still, its gaze fixed on Captain Song, sending a chill crawling up his spine. Snap! A small wiry monkey hand lashed out with blinding speed, snatching the arrow mid-flight and snapping it in two. A monster! Captain Song's pupils contracted sharply, every hair on his body standing on end as if electrified. The other constables and runners felt their hearts lurch, gripped by an invisible hand. A demon monkey! The monkey in the treetop slowly opened its mouth, letting out a hoarse, piercing human voice. You killed the dogs I raised. Now you want to kill me too? Forcing down his terror, Captain Song snarled. Beast, were you the one behind the 1,000 deaths in Wuguan County? As he spoke, he knocked another arrow and loosed it with a thunderous twang. You seek death. The monkey bared its fangs in fury, rising abruptly. It caught the incoming arrow and hurled it back with several times the force of the 10-stone bow, the projectile tearing through the air with explosive booms. Captain Song tried to sidestep, bracing his strength from the ground, but the arrow was already upon him. His pupils shrank to pinpricks, cold sweat pouring forth, his heart seizing. This is my end. Thud! A massive hand, as if forged from brown rock, suddenly thrust forward, broad as a palm leaf, blocking the arrow just inches from Captain Song's face. The arrow, powerful enough to create sonic booms, clattered to the ground, leaving only an insignificant black speck on the rocky giant's hand. Gathering earth into soldiers. An earth element spell. The monkey on the treetop leaped up, glaring furiously at the stone golem that seemed to have risen from beneath the earth, towering over 2 meters tall. A cultivator, since you're here, why not show yourself? Do you think this mud puppet can stop me? No reply came, but the stone golem answered. Without a word, it raised its enormous hand and the earth trembled. Thick pillars of earth element power surged skyward like dozens of giant pythons, crashing into the 2 yellow-furred monkeys perched in the treetops. Roar! The 2 monkeys bellowed at the heavens, their previously slender bodies swelling abruptly, transforming into 5 maternal giants with bulging muscles and blood-red eyes. A ferocious demonic aura erupted as they shattered the earth element pillars with their fists, their strength terrifying. At the same moment, the stone golem vanished from its spot, only to reappear at the summit of the surging earth element pillars. It threw a punch that cracked the air with a thunderous boom. The 5 maternal monkey swung its fist in an instant, meeting the stone golem's blow. Hedon. Bang! The stone golem stood unmoved, as steady as a mountain. In contrast, the monkey's fist shattered its entire massive arm, trembling. Its eyes blazed with a blood-red ferocity. Such strength. Such a hard mud puppet. Which cultivator is this? Its voice boomed like thunder, a roar like a war drum that shook the ancient trees. Still no reply came. The other 5 maternal monkey lunged, clawing at the stone golem's head. Bang! The earth element power within the stone golem moved as effortlessly as an extension of its will. With a raised hand, it drew dense earth element energy from the ground, conjuring a massive stone wall to block the monkey, the impact echoing like a thunderclap. Roar! The monkey howled in fury, smashing the stone wall to pieces with 2 heavy punches. As the stone wall crumbled, the stone golem's hand shot out with boundless force, piercing the giant monkey's chest in an instant. Withdrawing, it ripped out the monkey's heart and crushed it in its grip. Roar! The other giant monkey went berserk. Cultivator, you'll die a dog's death. Boom! Boom! Pillars of earth element power continued to surge from the ground like giant pythons, intertwining into a cage that locked the giant monkey in place. Though it thrashed wildly, shattering one massive earth serpent after another, it was all in vain. Trapped, the stone golem vanished and reappeared within the earthen cage. In silence, it threw a punch with the force of a collapsing mountain, a heavy hammer blow that smashed the giant monkey's skull into pulp. And with that, it all ended. The constables and runners stood frozen, their bodies stiff, staring at the lightning-quick events that had erupted and concluded in an instant. Lost and bewildered, they were engulfed in utter confusion. A cultivator, the immortal sect's masters, have arrived. A single thought blazed through Captain Song's mind like a flash of lightning. Captain Song naturally understood nothing of the divine arts of cultivators, yet the colossal monkey's furious roars, uttering phrases like gather earth to form soldiers, earth element spells, cultivators, and why not show yourself, allowed him to piece together that the stone golem which saved his life was the handiwork of a celestial sect's master. The Celestial Sect's master had truly arrived. Without revealing himself, he struck with the force of thunder, obliterating the two ferocious and savage demon monkeys on the spot. Captain Song quickly recovered from his terror, clasped his fists, and paid respects in all directions. Might you be the Celestial Sect's master? Unaware of the master's location, he could only bow in every direction, hoping to face the right one. Little did he know the Celestial Sect's master was still over Tenjong underground, and his bows faced none of the correct directions. Before he could finish, a light, airy voice echoed in his ear, "Say nothing more, go about your business." Interrupted mid-speech, Captain Song wondered if the Celestial Master was displeased. Captain Song stood frozen, his mind churning with thoughts. Could it be that the demons aren't fully eradicated, so the Master remains hidden, waiting for them to reveal themselves? Quick to react, Captain Song ordered, "Keep your mouth shut. Bury everything you've seen deep in your guts. Withdraw." The constables and Yamen runners exchanged bewildered glances, drenched in sweat. Though clueless, they fled the grove like a swarm, scattering away. Before this, serpentine forces of earth element power had already dragged the two dead demon monkeys deep underground, vanishing from sight. The stone golem also merged into the earth element power and sank into the depths. Beneath the earth, Lu Chen was carried by another bronze-armored Dao soldier that burrowed through the ground. Before him, the earth rippled like water, and the corpses of the two demon monkeys descended from above. Demon monkeys at the early spirit transformation stage. Compared to my bronze-armored Dao soldiers, the gap is immense. Lost in thought, he retrieved a bamboo slip from his Chenkuan pouch. Instantly, a wisp of heart's essence blood drifted from each dead monkey, absorbed by the slip. This was his mission bamboo slip, to be submitted at the sect's internal affairs hall for verification. He stored the slip and casually placed the two monkey corpses into his nurturing soldier immortal coffin. Early spirit transformation demon monkeys were beneath Lu Chen's notice now. Too weak to nurture Dao soldiers, fit only as feed. He turned to the stone golem bronze-armored Dao soldier sinking into view and encouraged, "Well done." The bronze-armored Dao soldier, seemingly delighted by the praise, lowered its head and gently nuzzled against Lu Chen's palm. But the Dao soldier carrying him beneath his feet seemed displeased, shifting its body. Lu Chen sighed and said, "You did well too." The Dao soldier beneath him immediately calmed. "Such a hulking thing, still acting like a baby, needs praise." Lu Chen silently mocked, then fell into silence. He had arrived in Baishui town long ago, but never surfaced, staying hidden beneath the ground where Captain Song and his men walked. Only when Captain Song attacked the demon monkeys did Lu Chen release a bronze-armored Dao soldier, which dispatched both monkeys in short order. This was the Dao soldier's first combat. Overall, its strength was formidable. Early spirit transformation demons were no more than helpless chicks before it killed with a few blows. The main reason was the Dao soldier's mastery over earth element power, its application so profound that even Lu Chen with earth element spells admitted inferiority. Moreover, the Dao soldier's combat instincts were fierce and its strength immense. Even ordinary spirit transformation cultivators couldn't withstand a few punches without being smashed to pieces. Furthermore, the bronze-armored Dao soldier wielded not only earth element power but also fire element power, and used here. Against early spirit transformation demons, it deemed full force unnecessary. And indeed that was the case. Finally, Lu Chen possessed a full 15 identical bronze-armored Dao soldiers. If all were deployed, good heavens, it would be astonishing. Lu Chen shuddered, inwardly grateful they were his. Returning to the matter at hand, demon monkeys. Were they truly the creatures wreaking havoc in Baishui town? Lu Chen felt uncertain, but everything seemed too smooth. If no surprises occurred, this affair was likely far from over. This was the real reason Lu Chen had never shown himself. After a moment's thought, he summoned all 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, dispersing them to lie motionless beneath the ground across Wuguan County. The bronze-armored Dao soldiers were not living beings devoid of life signs or aura. Merged into the earth, even the most perceptive cultivator would struggle to detect them. Moreover, as their master Lu Chen could see and hear everything they perceived, these soldiers served as his eyes and ears. Let's see just how many demons lurk in Wuguan County. At the county yamen, an elderly servant sweeping with a broom suddenly froze the spirit monkeys. Dead. Another old woman wiping surfaces with a cloth sensed something and drew near. What happened? The sweeping servant slowly straightened his murky eyes, clearing. The Dongming Sect has arrived. Oh, the old woman asked. How do you know? The servant resumed, sweeping. My two monkeys are dead. The old woman was about to speak when Captain Song led a troop of constables and yamen runners, all returning in a daze. She subtly raised a hand and brushed it before a bewildered runner. The runner halted, eyes vacant and dull. Little one, what did you encounter? Why are you so unsettled? The old woman's words carried a strange hypnotic tone. The runner stood frozen silent, as if struggling, before finally muttering, wild dogs. Man-eating wild dogs. Dead. The old woman pressed on and, "No rush, take your time." The runner replied woodenly, "And demon monkeys." "Dead. Captain Song says." "Don't tell." The sweeping servant's murky eyes suddenly sharpened, turning icy. The old woman raised a hand to calm him, still questioning who killed the demon monkeys. The runner, a stone man. The stone man killed them. A stone man. The old woman frowned in thought, earth element spells gathering earth to form soldiers. She asked further, "Who's stone man? Did you see it?" The runner shook his head blankly. After a long pause, the old woman waved her hand across the runner's face. He snapped back to clarity, glanced at the pair in confusion, and hurried away. "Damn, why am I so dizzy?" The Dongming Sect master remains hidden. Quite cautious. The old woman mused. Could they have sensed something? The sweeping servant continued his work. "My spirit monkeys. How can they die in vain?" The old woman's tone grew distant. "If not for the mischief of that demonic monkey you raised, this matter would never have come to such a pass." Her voice brimmed with barely concealed displeasure. The old servant sweeping the floor corrected her sternly. "It was a spirit monkey." The old woman grew even more discontent. "Because of your demonic monkey, the people from Dongming Sect might think the monster here has been dealt with and return to their sect. Then how will we hunt down the Dongming Sect members?" The old servant sweeping the floor replied coldly, "The monster is still here. Even if the Dongming Sect members return, they will come again. The only difference is that we'll have to hunt down a different person from Dongming Sect. But my spirit monkey cannot die in vain. The one who killed my spirit monkey from Dongming Sect must pay with blood." A bronze-armored Dao soldier had witnessed everything the old woman and the sweeping old servant had done, yet he remained still like a lifeless stone standing motionless underground. Lu Chen, far away outside the county town, naturally saw and heard all that the old woman and the sweeping old servant had done and said. "So there are bigger fish behind this." He stroked his chin thoughtfully. They weren't exactly big fish. Both the old woman and the sweeping old servant were only at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. But those who wanted to hunt down disciples of Dongming Sect were likely the rogue cultivators that Enforcement Hall disciples Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong had mentioned. Those who feared neither death. Hunting down people from Dongming Sect, huh? Wait, it'll smash your heads in. Lu Chen silently took out a communication jade slip. Night fell. Occasionally dark clouds drifted by, obscuring the bright moon, making the night flicker between light and shadow. In the north of Wuguan County, Captain Song rubbed his forehead as he returned home, feeling as if needles were piercing his brain. Strange, why does my head suddenly ache for no reason? Earlier, when he had left the county office and encountered the sweeping old servant and the wiping old woman, he had inexplicably lost focus for a moment. It was odd. He had never suffered from headaches in all these years. Could it be because of the demon monkey I encountered today? It wasn't impossible. He had heard that demonic aura carried malevolence and was most harmful to humans. Even if ordinary people weren't devoured by demons, they would still fall severely ill. "Father, look. Mother, and I got you a protective charm." A 7 or 80-year-old girl rushed out of the house, excitedly holding a small brocade pouch. Captain Song's stern expression softened into a smile. "Then let Nan and put it on for father, all right?" He scooped up the little girl and rubbed his stubbled chin against her cheek. Giggle. The little girl leaned back, letting out a silver bell-like laugh. "Father's beard tickles so much. So my Nan is ticklish." Captain Song raised his chin again, aiming for the little girl's tender cheeks, and the two of them tussled playfully. A young woman dressed simply came out of the house, smiling as she watched the frolicking father and daughter. After a moment she said softly, "Come inside now." Captain Song carried the little girl forward and asked quietly, "Did you go out today?" The young woman nodded lightly. "I just went to the temple in town to pray for safety. There have been demon troubles in the county lately, and you're out every day. It worries me." Captain Song chuckled. "The demon in the county has been slain by the immortal sex expert. There won't be any more." Before he could finish, his face gradually froze, and even his hands holding the little girl began to tremble. Then his body went completely rigid. He slowly, mechanically lifted his head to look at the massive figure that had silently descended onto the courtyard wall. "Demon!" He thrust the little girl into the woman's arms and quickly pushed her into the house, closed the door. "Don't come out no matter what you hear." Old Song. The young woman's panicked cries came from inside the house, but Captain Song could no longer hear a single word. His eyes reddened and his right hand gripped the saber at his waist tightly. On the courtyard wall, a giant wolf over 10 feet long, its green fur bristling like steel needles, stared at Captain Song with gleaming, eerie green eyes. Finally, it opened its mouth and spoke in human tongue. "The little one in the house looks tender. Should taste good." Hearing this, Captain Song's blood boiled. He drew his saber like a madman, his feet propelling him forward as the blade shot out like a flash of cold light, aiming for the demon wolf's head. "Go to hell, you beast." Before he could finish, a tremendous force grabbed him from underfoot and hurled him toward the door. He rolled on the ground and looked up in shock and fury, only to find a familiar stone giant standing before him. His shock and fury vanished, replaced by the joyful surprise of seeing a savior. The immortal sect's expert is here. He had seen the stone giant earlier that day. It had effortlessly beaten 2 demon monkeys to death outside Baishui town. It was extraordinarily powerful. Gathering earth into soldiers. An earth element spell. The demon wolf's eerie green eyes shifted from the stone giant, scanning the surroundings without spotting any figure. It immediately turned to flee. Since a cultivator is present, I shall retreat. Just a beast that has opened its spiritual wisdom and feeds on blood and flesh. Why learn flowery speeches? A dazzling flying sword came from nowhere, swift as lightning, carrying the sound of wind and thunder, and slashed toward the demon wolf's head in an instant. At the same moment, the stone giant raised its hand. From beneath the earth, waves of earth element power surged up like a twisting tornado, rushing out, as if a mountain were collapsing, crashing toward the demon wolf trying to escape. Bang! The demon wolf struck out heavily with its front paw, knocking the flying sword away with a metallic clang. Rolling demonic aura mixed with sword energy scattered, accompanied by a burst of sparks. So it's just a chi condensation stage brat who has grasped the true intent of the sword. The demon wolf licked the front paw that had knocked away the flying sword, then curled its lips into a cruel human-like smirk as it looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The young man was, of course, Lu Chen. He glanced indifferently at the demon wolf licking its paw, just a green-furred wolf. Why pretend to be a master? Your paw doesn't feel too good, does it? The demon wolf's cruel smirk gradually faded. It lowered its paw, revealing a vicious bone-deep gash on its sole. A wound inflicted by the true intent of Lu Chen's flying sword. You deserve to die. The demon wolf seemed enraged. It, a mighty demon at the mid-spirit transformation stage, had been wounded by this mere chi condensation stage human cultivator, and the youth in blue had seen through its shame. A monumental disgrace. But before the demon wolf could attack, the stone giant formed by the bronze-armored Dao soldier vanished. When it reappeared, it was at the end of the twisting earth element power, right in front of the demon wolf. Boom! A tremendous force erupted. The bronze-armored Dao soldier's fist, as large as a winnowing basket, punched out, seemingly shattering the air currents carrying heavy earth element power as it hammered toward the demon wolf's head. A mere earth element spell. What can it do? The demon wolf growled, raising its uninjured front paw, stirring up demonic wind, and ferociously met the bronze-armored Dao soldier's punch. However, before it could finish its words, the bronze-armored Dao soldier's boundless force erupted, smashing the demon wolf's eyes, bulging out, shattering its entire front paw inch by inch with a crisp series of bone-cracking sounds. It was the sound of bones breaking into pieces, crushed as if by a boulder. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Was the last thought to cross the demon wolf's mind, followed by a blood-curdling howl, awoo. The bronze-armored Dao soldiers possessed not only monstrous strength, but also an indestructible physique fortified further by a layer of solid stone conjured from earth elemental force. The earth element, known for its profound heaviness, was the pinnacle of defense. And this was no mere saying. With several layers of power stacked into a single punch, the demon wolf's foreleg was instantly smashed into pulp, its head shattered as well, and it breathed its last. Lu Chen unhurriedly stepped forward, retrieved the task bamboo slip, collected a wisp of the demon wolf's heart essence blood, and then stored the deceased beast into the nourishing soldier's immortal coffin. From the outside, the dead demon wolf appeared, as if it had been stowed away in a universe pouch, betraying no trace. Everything concluded. Only then did Captain Song forcibly steady his uncontrollably trembling body. A hair's breadth away, just a hair's breadth, and he would have perished in the demon wolf's jaws along with his wife and daughter. All would have fallen to the creature's bloody maw. It was Lu Chen's appearance that saved his life, saved his entire family's lives. With a thud, this valiant mortal warrior, who dared to draw his blade against a demon, knelt straight before Lu Chen. Without a word, he kowtowed 3 times, each landing with a heavy thump. The Exalted One outside Whitewater Town saved my life once, and now you save it again. This life of mine is yours, given by the Exalted One. I have no way to repay you, so I beg you to accept these 3 bows. He spoke while bowing, his forehead bruised from the kowtows. Lu Chen sidestepped and helped him up, transmitting his voice in a low whisper. It's not over yet. Go inside the house and stay there. Not over yet. Captain Song froze for a moment, then quickly scrambled to his feet. Without another word, he strode into the house in 2 or 3 steps. As a mere mortal martial artist, he could not aid Lu Chen. His only recourse was to not be a hindrance. At that moment, a sinister laugh echoed from atop the courtyard wall. Hey, among the outer disciples of the Dongming Sect, there's actually someone like you. To slay a spirit transformation realm demon monkey and demon wolf, while only at the perfected chi condensation stage. Truly remarkable. The tone shifted. I wonder how long the Dongming Sect will grieve after killing you. Before Lu Chen could respond, another irate voice rang out. That was my spirit monkey, not a demon creature. Lu Chen followed the sound and saw that unnoticed two elderly figures had appeared on the courtyard wall. One was a slightly hunched diminutive old man with silver hair, and the other was an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. Two old relics at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. His bronze armor Dao soldiers had already encountered them at the Yamen. He had also anticipated that these two old codgers would intercept him here. After all, earlier outside Whitewater Town, he had transmitted a message to Captain Song instructing him not to reveal the matter of the slain demon monkey. Clearly Lu Chen intended to operate covertly and had not left Wuguan County. These two old wretches could easily extract everything from Captain Song using mind control arts. As expected, when the demon appeared tonight and Lu Chen emerged to slay it, the two old codgers followed suit. However, what slightly surprised Lu Chen was that this demon wolf had chosen Captain Song's family as its target. Conveniently, this location was not far from where his bronze armor Dao soldiers were hidden beneath the county yamen, allowing him to arrive swiftly. Are you confident you can keep me here? Lu Chen showed no panic. Instead, he asked with a hint of curiosity. The silver-haired hunched old man spoke coldly, anger lacing his voice. You killed my spirit monkey, so you must pay with your life. The old woman, composed and mocking, said. Those two monkeys were this old fool's precious darlings. Little one, it seems you'll have no choice but to leave your life here tonight. Lu Chen waved a hand at the bronze armor Dao soldier that had slain the demon wolf. The soldier, resembling a stone golem, understood at once, and silently sank into the earth, appearing to dissolve away. Then, unhurriedly stepping back, Lu Chen suddenly called out in a loud voice, two senior brothers from the enforcement hall, come out and slay the fish. Slay the fish? The hunched old man and the old woman's hearts jolted with alarm as realization struck. Damn it, that brat used us as fish to lure us out. Fury and shock overwhelmed them. They had originally planned to use the demon wolf in Wuguan County as bait to catch members of the Dongming Sect. Who would have thought that this young man had already used himself as bait to hook them first? The smug composure and calm assurance they had earlier, believing everything was under control, were now utterly discarded. In this moment, panic seized the old man and woman, and only one thought dominated their minds: flee. They turned, summoning their flying swords to escape by flight. However, a tall figure had somehow already blocked their retreat. Another figure with cold, thin lips stood blocking their path ahead. These were Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong, inner disciples of the enforcement hall from the Bright Mirror Peak. The rats that skulk in the gutters, too afraid to show their faces, have finally landed in my hands. Zhong Yi's towering frame exuded an oppressive aura as he grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. The sight sent chills down the hunched old man's and old woman's spines, a cold dread creeping straight to their crowns. The aperture opening realm. Such high regard for this old man. The hunched old man said, taking a deep breath, his gaze shifting from Zhong Yi to Zhang Bingsong, who stood before them with arms crossed. This kid, he truly is a master of schemes. His cold, sinister eyes once again fixed on Lu Chen, who stood by leisurely watching the drama unfold. At the same moment, the hunched old man quickly transmitted to the old woman. Hold off these two aperture opening cultivators. You grab that chi condensation, brat. That's our only chance to survive. Be quick. The old woman's eyes flickered, a bitter smile crossing her face. What empty boasts! How could a mere spirit transformation peak cultivator claim to hold off two aperture opening experts? Moreover, these were disciples from the enforcement hall of the Dongming Sect, known for their formidable combat prowess. They'd likely lose their lives before even making a move. Old fool, you're not thinking of using me as a hostage to escape, are you? Lu Chen chuckled. His words seemed to expose the old man's intentions, but in truth he was subtly reminding Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong to stop playing cat and mouse and get on with slaying the fish. With his scheme laid bare by Lu Chen, the hunched old man was both startled and enraged. This accursed brat. Swish! Swish! Flying swords pierced the air, as if cleaving through the night sky, appearing before the old man's eyes in an instant. The next moment his head was sent flying. The old woman stared blankly at the scene, her own head already severed before she could even react. Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong, both at the aperture opening realm, struck simultaneously. The two spirit transformation ultimers had no chance to resist. Both were dispatched with a single sword stroke. Each holding a severed head, they stepped across the night sky to stand before Lu Chen. Zhang Bingsong, with his cold, thin lips, asked thoughtfully, Junior brother, how did you manage to sniff out these two rats? These rogue cultivators opposing the Dongming Sect were deeply concealed. Even the disciples of the enforcement hall at Bright Mirror Peak and the Sword Combat Peak had wasted much effort to no avail. Yet Lu Chen, on his first mission, had directly uncovered two of them. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. I suppose I'm just lucky. Zhang Bingsong's eyes flickered as he scrutinized Lu Chen briefly, then smiled. Junior brother's luck is indeed not bad. Luck played a part, but more than that it was caution and a sharp mind. If it had been any other outer disciple sent to slay the demon in Wuguan County this time, the ones lying dead now would likely be not these two old relics but disciples of the Dongming Sect. As he turned to leave, Zhang Bingsong added a reminder. Finding these two rats will earn you merit, junior brother. The Internal Affairs Hall will reward you with good karma. Farewell. Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong, the inner disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall of Mingjing Peak, moved swiftly. In the blink of an eye they were at the horizon, and with another blink even their sword light vanished. Meridian opening. So powerful. Could the bronze-armored Dao soldiers withstand the sharpness of these two senior brothers' flying swords? Lu Chen pondered, estimating it would be difficult. As for the hunchbacked old man and the old woman, both at the peak of spirit transformation, Lu Chen was confident he could subdue them with his 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers. But the question was, why should he act himself? The nurturing soldier immortal coffin had no use for these two elders, and the Internal Affairs Hall would likely not reward him with good karma, as these rogue cultivators targeting Dongming Sect disciples were unclear. Suspected of killing innocents to claim credit, a thankless task. But sending a message back to the sect requesting inner disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall was a different matter. They were already searching for these rogue cultivators targeting Dongming Sect. With Lu Chen as bait to lure out the two elders, Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong could directly slay them. Thus Lu Chen would earn some credit and good karma without needing to act himself. Why not do it? Finally, what is the greatest advantage of being a sect disciple? That is having backup. Calling for reinforcements is the most powerful skill every sect disciple possesses. Such are the benefits of being a disciple of a major sect. If you strike at the young, the old may not necessarily come. But if you explain the situation and call for help, the sect will absolutely reduce those reckless fools to ashes. Those miserable rogue cultivators have no such privilege. Once hunted, they can only continue to be hunted, suffering greatly. Of course, personal strength must still come first. Without enough power, you might not even get the chance to call for help. Without disturbing Sheriff Song's family further, Lu Chen left a parting remark. The demon in Wuguan County has been eliminated. I'm off. When Sheriff Song cautiously stepped out of the house again, Lu Chen was already gone from the courtyard. This young immortal sect master seemed always able to anticipate the enemy's moves, handling matters flawlessly. Could it be that all members of the immortal sect were so extraordinary? Sheriff Song gazed at the night sky with a hint of melancholy. Truly then, immortals and mortals are of different realms. A young woman emerged, gently holding Sheriff Song's lowered hand, whispering softly, "Old Song, the immortal sect master has left. Go inside and rest." "Father, did an immortal really come to our home just now?" The little girl peeked out the door, unafraid, even curious. Sheriff Song looked at his wife beside him, and the adorable little girl at the door then suddenly smiled. "Go back to sleep. The immortal sect is good, but what is wrong with the mortal world?" Beneath the night sky, a sword streaked like flowing light, vanishing in an instant. Zhang Bingsong, riding the wind on his sword, suddenly spoke. "Do you remember the stone man Junior Lu used to slay the demon earlier?" The tall, robust, bronze-skinned Zhong Yi nodded. It should be the earth element technique of gathering earth to form soldiers, but it was excessively powerful, truly baffling. Lu Chen himself was only at the peak of qi condensation, yet the earth-gathering technique he employed could easily crush a demon wolf at the mid-spirit transformation stage. Zhang Bingsong said, "Junior Lu's understanding of earth essence must be very, very deep, at least the third layer or even the fourth. Otherwise, the stone man Lu Chen, formed with his technique, could not easily slay a mid-spirit transformation demon wolf. The third layer or even the fourth layer of earth essence." Zhong Yi's heart tightened. This junior brother hides his depth well. Even they inner disciples who had already entered the meridian opening realm had not yet comprehended any essence to the third layer, let alone the fourth. Generally, comprehending the second layer of essence sufficed to achieve perfection in meridian opening. Comprehending the third layer of essence was enough to break through to the mystic lower realm, cultivate mana, and roam the universe, yet Lu Chen was still at qi condensation, having cultivated for less than 2 months. Such foundation and talent were astonishing. From now on, we should get closer to Junior Lu, try to bring him into Mingjing Peak. Who knows, we might need his help in the future. Zhang Bingsong sighed with some helplessness. Sometimes the gap between people is even greater than that between humans and dogs. Actually, it wasn't that great, because the stone man was not formed by Lu Chen's earth-gathering technique, but by the bronze-armored Dao soldiers nurtured in the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, born with mastery over earth and fire, impossible to measure by layers of essence. But Lu Chen's companion spirit treasure, the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, and the bronze-armored Dao soldiers were unknown to outsiders. Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong naturally racked their brains in vain. Sheriff Song would never know that Lu Chen, the sly one, had not yet left Wuguan County. After eliminating the demon wolf and the 2 old rogue cultivators targeting Dongming Sect disciples, Lu Chen remained cautious, staying in Wuguan County for 3 more days until he was certain no more demons appeared, then truly departed. Lu Chen did not return to the sect first but took a detour to Donghe County. This task was not demon slaying but investigating the anomaly at Mangniu Mountain in Donghe County. According to reports from Donghe County, a green mist had been dispersing from Mangniu Mountain 6 days prior. Initially, the Qinghe County office suspected it was demonic aura. But on the day the green mist spread, many who went up the mountain to gather herbs or chop wood came into contact with it, experiencing no effects, neither good nor bad. Later, the green mist grew denser, and now it had a rising momentum. Lu Chen's task was to investigate the source of the green mist and determine if there were any hidden dangers. It wasn't very difficult, as it was merely an investigation. Once the situation was clear, the sect would devise a response. Most likely it wasn't anything significant, or the task wouldn't have been assigned to an outer disciple like Lu Chen. Mangniu Mountain. Though not tall, it stretched windingly, nearly traversing all of Donghe County and half of Pingliang County, making it a mountain range. It harbored many fierce beasts and strange creatures. Ordinary folk dared only to gather firewood and herbs on the outskirts. To venture deep into the mountains required the capability of cultivators. When Lu Chen arrived at Mangniu Mountain in Donghe County, the area was deserted. No insects, beasts, or birds in sight. The winding, endless mountain range for nearly 10 li was shrouded in the unknown green mist. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Lu Chen's mind raced through many texts he had read in the sect, yet he could find no record resembling this green mist. Strange. He casually swept a wisp of the green mist, probing it with his true chi, but it elicited no reaction. It seemed merely a colored, ordinary gas, odorless. When things are abnormal, there must be a demon. Better to be cautious. His motto was stability above all. Bronze-armored Dao soldier, go and take a look. This was precisely why Lu Chen had taken on this mission. Other disciples dared not recklessly probe the mysteries of Mangniu Mountain. But he dared. Well, his bronze-armored Dao soldiers dared. The ground undulated as the towering bronze-armored Dao soldier, its stone armor coalesced from earthen power, emerged and strode heavily up Mangniu Mountain. Advancing along the path, not a single bird or insect was seen, and the mountain was eerily silent. Witnessing and hearing all this through the bronze-armored Dao soldier, Lu Chen's heart harbored growing suspicions. This sudden emergence of Saiyan Qi was by no means simple. The bronze-armored Dao soldier pressed onward, following the densest concentration of Saiyan Qi deeper into the mountains. Finally, nearing the mountain's depths, it discovered a dead demonic boar. Judging by its appearance, its strength was merely at the spirit transformation stage. Its death was recent, within the last few days. The wounds upon its body were all claw marks and bite marks, suggesting it had been slain by another demonic creature. Moreover, the demonic creature's physical form was robust with lingering demonic aura. Even after days of death, it appeared as fresh as today. Legends tell of powerful cultivators whose bodies remain incorrupt and lifelike even a millennium after their passing. This demonic boar before him certainly lacked such capability, yet it could still be used to nurture his Dao soldiers. We've been tricked. This stone monster deliberately lured us here. The other demon rats murmured uneasily. The 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, utterly silent and cloaked in rock formed from earth power, loomed even larger, nearly 3 meters tall. Their expressionless faces exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. What a cunning stone beast attempting to ambush us. The largest demon rat spoke coldly. But do you really think mere spirit transformation cultivators can trap me? How ridiculous! Between the spirit transformation realm and the aperture opening realm lay an entire major stage. A chasm as insurmountable as the heavens, separating the stone monsters from the great demon rat, as if they existed in different worlds. A gap is a gap, a chasm is a chasm. The divide between major realms is not something that can be bridged by sheer numbers alone. Moreover, there were only 15 stone monsters, hardly an overwhelming force. His demon rat clan boasted 6 members, plus himself, an aperture-opening cultivator. Advantage is on our side. What's there to panic about? A bunch of ignorant stone beasts, kill them all. The great demon rat's reprimand was cut short as the earth power beneath them suddenly surged. The roiling earth power erupted like a furious tidal wave in a vast ocean, transforming into massive pythons that swept in from all directions. Boom! For the bronze-armored Dao soldiers born to command Earth, the underground was their domain, granting them strength far greater than on the surface. Damn it! The great demon rat let out a sharp, panicked screech. To it, the entire underground now felt like a thick, muddy swamp, hindering its innate burrowing ability. It was like molten iron slowly solidifying, eventually turning into a solid slab, trapping it completely. If the great demon rat struggled, the other 5 spirit transformation demon rats fared even worse. They squeaked in terror, frantically trying to break free from the earth power's grip and escape. but the earth power coiling like massive pythons had already struck. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled, violently shaking the surrounding miles. One of the spirit transformation demon rats let out a piercing shriek, its demonic aura, surging into a giant rat head with steel-like fangs, biting fiercely at the earth python. Yet the earth power below was immense. The python smashed through the demonic head with devastating force, and a bronze-armored Dao soldier hidden within the rock emerged at the python's front. With overwhelming strength, it crushed the demon rat's skull with a single punch. Meanwhile, 10 bronze-armored Dao soldiers simultaneously attacked the great demon rat, merging into the surging earth power and launching relentless assaults. You insignificant spirit transformation stone monsters think you can harm me? The great demon rat's body erupted with terrifying demonic aura. Its long, slender tail, imbued with immense demonic power, lashed out, shattering one earth python after another. Even crushed by endless earth power, the great demon rat remained formidable. One bronze-armored Dao soldier silently merged into the earth and grabbed its tail, only to be sent flying by the whip-like appendage its stone armor shattered. Watching from afar, Lu Chen's heart raced. No wonder it's an aperture-opening demon rat far beyond spirit transformation. Truly extraordinary. It was the first time he had seen his bronze-armored Dao soldiers' stone armor broken, especially in their home terrain, the underground. Lu Chen had no doubt that, if not for the underground advantage, his soldiers might not even get close to the beast. Still, their bodies are indestructible. They can withstand it. As long as the great demon rat couldn't break through the soldiers' defense, the prolonged struggle would surely end in its death. It's a shame I can't teach these bronze-armored Dao soldiers spells. With their innate mastery of earth and fire, they could unleash spells with maximum power, multiplying their strength several times over. Lu Chen felt a pang of regret. He had tried teaching them earth and fire spells, but it was futile. He could share his thoughts with the soldiers, and they would understand instantly, but he couldn't merge his consciousness with theirs to grasp their innate connection to fire and earth. Conversely, they couldn't learn his spells. Thus, despite their innate control over earth and fire, the bronze-armored Dao soldiers could only crudely manipulate earth power for brute attacks, unable to use spells that amplify a single unit of power into 10 or 12. Otherwise, in this earth-rich underground, a few powerful earth spells would have turned the great demon rat into a dead rodent long ago. Boom! Another spirit transformation demon rat was crushed to death by a bronze-armored Dao soldier. Boom! 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 Then the final 3 spirit transformation demon rats were also destroyed. At the same cultivation level, especially in their underground domain, the bronze-armored Dao soldiers were nearly invincible, killing these demon rats as easily as crushing chicks. Damn you! All you stone monsters deserve to die. The great demon rat went berserk, watching helplessly as its 5 companions were slain. All 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers now surrounded it. What infuriated the beast was their incredible resilience. It had unleashed its full power several times, trying to kill 2 soldiers first, but only shattered their earth-formed armor. The soldiers simply reformed it and continued their assault. These soldiers were like unbreakable iron men. You couldn't kill them, but they could kill you. The great demon rat realized that prolonging the fight would only lead to its own death. Roar! The next moment, the great demon rat seemed to enter a frenzy, emitting a tiger-like roar, its vast demonic aura tinged with blood. Boom! Its long tail lashed out, shattering a soldier's stone armor and sending it crashing deep into the earth. Another tail strike hit 3 soldiers who had gathered earth power into a river. Bang! The tail shattered the earth power, sending the 3 tumbling backward. But there were not just 4 soldiers, there were 15. As the tail flung 4 soldiers away, the remaining 11 merged into the earth, appearing beneath the great demon rat and firmly grasping its limbs. 2 soldiers seized its ears, while another, wrapped in mountain-like earth power, formed a fist and smashed into the beast's reddened eye. Sizzle! At the same moment, earth power surged into massive swords, sharp with sword intent, striking like lightning and piercing the other reddened eye. Lu Chen struck at the crucial moment, impaling the great demon rat. Squeak! The great demon rat shrieked in agony, thrashing violently, but the remaining soldiers unleashed their full power, bombarding it with earth energy until it was crushed to death on the spot. Dead rat 16 against 1, how could you not be overwhelmed by the swarm? Lu Chen stepped forward, meticulously inspecting all 15 of his bronze-armor Dao soldiers, only to find that they bore not a single scratch. Truly, the flesh is indestructible. Even the acupoint opening realm demon rat could not breach the defenses of my bronze-armor Dao soldiers, Lu Chen remarked with great delight. However, this was also due to being deep underground, which greatly enhanced the soldiers' power. Had the battle taken place above ground, the outcome might not have been so certain. Moreover, this great demon rat lacked formidable flying swords. Otherwise, the bronze-armor Dao soldiers might not have withstood the onslaught of an acupoint opening realm cultivator. I've heard that demon beasts at the acupoint opening realm can already condense a demon core. As the thought crossed Lu Chen's mind, a bronze armor Dao soldier stepped forward, brutally thrust its hand into the demon rat's skull, and pulled out a clay-yellow demon core the size of a goose egg. Lu Chen took it, examined it briefly, then had the soldier stuff it back into the rat's head. A demon core could also be used to nurture Dao soldiers, and combined with the rat's formidable physique, the effect would be even better. He did not linger and stored all 6 demon rat corpses into the immortal coffin of soldier nurturing. Glancing briefly, he saw that, within the coffin, the corpses of demon beasts had piled up like a mountain. A few were demon monkeys and wolves he had slain himself, while the remaining 100 or so were carcasses he had scavenged earlier at Mangyu Mountain. There were over 50 Qi condensation realm demon corpses, the rest were from the spirit transformation realm, and only the freshly killed great rat was at the acupoint opening realm. To nurture all 15 bronze armor Dao soldiers into silver armor ones, these demon beasts should be enough. Lu Chen was not entirely certain, but he guessed it might suffice. Without further delay, he sat atop one of the bronze armor Dao soldiers and traveled back to the sect through the earth. Interestingly, halfway through the underground journey, Lu Chen encountered a giant earthworm that had grown sentient, turning into a demon beast at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. But this worm was unlucky to cross paths with Lu Chen. The 15 bronze armor Dao soldiers encircled and slaughtered it without mercy. Pondering, Lu Chen suddenly recalled that this place seemed to be a small town called Qingshi Town. The Internal Affairs Hall had posted a mission about frequent tremors here, where woodcutters and hunters often fell into crevices and vanished. The official suspected an underground demon was at work, but many sect disciples sent to investigate had found nothing. Perfect. I'll take on the Qingshi Town demon-slaying mission when I get back and earn some merit points, Lu Chen said cheerfully as he departed. This external mission had been incredibly lucrative. Going to Wuguan County to slay demons, he encountered reckless rogue cultivators hunting Dongming Sect disciples. Then heading to Donghe County's Mangyu Mountain to investigate anomalies, he found a gathering of demons and a strange tree shaped like a green snake. The merit points from this were far higher than ordinary missions, and on top of that, Lu Chen had scavenged a pile of demon corpses. Another massive windfall. In Wuguan County, a shadowy figure like a specter moved silently through the crowd, unseen by anyone. He wore a cyan fox mask, was tall with hair streaked in black and white, tied up with a wooden hairpin, and dressed in a gray robe with white trim. With each casual step, he vanished from the street in an instant. He reappeared outside a small courtyard in the north of Wuguan County. Had Lu Chen been there, he would have recognized it as Captain Song's home, where the hunchbacked old man and old woman rogue cultivators who had tried to kill Dongming Sect disciples had met their end. The man in the cyan fox mask paused at the gate, then lightly raised his hand. 2 blurred phantoms drifted out from the courtyard and landed in his palm. Upon closer look, they were none other than the old man and woman whose heads had been severed by Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong. Already old and useless, he clenched his fist, crushing the 2 phantoms, then looked up toward Donghe County. The dragon transformation fruit over there should be nearly ripe by now. Dongming Sect, how will you handle this time? At the Dongming Sect's outer sect internal affairs hall, Lu Chen joined the queue of disciples picking up missions, and soon it was his turn. Steward Hu him turning in 2 missions. He called out, handing over 2 mission bamboo slips along with his identity token. Brother Lu, you're back. Hu Tai said, his usually stern face breaking into a smile as he took the slips. He first examined the one from Wuguan County. The heart's essence blood of 2 early spirit transformation realm demon monkeys, and 1 mid-spirit transformation realm demon wolf. Startled, he couldn't help but glance at Lu Chen a few times. Good heavens, still at Qi condensation perfection, yet he could slay spirit transformation realm demons consecutively. Demon beasts were unlike mindless spirit beasts. They were akin to cultivators and possessed formidable physiques. A cultivator of the same realm held little advantage against them. But Lu Chen had killed 3 in one go. Could his sword true intent have broken through again? Steward Hu wondered, puzzled. Was sword true intent so easy to advance? Of course not. If it were that simple, he himself would have long broken into the acupoint opening realm and roamed the cosmos, not stayed here as a steward. Shaking off distraction, Steward Hu began calculating 2 early spirit transformation demon monkeys 10 merit points. 1 early spirit transformation demon beast was worth 5 merit points. Not a small amount. Back when Lu Chen bought a peak Qi condensation iron armor demon bull from Zhousong, it cost 2 merit points each. Selling to the sect would fetch even less. An early spirit transformation beast was only 1 level above peak Qi condensation, so 5 merit points was decent. Plus the mid-spirit transformation demon wolf was worth 8 merit points, with 2 more for completing the mission, totaling 20 merit points. Just as Steward Hu was about to transfer the merit points to Lu Chen's token, he paused. Wait, Wuguan County demon slaying. Rogue cultivators hunting Dongming Sect disciples there. The enforcement hall said the disciple who helped kill those rogues in Wuguan County is Lu Chen. Good grief, Lu Chen had hit the jackpot with this mission. The enforcement hall had awarded 10 more merit points, meaning he earned 30 in total from this single task, equivalent to 30 mid-grade spirit stones or 3,000 low-grade ones. For other outer disciples, earning 30 merit points would require at least 10 missions and not simple ones at that. If it were missions worth only half or 1 merit point, it would take months to accumulate 30, since even easy tasks were hard to snatch with so many competitors. Finally, Steward, who took out the mission slip from Dongha County. It was an investigation task with only Lu Chen's detailed record of the situation at Mangniu Mountain. At first glance, Hu Tai's back straightened silently. After a second look, shock flooded his eyes. By the time he finished reading, he had leaped to his feet. A demon tiger suspected to have become a mountain lord, a giant python about to transform into a dragon, and a strange tree bearing green fruits like a snake spitting pearls. This. A major incident had occurred. No, it was Lu Chen who had rendered a great service. This matter is of great importance. As a mere steward, I fear I cannot set a specific merit reward for you, Brother Lu. Hu Tai gently shook the bamboo slip representing the mission at Mangniu Mountain in Dongha County and said, Brother Lu, return and wait. I believe good news will come soon. When it does, I will send you a message. As he spoke, Hu Tai took out his communication jade talisman and left his spiritual imprint for Lu Chen. Lu Chen had anticipated this. Mangniu Mountain harbored too many monsters, including a tiger that was suspected to have become a mountain lord, and a giant python on the verge of turning into a flood dragon. Hu Tai, a steward at the Tongqiao stage, truly lacked the authority to make such a decision. I appreciate your trouble, Steward Hu. Lu Chen clasped his fists. Then I await your good news. With that, he headed toward where Steward Zhou was. Hu Tai hurriedly took out a communication jade talisman and relayed the news brought back by Lu Chen to the higher-ups of the Internal Affairs Hall at the fastest speed. He had a premonition that this matter would not be simple and might even lead to a major incident. Inner Sect, Feilai Peak. The short, stout fifth elder with graying hair stared at the message from Hu Tai in his communication jade talisman. The more he read, the deeper his frown became. After a long while, he finally raised his brows in fury. A strange tree shaped like a green snake bearing green fruits like a snake spitting pearls. Damn it, who brought the dragon transformation fruit to Mangniu Mountain? The dragon transformation fruit was a sacred medicine for monsters rumored to allow one to transform into a dragon upon consumption. Of course, it was merely a legend and could not truly turn one into a dragon. However, if that giant python already showing signs of transforming into a flood dragon swallowed it, it would absolutely evolve into a flood dragon. Moreover, there was a tiger suspected of having become a mountain lord. If it could devour this dragon transformation fruit, its ascension to mountain lord would be certain, no longer just a suspicion. He pulled out his communication jade talisman, ready to send a message, but then put it away. With two such formidable monsters, how could an outer disciple venture deep into Mangniu Mountain and investigate everything clearly? And what's more, he returned to the sect safely. If it were an ordinary disciple, even the top Huajing stage disciples of the outer sect, let alone the Tonkia stage inner disciples, would have been devoured down to the bone by those monsters on the spot. This kid has something. The fifth elder couldn't help but take out the jade talisman and glance at it again. Lu Chen, that little fellow who broke through to the peak of condensation stage within 2 months of joining, and even comprehended the true meaning of the sword. He could be my personal disciple. This kid is extraordinary. Mingjing Peak and Dojin Peak will probably fight over him. Forget it, there's no need for me to join that commotion. He hurriedly transformed into a streak of light and flew straight toward Mingjing Peak. Naturally, Lu Chen knew nothing of all this. By now, he had arrived before Zhou. Brother Zhou, do you have any pills to assist in breaking through from condensation to Huajing? Zhou looked up in surprise at Lu Chen. Your qi is stable without any sign of emptiness. Your foundation is solid. Indeed, you are ready to attempt the breakthrough. He spoke with a hint of emotion. Not even 2 months ago, Lu Chen had broken into the late condensation stage, and now in less than 3 months, he was already prepared to advance to the Huajing stage. Such speed was indeed fast. So fast it was disheartening. Qi Spirit Pill, 40 merit points. With your foundation, it will be more than enough for the breakthrough. Zhou casually took out a jade bottle and shook it. Do you have enough merit points to buy it? He remembered that after Lu Chen had purchased the Ascension Pill and 10 mid-grade Spirit Stones last time, only 23 merit points remained on his Identity Jade token. He was unaware that Lu Chen had later gone to the 10,000 Methods Pavilion to exchange for a fire element technique, leaving him with only 13 merit points. Lu Chen handed over his Identity Jade token. Barely enough. 40 merit points was manageable. He had earned 30 merit points from the Wuguan County mission, and with the remaining 13 buying the Qi Spirit Pill would leave him with 3 merit points. Zhou smiled. You earn merit points quickly. After obtaining the pill, Lu Chen quickened his pace and returned to his small courtyard. He did not rush to swallow the Qi spirit pill. Instead, he focused his consciousness into the nourishing soldier immortal coffin. Brothers in bronze armor, eat your fill. With Lu Chen's permission, the 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, who had long been eager, wasted no time in beginning to absorb the mountain of monster corpses. The strengthening of the Dao soldiers would also be reflected back to Lu Chen, enhancing his physical body and slightly increasing his true qi. Therefore, Lu Chen only allowed the soldiers to absorb the monsters as nourishment when he was in seclusion. Under the full absorption of the 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, the pile of monster corpses, as high as a small hill, began to diminish. One by one, the condensation stage monster corpses turned to nothingness, absorbed completely by the soldiers. Then the Huajing stage monster corpses also began to decrease. Meanwhile, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, feeling the power fed back from the immortal coffin, continuously strengthening his physical body. It was not a surging, instantaneous improvement, but rather a steady, unceasing enhancement like a trickling stream following the pace of the bronze-armored soldiers. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes and let out a soft breath. I miscalculated. He had initially estimated that over 100 monster corpses would be enough for the 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers to advance to silver-armored Dao soldiers, but the result was not so. The bronze-armored soldiers remained bronzy-armored, only much stronger than before. They were very, very close to advancing to silver-armored soldiers, but still fell short. No matter. Once I break through to the Huajing stage, I'll go kill more monsters. Within the territory of Dongming Sect, there were plenty of monster resource points, some even with Tonkia stage monsters, but none at the Xuanfa stage. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, calming his mind. He sat back down and closed his eyes. Next, break through condensation and enter Huajing. Opening the jade bottle, he poured out a round emerald green pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, a vast medicinal power spread through Lu Chen's body, rushing into his Qi and Dantian, then into all the meridians throughout his body. For a moment, Lu Chen felt as if the true Qi within him had turned into a blazing fire, scorching and hot. In contrast, his true Qi began to collapse and condense continuously. As he circulated the chaos indestructible scripture, it gradually transformed into another level. What is the Huajing stage? The Huajing stage represents a transformation in the level of power. The condensation stage condenses true Qi, turning emptiness into substance. The Huajing stage, on the other hand, converts true Qi into spiritual power, which is fundamentally different from true Qi. A single strand of spiritual power can easily defeat 10 strands of true Qi, or even 100. This is not an exaggeration, the gap between them is immense. The reason Lu Chen could easily kill Huajing stage monsters with his condensation stage strength was due to his Dao soldiers, not his own power. Dao soldiers possess neither true Qi nor spiritual power. Their strength lies in their formidable physiques and immense power, making them comparable to body cultivators. The difference is that Dao soldiers also command the power of earth and fire, allowing them to manipulate the forces of nature, thus making them even more powerful. Even when facing higher stage monsters, they could rely on their robust bodies to engage in direct physical combat. Boom! It was as if an invisible shackle had been broken. The true Qi within Lu Chen's body had completely vanished, replaced by an extraordinarily powerful spiritual energy. At the Huajing stage, my nourishing soldier immortal coffin can nurture 10 more Dao soldiers. Indeed, each minor breakthrough in the condensing Qi realm allowed for 5 more Dao soldiers to be nurtured. As one's cultivation advanced to the spirit transformation realm, that number increased to 10. It wasn't merely a matter of gaining 10 more Dao soldiers upon breaking through from condensing Qi to spirit transformation. From then on, every subsequent stage, mid-stage, latest stage, within the spirit transformation realm granted an additional 10. This was Lu Chen's true hidden card. His own cultivation level accounted for only a fraction of his full strength. The Dao soldiers nurtured within the immortal coffin of soldier nurturing constituted the greater part. Currently, he had 15 bronze armor Dao soldiers within the coffin, and they were on the verge of advancing to silver armor Dao soldiers. If he could nurture 10 more, that would bring the total to 25. Even Lu Chen himself found it hard to imagine how formidable 25 Dao soldiers would be. Previously, at the peak of condensing Qi, he had managed to surround and kill a giant rat demon of the meridian opening realm, 2 major realms above him, using only 15 bronze armor Dao soldiers. If those soldiers were upgraded to silver armor and increased to 25, it was unimaginable how swiftly that giant rat demon would have perished. A pity I lack enough seeds. Lu Chen lamented with a hint of regret. Now that he had entered the spirit transformation realm, the 15 Dao soldiers he had previously nurtured were nearing the limit of bronze armor, ready to ascend to silver armor at any moment. Given his current conditions, if he wished to nurture more Dao soldiers, he naturally wouldn't settle for bronze armor using random spirit transformation beasts or spirits. If he were to nurture, it would be silver armor Dao soldiers. Silver armor Dao soldiers commanded the three great powers of earth, fire, and water, boasting superior physical strength and might. Whether on land within volcanoes or amidst rivers, lakes, and seas, they would not only lack flaws but would also have their strength amplified, surpassing bronze armor Dao soldiers by a significant margin. Correspondingly, they were equivalent to the Meridian Opening Realm. It could be said that once he nurtured silver armor Dao soldiers, Lu Chen would roam unhindered within the Meridian Opening Realm. Not to mention demonic beasts. Even cultivators wielding spiritual artifacts and spells would be crushed. If one silver armor Dao soldier couldn't prevail, what about 10? What about 20? They would overwhelm you through sheer numbers. Of course, Lu Chen didn't yet have the means, as he lacked sufficient demonic beasts. Fortunately, he had previously used bronze armor Dao soldiers to surround and kill a giant rat demon at the Meridian Opening Realm, which was perfect for nurturing silver armor Dao soldiers. With a thought, the corpse of the giant rat demon within the immortal coffin of soldier nurturing began the process of nurturing a Dao soldier, though the speed was slow. It was estimated that at least 3 hours would be needed to fully nurture a silver armor Dao soldier. Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry and could wait patiently. He had already planned his next move. Once this silver armor Dao soldier was nurtured, he would take on a mission involving Meridian Opening Realm demonic beasts. After hunting enough beasts to nurture a full contingent of silver armor Dao soldiers, he would advance to the inner sect. As he pondered this, a shout came from outside his dwelling. "Is junior brother Lu Chen present?" The voice was clear and melodious, belonging to a woman with a hint of boldness. Whose voice was that? It sounded unfamiliar. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then stepped out of the house and opened the courtyard gate. There stood a woman in black robes, strikingly pretty with exceptionally bright, sparkling eyes. Her long hair was tied up in a simple black crown, resembling a high ponytail. She had a slender figure, no trace of excess flesh, even in her fitted attire, and her chest was pert and full, quite eye-catching. What was particularly striking was that this young woman was not of a gentle disposition. She exuded a bold and forthright aura like a female knight from stories. Moreover, her strength seemed formidable. Even though Lu Chen had entered the early stage of spirit transformation, he couldn't gauge her cultivation at all. By conservative estimate, she was at least in the mid-stage of Meridian Opening or higher. Seeing Lu Chen emerge, the woman's eyes also lit up slightly. He was young, handsome, with a touch of heroic spirit, clad in blue robes, tall in stature, with star-like eyes that were both striking and composed, giving a warm yet masculine impression. "So you are Lu Chen, junior brother Lu?" the woman said, looking him over. "I come from the enforcement hall of Mingjing Peak. My surname is Xian, given name Qi." She paused and asked directly, "Was it you who investigated the situation at Donghe County and Mangyu Mountain?" So that was why she had come. Lu Chen nodded in response. "Indeed." Xian Qi turned her hand and produced a bamboo slip. "This is the reward from the sect for your mission, 50 good deeds. Take this to the Internal Affairs Hall to redeem it." Good heavens, 50 good deeds. This was even higher than the reward for slaying demons at Wuguan County, and with the help of Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong killing 2 rogue cultivators. Lu Chen quickly clasped his fists. "Thank you for making the trip, senior sister Xian." He took the bamboo slip. 50 good deeds were enough to exchange for some pills for cultivation. Xian Qi waved her hand, her bright eyes fixed on Lu Chen. "I heard from junior brothers Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong that your earth element spells are extremely powerful, especially gathering earth into soldiers, which stands out. When you were at the peak of condensing Qi, your earth-formed soldiers could cross major realms to slay a mid-stage spirit transformation demon wolf. Is that true?" Those 2 big mouths, Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong. How annoying. That wasn't gathering earth into soldiers at all. It was his bronze armor Dao soldiers. Moreover, Lu Chen wasn't ready to reveal his Dao soldiers just yet, as they were tied to his companion treasure, the immortal coffin of soldier nurturing. After a moment's thought, he braced himself and said, "It's true." Xian Qi's already bright eyes grew even more luminous. "It seems junior brother has a profound understanding of the true essence of earth. Come spar with me, senior sister. I too have some skill in earth element spells and can use gathering earth into soldiers. Don't worry, I won't suppress you with my cultivation level. Well, only compete in the art of gathering earth into soldiers." The art of gathering earth into soldiers could only be performed by those who had comprehended the true essence of earth. Upon reaching the Meridian Opening Realm, one must cultivate through understanding true essences, or else their spirit would be insufficient and their strength would stagnate. Xian Qi was at least at the late stage of Meridian Opening, meaning her earth true essence had reached at least the 2nd level. Lu Chen's earth true essence was also at that level, at best on par with Xian Qi. He himself didn't know if such a level of true essence could allow him to slay a mid-stage spirit transformation demon wolf at the peak of condensing Qi, because he had never used gathering earth into soldiers in combat. How could he possibly know? He didn't know, but Xian Qi certainly did. If the 2nd level of earth true essence wasn't enough to support such a feat, then his claim of killing the demon wolf with gathering earth into soldiers would be exposed as a lie seen through by Xian Qi on the spot. Damn it, Zhong Bingsong. I brought you along to earn merits and you bring me trouble? Fine, next time there's a good opportunity you won't get even a whiff of it. Lu Chen cursed Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong inwardly, then turned to Xian Qi with a bright smile. To receive guidance from senior sister is my honor. With that, he suddenly sank into the ground, silently summoned a bronze armor Dao soldier, and quickly gathered earth power to form a stone armor around himself. When he reappeared before Xian Qi, he was accompanied by a stone giant nearly 3 meters tall. Senior sister, please. Xian Qi gazed in astonishment at Lu Chen's maneuver, a flicker of confusion passing through her bright eyes. Why would junior brother Lu burrow underground to execute the earthly soldier summoning technique? Could it be that casting the technique this way makes it more potent? Noted. The thought flashed through Xian Qi's mind. Junior brother, wait for me. With that, Xian Qi swiftly sank into the earth. When she reappeared, a towering stone giant stood beside her. Even larger than Lu Chen's bronze armor soldier, reaching over 3.5 meters, exceeding a zhang. It resembled the bronze armor soldier clad in stone armor, but with an even more oppressive presence. Lu Chen's lips twitched slightly as he casually gave a sick sign. We can begin now, Xian Qi said, pointing at her stone giant that towered over a zhang. Without a word, the bronze armor soldier stomped the ground, charging like thunder, and ferociously attacked Xian Qi's stone giant. In the same instant, the stone giant swung its fist like a drumbeat, its strength immense, as if carrying a mountain. Boom! A deafening crash echoed like colliding mountains. With the first blow, the bronze armor soldier shattered the stone giant's arm. Boom! Seizing the advantage, the bronze armor soldier lunged again, gripping the stone giant's head and tearing it off in one swift motion. In a blur, it struck from above, smashing the stone giant into a pile of rubble. It was swift and decisive, ending in an instant. The bronze armor soldier silently sank back into the earth, vanishing. The courtyard was left with only shattered stones and a stunned Xian Qi. She seemed yet to comprehend, her bright eyes staring blankly at the scattered debris, then at the spot where the bronze armor soldier had disappeared. Finally, she turned to Lu Chen, who looked somewhat bored. She opened her mouth, then closed it. She opened it again, only to close it once more. At last, she couldn't hold back. Your earthly soldier summoning. I mean, your technique. Well, never mind. By the end, Xian Qi seemed utterly drained, as if deeply demoralized. Lu Chen knew what she wanted to say. It was simply, why is it that with the same technique your earth soldier armor is so different from mine? In comparison, Xian Qi's earthly soldier summoning was like a big clumsy muggle, while Lu Chen's bronze armor soldier was akin to a savage dragon from the wild depths. Immensely powerful, brutally efficient, and astonishingly swift. It was nothing like a mindless stone golem formed purely from earth energy. To this, Lu Chen could only snicker. Hey, I didn't even dare show you the truly unique part. His bronze armor soldier also commanded earth and fire elements. If it were to truly fight, it would be far from the friendly display just now. Yes, friendly. Because the bronze armor soldier had only revealed less than a fifth of its true power. Ordinary earthly soldier summoning techniques couldn't control earth and fire, nor did they possess such astonishing combat instincts. The earthly soldier summoning technique, in essence, was a minor spell. It was useful against mindless beasts or as a shield, but expecting it to vanquish demons and engage in magical combat was asking too much of this humble art. Yet the technique wasn't limited to forming a single earth soldier or a humanoid shape. One could conjure dragons, tigers, or leopards with no upper limit on quantity, as long as one's strength sufficed. Xian Qi had only wanted to compare their mastery, so she had summoned a single earth soldier. But the result was brutal. Her technique was utterly crushed by Lu Chen's bronze armor soldier, leaving her questioning her very existence. How could the same spell yield such a vast difference between two people? Why, Lu Chen is just a newly advanced spirit transformation realm disciple, not even an inner sect member. And I, even within the inner sect, am no nobody. I'm a renowned meridian unblocking peak cultivator. One more step and I could enter the mystic lower realm Rome, the starry cosmos, and even compete for the title of direct disciple on bright mirror peak of the Dongming Sect. Even in the ancestral lands of the Dongming Sect, deep in the stars, I have a place. Yet in my strongest field, earth techniques, in being outshone by this unknown outer sect junior brother, my earth true intent isn't at the second level but the third, a level only mystic lower realm cultivators can touch. Could Lu Chen's earth true intent have reached the fourth level? Acknowledged. Lu Chen coughed lightly as he saw the light fade from Xian Qi's bright eyes. Xian Qi hummed for a long while before finally stealing her gaze. Teach me. Lu Chen was speechless. What can I teach? Should I teach you to be born with a nurturing soldier immortal coffin? This is a bronze armor soldier, not an earthly soldier summoning. Sorry, I can't teach this, Lu Chen refused. Xian Qi blinked her bright eyes humbly. I can pay. Lu Chen remained unmoved. Spirit stones. Merit points. Faced with this bold yet strikingly beautiful senior sister, who now looked utterly meek, Lu Chen stayed indifferent. Can beauty feed you? Of course not. The secret of the nurturing soldier immortal coffin must not be exposed no matter who asks. But this senior sister seemed stubborn, unwilling to give up until she got her way. Lu Chen said sternly, "This is my ultimate secret art not to be passed on." Xianqi blinked her bright eyes, looked around to ensure no one was there, then sneakily approached Lu Chen. "If it comes to that, I can become your disciple. Outside you call me senior sister, in private I call you master. How about that?" Lu Chen's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. "We'll each have our own terms, huh?" His face fell as he earnestly explained, "I really can't teach it. It's a talent. Something innate. You understand, right?" Xianqi looked resistant, her beautiful face almost screaming, "Do you take me for a fool? 7 big words. I'm telling you, if I could beat you, I'd have my soldier throw you out right now, you know." Lu Chen's mind raced. This senior sister was hard to fool. He needed a clever way to get rid of her. "Fine, come clean. Junior brother, this technique of mine isn't actually the earthly soldier summoning art." Before he could finish, a glint of wisdom sparkled in Xianqi's bright eyes. She clapped her hands. "I knew it. How could the earthly soldier summoning be this powerful? Teach me now." Lu Chen interrupted, "Let me finish. This grand technique was actually passed down to me by a mysterious existence whose name cannot be spoken." Changing his tone, Lu Chen began to play the victim. "Senior sister, you know how terrifying the will of such an existence can be. If I were to pass this technique on without permission, that mysterious figure would take my life. You wouldn't want to see me lose my life for nothing, would you?" Xianqi's bright, beautiful eyes swept over Lu Chen repeatedly. Could his words be trusted? Of course not. From start to finish, Lu Chen had changed his story 3 times, and with each variation his expression shifted accordingly. His acting was superb, but Xianqi did not believe him. Yet there was one thing that could be believed, and deduced the spell was highly unlikely to be the earth coagulation soldier's technique. It was probably taught to him by a powerful cultivator from outside the sect. As for the nonsense about a mysterious, unnameable entity, and that teaching it to others would cost him his life, Xianqi dismissed it. Still, since the spell was not originally Lu Chen's, teaching it to her would indeed be improper. At least there were a few truths mixed in, and not every word was a lie. Xianqi smiled, knowingly convinced she had seen through most of Lu Chen's deception, if not all. "Very well, since it was taught by a master, I won't press you further, junior brother. Farewell." Xianqi waved her hand, not bothering to expose Lu Chen's web of lies, and turned to leave without hesitation. It was a stark contrast to her earlier relentless persistence. Unfortunately, Xianqi had no idea that not even half a word of Lu Chen's 10 sentences was true. Indeed, not even half. In his entire speech, the only thing that came close was the character soldier in Earth Coagulation Soldiers. Watching senior sister Xianqi stride away, Lu Chen let out a long breath but remained wary. That senior sister Xianqi left too freely. She's probably plotting something else. He'll have to be on guard against her. Moreover, when he eventually joined the inner sect, he must never choose Bright Mirror Peak. Otherwise, staying on the same peak as Xianqi would mean no peace. Taking a moment to check the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, he saw that the demon rat's corpse had still not been refined into a silver armor Dao soldier. Lu Chen then headed to the affairs hall, first exchanging the bamboo slip Xianqi had given him for 50 merit points, then spending 45 of them on 3 purple spirit pills to aid cultivation in the Qi transformation realm. Each purple spirit pill cost 15 merit points, and 45 vanished in an instant. Adding the 3 points he had left from before, he now had only 8 merit points remaining. Out of merit points again. Lu Chen sighed. Cultivation was not something one could achieve alone through sheer will. With his mediocre talent and his innate treasure, without the aid of pills and medium-grade spirit stones, he would still be stuck at the late stage of Qi condensation. A stable cultivation path leading to the Qi transformation realm would have taken at least 2 or 3 years. Once he reached Qi transformation, the time required would increase exponentially. Ultimately, cultivation was about seizing the wonders of heaven and earth to forge oneself. A gradual and extremely slow process. It was only through pills and medium-grade spirit stones that Lu Chen had shortened this process. In truth, pills themselves were formed from the various spiritual herbs of heaven and earth. Those herbs absorbed the world's spiritual energy, and spirit stones were naturally condensed from that same energy. All were the natural wonders of the universe. If I become an inner disciple now, I should receive a reward from the sect which will be enough for my cultivation needs for a while. Lost in thought, Lu Chen had already returned to his small courtyard. The silver armor Dao soldier is almost ready. He also needed to prepare water element spells. Previously, when his iron armor Dao soldier evolved into a bronze armor Dao soldier, and when he cultivated 5 bronze armor Dao soldiers, he had seized the brief moment when his mind merged with the soldiers to comprehend the earth and fire elements they naturally commanded. This allowed him to advance his earth essence to the 2nd level and grasp fire essence at the 1st level. This time with 15 bronze armor Dao soldiers evolving into silver armor ones and 10 more silver armor Dao soldiers to be cultivated, he had an even greater opportunity. He aimed to elevate his earth essence to the 3rd or even 4th level, ensure his fire essence reached at least the 2nd level, and also comprehend the water essence that silver armor Dao soldiers could command. So far Lu Chen had only practiced earth and fire spells. Water spells remained unprepared. Unfortunately, the Dao soldiers did not command the sword path, or else his sword essence could also advance. The sword path emphasized slaughter and possessed the most formidable killing power. Lu Chen had no intention of abandoning it. Once he entered the inner sect, he would find time to cultivate sword techniques to attain a higher level of sword essence. The Dao soldiers were important, but his own strength could not be neglected. As he planned his future cultivation path, the nurturing soldier immortal coffin in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled slightly. Lu Chen sensed it. The silver armor Dao soldier is complete. A mysterious feedback force surged from the immortal coffin, dispersing through his limbs and bones, his internal organs gradually strengthening his physical body and increasing his power. Overjoyed, he immediately sat cross-legged and sank his mind into the immortal coffin to seize the moment for enlightenment. As expected, the instant the silver armor Dao soldier was formed, Lu Chen once again merged with it, feeling the earth, fire, and water forces it commanded. The silver armor Dao soldier's innate advantages are growing greater. Although the earth and fire forces the Dao soldiers commanded could not be measured precisely by essence levels, he could roughly judge that the bronze armor Dao soldier's earth power had reached the 4th or 5th level of essence, while the fire essence was slightly weaker, not exceeding the 3rd level. The silver armor Dao soldiers were even stronger. In terms of earth essence, they had likely reached the 5th level rather than merely touching it. The moment Lu Chen merged with the silver armor Dao soldier, he felt a profound resonance with the weight of earth essence, the blazing intensity of fire essence, and the encompassing nature of water essence, as if his very soul had been elevated. His essence comprehension surged rapidly. This process lasted only about a quarter of an hour before it ended. Yet even so, Lu Chen's earth essence had risen a notch, reaching the peak of the 2nd level, on the verge of breaking into the 3rd. His fire and water essences, however, had not been deeply contemplated and showed little change. No rush. There are many more opportunities. Lu Chen opened his eyes, suppressing the restlessness within. For now, only 1 silver armor Dao soldier had been raised. There would be 9 more to cultivate, and 15 bronze armor Dao soldiers would evolve into silver armor ones. All were his chances. Next, he would examine the newly formed silver armor Dao soldier. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the soldier from the immortal coffin materialized before him. It stood nearly 3 zhang tall, over 3 meters, towering over Lu Chen by half a body. Its entire form was silver white, as if forged from metal, with an astonishingly robust build. One arm alone was thicker than Shen Qi's waist. Its face remained featureless, yet vaguely resembled Lu Chen's own. He summoned his flying sword, unleashing a fierce sword intent, and lightly slashed at the silver armor Dao soldier's arm. The blade emitted a harsh grating screech of metal friction, as if striking an indestructible vajra. Excellent! Lu Chen's eyes blazed. He pushed his spiritual energy and sword intent to their peak, cleaving through the air with a resonant clang that landed on the soldier's arm. Still, it remained as unbreakable as diamond, its skin unblemished. Such a physique. Even a newly ascended mystic law realm expert might not be able to harm it. Lu Chen marveled. He had used his full strength, even unleashing the pinnacle of his sword essence, yet the silver armor Dao soldier had not even budged, let alone used earth force for defense. Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of the silver armor Dao soldier. Time to take it out for a spin. Withdrawing his flying sword and Dao soldiers, Lu Chen made his way directly to the Internal Affairs Hall. He needed to accept a mission and leave the sect primarily to hunt more demonic beasts to nurture his silver-armored Dao soldiers, while also enabling the 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers to advance. The number of demonic beasts required for this might be substantial, so purchasing them with merit points was out of the question. He lacked sufficient merit. He could only rely on Lu Chen himself to hunt them down. Well, it was the Dao soldiers who would do the killing. As mature Dao soldiers, they should be self-sufficient. After spending nearly half an hour with Steward Hu Tai at the Internal Affairs Hall, Lu Chen finally left the sect. This time the mission he accepted was to go to Spirit Cliff Mountain and collect 10 pairs of white-scaled elephant tusks, rewarding 8 merit points. Moreover, Spirit Cliff Mountain was home to demonic beasts at the Meridian opening stage. Another noteworthy point was that on his way back to the sect, Lu Chen had encountered a peak chi transformation stage demonic earthworm in Qingstone Town. Initially, he had intended to find and accept that mission for some merit points, but it had already been taken by an outer disciple named Liang Ping, so Lu Chen had to let it go. He wondered whether Liang Ping had simply stumbled upon easy merit or if he would be unable to complete the mission at all. After all, the mission target had already been slain by Lu Chen along the way, and the demonic corpse had been fully absorbed as nourishment by his bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Forget it, this mission was no longer his concern. It was far more interesting to take his Dao soldiers out for some self-reliance. As usual, he burrowed underground, riding atop the newly nurtured silver-armored Dao soldier as it moved with astonishing speed. The distance from Dongming Sect to Spirit Cliff Mountain was 1,000 li, but before the silver-armored Dao soldier's swift travel, it took less than an hour to arrive. Lu Chen summoned all 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers, and the one silver-armored Dao soldier swaggering directly up Spirit Cliff Mountain. As soon as they entered Spirit Cliff Mountain, one of the bronze-armored Dao soldiers silently burrowed underground, emerging beneath an iron-toothed goat. It seized the goat by the head, dragged it underground, and killed it with 2 punches. The speed was astonishing. What followed was almost a complete sweep. Whenever a demonic beast appeared, a Dao soldier would step forward and easily slay it. Even when encountering pack beasts, they were equally overrun, requiring no effort from Lu Chen. During this time, Lu Chen encountered several fellow Dongming Sect disciples also undertaking missions on Spirit Cliff Mountain, all of whom cast the most shocked glances at him. Good heavens! Outer disciples doing missions on Spirit Cliff Mountain were always cautious, terrified of disturbing a meridian opening stage beast. But Lu Chen swaggered in openly. Hunting demonic beasts was as simple as slaughtering chickens and dogs. Lu Chen didn't even need to lift a finger. Those stone soldiers cleared them out in no time. This wasn't a mission. He might as well be sightseeing. Lu Chen made no conversation, merely nodding in greeting before continuing his sweep. Soon the mountain echoed with the roars and screams of demonic beasts, which quickly faded. After about half an hour, Lu Chen suddenly halted, his eyes gleaming. Finally, a meridian opening stage beast. It was a crimson flame ferocious tiger born with mastery over blazing fire, its tail like a steel whip. A graze would wound, a touch meant death. It was an extremely ferocious beast. Even Qi transformation stage disciples dared not provoke it. But Lu Chen dared, or rather his Dao soldiers dared. Don't damage it, keep the corpse intact. At Lu Chen's command, the 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers and the silver-armored Dao soldier surged forward, engulfing the crimson flame ferocious tiger amid earth-shaking roars. Flames erupted, but they had no effect on the Dao soldiers, for both bronze-armored and silver-armored Dao soldiers wielded control over fire elemental power. Such flames were insignificant. Led by the silver-armored Dao soldier, they rumbled as they pried open the Earth's terrestrial power beneath, forming a massive earthen hand that pinned the crimson flame ferocious tiger down. Despite the tiger's furious roars and torrents of blazing flames, it could not break free from the earthen hand. What plunged the beast into despair was that the silver-armored Dao soldier silently merged into the hand, reappearing astride the tiger's back, delivering 2 thudding iron fist blows that left the tiger dazed. As the 15 bronze-armored Dao soldiers converged in a coordinated assault, raining blow after blow, the meridian opening stage tiger had no chance to resist and was beaten to death on the spot by the swarm of Dao soldiers. Meridian opening stage. Not so tough after all. Lu Chen stepped forward, stowing the intact demonic corpse of the crimson flame ferocious tiger into his nurturing soldier immortal coffin, then continued his ascent. By now, his nurturing soldier immortal coffin was piled high with various demonic beast corpses, all at least at the Qi transformation stage. Beasts at the Qi condensation stage no longer interested him. 8 more meridian opening stage beasts to go. As for the white-scaled elephants required for the mission, he had already killed several and collected 6 pairs of tusks. Another hour later, near the mountaintop, Lu Chen stepped forward lightly and stored the corpse of a giant canine beast over a zhonglong into his nurturing soldier immortal coffin, the 7th meridian opening stage beast. Press on with greater effort, the more the better. Beasts of this level were prime nourishment for raising his Dao soldiers. Next, Lu Chen and his 16 Dao soldiers swept through like a plague of locusts from the base to the summit, then turned and ravaged from the peak back down to the foot, reaping a bountiful harvest. They had slain a full 18 meridian opening stage demonic beasts, and nearly 150 at the Qi transformation stage. Lu Chen even suspected that the already scarce meridian opening stage beasts on Spirit Cliff Mountain had been completely wiped out by his Dao soldiers. After several sweeps, he found no more, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. Time to pack up. With enough demonic beasts, it was time to return to the sect and nurture his silver-armored Dao soldier. Just as Lu Chen was about to burrow away, he abruptly looked up toward the mountainside, where a blood-colored sword light soared into the sky, exuding fierce, baleful energy, accompanied by what seemed like ghostly wails. Wait, those aren't Dongming Sect disciples. Lu Chen's heart stirred, recalling the 3 fellow disciples Ma Qi and Yu Xiaoxuan he had encountered during a mission at Twilight Mist Mountain. Those 3, whom he had met only once, had already perished under the swords of unknown rogue cultivators. Later, Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong from the Mingjing Peak Law Enforcement Hall had specifically sought him out, informing Lu Chen that some reckless rogue cultivators were hunting Dongming Sect disciples. Lu Chen had also encountered 2 old rogue cultivators in Wuguan County, but he had lured them out using himself as bait and killed them. Now he witnessed a similar scene. After a moment's hesitation, he gestured and 10 bronze-armored Dao soldiers burrowed underground, quickly reaching the mountainside beneath the sword light. Through the vision of the bronze-armored Dao soldiers, Lu Chen saw formidable rogue cultivators exuding astonishing auras. One wielding a blood-bathed, baleful sword. Another brandished a ghost banner with 100 specters sweeping across the sky. A third released 2 black-haired zombies, their corpse energy rolling thickly. But to Lu Chen's surprise, no Dongming Sect disciples were being killed. These 3 rogue cultivators of deviant paths were themselves entangled by 3 meridian opening stage inner disciples of Dongming Sect. So the sect was prepared all along. He had nearly forgotten. Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong had previously told Lu Chen to take on missions in areas with demonic beast resources within the sect precisely to lure out those reckless rogue cultivators. Now it seemed the sect had never relaxed its vigilance, continuously fishing with bait in these places. These reckless loose cultivators have indeed stumbled into a deadly situation. Well, Lu Chen had no intention of intervening, since the inner disciples had already caught the fish. Capturing these loose cultivators should pose little problem. It was more practical for him to return to the sect to nurture his Dao soldiers. Just as he was about to recall the 10 copper-armored Dao soldiers he had sent out to assess the situation, Lu Chen suddenly froze. He saw that the 10 copper-armored Dao soldiers beneath the ground had their eyes glowing brightly, fixated on the 2 black-haired zombies, and the numerous malevolent spirits howling in the air and powerful desires were continuously transmitted to Lu Chen's heart. The meaning was simple: good stuff, want to eat black-haired zombies. And those evil spirits too. You have quite a wild taste. Lu Chen fell into contemplation. If the Dao soldiers wanted to eat it, meant that it was undoubtedly good stuff, so they could eat it. The problem was, eating zombies was one thing, but why not spare the ghosts? Though he couldn't comprehend it, Lu Chen expressed his support. Free good stuff was too good to pass up. After some thought, he took the remaining 5 copper-armored Dao soldiers and a silver-armored Dao soldier to burrow underground. Of course he wouldn't show favoritism. The 10 copper-armored Dao soldiers who went first deserved their share, and the 6 beside him could not be left out. In an instant they reached halfway up the mountain, yet Lu Chen did not reveal himself. He could not see the situation on the surface from beneath the ground, but the Dao soldiers, naturally adept at manipulating earth, could. He utilized their vision to closely observe the center of the battle. 3 loose cultivators at the connecting aperture realm, all sinister and malevolent in appearance, among them an old man with a skull-like face who held a ghost banner, his eye sockets deep-set, looking exceptionally terrifying. The guy raising the black-haired zombies was not much better, with yellow teeth and green eyes surrounded by a ghastly aura. He looked neither human nor ghost, with disheveled hair. The only one who looked somewhat normal was a burly man wielding a bloodthirsty flying sword with eyes as red as blood, completely bald, even lacking eyebrows, exuding a fierce and terrifying aura. The 3 inner disciples engaged in the battle wore long azure robes, and upon closer inspection one could see a small flying sword embroidered on the white trim of their collars. So it's the senior brothers from Sword Duel Peak. One of the inner sect's strongest fighters is indeed from Sword Duel Peak, along with Mingjing Peak. The difference lies in the fact that Mingjing Peak's law enforcement hall deals with both internal and external matters. In contrast, Sword Duel Peak only deals with external matters, and any disciple casually picked from Sword Duel Peak possesses terrifying killing power, and none have hands free of enemy blood. While it may be that within the sect the law enforcement hall of Mingjing Peak's reputation instills fear among the disciples outside the sect, it is the disciples of Sword Duel Peak who are the true killing geniuses. Anyone opposed to Dongming Sect knows the name of Sword Duel Peak. Among the 3 Sword Duel Peak disciples, one appeared young, yet a deep furrow across his forehead made him look both old and young, a striking feature. He transformed his body into a sword exuding a sharp radiance, and astonishing sword chi surged forth, causing the bloodthirsty flying sword to emit continuous wails. The second was a young giant nearly 2 meters tall, his physique like an iron tower, yet his features bore a certain naivete. However, the battle intent in his eyes was astonishing, and his iron fists unleashed unmatched strength, sending the 2 black-haired zombies reeling. The last was a young woman with fair skin, yet her features bore no standout qualities, her demeanor ethereal. With swift hand seals she moved so fast she appeared as mere afterimages, and thunderous power flickered in her palms as she exterminated the malevolent spirits. The killing talents of Sword Duel Peak actually resort to such ambushes and treachery, truly shameless. The skull-like old man glared at the fair-skinned woman, performing hand seals, his eyes sunken and filled with rage. Does it mean that only you remnants can freely kill our sect's weaker disciples, while we of Sword Duel Peak are not allowed to retaliate? Such logic does not exist in this world. The fair-skinned woman spoke coolly. Before her words faded, she suddenly opened her mouth, releasing a torrent of azure flames which transformed into a sword flashing like lightning, and suddenly pierced through the old man's shoulder. "Ah, you treacherous ambusher! You shall pay for this!" The skeletal old man cried out in pain, nearly dropping the ghost banner from his grasp. The The fair-skinned woman was about to provoke him further, causing him to reveal a larger flaw, when suddenly a faint voice whispered in her ear. "Senior sister, I have a method to counter his ghost banner. Hold him off." "Is there still a Dongming Sect disciple present? Who is it?" The fair-skinned woman remained unperturbed, her thoughts fleeting past as if nothing had occurred. At the same moment, beneath the ground, a tremendous force of earth manifested as swirling clouds of dust shooting skyward. Among the swirling sands, over 10 towering stone figures could be faintly seen charging towards the howling malevolent spirits. Though he could not see clearly, it was evident that the 10 towering stone figures devoured the ghosts, each one consumed faster than the last. In the blink of an eye, the once fearsome horde of ghosts had vanished completely, and the ghostly howls faded into silence. Fast, too fast. So fast that the skeletal old man had yet to react before the ghost banner in his hand had completely dimmed, rebounding fiercely, causing him to spit out a mouthful of reverse blood, roaring. "Who ruined my 100 ghost banner?" He felt a mix of shock and anger, even a tinge of fear. What in the world were those stone figures in the swirling dust? How could they swallow even the malevolent spirits he had crafted from the living? Were they perhaps even more fearsome entities? However, before the skeletal old man could fully comprehend everything, in his shock and anger, a sword of azure flame accompanied by the roar of thunder came forth, instantly piercing through his skull and pinning him to the ground. At that same moment, the swirling dust was drawn back beneath the ground, taking with it the indistinct stone figures that vanished from sight. "Senior brother, I have a method to deal with this black-haired zombie. Do not make a fuss. Just go kill the one controlling the corpses and leave the black-haired zombie to me." A faint voice unexpectedly rang in the ear of the young giant, towering like an iron tower. The giant, reminiscent of an iron tower, felt a stir within. He had clearly seen the scene of the horde of ghosts being swallowed. In an instant, he realized that he had assistance from a fellow disciple. Without making a sound, he unleashed astonishing strength, both fists striking out, resembling mountains in motion, their momentum akin to thunder arriving like a flash, and with a resounding boom, he sent the 2 black-haired zombies flying. At that moment, he suddenly abandoned the 2 black-haired zombies, taking swift steps as if shrinking the earth beneath him, and instantly charged towards the corpse-raising man with yellow teeth and green eyes. He was a body-refining practitioner, unmatched in close combat skills, invincible to any chi-refining practitioner who was close to him. Even those with a cultivation level higher by 1 or 2 realms could be torn apart by him, more ferocious than the savage beasts of the great wilderness. Roar! The 2 black-haired zombies that had been struck aloft roared in fury, rising from the ground and attempting to attack the giant once more. At that moment, beneath the ground, enormous hands wrapped in rock reached out, grabbing the 2 black-haired zombies. Their terrifying strength was even more astonishing than the indestructible black-haired zombies. With a single tug, they swiftly pulled the 2 black-haired zombies deep into the ground, silencing them completely. Eft! The corpse-raising man with yellow teeth and green eyes spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, shouting in shock and anger. "Who annihilated my black-haired zombies? You shall?" The curse barely escaped his lips when the towering figure charged in with a blur, landing a devastating punch that shattered the head of the corpse keeper. The last remaining rogue, a bald man with red eyes and no eyebrows who rode the bloodthirsty flying sword, was gripped by terror, who struck from the shadows. In an instant, the ghostly Taoist and the corpse keeper, who had only slightly been at a disadvantage, were both slain on the spot. The most frightening part was that even the ghostly entities they had painstakingly refined over a lifetime were devoured, and the black-haired zombie was annihilated. How could they continue fighting? The 3 disciples of the sword-fighting peak were already quite formidable. Now, with the ghostly Taoist and the corpse keeper dead, he was left all alone, fearing he would soon be turned to pulp. Run! Without a second thought, he maneuvered the bloodthirsty sword light to escape. However, how could the 3 inner disciples of the sword-fighting peak let such an opportunity slip away? The pale-skinned woman had already formed a seal with lightning flashing and containing violent power, instantly transforming into a thunder sword that struck the bald, eyebrowless rogue, causing him to spit blood. At the same time, the young man with a deep furrow on his forehead struck, transforming his body into a sword, unleashing sword energy, and will like a river of sword chi sweeping forward and instantly deflecting the bloodthirsty flying sword. The towering figure made a final strike, transforming into an afterimage, grabbing the bald rogue and tearing off his arms and legs, turning him into a bloodied stump, wailing incessantly. Unable to bear the wailing, the towering man slapped him unconscious and tossed him aside. A practitioner of the Open Meridian's realm with connections to countless channels could live up to 300 years, possessing incredible vitality. Even if he lost all 4 limbs, he could still survive. This bald rogue wouldn't die so easily. "Yunji, do you know who assisted us from the shadows just now?" The towering man Ho Liehu looked at the pale-skinned woman, whose features were unremarkable, and scratched his messy hair as he asked. Yunji lowered her brow in contemplation for a long while before shaking her head. The voice was unfamiliar. "They are definitely not a disciple of the sword-fighting peak. I do not know who it is." not a disciple of the sword-fighting peak. Holyahu muttered. Thinking back and forth without result, he turned to the young man with a deep furrow. Zhu Xinji. Before he could finish, Zhu Xinji waved his hand. Don't ask me. I don't even know whether the person who assisted us is a man or a woman. Holyahu and Yunji at least heard the voice. He had no response at all. Should he guess with his toes? From the voice it sounded like a man. Strange, why would he give up the merits that could have been his? Holyahu pondered, glancing at the bald rogue who had lost his limbs. Perhaps it is because he fears we might misunderstand and think he is trying to steal the credit, which is why this comrade did not reveal himself. Holyahu said, suddenly filled with respect. This comrade is truly noble. Helping in secret, not seeking fame or credit, leaving after the matter is resolved. Truly commendable and worthy of deep friendship. Of course, Holyahu would not think that Lu Chen had already reaped all the benefits that should have been his, finishing the task, and then running away having nothing to do with nobility. A stone man capable of devouring ghostly entities. Is it a spirit tool or a secret technique? Yunji murmured to herself, still deep in thought. That mysterious comrade who remained unseen was likely an extraordinarily powerful senior brother. This was beyond doubt. With a casual strike, he swept away 100 ghosts, annihilated 2 black-haired zombies, and could even remain unseen. Such power was something none of the 3 of them could achieve. But that mysterious comrade could. What a pity to be unable to meet. The mysterious comrade who could not be seen was burrowing underground. Before long he returned to the sect. Lu Chen headed straight to the Internal Affairs Hall, handing over the 10 pairs of white-scaled ivory required for his tasks, easily obtaining 8 merits. Then Lu Chen made a trip to the Hall of 10,000 Methods, spending 10 merits to exchange for water-based spells. The elder stationed at the Hall of 10,000 Methods was already too lazy to speak to him, and Lu Chen was pleased to have some peace. However, the merits he had just obtained were already running low, leaving only 6. He might as well go raise some Dao soldiers. Returning to his small courtyard, Lu Chen shut the door tightly. After some thought, fearing that Shen Qi from the Mingjing Peak would come to pester him again, he hung a sign reading, "Do not disturb," during closed-door training outside, and finally returned to his room with satisfaction. Having just devoured 100 ghosts, my Dao soldiers should respond, right? Lu Chen eagerly immersed his consciousness into the nurturing soldier's celestial coffin. However, he found that the 15 copper-armored Dao soldiers, including the silver-armored one, had not shown any noticeable increase in power. Is it for nothing? No, the previous Dao soldiers clearly could not move when they saw those ghostly entities. No need to mention how intense their desire was. It couldn't be that eating was entirely useless. The Dao soldiers who shared a connection with Lu Chen seemed to know what he was thinking. Among them, the silver-armored Dao soldier actively guided Lu Chen's consciousness, as if trying to convey something to him. Could it be? Lu Chen faintly sensed something, and suddenly immersed his consciousness fully into the silver-armored Dao soldier. In an instant, the profound sensation of being able to clearly sense the Dao soldiers mastering earth, fire, and water once again surged, causing Lu Chen's heart to tremble uncontrollably. After consuming 100 ghosts, his Dao soldiers had undergone such an astonishing transformation. In the future, he must let the Dao soldiers feast, freely devouring all ghosts and malevolent spirits. This time taking action on Lingya Mountain had truly paid off. Lu Chen was overjoyed. This transformation was immensely important to him. He could embody the Dao soldiers and truly experience the profound mastery of earth, fire, and water, which could lead to tremendous insights. This was a benefit that other cultivators could only dream of. Unfortunately, before Lu Chen could rejoice for too long, that profound feeling quickly faded, and he could no longer embody the silver-armored Dao soldiers' mastery of earth. It seems that merely 100 ghosts is far from enough to cause a complete transformation in my Dao soldiers. But it didn't matter, knowing that devouring ghosts could lead to the transformation of Dao soldiers was sufficient. There would be plenty of opportunities to find these things for the Dao soldiers to devour. This was a great beginning. He suppressed his excitement and looked at the 2 black-haired zombies. These ghostly beings with their sinister nature were somewhat similar to the Dao soldiers. Both possessed bodies that were solid and unyielding, and both were immensely powerful. The difference was that zombies had corpse chi akin to a cultivator's true energy or spiritual power, while Dao soldiers did not. However, Dao soldiers born with the ability to master earth, fire, and other powers of nature far surpassed these zombies in multiple tiers. Moreover, Dao soldiers were not evil entities. Unlike the black-haired zombies, which had to be fed with various human blood, Dao soldiers seemed to restrain such ghostly beings. Especially with ghostly beings, they could be directly devoured, which opened Lu Chen's eyes. These black-haired zombies should provide even more nourishing sustenance for Dao soldiers than the corpses of demon beasts. Otherwise, the previous Dao soldiers wouldn't have expressed such strong desires when they saw the black-haired zombies. Good, with 2 black-haired zombies and nearly 150 demon beasts of the spirit transformation realm along with 18 demon beasts of the open meridians realm, it should be enough for all my copper-armored Dao soldiers to advance to silver-armored Dao soldiers. Lu Chen made a rough estimation and felt it should be sufficient. He then selected the 9 strongest from the 18 Insight Passage realm beast corpses to nourish the silver armor Dao soldiers. The remaining 150-plus spirit transformation realm beast corpses were all fed to the 15 bronze armor Dao soldiers. If this was not enough for their advancement, he could continue feeding them Insight Passage realm beast corpses. As time passed, the spirit transformation realm beast corpses gradually diminished and the strength of the 15 bronze armor Dao soldiers steadily increased. Correspondingly, the power fed back to Lu Chen also strengthened his physical body. After reaching the spirit transformation realm, Lu Chen could clearly feel that the power fed back by the Dao soldiers had almost negligible effect on enhancing his qi, refining spiritual energy. On the contrary, the comprehensive enhancement of his physical body became increasingly evident. He estimated that once all 15 bronze armor Dao soldiers had advanced and the remaining 9 Insight Passage realm beasts had nurtured silver armor Dao soldiers, his physical strength would completely break through the spirit transformation realm and enter the Insight Passage realm. His qi and blood would surge like a mighty river in torrent. His sinews, bones, skin, and internal organs had long surpassed the limits of the human body. Even steel and iron could not adequately describe the might of his physique. If he unleashed his full power even without training in physical combat techniques, a spirit transformation realm latest-stage cultivator once within his reach could be easily torn asunder. My qi refining cultivation is only at the early spirit transformation realm, yet my physical body, through the feedback of the Dao soldiers, is about to break through spirit transformation and step into the Insight Passage realm. Lu Chen pondered and for no reason thought of the Iron Tower giant from Sword Combat Peak Holiehu, whom he had met at Lingya Mountain. He was also a body cultivator with formidable strength. He could single-handedly battle 2 Insight Passage realm beings, as terrifying as the black fur zombie, which possessed corpse poison and filth. Once he closed in the Insight Passage realm, corpse razor was as fragile as a ragdoll torn apart with a single pull. After entering the inner sect, I must train more in physical combat techniques. Lu Chen made up his mind, because his physical body was stronger, far stronger than his qi refining strength thanks to the feedback from the Dao soldiers. Moreover, he usually did not reveal his physical strength, keeping it as a trump card that could cause his opponents great losses at critical moments. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye it was dark. The season had already entered winter, and after nightfall the cold wind howled. However, cultivators were no longer affected by heat or cold, especially someone like Lu Chen with such a powerful physique. Here it comes. At a certain moment, Lu Chen sensed something. From within, the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, wave after wave of immense feedback power surged forth, rapidly flowing into his limbs, bones, and internal organs, causing his physical body to grow stronger and stronger. As expected, after absorbing nearly 150 spirit transformation realm beast corpses as nutrients, his 15 bronze armor Dao soldiers fully advanced, transforming into silver armor Dao soldiers. At the same time, the wondrous sensation of being able to project himself into the Dao soldiers and comprehend the power they controlled resurfaced. Lu Chen was prepared. He calmed his mind, immersed himself in the feeling, and comprehended the heaviness of earth, the violence of fire, and the nurturing grace of water. His earth-true intent surged forward rapidly. After an unknown period, the newly nurtured silver armor Dao soldiers were fully formed, and Lu Chen's physical body completely shattered the shackles of the spirit transformation realm, stepping into the Insight Passage realm. With his Bodhis Insight Passage, astonishing qi and blood erupted from him, as if he had become a blazing massive furnace, searing and formidable. Every inch of his flesh seemed to contain explosive power akin to a primordial dragon. Simultaneously advancing were his earth true intent, fire true intent, and water true intent. Daylight broke, and Lu Chen stood early in the small courtyard. 25 silver armor Dao soldiers' physical body, breaking into Insight Passage earth true intent, reaching the peak of the 3rd layer fire true intent, entering the 3rd layer water true intent, entering the 2nd layer. My current strength. It was already very, very formidable. Yet his qi refining cultivation remained at the early spirit transformation realm. However, if any early spirit transformation realm cultivator dared to fight him without needing Dao soldiers or his physical body, a mere fireball technique from him could reduce them to ashes. The 3rd layer of fire true intent was a level only cultivators in the mystic method realm could touch, far beyond what a spirit transformation realm cultivator could withstand. Despite his explosive increase in power, Lu Chen still did not leave his residence. He began to study the water element spells while consuming the 3 purple spirit pills and supplementing his cultivation with mid-grade spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, nearly another 20 days passed. The 3 purple spirit pills were exhausted, and Lu Chen's qi refining cultivation advanced a small step, nearing the peak of the early spirit transformation realm. He estimated that 2 more purple spirit pills would allow him to break into the mid-spirit transformation realm. The water element spells were also mastered. Among the 4 true intents, Lu Chen had comprehended the sword true intent lagged the most still at the first layer. The main reason was that, after mastering the sword control technique, he had not spent time comprehending it further. The earth, fire, and water true intents had the aid of the Tao soldiers, thus leaving the sword true intent far behind. But it was of no consequence. Once he entered the inner sect, he could cultivate at the true intent monoliths of the sect to comprehend true intent, and he should be able to elevate his sword true intent quickly. Today I shall enter the inner sect. Lu Chen adjusted his state to its peak and strode out of his courtyard. Within the Dongming Sect, advancing from the outer sect to the inner sect was not simply a matter of reaching the spirit transformation realm. This was why many outer sect disciples were also at the spirit transformation realm. The root cause was that to enter the inner sect one had to pass a sect assessment. The assessment evaluated multiple aspects, including the time taken from entry to reaching the spirit transformation realm to determine if one's potential was exhausted. It also examined whether one's foundation was stable and whether spells were properly cultivated. A mere cultivation level with poor spell mastery would not suffice. If one had comprehended true intent in advance, it would add significant weight, as comprehending true intent meant that entering the insight passage realm was a certainty. Finally, it depended on which peak within the inner sect one wished to join. Those aiming for Sword Combat Peak or the Law Enforcement Hall of Bright Mirror Peak had to pass combat assessments. Those aspiring to join Soaring Peak had to demonstrate various administrative abilities. Those seeking Enlightenment Peak needed to prove their comprehension and understanding of spells and techniques. Those aiming for the Cinnabar Cloud Peak had to pass an alchemy assessment, while those for the Artifact Forging Peak needed to demonstrate their artifact crafting skills. As for the sect master's lineage, they did not select disciples from the outer sect. Only the most outstanding inner sect disciples had the opportunity. Lu Chen left his courtyard, traversed the outer sect, and arrived at the inner sect assessment hall. Though it was early, the hall was already filled with many outer sect disciples, some of whom were middle-aged in appearance. With a lifespan of 180 years for the spirit transformation realm, appearing middle-aged indicated they were likely 70 or 80 years old, or even 90 or 100. Not surprising. Of course, there were also disciples like Lu Chen who still appeared youthful. This did not necessarily mean they were still young, as some techniques could preserve youth and beauty preservation pills could also maintain one's appearance. Following the signs, Lu Chen went directly to the far left of the hall, where a middle-aged steward with a goatee sat upright, appearing quite strict. His calm eyes swept over Lu Chen, confirming his spirit transformation realm cultivation before he spoke flatly, "Present your identity token." Taking Lu Chen's identity token, he glanced at it and was about to speak when he suddenly looked down again as if in disbelief. He examined it repeatedly for a long while before looking up in surprise. "You are a new disciple admitted this year. In the 863rd year of Southern Chu, he entered the sect in September. Wasn't this year exactly 863? He had joined in early September and now it was early December. A mere 3 months and a bit over less than 4 months and he had gone from an ordinary person to the early stage of the spirit transformation realm. And not just a newly broken through early stage, but one already approaching the peak of early spirit transformation, ready to charge into the mid-stage. Such a cultivation speed was truly extraordinary, truly extraordinary." With this thought, the goat-bearded steward quickly retrieved a purple jade token and inscribed with his spiritual power, "Lu Chen cultivation, less than 4 months nearing peak of early spirit transformation. Grade A." A grade A evaluation was equivalent to a perfect score. But even perfect scores had their differences. Some disciples earned a grade A because they barely scraped by the threshold, while Lu Chen earned it because the highest possible grade was only an A. A grade A was worth 100 good deeds. "Lu Chen, is it? Have you thought about which inner sect peak you'd like to join?" The goat-bearded steward forced a stiff smile onto his stern face, hoping to appear more amiable, though the effect was less than satisfactory. Before Lu Chen could respond, the goat-bearded steward quickly added, "I am from the Feilai Peak, surname Chen. If you don't mind, junior brother, you may call me senior brother." "So you are senior brother Chen." Lu Chen did not hesitate and casually called him senior brother, which greatly pleased Steward Chen. "Have you considered Feilai Peak, junior brother?" The goat-bearded steward Chen vigorously began promoting his own Feilai Peak. Our Feilai Peak manages the sect's internal affairs, from resource allocation to recruiting disciples. All handled by our peak. The benefits are numerous, and unlike the Sword Combat Peak or the Bright Mirror Peak, we don't face constant crises. Isn't that an excellent choice? Are you not tempted, junior brother? Lu Chen smiled and replied evasively, "If the sect doesn't interfere, joining Feilai Peak would certainly be wonderful." Unfortunately, given his performance, the sect was bound to send him to either the Bright Mirror Peak or the Sword Combat Peak, the two main powerhouses of combat. No other peak stood a chance. Good. Steward Chen grew even more satisfied, repeatedly praising him, almost wishing he could give Lu Chen 3 more grades, completely unaware that Lu Chen's smile was genuine only in appearance but in truth entirely perfunctory. After Lu Chen left, seeing no other disciples approaching, Steward Chen promptly took out a communication jade slip and sent a message to the 5th elder of Feilai Peak Master. There is a genius among the outer disciples named Lu Chen. In just over 3 months he has reached the peak of early spirit transformation. Come quickly to snatch him. This was an old tradition among the inner peaks. When encountering an outstanding genius disciple, there was no hesitation. They simply fought to claim him. The early bird gets the worm. If you don't grab them, someone else will. Every steward in the assessment hall was placed there by the inner peaks, and whenever a genius disciple appeared, everyone would know. At Feilai Peak, the short, stout 5th elder with graying hair stared at the communication jade slip in his hand, lost in thought. Lu Chen again, Lu Chen. He's entered the spirit transformation realm. This outer disciple had first caught his attention with his extraordinary talent, and although he had never met him in person, he had seen his name many times. This was already the 4th time a disciple under him had sent a message urging him to snatch Lu Chen for Feilai Peak. But with such an outstanding disciple, the Sword Combat Peak wanted him, the Bright Mirror Peak wanted him, and even the sex rules stood in the way of Feilai Peak snatching him. How could they compete? He wanted to snatch him, but the problem was, to hell with all that, I'll snatch him first and worry later. The 5th elder gritted his teeth, and in an instant his figure vanished from Feilai Peak, leaving no trace. Feilai Peak had gone far too long without producing a single peerlessly talented disciple. Whenever a genius appeared, they were either snatched by the Bright Mirror Peak or the Sword Combat Peak, leaving Feilai Peak with nothing. As for the other peaks, the Cinnabar Cloud Peak specialized in alchemy, which was a different path from Feilai Peak, and the others, while the Artifact Forging Peak focused on toolmaking and required different aptitudes. That left only Feilai Peak and the Enlightenment Peak, both of which always ended up empty-handed. To be honest, Feilai Peak was even worse off than the Enlightenment Peak. At least the Enlightenment Peak was a crucial place for studying techniques and cultivation methods vital to the sect's foundation. When they encountered a disciple with exceptional comprehension, even the Sword Combat Peak and Bright Mirror Peak would yield. But what did Feilai Peak have? It was just a place for internal affairs. Why would they need such a powerful disciple? The 5th elder, however, thought otherwise. Was it acceptable for one of the 6 inner peaks to lack a formidable heir? Absolutely not. If he passed away and left behind a vast Feilai Peak without a single expert capable of becoming Peak Master, that would be disastrous. This time he had to snatch him. At the Inner Sect Assessment Hall, Lu Chen arrived at the 2nd assessment site. This test evaluated the stability of one's foundation and whether one's spell cultivation was lacking, and was also known as the Life or Death Gate. Generally, passing this test guaranteed entry into the Inner Sect. The only difference was which of the 6 inner peaks would accept you. Indeed, not only did disciples choose among the inner peaks, but the 6 peaks also selected their disciples. If your comprehension was average, you could forget about entering the Enlightenment Peak. They wouldn't have you. If your combat power was mediocre, you might want to join the Bright Mirror Peak's Law Enforcement Hall to throw your weight around, but sorry, the Bright Mirror Peak wouldn't take you either. As for the Sword Combat Peak, there was still a chance. They accepted everyone, but you'd probably die faster. As for the Cinnabar Cloud Peak and Artifact Forging Peak, they required alchemy and toolmaking talents, respectively. Everything else was less important. Without those talents, you could sharpen your head to a point and still not get in. Everyone knew the benefits of the Cinnabar Cloud Peak. If you learned alchemy, would you ever lack cultivation pills? The Artifact Forging Peak, though not as prestigious, was still a good place. If you mastered toolmaking, you could become a grandmaster. As for the remaining Feilai Peak, well, you could squeeze in if you tried, but it depended on whether you knew how to handle things. That was why Feilai Peak had the most disciples. Unlike the 1st assessment site, which had only Steward Chen and was merely a registration point, the 2nd assessment site, the Life or Death Gate, was far more important, with a total of 5 stewards. 1 each from the Cinnabar Cloud Peak, Artifact Forging Peak, Sword Combat Peak, Bright Mirror Peak, and Enlightenment Peak. When Lu Chen set foot there, 2 outer disciples were already waiting in line ahead of him. The young disciple in front took the jade token distributed by Steward Chen, which was a Cyan one, unlike Lu Chen's purple token. Grade B entered the sect over 10 years ago. Not bad. Cultivating to the early spirit transformation realm in 10 years was already considered fast. His talent was decent. Behind the desk at the head, an old man with graying hair spoke, a hint of approval in his eyes, and asked Liang Ping, which spells do you cultivate? Liang Ping respectfully replied, disciple cultivates wood element spells and also practices fire element spells. Have you comprehended the true essence? The old man asked again. Liang Ping shook his head. No. Among the 5 stewards at the head, a middle-aged woman spoke up, since you cultivate wood and fire spells, come and try behind my door. Liang Ping glanced and recognized the steward from the Cinnabar Cloud Peak. Relieved, he bowed and strode through the door behind the middle-aged woman. Lu Chen watched the young man disappear behind the door, and suddenly recalled something. Liang Ping, the one who took the mission at Qingstone Town, so it was him. He wondered if this disciple named Liang Ping had actually completed that task. After all, the target of the mission, the peak transformation spirit realm demon earthworm, had been killed by Lu Chen along the way. If this counted as Liang Ping completing the task, then he had essentially gained a merit for free. The thought alone made Lu Chen feel aggrieved. I'll have to ask him about it later. As Liang Ping passed through the door behind the middle-aged woman, a middle-aged disciple standing ahead of Lu Chen stepped forward and produced a jade token which was white. A Ding grade evaluation. It took him over 50 years as an outer disciple to reach the transformation spirit realm. The 5 stewards above were already accustomed to such cases. Niu Baijing, which techniques do you cultivate? Niu Baijing replied, this disciple cultivates all 5 elemental techniques, as well as the art of sword control. Generally, disciples who lingered in the outer sect for many years would deeply refine their techniques, especially learning a plethora of life-saving ones. Techniques beyond the 5 elements such as invisibility, breath concealment, and death escape were commonly cultivated and highly effective. Have you comprehended any true intent? A steward inquired as per routine. Niu Baijing answered, I recently had a fortunate insight and managed to grasp the first layer of earth true intent. Upon hearing this, the 5 stewards immediately straightened their postures. Let's see it. Niu Baijing pointed at the ground, and the power of earth gathered, forming a small earthen dog that ran around him once before dissipating. Gathering earth into soldiers. Indeed, the threshold of earth true intent has been crossed. One of the stewards, burly and towering, even while seated, exclaimed with delight, Are you willing to join my sword struggle peak? Once true intent was realized, it signified that the technique had been cultivated to its utmost limit. It was through this pinnacle of technique that one could perceive the true intent of heaven and earth. This was inevitable. The natural laws of heaven and earth lay before everyone's eyes, yet mortals could neither perceive nor harness the power of the world. The reason was the lack of a key to unlock the perception of natural forces. Techniques were the keys created by cultivators to comprehend heaven and earth. What sword struggle peak has my bright mirror peak also possesses? What sword struggle peak lacks bright mirror peak still has? A thin-faced steward with a short beard spoke, showing no deference to his counterpart from sword struggle peak. Gentlemen, both sword struggle peak and bright mirror peak already have many disciples. Why not let Niu Baijing join my enlightenment peak? I see that this brother Niu has the potential for late blooming. Once enlightened, his comprehension will surely be exceptional. Joining my enlightenment peak would be a perfect match. An elderly steward with flowing white hair and an immortal bearing interjected. At once, the stewards of sword struggle peak and bright mirror peak fell silent. Let's ask brother Niu for his own preference. To comprehend true intent at the transformation spirit realm was already rare, making him a target of competition among the peaks. Moreover, the enlightenment peak steward's words were not empty. The cultivation world was full of those who were mediocre early on but surged forward later. If Niu Baijing truly possessed such a destiny, missing out would be a great loss. Niu Baijing seemed to have an honest disposition. He scratched his head and finally looked at the enlightenment peak steward. I'll follow the elder's advice. The enlightenment peak steward stroked his beard with a smile. Excellent, excellent. Niu Baijing, I give you a Jiaxia evaluation for this round. Take this jade token and enter through my door. Niu Baijing thanked him and stepped forward to receive the purple jade token of Jiaxia evaluation. Just as he was about to enter the door behind the enlightenment peak steward, the voices of the sword struggle peak and bright mirror peak stewards rang out almost simultaneously. Brother Niu, if you don't pass enlightenment peak's assessment, you're welcome at sword struggle peak or bright mirror peak. Clearly, being accepted by the enlightenment peak steward was not the final step. There was still a specific test for enlightenment peak to pass. Sword struggle peak and bright mirror peak, however, only assessed combat prowess. For a disciple like Niu Baijing, who had struggled in the outer sect for years, this was not particularly difficult. Such veteran outer disciples had honed their techniques to perfection and possessed considerable fighting strength. After Niu Baijing departed, the 5 stewards at the table turned their gazes toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen understood and raised the purple jade token bearing a Jiaxiang evaluation. Entered the sect in September of the 863rd year of Southern Chu. A new disciple from this year, at the early transformation spirit realm nearing its peak. A Jiaxiang evaluation. The burly steward of sword struggle peak leaned forward sharply, his eyes burning as he stared at the purple jade token in Lu Chen's hand. In truth, with the 5 stewards' minimum cultivation at the profound low realm, they could clearly see the characters on Lu Chen's jade token even from 100 zhang away, let alone a mere 10. Yet this sword struggle peak steward still leaned forward, clearly driven by astonishment. Entered this year just over 3 months ago. Less than 4 months. And you're already at the early transformation spirit realm nearing its peak. Little one, your cultivation speed is truly remarkable. The middle-aged female steward from Rosy Cloud Peak praised with admiration. Fast cultivation speed, but how is your technique practice? The gray-haired elderly steward from weapon-forging peak smiled, his eyes narrowing with evident satisfaction. The white-haired immortal-like elder steward of enlightenment peak then spoke, "Little one, which techniques have you cultivated?" Just then a disciple who had also come for evaluation entered and saw 4 of the 5 stewards speaking simultaneously. He was taken aback. Who is this person to have 4 stewards addressing him at once? Such a situation was exceedingly rare. Earlier the first disciple, Liang Ping, had only been asked a single question by the weapon-forging peak steward, and later the Rosy Cloud peak steward spoke only after sensing his inclination to join that peak. Normally only one steward would speak, and after a few questions they would fall silent. No joke. These stewards were all profound lower realm experts with lifespans of 500 years capable of roaming the starry cosmos. Ordinary disciples were not even worthy of being addressed by them, let alone receiving praise. Ordinary disciples wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Yet this young-looking Lu Chen had drawn the attention of 4 stewards, all clearly showing goodwill. The burly sword struggle peak steward especially looked ready to snatch him away. What's going on? The disciple couldn't help but rise on his tiptoes, his gaze passing over Lu Chen's head to see the jade token he held slightly aloft. A purple jade token, at least a Jasha evaluation. That explains it. The disciple silently withdrew his gaze. At least a Jasha evaluation. He quietly hid the green jade token representing a Y-grade evaluation behind his back. What rotten luck. With a J-grade evaluation ahead, his Y-grade was no longer impressive. So you're Lu Chen? The bright mirror peak steward who had remained silent and thoughtful seemed to suddenly recall something. He stood up abruptly and said, "I'll give you another Jashang evaluation. No need for a test. Join my bright mirror peak directly. How about it?" What? No test, directly a Jashang evaluation and immediate entry into bright mirror peak. Not only was the disciple behind Lu Chen stunned, but the other 4 stewards also turned to look at the thin-faced, short-bearded, middle-aged steward of bright mirror peak, their eyes filled with suspicion. This fellow from bright mirror peak was clearly hiding something. These stewards, each having cultivated for centuries, possessed eyes as sharp as a hawk's. The moment the steward with a short beard and gaunt face from Mingjing Peak spoke, they had already guessed the gist of the matter. Either Lu Chen was already a disciple favored by Mingjing Peak, or he was connected to some powerful figure within Mingjing Peak. Alternatively, perhaps there was something about Lu Chen that caught the eye of a Mingjing Peak expert. In short, something was amiss. Hold on. The burly steward by Li Xiong from Dojin Peak raised his hand to halt. "Steward Wang, what you said is not proper. As a steward of the Law Enforcement Hall of Mingjing Peak, how can you be the first to break the rules? I believe we should follow the standard procedure." At these words, the 3 stewards from Dansha Peak, Zhubing Peak, and Wudao Peak remained nonchalant, enjoying the spectacle. Conflicts between Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak were common, as these 2 peaks competed most fiercely for disciples given their overlapping duties focused on combat prowess. By Li Xiong not giving steward Wang Shulu of Mingjing Peak a chance to speak fixed his gaze on Lu Chen. "Young man, tell me, which spell do you cultivate?" Just as Lu Chen was about to answer, steward Wang Shulu of Mingjing Peak glared at by Li Xiong. "Steward Bai, do I need your approval for a disciple my Mingjing Peak has already set its sights on?" "Spare me the nonsense. Today this junior brother Lu Chen is a must for Mingjing Peak, no matter who objects." No wonder. He had only just entered the outer sect yet comprehended sword intent. According to Zhong Yi and Zhang Bingsong, Lu Chen's insight into sword intent was not all. His grasp of earth true intent ran deeper. He had once used the art of gathering earth to form soldiers in Wuguan County, crossing a major realm to slay a demon wolf. Conservative estimates placed Lu Chen's earth true intent at the peak of the 2nd layer, perhaps even the 3rd. What did the 3rd layer of earth true intent signify? It was a level reachable only by cultivators in the mystic Dharma realm. In other words, even if Lu Chen never progressed further, his entry into the mystic Dharma realm was a certainty. Would you compete for a disciple guaranteed to enter the mystic Dharma realm? Of course. Every inner peak would vie for him. Moreover, Lu Chen had been in the sect for less than 4 months and had already reached such a level of earth true intent without ever touching the inner sect's true intent steel. Once he did, his comprehension of true intent would surely surge. Could be said that Lu Chen's future achievements would at least reach the mystic Dharma realm, possibly the Tao fetus realm, or even higher like the Yin spirit or Yang spirit realm. Endless possibilities, boundless potential, a promising future. With a disciple like this, who wouldn't be tempted? Wang Shulu was prepared to fight by Li Xiong the brute if necessary to secure him. If he couldn't win, he would find someone from Mingjing Peak who could just beat by Li Xiong into submission. As expected, Mingjing Peak had marked this disciple early on. Good thing I stepped in. Bai Lixiong shot to his feet, an astonishing surge of vital energy, rising above his head, piling up layer upon layer, until it churned like blazing clouds, scorching and fearsome. Wang Shulu, you're growing bolder, daring to ignore sect rules and spouting nonsense. Who gave you the nerve? With Bai Lixiang's roar, the blazing clouds formed from his vital energy, stirred into a mighty upheaval, transforming into a divine Vajra spirit, behind him radiating an awe-inspiring presence as it gazed down upon all beings. Wang Shulu stood his ground, his eyes blazing. Boundless fire power gathered from heaven and earth, joined by a sweeping gale. The fire fed on the wind stoked the flames. In an instant a sea of fire raged, forming a windfire divine serpent coiled above his head, staring defiantly at the burly Bai Lixiang. What? Want to fight me? Then let's try. Let's see who's afraid. The anger of two mystic Dharma realm experts capable of roaming the starry cosmos barely fazed the other stewards seated above. But the young disciple standing with Lu Chen was already pale with terror. He felt as if an ocean of water was crashing in from all sides, crushing him beneath 1,000,000 fathoms of seawater. He couldn't move a muscle, couldn't even breathe, he was suffocating. Sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, drenching him. He silently lamented. What kind of big shot is this senior brother? Stewards of the mystic Dharma realm from the Inner Sect examination hall, and from Mingjing Peak and Dojin Peak, two major peaks renowned for combat, were about to come to blows over a disciple. Was he a reincarnated deity, to cause such a frenzy? The joys and sorrows of men were clearly not alike. The stewards were ready to fight, and while Lu Chen seemed reluctant, he felt only bitterness inside. When gods clashed, how could a mere mortal endure it? This was a death sentence. Bai Lixiang and Wang Shulu at the head hadn't engaged yet, but their auras were already terrifying. Even the three stewards from Dansha Peak, Zhubing Peak, and Wudao Peak who were just watching could clearly sense something was off. In the past, though Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak often quarreled over disciples, it was just a war of words. Whoever won the argument got the disciple. But a confrontation like today's, where a fight seemed imminent, was rare. Yet whenever it did happen, it meant they had encountered someone truly extraordinary. Lu Chen. The Outer Sect's Lu Chen. I haven't heard of him. The stewards of Dansha Peak and Zhubing Peak fell into thought, searching their memories again and again, but failing to recall where they had heard that name. The steward of Wudao Peak with white hair and an immortal air was also racking his brains. Unlike the other two, this old steward actually remembered something. Lu Chen. Wait, the newly initiated Lu Chen. The one mentioned by Outer Sect elder Lu Hongguang, who cultivated at an astonishing speed and had comprehended sword intent. But merely comprehending the first layer of sword intent shouldn't have driven Wang Shulu of Mingjing Peak and Bai Lixiang of Dojin Peak to the brink of a fight, should it? Could it be that this Lu Chen has some other remarkable feat unknown to me? Yes, that must be it. Just look at the attitudes of Wang Shulu and Bai Lixiang. Anyone could see that Lu Chen was no ordinary disciple. But with Wang Shulu and Bai Lixiang about to fight, his old bones might not stand a chance against these two. The old steward of Wudao Peak quietly pulled out a communication jade slip. Since he couldn't win head call for reinforcements, find someone who could. Any later and the disciple would be snatched away. Second elder, come to the Inner Sect examination hall quickly to compete for a disciple. Lu Chen, whom elder Lu Hongguang mentioned, is here. Bai Lixiang of Dojin Peak and Wang Shulu of Mingjing Peak are ready to come to blows over him. This disciple suspects that Lu Chen possesses potential unknown to Wudao Peak. Do not miss this opportunity. At Wudao Peak, the second elder, clad in a white robe with flowing white hair and an immortal demeanor, quickly set down the communication jade slip. Lu Chen. Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak have already started competing for him. No wonder old Fifth rushed down from Feilai Peak in a hurry. He was also going to compete for a disciple. The elder hesitated for a moment, then a look of realization dawned. If Dojin Peak can compete and Mingjing Peak can compete and Feilai Peak can compete, why can't Wudao Peak? This person, Wudao Peak, can also compete for him. Even if the sect leader comes, Wudao Peak has the right. Which Lu Chen are they talking about? The two stewards from Dansha Peak and Zhubing Peak glanced at Bai Lixiang and Wang Shulu, who stood bristling with tension, their auras surging, as if they might come to blows at any moment, then turned to look at the old steward of Wudao Peak, who had quietly pulled out a communication jade talisman. For a moment they fell into hesitation. Should they join in the fun as well? They didn't know the person in question, but if everyone was scrambling for him, he must be something special. If Dansha Peak and Zhubing Peak didn't at least try to compete, wouldn't that be a loss? After some thought, the stewards of the two peaks ultimately tucked their communication jade talismans back. Forget it. One was an alchemist, the other a weaponsmith. Why meddle in this? It was better to just sit back and enjoy the show. Still, this Lu Chen truly seemed anything but ordinary. The gazes of the stewards from Dansha Peak and Zhubing Peak swept past Wang Shulu and Bai Lixiang, who were still locked in a glaring contest, and settled on Lu Chen, who was secretly watching the spectacle while feigning utter bewilderment. His acting wasn't quite convincing. The innocence and confusion were a bit off, and the corners of his mouth were barely holding back a smirk. Look at the disciple behind Lu Chen. That was genuine terror. He was already drenched in sweat, trembling with fear from head to toe, utterly panicked. What was more, the terrifying auras of Bailey Xiong and Wang Shilu were nearly suffocating that disciple. Yet Lu Chen seemed completely oblivious to the oppressive presence of these Xuanfa realm experts. Neither his physical body nor his soul appeared to be affected in the slightest. Comprehending true intent can strengthen the soul. At the very least, one must reach the Tongqiao stage in qi refining to withstand the pressure of the Xuanfa realm physically. This Lu Chen's comprehension of true intent must be at least at the second level. But his qi refining cultivation is only at the early stage of the Hualing realm. How is his body unaffected? Could it be that Lu Chen's physique is also extraordinarily powerful? He's been in the sect for less than 4 months, has reached at least the second level of true intent comprehension, and entered the early Hualing realm in qi refining. Does he even have time for body cultivation? The stewards of Danxia Peak and Zhubing Peak furrowed their brows deeper the more they observed. This Lu Chen was truly remarkable, truly extraordinary. No wonder he had incited the open and covert rivalry of the 3 stewards from Dojin Peak, Mingjing Peak, and even Wudao Peak. What they had witnessed might only be the tip of the iceberg of Lu Chen's full strength, yet it was already enough to astonish them. Bailey, you brute, do you truly intend to snatch this disciple from my Mingjing Peak? Wang Shilu narrowed his eyes as the windfire divine dragon coiling above his head grew even more fearsome. Though he knew it was inappropriate for stewards of the inner disciple examination hall to come to blows, he still felt an urge to knock Bailey Xiong flat. This fellow knew nothing about Lu Chen yet insisted on butting in. Truly infuriating. When outer disciples are promoted to inner disciples, all 6 inner peaks have the duty to recruit. Does your Mingjing Peak think it's special just because it oversees the law enforcement hall? Before junior brother Lu has even taken the exam, you're already trying to claim him. I don't care about the other peaks, but Dojin Peak won't indulge you. If you want to snatch him, you'll have to get through me first. Bailey Xiong's towering form was immensely imposing, and the blood qi spirit behind him radiated such divine might that even the windfire divine dragon above Wang Shilu's head seemed on the verge of being overwhelmed. A series of hurried footsteps echoed as a crowd of disciples waiting for their exams surged forward, sneaking peeks at the commotion from outside the door. What's going on? Are the stewards of the examination hall about to fight? Looks like they're fighting over a recruit. Which outer disciple is so incredible to provoke Xuanfa realm stewards into a brawl before even entering the inner sect? Is he a reincarnated deity? Don't be sour. Anyone who can make Xuanfa realm stewards fight over them can't be mediocre. Be careful or I'll tear that dog mouth of yours. The sour disciple was startled and quickly covered his mouth. Then disciples who had already been recruited into the peaks behind the stewards along with some examination stewards poked their heads out from the doors. So it's Steward Bailey known for his hot temper and Steward Wang from Mingjing Peak. These two usually just argue. What made them want to come to blows today? Which outer disciple is so sought after? Let me see. What? Wang Shilu of Mingjing Peak wants to fight my senior brother Bailey of Dojin Peak. I think Mingjing Peak has gotten too big for its boots. 2 stewards stormed out from the door behind Bailey Xiong, seething with anger. Hot on their heels, 2 stewards emerged from the door behind Wang Shilu, glaring back. I think it's your Dojin Peak that doesn't take Mingjing Peak seriously. The stewards from the doors behind Danxia Peak, Zhubing Peak, and Wudao Peak also poked their heads out, but they didn't intervene. They just watched the show with amused smiles. Examinations were dull after all. They needed some entertainment. The once orderly examination hall descended into chaos, tension crackling in the air, as it seemed Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak were on the verge of a fight over the slightest provocation. Just then, a sudden gale swept through the hall, and a short, stout old man with graying hair arrived with the wind. Humph! As dignified stewards of the inner disciple examination hall, you brawl over a recruit. Have you no shame? Disperse at once by my order as elder. He swept his sleeve and a mysterious force spread out, instantly snuffing out the blood qi spirit behind Bailey Xiong and dissolving the windfire divine dragon above Wang Shilu like smoke vanishing without a trace. All the oppressive auras and divine manifestations were like mere illusions before this old man, extinguishable with a breath. 5th Elder. The stewards of Danxia Peak, Zhubing Peak, and Wudao Peak were greatly startled and hurried forward to pay their respects. Even the stewards of Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak, who had been fuming, including Bailey Xiong and Wang Shilu, obediently reined in their anger and rushed forward to bow. Greetings, 5th Elder. The many disciples watching the spectacle dared not even breathe loudly. All thoughts of amusement vanished, and they felt their limbs go weak, nearly collapsing to the floor. Oh no, even the 5th Elder in charge of Feilai Peak has been alerted. They were surely going to be implicated and punished. Lu Chen, who had been pretending to be fearful, while secretly enjoying the show, quickly followed the crowd, bowing and calling out, "Greetings, 5th Elder. Humph, you've brought shame to the inner sect. Quite the accomplishment." The fifth elder glared fiercely at the stewards of Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak, especially Bailey Xiong and Wang Shilu, who received extra attention and were so frightened they barely dared to breathe. Ignoring the stewards of Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak, the fifth elder turned his gaze to Lu Chen, his expression softening considerably. "Are you Lu Chen from the outer sect?" Lu Chen replied humbly, "Yes, that's me. This has nothing to do with me. Please don't make trouble for me." The fifth elder's eyes swept over Lu Chen, his deep abyss-like gaze seeming to see through everything. He nodded repeatedly. "Your aura is steady and profound, your foundation solid, and your true intent comprehension is especially outstanding. It's impressive that you've achieved so much in less than 4 months since joining. Not bad at all." Lu Chen felt a stir in his heart. "It seems even this fifth elder can't see through my innate treasure, the nourishing weapon immortal coffin." In over 3 months at the sect, Lu Chen had encountered Xuanfa realm experts, and there were several here like Bailey Xiong and Wang Shilu, but none had been able to perceive his innate treasure. He didn't know what realm the fifth elder had reached, but judging by how easily he had suppressed Bailey Xiong and Wang Shilu, he was likely far beyond the Xuanfa realm, conservatively a Daotai realm powerhouse, or perhaps even an old monster of the ancient realm. Yet even this old monster of unknown cultivation seemed unable to see through his innate treasure, the nourishing weapon immortal coffin. Have I been too cautious? This fifth elder was the most formidable figure Lu Chen had ever encountered, yet even he seemed unable to perceive Lu Chen's companion treasure. Could it be that such a treasure was inherently difficult for outsiders to detect? Lu Chen mused that once he entered the inner sect, he must seek out more relevant texts to understand this mystery. In the outer sect, he had found no records concerning companion treasures. As his thoughts churned, the fifth elder spoke again. "Young one, would you be willing to join my Feilai Peak and become my personal disciple?" What? By Li Xiong and Wang Shilu, the exam hall stewards, who had been standing respectfully aside, now fell silent, their hearts stunned. "You old scoundrel, after all this pretense you came to snatch people too." Bai Li Xiong was both shocked and furious. His fury stemmed from the fifth elder's unseemly behavior, an inner sect elder who controlled Feilai Peak, throwing his weight around in the exam hall. Indeed, in Bai Li Xiong's view, the fifth elder was merely showing off. Poaching talents from the exam hall was routine. What was so special about it? Did it require a personal visit from the esteemed fifth elder of the inner sect? Nonsense. This old fox was simply using his high status and formidable strength to steal talents. Yet he was also genuinely astonished. Reluctant as Bai Li Xiong was to admit it, he had to concede that the fifth elder's offer was truly extraordinary. What kind of existence was the fifth elder? He was a master of the Ancient realm with a lifespan of 1500 years. Even if his physical body perished, his Ancient could endure, allowing reincarnation or possession. Unless struck down by heavenly tribulation or accident, such a being was nearly immortal. To put it in perspective, the Southern Chu dynasty had only been founded 863 years ago. Perhaps not even as long as the fifth elder had lived. More importantly, the fifth elder controlled Feilai Peak and oversaw all internal affairs of the sect, wielding immense wealth. Becoming his personal disciple would tempt not only outer sect disciples, but even Bai Li Xiong, an inner sect steward. Wouldn't that mean striding through the sect unchallenged? But no. Stealing from Dojin Peak was absolutely unacceptable. Bai Li Xiong silently retrieved a communication jade slip. An outer sect genius named Lu Chen has emerged. Mingjing Peak wants him, and the fifth elder has come in person to claim him. I am powerless. Please, third elder, come quickly. At the same time, Wang Shilu also quietly took out his jade slip to summon reinforcements. If Feilai Peak has the fifth elder, Mingjing Peak has the grand elder. Who fears whom? Lu Chen looked at the fifth elder, who had extended the invitation, and felt deeply troubled. If he refused the fifth elder, he knew he would seem ungrateful, and later countless stewards from Feilai Peak might drown him with their scorn. But the problem was with the nurturing soldier immortal coffin in his possession. Lu Chen was clearly unsuited for managing internal sect affairs. He should be out hunting demons and beasts to nurture his Dao soldiers, constantly training to enhance his own strength. Staying put to handle internal matters, what kind of path was that? Wouldn't that waste the nurturing soldier immortal coffin? Becoming a personal disciple of the fifth elder was good, but it wasn't right for him. No matter how powerful the fifth elder was, he couldn't slay mighty demons and deliver them to Lu Chen's doorstep. No matter how wealthy, he wouldn't dip into his private coffers for Lu Chen's cultivation. That was unrealistic, and no master taught disciples that way. And if he relied solely on managing internal affairs, starting as a steward, how much could he earn? He probably couldn't even afford the demon corpses needed to nurture his Dao soldiers, let alone the pills for his own cultivation. So what excuse could he give to refuse the fifth elder? Lu Chen racked his brain for a reason, while the watching disciples outside envied him with reddened eyes. The stewards above showed no reaction on the surface, but inwardly they wished they could take Lu Chen's place. This Lu Chen is truly blessed. Favored by the fifth elder, who controls Phalai Peak Hell, surely become a high-ranking sect official with real power. Damn it, why doesn't such fortune fall on me? The onlookers suffered inwardly watching Lu Chen poised to rise to the heavens. It was more agonizing than death itself. Lu Chen was also distressed, but the fifth elder's gaze was fixed on him, awaiting his answer. Fifth brother recruiting personal disciples in the exam hall. An ethereal aged voice suddenly echoed through the hall, seeming to come from all directions. Not only did the disciples barely daring to breathe fail to locate the source, but even the exam hall stewards looked around in confusion. The difference was that the stewards recognized the voice and knew which sect elder had arrived. Disciple greets the second elder. The old steward of Wudao Peak stepped forward first to bow. Following him by Lixiong Wang Shulu and the other stewards bowed in turn. Though the disciples didn't know what the second elder looked like, they followed suit. Why has the second elder come? The fifth elder narrowed his eyes, cursing inwardly. As expected, snatching Lu Chen wouldn't be easy. As his words fell, the second elder's figure, clad in a flowing white robe with an immortal air, appeared beside the short, stout fifth elder. In contrast, the fifth elder looked like an unremarkable dwarf. Old me has come for Lu Chen as well. The second elder stated directly, his kind and serene eyes fixed on Lu Chen. Just as he was about to speak, he turned his head. Third brother is also here. Not only me, but the grand elder hasn't lagged behind. A voice like a roaring bell rang out, and another tall, imposing figure appeared in the hall. He looked remarkably young, with sword-like brows and eagle-sharp eyes exuding an aura of dominance. Yet inexplicably a sense of decay emanated from him. This was none other than the third elder who controlled Dojin Peak. If I hadn't come, you three, second, third, and fifth, might have torn a hole through this exam hall. A calm voice spoke, gentle yet sending chills down the spine. As the voice fell, another figure appeared before the third elder. A gaunt, withered old man with long gray eyebrows nearly covering his eyelids, resembling a stern judge. This was the Grand Elder of Mingjing Peak. In an instant, 4 of the 6 intersect peak elders had arrived, and all of them were there for Lu Chen. Not only Lu Chen himself, but even the watching disciples and stewards gasped in shock. When they looked at Lu Chen again, their envy had vanished. They felt that this once envied young prodigy was now trapped in a bizarre arena overshadowed by towering mountains. Without needing to imagine themselves in his place, they could sense the immense pressure Lu Chen was enduring. If only one elder had come, Lu Chen would undoubtedly be a lucky soul blessed by heaven. But 4 had arrived. No matter which one he chose, he would offend the other 3. How could he choose? Every choice was wrong, or every choice meant offending 3, gaining only one's approval. Was it a loss? Of course. 3 against 1, how could he not lose? Suddenly being ordinary doesn't seem so bad. A disciple breathed a sigh of relief. Don't fool yourself. If 4 elders valued you at once, you'd be laughing in your dreams. So you are Lu Chen. The young third elder with sword-like brows and piercing eagle-like eyes paid no heed to the elders beside him, merely fixing his gaze on Lu Chen and inquiring calmly. Though his tone was gentle, it carried an intangible pressure. An ordinary spirit transformation disciple, if faced with this, would likely be frightened into stammering. Yet Lu Chen felt a wave of relief and quickly bowed in greeting. I am. Solid foundation, abundant blood and chi, and you've comprehended 4 true intents. Not bad. The third elder nodded with approval. I'll grant you a top-grade evaluation for Sword Peak. From today onward, you shall join Sword Peak as an ordinary inner disciple. How does that sound? Hold on. The gaunt and refined Grand Elder frowned, interrupting. Third brother, this is the assessment hall. Put away your domineering ways. This person is not only wanted by your Sword Peak. Our Mirror Peak also desires him. The second elder nodded serenely. My Enlightenment Peak might not be out of the question either. The fifth elder said coldly, I arrived first. The third elder glanced around, and that indescribable dominance suddenly dissipated, replaced by helplessness and sorrow. My old brothers, do you not yet know my situation? He let out a long sigh. I have only a few years left. If Sword Peak does not find an outstanding disciple to take over, can it still serve as the sect's sharp sword against external threats? Will those enemies whose clans we've annihilated, those vicious remnants of evil paths, those great demons, still fear Sword Peak? He sighed again. If I were to let go and pass away now, would Sword Peak still be Sword Peak? At these words, Lu Chen was startled. Even an existence like the third elder is nearing his end. He didn't look like it. Among the elders, the third elder appeared the youngest, with a tall and robust physique that seemed capable of slaying a dragon barehanded. Nothing like a dying man. Moreover, from the third elder's tone, it didn't seem he intended for Lu Chen to become just an ordinary inner disciple on Sword Peak. Was he aiming for a successor? The Grand Elder fell silent, as did the second and fifth elders. Yet the twitching corners of their mouths, which they could barely suppress, betrayed countless silent curses raging in their minds. Strangely, these three elders offered no further rebuttal. Third brother, take care of yourself. The Grand Elder flicked his sleeve and departed, clearly displeased. The second elder shook his head and vanished without a sound. The fifth elder opened his mouth, raised and lowered his finger several times, nearly pointing it at the third elder's nose, but ultimately failed to extend it. With a cold snort, he too was gone. Lu Chen fell into thought. This third elder seems. There was something to him. No, there was a great deal to him. Boy, take this. The third elder shed the helplessness and sorrow he had shown before the other elders, resuming his indescribable dominance. The shift in demeanor was so practiced it left one dumbfounded. He produced a purple jade token and tossed it casually to Lu Chen. Before Lu Chen could catch it, the elder had already vanished. Lu Chen reached out and caught the token, which bore only the simple words top grade. Junior brother Lu, take this too. Bai Lixiong first shot a provocative glance at Wang Shilu, then approached Lu Chen with a grin, handing him another purple jade token. It too was engraved with top grade and Lu Chen's name. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Chen accepted the token and expressed his gratitude. No need for formality. From now on we are fellow disciples of Sword Peak. Cultivate diligently. The third elder holds high hopes for you. Bai Lixiong waved his hand and summoned another Sword Peak steward. Junior brother Ding Rong, take charge of this junior brother Lu. Ensure he is well cared for. Ding Rong smiled, of course. He appeared as a gentle young man, his smile enhancing his amiable demeanor. Junior brother Lu, follow me. Lu Chen clasped his fists to thank Bai Lixiong, then followed Ding Rong's steps, quickly leaving the assessment hall. A petty man reveling in success. Wang Shilu watched Lu Chen's retreating figure, then glanced at the smug Bai Lixiong. With a cold snort, he turned his face away, unwilling to spare Bai Lixiong another look. Ha ha! Only Bai Lixiong's boisterous laughter echoed through the hall, brimming with satisfaction. On the mountain path leading to the inner sect's Sword Peak, Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, Senior brother Ding, back in the assessment hall about our third elder. I mean the other elders. He struggled to find the right words, but couldn't bypass the third elder's claim of having few years left, nor the elders squabbling over him. Thus his question lacked focus. Ding Rong chuckled and waved his hand. I heard that over 300 years ago, the third elder was already saying he was nearing his end. Lu Chen. Well, he knew the third elder was no simple figure. Others might think the elder was spouting lies, even deceiving his fellow elders, but Lu Chen understood the truth was far from simple. Who were those elders? They were grand figures governing inner disciples of their peaks. Could they not discern whether the third elder was near death? Of course they could. Moreover, Lu Chen noticed that although the third elder appeared the youngest among them, he exuded a decaying aura of a dying man. In other words, the third elder should have died over 300 years ago, yet he had stubbornly dragged on until this day. It seemed he could continue to hold on. Perhaps this was why the Grand Elder and others, despite their frustration, had to concede Lu Chen to Sword Peak. For no one could say for sure how much longer the third elder could endure. Perhaps he might outlive all the other elders, or perhaps he truly had only a few years left. Because it was uncertain, the other elders found it hard to argue, and ultimately had to grit their teeth and accept it. I heard that over 300 years ago, the third elder suffered a Dao injury that has never healed. Ding Rong added a few words. Lu Chen nodded and asked no more. It was best not to pry into the elder's affairs. Then senior brother Ding Rong detailed various aspects of Sword Peak, leaving no stone unturned, gradually giving Lu Chen an understanding of the peak. Sword Peak had the third elder as its peak master along with 8 other elders, though they rarely stayed on the peak. They were either out subduing demons, hunting down evil heretics, or dealing with powerful rogue cultivators or sects causing trouble for Dongming Sect. In short, they were either fighting or on their way to a fight. Busy indeed. Fighting was essentially Sword Peak's main occupation, with nothing else. Additionally, the third elder as peak master had 2 direct disciples and 5 nominal disciples, all of whom had fought their way up from Sword Peak. As long as you killed enough demons and accumulated sufficient merits, you could become a disciple of the peak master. Even those without top-tier talent could become disciples of the other 8 Sword Peak elders. Thus Ding Rong's implication was that while the third elder valued Lu Chen, and might even groom him as Sword Peak's successor, Lu Chen still had to prove himself. Otherwise, the third elder's approval alone wouldn't suffice. Sword Peak had no rule allowing the peak master to directly take on disciples. Lu Chen not only found no fault with this, but wholeheartedly agreed. He feared becoming the peak master's direct disciple, only to be ordered into bitter seclusion, forbidden from leaving until reaching a certain cultivation level. That would render his companion treasure, the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, utterly useless. A rule relying on personal effort suited him perfectly. Moreover, he had no intention of staying on Sword Peak to inherit it. With the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, his path would not be confined to Dongming Sect or the southern Chu kingdom, but to the cosmos and even the so-called immortal path. That was what he sought. Now that I've entered the inner sect, let's set a small goal. Surpass the third elder and become the strongest, most formidable one on Sword Peak. By the way, junior brother Lu, you possess 3 purple jade tokens with a grade A superior evaluation. Do not underestimate them, for they hold great value, Ding Rong emphasized. A purple jade token can be exchanged for 100 merit points at the Inner Sect Affairs Hall. Within the True Intent Pagoda, 1 token grants a day of true intent comprehension. Furthermore, at the Inner Sect's Myriad Arts Pavilion, 1 token can be exchanged for 3 profound spells. Lastly, your Sword Peak Inner Sect attire, flying sword, and dimensional pouch can all be upgraded to superior versions. Follow me. Let us first go to the Affairs Hall to collect your belongings. A grade A superior purple jade token was truly worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. Perhaps even more. The True Intent Pagoda and spells. How many merit points would it take to exchange for such things? Yet he had 3 whole purple jade tokens, which translated to 300 merit points, 3 days of True Intent Pagoda comprehension, and 9 profound spells. Truly extraordinary. Before long, the Inner Sect Affairs Hall arrived, situated at the foot of the main peak. Amidst the bustling crowd, Ding Rong skillfully led Lu Chen through the throng and soon stood before a heavily built middle-aged female steward. Steward, by this junior brother of mine has just joined the Sword Peak. Please issue him all necessary items. The steward, with a broad yet fair face, asked in surprise. Steward Ding, why are you not at the assessment hall examining disciples? What brings you to the affairs hall? In her mind, she thought that the fact an assessment steward from the Sword Peak personally escorted this new disciple meant he was no ordinary individual. Her eyes narrowed to mere slits, instinctively swept over Lu Chen, yet she discerned little. His cultivation foundation was solid, but hardly enough to warrant Ding Rong's personal guidance. Junior brother, please hand me your previous outer sect identity token. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then presented his outer sect token. Steward by glanced at the inscription Lu Chen Southern Chu, 863rd year 9th month. A new disciple who entered this year, reaching the spirit transformation realm in under 4 months. Remarkable. No wonder Ding Rong personally guides you. The portly steward Bei's tone grew increasingly amiable. Turning to Lu Chen, she offered what she considered a warm smile, though her plump features made it less than appealing. Junior brother Lu, please also give me the evaluation token from the assessment hall. Lu Chen returned the smile and handed over a grade A superior purple jade token. Grade A superior. Steward Bei's already narrow eyes squeezed tighter, becoming nearly invisible. Prodigy. Achieving the spirit transformation realm in under 4 months and earning a grade A superior evaluation on the first assessment was reasonable. Yet the life and death trial and the final Sword Peak assessment were the true tests. These 2 assessments did not grant high evaluations solely based on cultivation speed. The life and death trial tested one's mastery of spells, while the Sword Peak assessment was extreme, focusing purely on combat prowess. For a prodigy like Lu Chen, who cultivated so swiftly in under 4 months, he likely had little time to practice spells or develop combat skills. His evaluations were probably not high. Thinking thus, Steward Bai spoke amiably again. Bring out the other 2 evaluation tokens as well. Lu Chen complied, presenting the remaining 2 grade A superior purple jade tokens. Steward Bei's eyes, once mere slits, suddenly flew wide open, revealing fully rounded pupils for the first time. Grade A superior. All are grade A superior. This was no mere prodigy. This was a heavenly chosen one. Finally, when Ding Rong led Lu Chen out of the affairs hall, his equipment was entirely renewed. First, his low-grade Dharma flying sword and shield were replaced with high-grade spirit artifacts. A leap of more than 1 tier. Under normal circumstances, a new Inner Sect disciple with a grade C evaluation could obtain 1 high-grade Dharma artifact, grade B 1 low-grade spirit artifact, and grade A 1 mid-grade spirit artifact. But Lu Chen had 3 grade A superior evaluations, earning him 2 high-grade spirit artifacts. As for graded evaluations, they could only yield a mid-grade Dharma artifact. The disparity in power between Dharma artifacts, spirit artifacts, and magical treasures was immense. Spirit artifacts were already extremely rare treasures. Even a rogue cultivator at the mysterious Dharma realm could only hope to use spirit artifacts and not necessarily high-grade ones. Only a wealthy and established sect like the Dongming Sect could afford such treatment. Next, his dimensional pouch was replaced with a high-grade storage ring, another privilege of the grade A superior evaluation. Finally, his outer sect identity token was swapped for a Sword Peak inner sect token, which bore 300 merit points along with the 6 remaining points from his outer sect token. With 306 merit points in hand, wealthier than ever before, Lu Chen immediately exchanged 10 purple spirit pills for 150 merit points and 20 mid-grade spirit stones for 20 merit points. Even Ding Rong, a steward, watched with envy. How fortunate prodigies were. to wage such a prosperous battle upon entering the inner sect. When he first joined, he was destitute, let alone able to afford pills for cultivation. Afterward, Ding Rong took Lu Chen to familiarize himself with the Myriad Arts Pavilion and the True Intent Pagoda before finally leading him back to the Sword Peak to a vacant small courtyard. Unlike the outer sect, inner sect courtyards were protected by formations. Without the owner's permission, outsiders could not intrude, making them ideal for secluded cultivation. At last, everything was settled. Ding Rong took his leave and Lu Chen let out a long breath in his new courtyard. Overall, his entry into the inner sect was a success. Though the journey had been arduous, he had ultimately entered his intended Sword Peak rather than the Bright Mirror Peak. That peak housed the persistent senior sister Xian Qi, whom Lu Chen had deliberately avoided. Next, I will cultivate steadily for a while. Once I break through the early stage of the spirit transformation realm into the mid-stage, I will continue hunting demon beasts to nurture new Dao soldiers. Lu Chen planned his schedule. Upon reaching the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm, he could nurture 10 more Dao soldiers, greatly enhancing both his overall strength and physical power. Right, I also need to select a physical combat art from the Myriad Arts Pavilion and begin training. Currently, his physical strength far surpassed his chi cultivation, having reached the aperture opening realm. A hidden trump card unknown to anyone. Without a physical combat art, however, he could not fully unleash this physical prowess. It was akin to possessing the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, but having never trained in spells. How much combat power could he exert with mere spiritual energy? Even with a higher realm than his opponent, he would be utterly defeated. Yes, I must also visit the True Intent Pagoda. With his newly acquired high-grade spirit artifact Flying Sword, he had to elevate his sword True Intent. The first level of sword True Intent might be impressive to other spirit transformation disciples, but for Lu Chen it was the lowest. His Earth True Intent and Fire True Intent had already reached the third level, and even his newly comprehended Water True Intent was at the second level. All surpassed his sword True Intent. It was utterly lacking. Even with a high-grade spirit Flying Sword, he could not unleash its full potential. He needed to remedy this quickly. Moreover, the newly acquired high-grade spirit Flying Sword Shield and Storage Ring required refinement. With all these tasks, the coming days would be exceedingly busy. Lu Chen felt a sudden sense of urgency, yet it only fueled his determination. By the way, I wonder if the sect has cleared the demon creatures I saw at Mount Mangniu in Donghe County. He had forgotten to ask senior brother Ding Rong about it. It was no matter. He could inquire later. What truly intrigued Lu Chen were the tiger demon suspected of becoming a mountain lord and the massive python on the verge of transforming into a dragon. If these two fearsome creatures were slain and their corpses used to nurture his Dao soldiers, he could scarcely imagine the astonishing soldiers he would produce. Golden-armored Dao soldiers, or 5 elements Dao soldiers. The mere thought excited Lu Chen. More importantly, beyond these two formidable beasts, hundreds of demon creatures had gathered, none below the spirit transformation realm. Furthermore, if the sect had not acted swiftly, the number of demon creatures on Mount Mangniu might have swelled even further. To Lu Chen, or rather to his companion treasure, the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, these were the finest divine elixirs of great use. Oh, and more than that, on Mount Mangniu stood a remarkably mystical tree, shaped like a green serpent bearing a single green fruit. Even the tiger demon suspected of being a mountain lord and the python on the verge of draconic transformation coveted it. It was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. There were simply too many treasures there. Within the inner sect at the vast magic pavilion. An apeless evaluation for this year's entry. The elder guarding the pavilion praised as he looked at the purple jade token handed over by Lu Chen. Excellent young man. Tell me about your situation. I can offer you some guidance before you choose your spells, so you'll have a better foundation. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Disciple is proficient in earth, fire, and water elemental spells, and also has some skill in sword control. The white-haired, disheveled elder nodded upon hearing this. In that case, you may choose swordsmanship. He added another explanation. The 3 types of spells, earth, fire, and water, are too singular. For instance, fire spells can only harness the power of heavenly fire, but cannot simultaneously incorporate the powers of earth and water. Swordsmanship, however, has no fixed meaning, which means it can encompass everything. In the future, once you comprehend the true essences of earth, water, and fire, you can integrate them all into your swordsmanship, making it even more powerful. After just a few sentences, Lu Chen experienced a sudden epiphany, and his horizons broadened. In truth, it was a simple principle. Earth spells rely solely on earthly power, and one's own spiritual energy, leaving no room for Lu Chen's true essences of fire, water, or even the essence of the sword. Thus, whether Lu Chen chose a more profound earth spell or a fire spell, his strength would at most be exerted to 1/5 or even less. Choosing swordsmanship would allow him to unify all his abilities. It was the optimal choice. Thank you for your guidance, elder. Lu Chen expressed his gratitude. The elder waved his hand, signaling that Lu Chen could enter the vast magic pavilion to select his spells. Lu Chen bowed once more before stepping into the vast magic pavilion. The inner sect's vast magic pavilion was more than 10 times larger than its outer sect counterpart. Rows upon rows of bookshelves stretched out before him like entering a deep mountain range with no end in sight. He did not rush to choose a sword art but searched as if aimlessly. At a certain moment Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Found it! It was a book about innate treasures. These books were related to cultivation but were not spells, techniques, or secret arts, so they could be perused freely without requiring merit points. Lu Chen casually took a volume titled Casual Notes on the Innate, and read it carefully, lost in thought. After a while he put down one book and picked up another. This continued for perhaps an hour before he finally let out a long breath, unable to suppress a smile that curled at the corners of his mouth. As expected, innate treasures cannot be detected by outsiders. Moreover, before one's cultivation reached a certain level, even the owner of the treasure could not manifest it. As one ancient text described it, an innate treasure is nurtured by heaven and earth. Initially formless yet wondrous, it lies hidden in an unknown place. All external gazes cannot perceive it. However, when the owner's strength is sufficient, they can manifest the innate treasure. It could take the form of swords, sabers, spears, cauldrons, or other weapons for combat possessing supreme power. There were also auxiliary innate treasures that did not require manifestation. Even when the owner reached a formidable level of power, they could remain hidden. For instance, one ancient text recorded an innate treasure that strengthened the soul, existing eternally within the soul itself, guarding and nourishing it with no need for external manifestation. So as long as I don't actively manifest the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, no one will know I possess an innate treasure. Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief. From now on he could be bolder in using his Dao soldiers. Who would suspect that his Dao soldiers, which resembled the spell of gathering earth to form soldiers, were actually nurtured by his innate treasure? He put down the ancient texts and resumed his search through the vast magic pavilion, his steps seemingly lighter. Before long, he picked up another book titled Compendium of Wondrous Arts. This book recorded many practical minor spells such as dust removal, purification, invisibility, immobilization, qi concealment, qi observation, dream entry, obscuration, and truth-seeing, spiritual, totaling over 100 kinds. Though some had grandiose names, they were not profound but were useful in most situations. Previously, when Lu Chen was in the outer sect, he was focused solely on improving his strength and had no time to learn these. Now was the perfect opportunity to make up for it. However, this Compendium of Wondrous Arts could not be exchanged with the purple jade token. Using merit points was more economical, costing only 50 merit points. The profound inner sect spells, on the other hand, often required hundreds or even thousands of merit points. For such items, using the purple jade token was clearly more advantageous. Taking the Compendium of Wondrous Arts, Lu Chen strode toward the sword art section. There were thousands of sword scriptures here. He perused them unhurriedly until another hour passed. Then he selected a sword art called the Nine Heavens Sword Scripture. His reason was simple: it had the highest price. If exchanged with merit points, this sword scripture would cost 9,900 merit points. According to its general outline, if cultivated to its pinnacle, it could almost rival the power of a divine ability. Of course, reaching that level required extremely high personal cultivation, which Lu Chen was far from achieving at present. Divine abilities were transcendent means above spells, rumored to be graspable only by immortals. It was said that only the main peak of the Dongming Sect's sect master's lineage possessed such legends, but whether they were true or false remained unknown. After taking the Nine Heavens Sword Scripture, Lu Chen still did not leave. Instead, he headed straight for the area of physical combat techniques, and ultimately chose a method called the Earth Fiend Dragon Subduing Art. Again, the reason was the same: this physical combat technique had the highest price, also 9,900 merit points, on par with the Nine Heavens Sword Scripture, and bordering on the realm of divine abilities. Cultivated to its extreme, it was said to be able to slay a true dragon, ferocious and extraordinary. Moreover, this physical combat technique, like swordsmanship, could incorporate any true essence to enhance its power. But Lu Chen still did not stop. He walked to the cultivation technique area and selected a manual called the Great Cavern Pure Clarity Scripture, also one of the most expensive techniques. Lu Chen did not actually need a cultivation technique, as his innate treasure, the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, contained a technique called the Primordial Chaos Indestructible Scripture. However, this was not suitable for outsiders to know, so he needed a sect technique to conceal it. Otherwise, as his cultivation continued to soar, the issue of not having practiced any sect technique would be exposed. With this, Lu Chen walked out of the vast magic pavilion satisfied. When the Guardian Elder saw the Nine Heavens Sword Scripture, the Earth Fiend Dragon Subduing Art, and the Great Cavern Pure Clarity Scripture that Lu Chen had selected, a vein bulged on his forehead. This kid didn't even consider suitability. He just picked the most expensive ones, Yet it had to be said that what Lu Chen chose were indeed the top-tier spells and techniques. The spells are excellent and the techniques are excellent, but the difficulty of cultivation is incomparably high. Many talented disciples have chosen these techniques and spells before but ultimately achieved nothing. Are you sure? The guardian elder couldn't help but warn. Lu Chen smiled and said, "No changes. I'll take these." Having been born with an innate treasure, his talent needed no elaboration. If he couldn't even master a major spell beneath the level of divine abilities, then the threshold for such an innate treasure would be far too low. The opportunity to select 3 techniques or spells from the Purple Jade Order had been exhausted along with 50 good deeds. Lu Chen, who initially thought he was wealthy, now felt that he was not so affluent anymore, as his good deeds had plummeted below 3 digits, leaving him with only 86. There were still 2 Purple Jade Orders left, allowing for the exchange of 6 more spells. Moreover, there were indeed many that needed to be exchanged, such as a powerful earth escape technique and a formidable wind control technique or cloud riding. There were also formations that needed to be practiced, otherwise in the future being trapped by formations would prevent him from even touching the exit. There were still many things to learn, but Lu Chen's current energy was limited, so he could only proceed step by step. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Lu Chen activated the barriers and immersed himself completely in his cultivation. In the morning, he practiced the 9 Heaven Sword Classic. In the afternoon, he trained in the Earth Fiend Dragon technique, and at night he consumed pills to enhance his cultivation. As winter passed and spring arrived, 2 months had swiftly gone by, and the early spring wind was still cold. However, within the small courtyard, there was a surge of vital energy, as if a furnace was burning, radiating heat. Holding a high-grade spirit sword, Lu Chen's blood surged like molten lava, and the true essence of the sword erupted, its momentum resembling the vast sky, both domineering and lofty. At a certain moment, the sword intent emanating from him intensified, suddenly seeming to break through some kind of shackles. The cold wind of early spring was silently sliced apart by this unrestrained true essence of the sword, fading into nothingness. The 9 heavens represents the 9 skies, encompassing 9 great sword intents. Now I have become one of them. Lu Chen slowly exhaled, and though it was merely an unconscious act, that breath transformed into an indestructible sword, slashing forth with a sound that ripped the air, eventually penetrating the solid ground and leaving a deep sword mark. What is the 9 heavens? The 9 heavens are the 9 skies: Xinxiao, Qingxiao, Bixiao, Danxiao, Jingxiao, Yuxiao, Longxiao, Zixiao, and Huaxiao. The 9 heavens sword classic comprises 9 great sword intents, each further divided into 33 variations, symbolizing the 33 heavens. This sword classic can be used for sword control or wielded directly in battle. With Lu Chen's current strength among the 9 great sword intents, he could only practice the Langxiao sword intent, and he had already mastered it to perfection. What surprised him even more was that just now, as his Langxiao sword intent reached perfection, the initial level of his sword's true essence also seamlessly advanced to the 2nd level, vastly increasing his power. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that he had also made considerable progress in the Earth Fiend Dragon technique. The Earth Fiend consists of 72 elements representing 72 main ominous stars in the sky known for their ferocity. Thus, this Earth Fiend Dragon technique is divided into 72 major forces, each more ferocious and powerful than the last. By the time one reaches the 72nd force, one can even fight against a true dragon. Lu Chen's physical strength was even greater, so he had mastered 7 major forces in the Earth Fiend Dragon technique: Earth Champion, Earth Fiend, Earth Brave, Earth Outstanding, Earth Hero, Earth Might, and Earth Excellence. Lastly, his own realm had broken through over 20 days ago, successfully entering the midstage of the Spirit Transformation realm, and he had also made significant progress within it. Out of 10 purple spirit pills, he had refined 6, leaving 4. If he were to refine them all, he was confident in breaking through to the late stage of the Spirit Transformation realm. Furthermore, having reached the midstage of the Spirit Transformation realm, he could nurture 10 more Dao soldiers in his immortal casket. Fortunately, he had previously kept 9 demon corpses from the Qi opening realm and 2 black-haired zombies, just enough to cultivate 10 silver-armored Dao soldiers. Now he had amassed 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers. Taking advantage of the 10 newly nurtured silver-armored Dao soldiers, Lu Chen seized the opportunity to comprehend true essence, successfully breaking through the earth elemental true essence and reaching the 4th layer, while the fire elemental true essence peaked at the 3rd layer and the water elemental true essence smoothly advanced to the 3rd layer. Simultaneously, the power feedback from nurturing the 10 silver-armored Dao soldiers significantly enhanced Lu Chen's physical strength, to the extent that even a Qi opening realm latest-stage cultivator would find it challenging to completely suppress him. If one were to factor in the newly mastered 7 forces of the Earth Fiend Dragon technique, Lu Chen even felt confident that he could overpower and rub a latest-stage Qi opening cultivator into the ground. The Earth Fiend Dragon technique is merely a technique, and its power varies in the hands of different individuals. For Lu Chen, not only did he possess a body from the Qi opening realm, but he also wielded the 4th layer of Earth Elemental True Essence, the 3rd layers of Fire and Water Elemental True Essence, along with the 2nd layer of Sword Intent. His Earth Fiend Dragon technique was simply extraordinary. Within the Qi opening realm, he was undoubtedly among the top-tier cultivators in terms of combat power. In just 2 months, Lu Chen's strength had undergone earth-shattering changes, especially with the extremely difficult Earth Fiend Dragon technique and 9 Heaven Sword Classic that even the Elder Guard spoke of. He had already mastered them. If this were to be revealed, many would surely be left in awe. However, Lu Chen remained low-key. Throughout these 2 months apart from cultivation, he had kept to himself and did not seek to display his prowess in front of others, which would be too childish. Strength is the foundation of one's confidence, not a capital for show-off. Getting the order wrong is not acceptable. Next, it's time to change the direction of my cultivation. Lu Chen sheathed his high-grade spirit sword and began to plan his future cultivation schedule. The Earth Fiend Dragon technique and 9 Heaven Sword Classic had nearly reached the limit for his current realm. Any further progress could only rely on the accumulation of time and daily comprehension. Thus, the focus of his upcoming efforts would be on enhancing his cultivation and comprehending the true essence of the sword in the True Essence Tower. The other elemental true essences of earth, fire, and water did not require comprehension at the True Essence Tower. He could understand them when his Dao soldiers advanced, which would save a lot of opportunities. However, the true essence of the sword was irreplaceable. Dao soldiers naturally did not possess the ability to master it. Additionally, he needed to refine the hundreds of practical spells in the summarization of marvelous techniques, which would require a significant amount of time. Fortunately, over these 2 months, Lu Chen had already mastered the cleansing technique and dust removal technique as they were needed in daily life. He also expended considerable effort in training the breath concealment technique and invisibility technique, as these were essential skills for hiding when going out. Though not particularly profound, their practicality was astonishing. While contemplating the time planning for future, training the barrier outside of the small courtyard suddenly rippled. Who is touching the barrier in my courtyard? Lu Chen thought, opening the door and the barrier. He saw a young woman standing outside the courtyard with fair skin and unremarkable features. She wore a long green dress, and her ethereal aura elevated her otherwise ordinary appearance considerably. It's her. An image of Lingya Mountain suddenly flashed in Lu Chen's memory. By coincidence, this young woman was Yunji, whom he had encountered at Lingya Mountain, who had slain the ghost cultivator, raising the spirits, and the 100 ghosts in her ghost banner had been completely devoured by Lu Chen's Dao soldiers. Is it Lu Chen, junior brother Lu? Yunji's otherwise unremarkable eyes lingered a moment longer on Lu Chen's handsome face before she spoke, her voice clean and pleasant. Indeed. May I ask why senior sister has come here? Yunji raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, inadvertently demonstrating a certain charm. About 3 months ago, junior brother discovered news of monsters gathering at the Mangyu Mountain in Donghe County. Now that the dragon transformation fruit in that mountain is about to ripen, the monsters that were supposed to go have mostly arrived, and the sect plans to encircle and eliminate the monsters at Mangyu Mountain tomorrow. The Peak Master specifically instructed me to ask if junior brother wants to go. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The treasures of Mangyu Mountain were indeed still there. Oh, of course he wanted to go. Preferably right now. Moreover, as expected, the sect indeed did not act hastily to besiege and slay the demonic creatures gathered at Mangyu Mountain, but instead waited until now. Lu Chen would have done the same. An opportunity handed on a silver platter was surely one to be maximized. By waiting, perhaps even more demonic creatures would arrive, and when the time was ripe, the net could be drawn shut, wiping them out in one fell swoop, ensuring that Yi Prefecture would be more than half pacified. After all, the demonic creatures in Yi Prefecture were only so many. Though new ones were constantly born, they required time to grow. Eliminating one batch naturally meant one fewer. So the azure fruit born by that strange tree resembling a green serpent is actually the dragon transformation fruit. No wonder the bizarre tree he had seen back then had not yet reached maturity, otherwise it should have taken the form of an azure dragon, not a green serpent. Thank you, senior sister, for the reminder. I am indeed quite interested in Mangyu Mountain. Lu Chen expressed his willingness to go, but not with excessive eagerness. He couldn't let others perceive his intense desire to procure demonic creature corpses to nurture his Dao soldiers, could he? Unusual behavior always hinted at something hidden. No one would constantly seek to kill those demonic creatures for no reason, especially given the inherent danger. My name is Yunji. Yunji said, Junior brother Lu, please follow me to accept the mission. She turned her slender figure, her waist so delicate it seemed a mere handspan could encircle it, cinched with a belt. A perfect match for the proverbial willowy waist described in books, though her otherwise unremarkable appearance somewhat detracted from the image. The thought involuntarily flashed through Lu Chen's mind as he saw Yunji's waist, but he quickly dismissed it. Her body is none of your concern. How base. He followed Yunji's steps towards the summit of Dojin Peak. By the way, I heard that junior brother is exceptionally skilled in the art of gathering earth to form soldiers, so much so that even senior sister Xian Qi from Mingjing Peak admits inferiority. If the opportunity arises, might I also witness this skill? Halfway there Yunji spoke seemingly out of the blue as if in jest. It's merely an unrefined minor spell, nothing particularly remarkable about it. Lu Chen replied instinctively. Then he quickly realized, no, she's testing me. This unremarkable senior sister Yunji had remarkably sharp intuition. Previously at Lingya Mountain, he had not shown himself, merely letting his Dao soldiers devour the 100 ghosts and capture 2 Blackford zombies. Yet this senior sister Yunji had apparently gathered some information and suspected Lu Chen. And crucially, she had guessed correctly. However, Lu Chen would certainly not admit it. The nurturing soldier immortal coffin, his companion treasure, was invisible to others, but Dao soldiers capable of devouring 100 ghosts would also attract attention. Something far from desirable. And Lu Chen had never been fond of potential trouble. You can guess all you want, but if I adamantly deny it, there's nothing you can do to me. Gathering earth to form soldiers is indeed a minor spell, but your gathering earth to form soldiers might not be so unremarkable. It might even be capable of devouring 100 ghosts, becoming the bane of all evil heretics. Yunzis pressed forward, her tone casual, as if discussing mundane matters. Still testing. Lu Chen felt a surge of shock, then shook his head, repeatedly feigning disbelief. How could gathering earth to form soldiers have the power to devour ghosts? Senior Sister Yun must not be teasing me. I have never even heard of such a spell, let alone seen it. I have seen it. Yunji chuckled softly. Perhaps junior brother will have the chance to see it too someday. As she spoke, she turned back to look at Lu Chen, her gaze meaningful. I would very much like to see it, Lu Chen replied, his face full of anticipation, as if yearning for the sight. With acting this good, are you trying to get yourself killed? Yunji thought as she watched Lu Chen's eager expression. She lost all interest in further probing, as this fellow's lips were sealed tight, and she couldn't pry a single word from him. Or perhaps it truly wasn't Lu Chen who helped them that day. Yunji began to doubt herself, for the sincerity in Lu Chen's eyes seemed genuine, not like an act at all. After returning from Lingya Mountain that day, Yunji, Holiahu, and the others had investigated. Among the sect's disciples who possessed stone golems, they finally learned from Mingjing Peak that Lu Chen of the outer sect was the most skilled in gathering earth to form soldiers. He had once at the condensation chi stage used the spell to kill a demonic wolf at the mid-stage of spirit transformation. Apart from him, no other disciple matched the characteristics of the stone golem. What a coincidence that Lu Chen had been at Lingya Mountain that very day undertaking the white-scaled ivory mission. Ultimately, Yunji refrained from overthinking and changed the subject. The commotion you caused upon entering the inner sect was considerable, even startling the Peak Master, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Fifth Elder. Now all 6 peaks of the inner sect are buzzing with the rumor that you are the sole successor chosen by the Peak Master for Dojin Peak. This might not be a good thing. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be toppled by the wind. I believe you understand this principle. Lu Chen fell into thought. So I've become the target of envy from other disciples. Or perhaps it was dissatisfaction from those disciples who had originally harbored hopes of succeeding the Third Elder as Peak Master of Dojin Peak after his passing. It's not that I'm backing down, but to be honest, I have no interest in the position of Dojin Peak Master whatsoever, Lu Chen said after some deliberation. Yunji couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Lu Chen before suddenly breaking into a smile. Given your current strength, even if you don't say it, everyone knows you won't become the Dojin Peak Master. She paused. The reason some are discontent is that such rumors are too widespread, irritating some fellow disciples. So my fellow disciples in the sect aren't worried about me snatching the position of Dojin Peak Master. It's just that hearing such idiotic gossip pisses them off. Lu Chen suddenly felt much better. Yunji asked in surprise, "You're not angry?" Lu Chen smiled. "I'm quite happy. Happy to be looked down upon." This Lu Chen was indeed intriguing. At the height of youthful arrogance with exceptional talent, any other young man in his shoes would likely roar 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully the youth for being poor. Then, brimming with resolve, they would scheme to humiliate those fellow disciples who looked down on them. But Lu Chen did none of that. He seemed even happier than when he heard others say he was to be the sole successor of Dojin Peak. What a strange person. Yunji was quite curious as to how Lu Chen, still so young, could possess such a mature temperament. This mission to Mangniu Mountain is exclusive to Dojin Peak, so there's no need to go to the affairs hall. Yunji led the way and soon arrived at a hall named Dojin Hall, situated halfway up the mountain. At this moment, Dojin Hall was already filled with many disciples of Dojin Peak. Seeing Yunji leading Lu Chen in, most of their gazes fell upon him. So this is Lu Chen, the one called the successor of Dojin Peak. Mid-stage spirit transformation entered the sect this year. His cultivation speed is indeed fast. Fast cultivation speed doesn't necessarily mean he's strong. Faint whispers, barely audible, occasionally reached Lu Chen's ears, but he paid them no heed. He had no need to prove anything to anyone, for it was meaningless. What would proving himself achieve? Would it grant him a few more powerful demonic creature corpses? If that were the case, Lu Chen wouldn't mind considering it, but unfortunately it wasn't. After accepting the mission to besiege Mangyu Mountain the next day from the steward here, he bid farewell to Yunji and returned to his small courtyard. Mangyu Mountain. Lu Chen stroked his chin. If I could use that demonic tiger suspected to have cultivated into a mountain lord as a seed to nurture a Dao soldier, and that giant python on the verge of transforming into a flood dragon, was there a chance? Perhaps there was. When so many Dojin Peak disciples charged up the mountain led by 2 of the Peak's elders, he might just be able to pick up the leftovers. The next day on the broad plaza outside the Sword Combat Hall halfway up the Sword Combat Peak. Over 500 disciples of the Sword Combat Hall gathered, including mystic Dharma Realm disciples, capable of traversing the starry universe, and elders with auras as profound and unfathomable as the abyss. The majority were in the orifice opening realm, while those in the spirit transformation realm were the fewest. Lu Chen stood among the crowd, flanked on the left by the pale-skinned, unremarkable Yunji, and on the right by the burly iron tower-like physique cultivator, Ho Liehu, as well as Zhu Xinji, who bore a deep wrinkle on his forehead, appearing both young and old. The leading elders are Zhang Kuei and Lu Zifu. With them guiding us on this trip to Mount Mangyu we're set. Zhu Xinji exclaimed, brimming with excitement and eager to spring into action. Lu Chen asked in a low voice, "Are these 2 elders very formidable?" Ho Liehu beside him rumbled in a deep tone, "Of course. Among the 8 elders of our Sword Combat Peak, the lowest are at the Dao Embryo Realm. Elders Zhang Kuei and Lu Zifu rank in the top 3. What do you think?" Pausing, Ho Liehu lowered his voice, "Junior brother Lu, was it really not you who helped us on Spirit Cliff Mountain that day?" Lu Chen replied helplessly. "I was indeed on Spirit Cliff Mountain that day, but look at my strength. Even if I wanted to help, I couldn't." Ho Liehu, far easier to convince than Yunji, nodded in deep agreement. "Junior brother Lu, your strength is decent, but to exorcise 100 ghosts and slay a black-haired zombie, you're indeed lacking. This muscle-headed brute wants to pry secrets from junior brother Lu." Helby fooled himself before long, Yunji thought, rolling her eyes, silently sneering at the utterly convinced Ho Liehu. After a moment of thought, Yunji suddenly asked, "Junior brother Lu, you brought back the news about Mount Mangyu. Are the monsters there very powerful?" Lu Chen nodded. A demon tiger suspected of having cultivated into a mountain lord, a giant python serpent on the verge of transforming into a dragon, and over 1,000 other monsters. But that was just Mount Mangyu over 2 months ago. Now the monsters gathered around the dragon transformation fruit will only be more numerous. At these words, the 3 companions reacted differently. Ho Liehu rubbed his hands together eagerly. "Excellent. On this trip to Mount Mangyu, I'll rake in merits like crazy." Zhu Xinzi's forehead wrinkle deepened. "With a horde of monsters assembled, are just over 500 disciples from our Sword Combat Peak really enough?" Yunji mused. "The appearance of the dragon transformation fruit is suspicious. With monsters gathering in such numbers and such a commotion, would only our Sword Combat Peak mobilize? What about Bright Mirror Peak?" Lu Chen remained silent, casting a glance at Yunji. This unremarkable senior sister Yunji has a sharp mind. She hit the crux of the matter instantly. This aligned perfectly with Lu Chen's own speculation. From the situation, even with over 500 disciples from Sword Combat Peak gathered at Mount Mangyu, they held no advantage, or at least not a significant one. Moreover, the dragon transformation fruit itself seemed problematic. Lu Chen surmised that aside from Sword Combat Peak, the sect likely had a backup plan. Whether it involved Bright Mirror Peak remained uncertain. "Are all Sword Combat Peak disciples present?" Elder Zhang Kuei, a small wiry man, stood on the stone steps leading to the Sword Combat Hall and addressed a steward before him. "All present," the steward, who had already confirmed the head count, replied promptly. "Since everyone is here, we should set off for Mount Mangyu without delay," urged Elder Lu Zifu, whose gray hair was disheveled. The diminutive Elder Zhang Kuei nodded, then suddenly spoke, his voice booming like a bell shaking the surroundings. "All Sword Combat Peak disciples, heed my command. Enter my demon refining gourd." As he spoke, Zhang Kuei raised his hand and tossed out a small bronze teapot-shaped artifact. It rapidly expanded as it soared into the air, soon blotting out the sky and hovering over the entire plaza on the mountainside. The disciples obeyed with a resounding roar, leaping toward the mouth of the demon refining gourd and vanishing inside. This artifact captures and refines demons, but it can also hold living beings with another world within, Yunji explained to Lu Chen. Then, together with Ho Liehu, Zhu Xinji, and Lu Chen, she plunged into the gourd's opening, entering its interior. In an instant, the plaza, once packed with Sword Combat Peak disciples, stood empty. Elder Zhang Kuei raised his hand, and the massive demon refining gourd shrank back to the size of a palm, returning to his grasp. "Old Lu, let's go." Elder Lu Zifu nodded, and both elders transformed into streaks of rainbow light, streaking across the sky and vanishing without a trace. The steward, who had been waiting nearby, cupped his hands and called out, May both elders return victorious. As his voice faded, all fell silent. Dongha County Mount Mangniu. Mount Mangniu stretched across the entirety of Dongha County and half of Pingliang County. The strange green aura was now far denser than when Lu Chen first arrived, spreading unchecked, nearly enveloping the entire Mangniu mountain range, even reaching the portion in Pingliang County. At this moment, deep within Mount Mangniu, the source of the strange green aura, once a serpent-like exotic tree, had truly grown, standing 2 or 3 zhang tall, resembling a blue dragon poised to soar into the heavens. Its bark was like dragon scales, its branches like dragon claws and whiskers. The crown, shaped like a dragon's head, opened its maw to spit out a green exotic fruit, presenting a sight like a blue dragon spitting a pearl from afar. Beneath the azure dragon tree, countless monsters gathered. The demon tiger, suspected to have become a mountain lord, was there, as was the giant python on the verge of turning into a dragon. However, a new addition was a towering golden-furred giant ape over 1 zhang and 6 chi tall, wielding a pitch-black iron staff like a pillar, glaring at the tiger and python. The dragon transformation fruit is about to ripen, and its dragon aura surges, blanketing the entire Mangniu range. Don't tell me you think the overlord of this land, the Cave Illumination Sect, remains unaware. The giant ape rumbled in a coarse voice. If you want to keep this dragon transformation fruit, join forces with me. Otherwise, in the end, not only will you lose the fruit, but you might not even keep your lives. The demon tiger let out a low growl, silencing the entire mountain. We need no trouble from you, ape. You want to take the dragon transformation fruit, and we don't require your aid. Withdraw. As the final words rang out, the tiger's roar shook the heavens, causing the entire Mount Mangniu to tremble. The python, on the verge of becoming a dragon, opened its mouth to speak, but suddenly raised its massive head. Who dares to spy from the shadows? You wretched beasts, knowing this land belongs to our Cave Illumination Sect, yet you still dare to linger here. Do you think the swords of our sword combat peak are dull? A light shout came, its waves rolling like a tide, instantly overpowering the tiger's roar and the python's hiss. The next moment, the diminutive Zhang Kuei and the gray-haired, disheveled Lu Zifu, both elders of Sword Combat Peak, stepped through the void, descending from the high heavens one step at a time. Beneath their feet, invisible celestial stairs seemed to support the 2 exalted beings, keeping them aloft from the mortal realm. Sword Combat Peak. Damn it, the butchers of the Cave Illumination Sect have come after all. The golden-furred giant ape snarled, baring its teeth. Countless monsters looked up to the sky in unison, their demonic aura surging and rolling heavenward. The dragon transformation fruit belongs to us demons. No one takes it, not even Sword Combat Peak. The python hissed, its forked tongue flicking as it lunged skyward. Killing the butchers of Sword Combat Peak will be entertaining. The demon tiger growled, low kill. At the command, the monster's ferocity erupted, and they roared in unison, kill. Vast waves of demonic aura rose like beacons of war, blotting out the sun. Thousands of monsters on Mount Mangniu, cloaked in demonic energy, surged forward. The demon tiger on the verge of becoming a mountain lord, the giant python nearing dragonhood, and the golden-furred giant ape all moved at once, charging at the 2 elders descending from the sky. Sword Combat Peak disciples, by my command. Slay the demons, leave none alive. Zhang Kuei cast out the demon refining gourd, and over 500 disciples poured forth from it. Lu Chen squeezed among the crowd, quickly swept his gaze over the battlefield. Instantly he activated invisibility and aura concealment techniques, becoming nearly transparent as he distanced himself from the center of the battle, finally landing at the edge and burrowing deep underground. A chaotic melee invites injury, but beneath the earth is my domain. Come, my 35 silver armor Dao soldiers, time to work. With a thought, Lu Chen summoned all 35 silver armor Dao soldiers and deployed them into the fray. I command 35 mighty Dao soldiers. Now, facing thousands of demons, we shall unveil our edge and begin the slaughter. Silently, and without a trace, 35 silver armor Dao soldiers harnessed the power of earth element, forming thick stone armor that encased their bodies, then emerged from beneath the ground, striking from outside the battle circle. With stone armor adorning them, each silver armor Dao soldier stood over 10 feet tall, exuding no life aura, appearing like specters to slay any demon they encountered. Especially amid the chaotic melee between the disciples of Dojin Peak and the demon horde, neither the demons nor the disciples noticed these lifeless, neither dead nor alive Dao soldiers suddenly emerging. High in the sky, the 2 elders Zhang Kuei and Lu Zifu displayed immense divine might, fighting 2 against 3, against the demon tiger suspected of becoming a mountain lord, the giant python on the verge of transforming into a dragon, and the golden-furred giant ape, yet still gaining the upper hand. They forced the demon tiger to roar in fury at the heavens, made the giant python bleed across the sky, while the golden-furred giant ape proved the strongest, wielding a pitch-black iron spear, like a beam stirring wind and thunder, that made the heavens echo like booming thunderclaps, the terrifying gale winds capable of splitting mountains and cracking the earth. Many demons were killed by the residual gale force of the giant ape's iron spear, and some Dojin Peak disciples were also accidentally injured, though the two elders Zhang Kuei and Lu Zifu kept a watchful eye. Otherwise, the Dojin Peak disciples would have suffered more than mere injuries. They would have lost their lives. High above, no one could intervene in the battle between the elders and the formidable demons, while many Dojin Peak disciples fought on the mountain. With a splash, a dog demon roaring as it charged at a Dojin Peak disciple, had its head smashed by a suddenly appearing tall stone man, then was dragged into the ground and vanished. With another splash, a jet-black giant wolf bared its fangs and howled, targeting a Dojin Peak disciple, besieged by demons, ready to strike and deliver a fatal blow. Yet at that same moment, a silver-armored Dao soldier abruptly reached out from beneath the earth, grabbed the wolf's hind leg, yanked it underground, and crushed its skull with a fist. Such scenes of Dao soldiers appearing and swiftly smashing demons continued to unfold on the periphery of the battle. However, the melee raged across such a vast area that no one paid any attention. Not the outnumbered Dojin Peak disciples, nor the overwhelmingly numerous demon horde. Powerful demons at the profound Dharma realm clashed with Dojin Peak disciples of the same realm, fighting from the ground to the sky, even into the depths of the earth, creating tremendous commotion. But at this level, eliminating an opponent of equal cultivation was exceedingly difficult unless there was a vast disparity in strength. Yet both being at the profound Dharma realm, beings capable of traversing the cosmos, even demons with bloodline inheritances could not be completely suppressed. The most brutal slaughter occurred between demons and Dojin Peak disciples at the orifice opening realm, with demons being slain and disciples being surrounded, torn apart by greater numbers. Everywhere was chaos and battle. One moment they were in the east, the next they might have fought into the sky or moved to the south. Boiling demonic aura, terrifying spiritual energy, sword chi, and magical artifacts all unleashed their might without restraint. This was a life-or-death struggle. Either the demons perished or the Dojin Peak disciples died, with no room for luck. Even Lu Chen, hidden deep underground, encountered demons and Dojin Peak disciples who had fought from the surface down into the earth, but he concealed his aura and remained invisible, thus avoiding detection. Occasionally, severely wounded demons fled into the depths, and Lu Chen, upon seeing them, would mercilessly pierce them through with his sword, striking with swift precision. At the same time, he continuously shuttled through the deep earth, appearing instantly whenever a Dao soldier killed a demon, and buried it to collect the corpse into his nurturing soldier immortal coffin. In just half an hour, his nurturing soldier immortal coffin was piled high with demon bodies like a small mountain. All were at least at the orifice opening realm. Lu Chen no longer bothered with demons at the spirit transformation realm. His comprehension of the earth element essence was profound, having reached the fourth layer, surpassing even profound Dharma realm demons or Dojin Peak disciples who cultivated earth element power. Thus his situation was extremely safe, and he could not be called a deserter who avoided battle, for his silver armor Dao soldiers were wreaking havoc on the surface. Though 35 silver armor Dao soldiers were not few, they were utterly inconspicuous among the thousands of demons and over 500 disciples of Dongming Sect. But perhaps because the silver armor Dao soldiers killed too ruthlessly, they finally drew the attention of many demons. Damn it, there's a sneaky bastard hiding underground and ambushing us. Kill these treacherous dogs first. A demon monkey at the peak of the orifice opening realm roared, its 10-foot body, swelling eyes, blazing red muscles bulging terrifyingly as it ferociously charged at a silver armor Dao soldier. At the same moment, over 100 demon monkeys howled and screeched, surrounding the 35 silver armor Dao soldiers and charging forward. These beasts have noticed. Lu Chen murmured from underground, showing no panic, but instead a hint of a smile. Well, killing them one by one is far slower than having all these 100 demon monkeys come at once. Moreover, these 100 demon monkeys were likely the descendants of that golden-furred giant ape, each brimming with astonishing blood energy and demonic aura. Killing them like this was even better, as such demon bodies were most suitable for nurturing Dao soldiers. With a rumble, the mighty earth element power converged around the 35 silver armor Dao soldiers, forming walls of bronze and iron that trapped the 100 demon monkeys. In the same instant, countless sparks surged between heaven and earth, turning into a torrent of flames that roared across the ground, mingling with the earth element power that confined the demon monkeys like lighting a fire in a jar, burning and annihilating everything. Roar! Damn it, this treacherous Dojin Peak bastard wields powerful spells. Break out! The demon monkeys roared in fury, trapped by the walls of earth element power and scorched by the blazing fire element, falling into chaos and screaming. Kill them all, leave none alive. Lu Chen silently transmitted his command, and the 35 silver armor Dao soldiers instantly became gods of death within the sea of fire. They silently merged into the flames and the walls of earth element power, appearing and disappearing unpredictably each time, using their terrifying unmatched strength to shatter a demon monkey's chest or head. This was a near one-sided massacre. Within the domain of fire and earth elements, the combat prowess of the silver armor Dao soldiers was horrifying, driving the demon monkeys to despair. Even as they roared with demonic aura swung iron clubs to shatter one wall of earth element after another and scattered the raging flames, it was futile. The power wielded by the Dao soldiers seemed nearly inexhaustible. Even more terrifying were the silver-armor Dao soldiers themselves, possessing immense strength and indestructible bodies, silently moving within the elements. The demon monkeys could not withstand them. In just a short time, over 100 demon monkeys were howling in agony, their will to fight shattered. They tried to flee but could not escape the sea of fire and the walls of earth element, awaiting only the Dao soldiers' slaughter. What a haul! What a massive haul! Lu Chen busied himself shuttling underground to collect corpses, his eyes gleaming as he watched the demon bodies pile higher in his nurturing soldier immortal coffin. These were all treasures. Boom! A nearly 2-meter-tall golden-haired giant ape suddenly charged out, delivering a punch that struck like a collapsing mountain, shattering the copper wall forged by the silver-armored Dao soldiers, with the power of fire scattering the raging flames in disarray. Who dares to slaughter my golden ape clan? Show yourself and fight! The golden-haired giant ape roared as it smashed through the earth and fire defenses, its eyes gradually turning crimson, as if about to go berserk. Yet it was still a step too late. Even after shattering the copper wall made from earth energy and scattering the fire energy, it still could not save any of the demon monkeys. In fact, not even a single corpse of the demon monkeys could be found. All those killed by the silver-armored Dao soldiers had vanished without a trace. They sank into the earth, now collected by Lu Chen into the Divine Coffin for nurturing soldiers, where this giant ape would never see them again. A demon monkey beyond the opening of the spiritual apertures. Lu Chen, hidden deep underground, observed the nearly 2-meter-tall frenzied giant ape through the vision of numerous silver-armored Dao soldiers. The rolling demonic aura surged with blood energy boiling like flames, distorting the air and creating ripples, while the giant ape's momentum continually rose on the verge of going berserk. However, Lu Chen showed no signs of panic. Rather, he grew increasingly excited. Finally, a demon being of the mystic law realm has arrived. The Dao soldiers of the opening of the spiritual apertures could only nurture silver-armored soldiers, but now Lu Chen's soldiers had already become silver-armored. Thus, what Lu Chen desired now was a demon being of the mystic law realm that could nurture golden-armored soldiers. This nearly 2-meter-tall, golden-haired giant ape was just what he needed. Surround it and take it down, Lu Chen commanded. In an instant, 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers surged into action. The earth trembled as the Dao soldiers, commanding the earth energy, all 35 of them, unleashed a tremendous force that surged like a river from beneath the entire Tongyo mountain. Like a series of tornadoes as thick as barrels, there were as many as 35, ultimately converging into one, as if truly transforming into a river of earth energy, roaring toward the mystic law realm golden-haired giant ape. Do the cowardly schemers think they can rely on just these few mud golems to challenge me? The mystic law realm golden-haired giant ape roared, its eyes flashing with a monstrous red light igniting like flames, and then it began to swell rapidly, its size expanding to 10 meters. With a punch, it struck with a thunderous crash. Die! Boom! A fist as large as a small hill collided with the river of earth energy, shaking the void and making it seem as if Tongyo Mountain was about to collapse. However, the river of earth energy was too terrifying. This was the combined might of 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers wielding earth power. The weight of the river was no less than that of a colossal mountain, and in a brief collision, it sent the giant ape, now 10 meters tall, crashing into the ground, sinking into the earth. At the same moment, from beneath where the giant ape sank, silver-armored Dao soldiers suddenly appeared, grasping its legs tightly, while more silver-armored Dao soldiers emerged abruptly from the river of earth energy, charging toward the giant ape's crimson eyes. Ah! How dare you! The giant ape roared, its legs trembling, as it unleashed a torrent of demonic aura, attempting to crush the silver-armored Dao soldiers beneath it. Yet the silver-armored Dao soldiers possessed immense strength, bolstered by the earth energy beneath them. They managed to withstand the giant ape's struggle, firmly pinning it in place, even as it continued to sink deeper into the ground. Boom! The giant ape swung its arms, unleashing a wave of demonic energy, as it smashed at the silver-armored Dao soldiers, approaching it, triggering a fierce clash. The first punch sent 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers flying like rag dolls, crashing deep into the ground. In the second round, 4 more silver-armored Dao soldiers were shattered, crashing into the earth and cracking the surface. Yet still more Dao soldiers charged in fearlessly, one of them throwing a punch directly at the giant ape's left eye. Puff! Suddenly, a surge of red light erupted from the giant ape's left eye, transforming into a demonic glow that shattered the stone armor of the silver-armored Dao soldier. Almost simultaneously, another silver-armored Dao soldier charged in, and at the instant the red light from the giant ape's left eye faded, it delivered a punch that shattered the left eye. Roar! The giant ape howled in rage, unable to bear the pain. But waiting for it were more silver-armored Dao soldiers fearlessly attacking, and they soon smashed its right eye. There were even silver-armored Dao soldiers so fierce that they drilled into the giant ape's enormous, forcibly lifting the skull, spilling out steaming brain matter, killing it, and obliterating its essence. The giant ape, once towering above 10 meters, rapidly shrank back down to 2 meters, being pulled into the earth by the silver-armored Dao soldiers below, disappearing from sight. Good, a mystic law realm demon corpse in hand. Lu Chen said, his spirit soaring. This is a valuable asset capable of nurturing golden-armored Dao soldiers, and it's the first time I've ever possessed such a thing. Hiss! Where did this fierce person come from? A disciple from the Fighting Sword Peak caught in the chaotic battle noticed this scene and was instantly shocked into a cold gasp. Previously, the silver-armored Dao soldiers had been battling lesser demon beings of the opening of the spiritual apertures, which were hardly noteworthy. But that giant ape just now was a genuine mystic law realm demon monkey capable of traversing the cosmos, and after just a few moments of combat it was encircled and brutally killed by those stone-like warriors, its skull ripped off and its brain smashed to pieces, a truly ferocious sight. What was even more terrifying was that these stone warriors were incredibly resilient. They seemed to have a body of adamantine. Even if the demon monkey unleashed all its strength and forced them deep into the ground, they would quickly rise again, eager to fight. Stone beings? Are they earth-forged soldiers? No, earth-forged soldiers don't possess such abilities. They resemble puppets, perhaps crafted using puppet techniques and various precious materials. A disciple of the mystic law realm felt a tumultuous wave in their heart, unable to help but express their doubts amidst the battle, with the demons exchanging ideas with other disciples. Puppet. It does seem like it. There is no trace of life energy, but they possess fierce combat instincts and fearlessness in battle. When did Fighting Sword Peak have such a remarkable master of puppet techniques? How come I've never heard of this before? Indeed terrifying. Even those skilled in puppet techniques can usually only master a few outstanding puppets. To see this many powerful puppets working together is truly unprecedented. Goodness, this level of puppet mastery surpasses even the zombies created by those evil practitioners of corpse refining. And this Fighting Sword Peak disciple with such high puppet mastery has already killed a mystic law realm demon monkey without revealing themselves. If they unleashed their full power, it's unimaginable what kind of spectacle that would be. A group of Fighting Sword Peak disciples felt shock. Even the demons looked astonished, avoiding the area where the silver-armored Dao soldiers were. However, after exterminating the golden-haired giant ape, the 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers retreated into the earth, disappearing without a trace. Among those present, only Yunji Holiahu and Zhu Xinji, who were battling the demons, were greatly shaken upon witnessing the bravery of the silver-armored Dao soldiers, and they exclaimed in unison, "It's that person. It's him." Ho Li's heart surged with excitement. It was these very stone men who had helped him slay 2 Blackford zombies back at Lingya Mountain. Indeed, they've appeared again. Is it Lu Chen? Yunji scanned the chaotic battlefield, yet she could not spot Lu Chen's figure anywhere. Even without seeing Lu Chen, Yunji remembered these stone men all too well. They had once devoured 100 ghosts right before her eyes, ferociously and overwhelmingly. Now these bizarre stone men seemed even fiercer than what she had witnessed at Lingya Mountain. Is it truly Lu Chen? A flicker of astonishment and doubt crossed Yunji's mind. She was startled because if these strange stone men were indeed Lu Chen's doing, then he was far too terrifying. He was merely at the midstage of spirit transformation, yet with these stone men, he could slay demonic beasts at the mystic law realm, leaping across 2 major cultivation stages. She had never seen nor heard of such a feat. From start to finish, Lu Chen hadn't even shown his face, yet the mystic law realm demonic ape had already been scalped. Could killing demons be done this way? Then what of their desperate life-risking struggles to slay demons? Were they fools? Yet a doubt lingered. Could such fearsome stone men truly be Lu Chen's creation? It was hard to guess, for even now not only Yunji but also the veteran disciples of Dojin Peak at the mystic law realm could not discern what these strange stone men were. For it was only with Lu Chen's arrival that Dao soldiers came into existence. Before him, there were none in this world, so naturally no one could know. People could only guess within their existing knowledge, but it was futile, for Dao soldiers lay beyond their comprehension. Damn it! Damn it! All monkey descendants of the Vajra ape clan, heed my command, spare no cost, hunt down this man with full force. In that moment, all demonic apes of the Vajra ape clan erupted in fury, abandoning their original foes to charge en masse at the silver-armor Dao soldiers. They knew the strange stone men were not the true perpetrators, but their rage demanded an outlet, and the death of that mystic law realm Vajra ape required retribution. Do you beasts think you can overturn the heavens? A veteran disciple of Dojin Peak at the mystic law realm shouted, coldly attempting to halt the rampaging apes. Yet the Vajra ape clan's apes were all frenzied, their bodies swelling and strength surging. In a brief moment, they converged and charged toward where the silver-armor Dao soldiers had vanished. Among these Vajra ape clan apes were 6 at the mystic law realm, the rest at the aperture opening realm, making them a formidable force. Unfortunately, Lu Chen refused to show himself, and the silver armor Dao soldiers had long burrowed underground, preparing to continue hunting demonic beasts, paying no heed to the enraged Vajra apes. Do you think hiding underground renders our Vajra ape clan powerless? 6 mystic law realm Vajra apes roared in fury before diving underground in unison. The art of burrowing was not a profound technique, human cultivators knew it, and so did demonic beasts. Underground is the Dao soldiers' domain. A pack of apes dares to boast. Lu Chen paid no attention to the Vajra apes diving underground. Dao soldiers were naturally masters of earth elemental power, favored children of the land far superior to these apes' crude burrowing spells. He could easily toy with these apes. Yet this was the limit. 35 silver armor Dao soldiers could surround and kill 1 mystic law realm Vajra ape, perhaps even 2, but 6 forced Lu Chen soldiers to avoid their edge. What a pity! I lacked the time to nurture gold armor Dao soldiers. Otherwise these apes would all die underground, becoming nourishment for my soldier-nurturing immortal coffin. From deep underground, Lu Chen watched the apes scatter in fury, filled with regret. These 6 mystic law realm beasts could have bred 6 gold armor Dao soldiers. To Lu Chen now this was a windfall, yet the bones were too hard for him to gnaw. Perhaps I could join forces with other mystic law realm senior brothers. Lu Chen mused thoughtfully. The sect's strength lay in numbers. He couldn't waste it. By cooperating with fellow disciples, he could kill more efficiently. With this thought, Lu Chen used his silver armor Dao soldier's vision to scan the chaotic ground battle for potential allies. Those battling in the sky can be ruled out. Fighting in the heavens wasn't the Dao soldiers' forte. They could ascend, but not as swiftly as when drawing earth power from the ground. Fire elemental power remained unaffected, but reduced mastery of earth power would diminish their strength. Moreover, Dao soldiers lacked any magical power. To fly they had to harness fire elemental power, which still imposed limits compared to standing on solid ground. Fortunately, there are many mystic law realm senior brothers fighting on the mountain. That body-tempering senior brother looks promising. Through his Dao soldier's vision, Lu Chen spotted a giant-like man. Due to body-tempering arts, he stood over 10 feet tall, clad in black armor, wielding a hammer with a head as large as a water vat. Each swing thundered, shattering even steel bones. At that moment, this body-tempering giant was locked in a fierce battle with a black-striped demon tiger. Senior brother, I'll help you slay this tiger. The merit goes to you, the corpse to me. What say you? A vague telepathic voice rang abruptly in the ears of the giant-like senior brother. He responded, "Was it you who killed that mystic law realm demonic ape?" At present all Dojin Peak disciples were fighting desperately. The only one with leisure was the mysterious figure behind the 30-odd stone men, who had slain the Vajra ape clan's mystic law realm ape. Indeed, with my aid this tiger will fall in an instant. The vague voice came again. If I team up with you, those Vajra ape clan apes will target me. Don't bring disaster upon me. The giant-like senior brother refused, outright fearing to attract Lu Chen's misfortune. Because Lu Chen was still being hunted by the Vajra ape clan, if he allied with him, the apes unable to find Lu Chen would shift their focus to him. Ridiculous. If all 6 mystic law realm Vajra apes ganged up on him, how long could his tempered body last? He would likely be surrounded and reduced to ashes in an instant. Lu Chen paused, but his persuasion skills were sharp. He quickly added, "Kill this tiger, and the Vajra ape clan's doom is sealed. You can pick any merit from the 6 mystic law realm apes. How many good deeds is that worth? Isn't it worth the risk?" The giant-like senior brother hesitated. "Are you certain you can wipe out the Vajra ape clan?" Lu Chen's voice returned. "Senior brother, rest assured. You're not the only Dojin Peak disciple here." He implied that he had many allies, so the senior could be at ease. The giant-like senior brother was tempted. The merit from annihilating the Vajra ape clan was immense. A sure path to countless good deeds. Little did he know Lu Chen had no other helpers. This giant-like senior brother was his very first ally. "Since that is the case, I shall trust you." The burly body refining senior brother, like a small giant, ultimately succumbed to Lu Chen's persuasive reasoning and chose to cooperate. To claim he wasn't tempted by such a substantial contribution would be a lie. Moreover, Lu Chen indeed possessed some unique methods. If those peculiar stone men cooperated with him, slaying a mystic Dharma realm demonic creature would truly not be difficult. "My name is Dong Tsuingong. When you wish to act, junior brother, just say the word." There was no response, for Lu Chen had already begun to coax. No had already contacted another senior brother wielding a blade to slay demons. "Senior brother, how about we cooperate to slay the demon? The merit is yours and the demon corpse is mine. Is that acceptable?" His words were concise. As the indistinct voice transmission reached his ears, the mystic Dharma realm disciple of the sword-severing peak, who was slaying demons with a blade, quickly responded, but instead of answering he asked, "Are those strange stone men you're doing?" "Indeed. Who are you?" "I don't recall a figure like you on the sword-severing peak." "You will know senior brother after this battle concludes. Even if you don't say I know. You must be Lu Chen, the one the peak master snatched from under the noses of the great elder, second elder, and fifth elder. Truly unique. Cooperation is possible, but how can you guarantee that the demon monkeys of the Golden Ape clan won't encircle me?" "Rest assured, senior brother. The senior brothers allied with me are far more than just one. Senior brother Dong is already awaiting the opportune moment. Several other senior brothers are also with us. The demon monkeys of the Golden Ape clan have met their doom. They are of no consequence. Senior brother Dong." "Dong Tsuingong?" The blade-wielding senior brother instinctively looked toward Dong Tsuingong. Coincidentally, Dong Tsuingong, like a small giant, was also looking back. Their eyes met, and in that inexplicable moment a message seemed to pass between them. Almost simultaneously, a single thought arose in both their minds. Indeed, there are more allies. We are secure. My name is Han Rong. Count me in on the cooperation. Once again, there was no response, for Lu Chen was procuring. No had found a third partner for cooperation. A woman in a blue long dress, her hair bound with a jade hairpin, silken strands flowing in the wind, seemed adorned with celestial aura. She was breathtakingly beautiful, though her temperament was somewhat cold. Her bright eyes were like wintry stars, her nose delicate, her red lips tightly pressed. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, and her bosom could easily rival three of the utterly ordinary senior sister Yunji. "Senior sister, how about cooperating to slay the demon? The merit is yours and the demon corpse is mine. What do you think?" The fair-skinned, beautiful senior sister with an outstanding figure and cold temperament replied indifferently, "I want the demon corpse too. Lu Chen, farewell." Without the demon corpse, what was he toiling for? He was no lovesick fool for this senior sister. A hint of hesitation crept into the senior sister's voice. "Wait, are those strange stone men yours?" "Lu Chen, indeed. Are those strange stone men puppets?" "More or less. Cooperation is acceptable. Afterward, can you give me one of those puppets?" "You still want my Dao soldiers? Why don't you just ascend to heaven? I take my leave. I can trade with good deeds or even the demon corpse." Lu Chen ignored her and began searching for his next cooperation target. Finally, with his flawless rhetoric of obtaining something for nothing, Lu Chen found three warm-hearted senior brothers, Dong Tsuingong, Han Rong, and the stubbly sword-wielding Zhou Li. Of course, there was also a discerning senior sister, Zhao Qiong. This senior sister Zhao was also a woman of striking beauty with a voluptuous figure, a round face, and large eyes, quite endearing. Crucially, she was not cold. Though she spoke little, she was far easier to get along with than the aloof senior sister who had coveted Lu Chen's Dao soldiers. For mystic Dharma realm helpers, that's enough. Lu Chen made up his mind and hesitated no longer. He simultaneously sent voice transmissions to Dong Tsuingong, who wielded a great hammer, and Han Rong, who fought with a blade. "Both senior brothers, make your move." The words had barely fallen when Dong Tsuingong locked in combat with the black-striped demon tiger felt a sudden inspiration. His massive hammer, the size of a water vat, crashed down with a thunderous boom, its momentum like a collapsing mountain. The opposing demon tiger roared in fury, its black stripes flashing as it attempted to raise its front paw to strike. However, its front paw could not rise at all. Beneath the earth, 5 silver armor Dao soldiers appeared simultaneously, seizing the tiger's limbs. "Damn it! How dare you!" The demon tiger roared in shock and rage. Boom! The water vat-sized hammer descended, crushing the demon tiger's skull like a watermelon, killing it instantly. Dong Tsuingong was overjoyed. Indeed, it works well. Without hesitation, he quickly retrieved a mission bamboo slip, drawing a wisp of heart's blood from the dead demon tiger. This would count as merit after the mission, exchangeable for good deeds. The demon tiger's corpse was soon dragged deep underground by the Dao soldiers and stored by Lu Chen into the nourishing soldier's immortal coffin. Almost at the same moment, Han Rong's blade light erupted for 100 zhong, cleaving through the sky. Rolling waves of air parted like the vast sea, split in two, obscuring and overwhelming heaven and earth. The enormous demon serpent he faced let out a silent hiss, its iron pillar-like tail twitching to strike, but it could not lift it. Several immensely powerful Dao soldiers appeared, grabbing the serpent's tail in unison, rendering it immobile. "You dare to kill the Golden Ape clan and still touch my python serpent?" The demon serpent roared in shock and rage, but before it could finish, Han Rong's 100 zhong blade light had already descended, severing the serpent's head in an instant. Han Rong's tense expression relaxed. He retrieved his mission bamboo slip, quickly stepped forward, and collected a wisp of the demon serpent's heart's blood. The serpent's corpse was then dragged underground by the Dao soldiers. "Senior brother Zhou, senior sister Zhao, strike quickly." Lu Chen's voice echoed simultaneously in the ears of Zhou Li and Zhao Qiong. The Golden Ape clan members who had gone underground to find him could discover that his Dao soldiers had surfaced at any moment, so he had to act as swiftly as possible. The faster he acted, the less time the Golden Ape clan would have. Die! The stubbly Zhou Li erupted almost simultaneously. A shocking sword aura, seeming to manifest in tens of thousands of strands, transformed into a surging sword river. Where it passed, even the void seemed to shatter. The mystic Dharma realm demon wolf he faced let out a long howl, spewing rolling demonic chi from its maw along with a round emerald green pearl. But before the pearl could be spat from the wolf's mouth, several Dao soldiers emerged from underground, seizing the demon wolf's throat and violently dragging it to the ground. Swoosh! The surging sword river swept past, severing the demon wolf's head. On the other side, the voluptuous and beautiful Zhao Qiong rapidly formed hand seals, creating hazy blurred layers of afterimages. Water elemental power gathered, transforming into frost that spread swiftly, as if freezing 1,000 miles. A demon rat she was fighting grinned and instantly burrowed underground. However, several Dao soldiers were already waiting underground, having not anticipated the demon rat would flee into the earth. Instantly, the Dao soldiers and the demon rat collided in the most violent clash. A silver armor Dao soldier struck out, fiercely channeling the vast power of earth into a single punch, colliding with the demon rat's steel whip-like slender tail. In terms of pure physical strength, the silver armor Dao soldiers were hardly inferior to mystic Dharma realm demonic creatures. Another silver armor Dao soldier wielding the power of earth forcefully propelled the demon rat out of the ground. Damn it! The demon rat was startled, but no sooner had it been thrust above ground than it was covered in frost, frozen into an ice sculpture. An ice blade then swept through, severing its head. Excellent. For mystic Dharma realm demon corpses secured. Lu Chen deep underground rejoiced. Counting the golden-furred giant ape he had slain single-handedly, he now possessed 5 mystic Dharma realm demonic creature corpses. This meant that as soon as he broke through to the late stage of spirit transformation, he could immediately nurture 5 golden armor Dao soldiers. Golden armor Dao soldiers commanded the power of earth, fire, and water. More importantly, they could also wield the power of metal, transforming into an indestructible Vajra body, possessing both the sharpness of metal and the imperishability of diamond. They were far superior to silver armor Dao soldiers capable of matching or even suppressing mystic Dharma realm cultivators. If Lu Chen had possessed 5 golden armor Dao soldiers from the start, he would likely have been able to wreak havoc in the Mengyu Mountains without needing to without needing to seek cooperation from fellow disciples. However, at present Lu Chen is only at the mid-stage of the transformation of spirit. The 35 Dao soldiers of the immortal coffin are already at full capacity. To nurture new Dao soldiers, he must wait until he breaks through to the late stage of the transformation of spirit. At that time, he can nurture 10 new Dao soldiers, bringing the total to 45 Dao soldiers. Therefore, the minimum goal for this expedition to Tongyo Mountain is to acquire 10 corpses of monsters at the mystic realm. The highest goal is to capture the monster tiger suspected of having cultivated into a mountain lord, the giant python, about to transform into a dragon, and the great demon monkey of the King Kong ape clan. The excess goal is to seize the dragon fruit as well. Wait a minute, am I starting to get carried away? Indeed, he is getting carried away, not only daring to think of the monster tiger suspected of having become a mountain lord and the giant python about to transform into a dragon, but even daring to covet the dragon fruit. No, I can't get carried away. Absolutely can't get carried away or I'll die quickly. Killing 4 mystic realm monsters in a row, the commotion is too great. As Lu Chen expected, the 4 mystic realm elders Dong Zuingong, Han Rong Zholi, and Zhao Qiong suddenly erupted, swiftly slaying the same realm monsters. The noise was already significant. How could it not cause a stir? Moreover, they are mystic realm beings, capable of traversing the cosmic void. How many mystic realm monsters have died so far? You can count them on one hand. Yet at this moment, the Dao soldiers dispatched by Lu Chen instantly slayed 4 mystic realm monsters. That guy really made a move, and it was a decisive kill. The cool-tempered senior sister, whom Lu Chen had previously communicated with, was slightly startled. What surprised her even more was that Lu Chen had simultaneously found 4 mystic realm junior disciples to join forces, and their harvest was quite substantial. Looking at herself, she was still being restrained by a mystic realm demon bull and couldn't determine life or death in a short time. She faintly felt some regret. If she hadn't tried to exchange for Lu Chen's strange stone golem earlier, perhaps Lu Chen wouldn't have so resolutely rejected her. However, a corpse of a mystic realm monster is also worth a considerable amount of merit. Although it is not as valuable as the contributions, it is close to balancing out. Dividing it equally, could that also be considered asking someone to do a favor? This cool-tempered senior sister couldn't understand, but looking at Zhao Qiong, Dong Zuingong, and other senior disciples of the mystic realm, who had swiftly slain monsters with Lu Chen's help while she was still battling a mystic realm monster, she felt oddly uncomfortable. This Lu Chen has a terrible attitude when asking for favors. Friends of the King Kong Ape Clan, those strange stone people are no longer underground. Come quickly to encircle them. A mystic realm monster was alarmed, fearing that the elusive Dao soldiers might suddenly appear for a sneak attack, ending up like the 4 mystic realm demon clansmen who had perished. So it had a clever idea and began calling for the King Kong Ape Clan that had burrowed underground to pursue the Dao soldiers. Sure enough, as soon as the monster's words fell, the King Kong Ape Clan, which had searched underground in vain, rushed out. 6 mystic realm King Kong Ape demons full of demonic energy roared. Kill the King Kong Ape Clan, you cowardly worms hiding in the gutter, have the guts to show yourselves and fight. Friends of the King Kong Ape Clan, kill those 4 disciples of the Sword Peak in the mystic realm. They once allied with the treacherous individual controlling the stone golem. A mystic realm monster directly pointed out Dong Zuangong, Han Rong Zhou and Zhao Qiong. Although I understand you wish to use the strength of my King Kong Ape Clan to restrain these 4 mystic realm Sword Peak disciples, my King Kong Ape Clan will truly acknowledge it. The mystic realm demon monkey of the King Kong Ape Clan spoke coldly. Though its anger was undiminished, its mind remained sharp, quickly seeing through the purpose of those monsters, pointing it out. Slay these 4 fellows and let's see if those cowardly worms still dare to hide. The 6 mystic realm demon monkeys erupted with overwhelming demonic energy and fiercely charged at Dong Zuangong and the others. At that same moment, Dong Zuangong, Zhou Hanrong, and Zhao Qiong heard Lu Chen's voice again. I will hold back those 6 mystic realm demon monkeys. You all just focus on killing. As soon as the words fell, the 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers suddenly emerged from beneath the ground without any warning. Every 6 Dao soldiers held back 1 mystic realm demon monkey. One of the demon monkeys was entangled by only 5 Dao soldiers, but these 5 Dao soldiers were the strongest among all silver-armored Dao soldiers. These Dao soldiers did not seek victory. They relied solely on their formidable physical strength and fearless ferocity to hold back the demon monkeys. Boom! A tremendous force of earth element surged forth from beneath the ground, transforming into one giant earth serpent after another. Additionally, specks of fire element energy converged from all over the world, merging into those earth giants, resembling fiery iron chains, wrapping around the 6 mystic realm demon monkeys, with unmatched force. Indeed, they've come. The 6 King Kong apes furiously glared at the 35 Dao soldiers emerging from the ground. You worms hiding in the gutters, come die. Dong Zuangong, Zhao Qiong, and the others were never the targets of the King Kong Ape Clan. It was these Dao soldiers and the elusive Lu Chen that were. Boom! Rolling demonic energy erupted as the 6 mystic realm demon monkeys suddenly swelled like inflating balloons, growing to over 10 feet tall. They struck, fiercely shattering the earth serpent entwined in blazing flames. However, as the earth serpent infused with fire element energy, exploded, 6 silver-armored Dao soldiers surged forth, bringing the terrifying might of the earth's weight and the brutality of the fire element. A bunch of lifeless dead things, what can you do to me? The demon monkey roared, its hands surging with demonic power, transforming into a massive iron rod as thick as a pillar. With a shattering force, it swept in all directions, the terrifying speed leaving layers of afterimages, and with a thunderous crash, 2 silver-armored Dao soldiers were sent flying. The might of the mystic realm is fiercely unresistible. Even with the silver-armored Dao soldiers, who possess immense strength far beyond ordinary Qi realm beings, and exist in a state between life and death, there is simply no possibility of a hidden clash with the mystic realm demon monkey. Unless there were enough of them, to a certain extent they could only serve a restraining purpose. This is still considering the silver-armored Dao soldiers' bodies being solid and indestructible. If any Qi realm cultivator were to take their place, they would likely be turned to mush by a single strike from this demon monkey. Even a body refinement cultivator from the Qi realm might not withstand it. However, as 2 silver-armored Dao soldiers were sent flying, 2 more Dao soldiers rushed in, with 6 silver-armored Dao soldiers taking turns to engage. They were unfeeling, undaunted by death, and as fierce as ever. The mystic realm demon monkey grew increasingly furious, but could not truly kill the silver-armored Dao soldiers. Damn it! The demon monkey was seething with rage. These strange stone figures were obviously as weak as bugs, yet they simply could not die. Their bodies were so sturdy it was infuriating. Unless it had a razor-sharp treasure in hand, perhaps it could directly shatter these strange stone figures. In an instant, the 6 enraged mystic realm King Kong apes were all held back by the 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers. Despite being attacked throughout, the Dao soldiers seemed unaffected, completely unconcerned, still wildly ferocious. All 4 of you attack together and kill the largest demon monkey in the southeast direction. Dong Zuangong, Han Rong Zhou and Zhao Qiong received Lu Chen's transmission almost simultaneously. In that instant, all 4 of them struck simultaneously with a giant hammer, the size of a water vat, astonishing blade, light sword energy, and frost magic, instantly engulfing the largest mystic realm demon monkey in the southeast direction. Just as its roar of "damn it" fell, that demon monkey was already dead. Kill the one in the northwest direction. The transmission sounded again. Boom! Another demon monkey perished. Kill the one in the northeast direction. Lu Chen's transmissions continued to ring out, and each time a mystic realm demon monkey fell, it was like a death knell akin to the iron decree in the underworld that collects souls. With the sound, the demons perished. Within the span of merely 7 or 8 breaths, 3 mystic Dharma realm demonic monkeys perished. The remaining 3 were both shocked and enraged. Do not linger any longer, retreat swiftly. Originally, the 6 mystic Dharma realm members of the Golden Ape clan, even when facing Dong Zhuanggang and his 3 companions plus Lu Chen's spirit soldiers, held the advantage. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Golden Ape clan had lost 3 of its mystic Dharma realm members. Not to mention eliminating Lu Chen, who remained hidden beneath the earth. Even Dong Zhuanggang, Zhao Qiong, and the other 2 were sufficient to detain them. Escape was their only path to survival. Think you can leave? Dong Zhuanggang, like a little giant, grinned savagely as he advanced, hoisting a copper hammer the size of a water vat. Simultaneously with the death of the 3 demonic monkeys, all 35 spirit soldiers encircled them. Each monkey had to face over 10 spirit soldiers that felt no pain and feared no death. Even if these soldiers couldn't kill the monkeys, they could hold them back relentlessly. Without any suspense, Dong Zhuanggang, Zhao Qiong, Han Rong, and Zhou Li, the 4 veteran mystic Dharma realm disciples of Sword Peak, aided by Lu Chen's spirit soldiers, slaughtered the remaining 3 mystic Dharma realm monkeys as easily as butchering chickens and dogs. The 4 each extracted the heart's blood from the 6 mystic Dharma realm monkeys, while the demonic carcasses all entered Lu Chen's nurturing soldier immortal coffin. Excellent. 11 mystic Dharma realm demonic creatures in hand. Still hidden beneath the earth, Lu Chen couldn't contain his excitement. Dong Zhuanggang, Han Rong, Zhou Li, and Zhao Qiong were equally overjoyed. Mystic Dharma realm demonic creatures are nothing special. Dong Zhuanggang, like a little giant, grinned broadly and spoke in a booming voice somewhat boastfully. And boast he could. Mystic Dharma realm demonic creatures. In ordinary times, killing even one would have been incredibly difficult for him. Yet just now he had personally slain 7 mystic Dharma realm creatures. How could he not boast? Of course, those 7 creatures were killed in cooperation with Lu Chen's spirit soldiers and even in conjunction with Zhao Qiong and the other 2, but he still had a part in it. Before junior brother Lu's puppets came to aid, senior brother Dong was locked in a fierce stalemate with a demonic tiger. Han Rong teased from the side. Dong Kunggang's face darkened. I still contributed my share. Speaking of which, this junior brother Lu's puppets are truly formidable. Though not as powerful as mystic Dharma realm creatures in strength, their resilience is remarkable. Even mystic Dharma realm creatures cannot harm those puppets in the slightest, and they possess immense strength capable of manipulating the powers of earth and fire. If I had such formidable puppets, I would likely be invincible within the mystic Dharma realm. Zhou Li, with his stubbly beard, was filled with envy. Unlike the elation of Lu Chen, Dong Zhuanggang, Zhao Qiong, Zhou Li, and Han Rong, the Sword Peak disciples, who had witnessed the devastating cooperation with the spirit soldiers that annihilated the 6 mystic Dharma realm golden ape monkeys, were deeply shaken and horrified. The Sword Peak disciples were merely astonished by the extraordinary nature of Lu Chen's spirit soldiers. The demonic creatures, however, were utterly terrified. The Golden Ape clan has been wiped out. 7 mystic Dharma realm members and over 100 acupoint opening realm creatures had all perished. Who would be next? Flood Python clan, hear my command, withdraw from Mangyu Mountain immediately. A demonic serpent roared, seeking to flee. No matter how precious the dragon transformation fruit, it was not worth more than its own life. Do you think you can still escape now? The Sword Peak disciples, their killing intent aroused, held the demonic creatures back fiercely. At the same time, the 4 mystic Dharma realm veterans, Dong Zhuanggang, Han Rong, Zhao Qiong, and Zhou Li, joined the slaughter, slaying any demon they encountered. Now the Sword Peak held an absolute advantage in mystic Dharma realm power, allowing them to freely hunt down the demonic creatures. Having lost his cooperative partners, Lu Chen no longer insisted on targeting only mystic Dharma realm demonic creatures. Instead, he ordered his silver-armored spirit soldiers to begin hunting the numerous acupoint opening realm creatures, achieving astonishing speed. Essentially, 2 silver-armored spirit soldiers working together could crush an acupoint opening realm demon. With all 35 spirit soldiers acting simultaneously, the speed of their hunt was unimaginable. After an unknown period, the demonic aura over Mangyu Mountain grew increasingly faint, and the number of demonic creatures dwindled. The ground was strewn with demonic blood and severed limbs. The Sword Peak disciples scoured the mountain for wounded or fallen comrades, cleaning up the battlefield. In this battle, the demonic creatures were completely annihilated, but Sword Peak also suffered significant losses with over 50 disciples dead. This was an extremely alarming figure, as only slightly more than 500 disciples had come from Sword Peak. The death of over 50 represented a tenth of their force, and even more were injured. Yet Lu Chen emerged unscathed. In fact, he had never once shown himself. His spirit soldiers had done all the fighting and dying. More interestingly, his spirit soldiers were also completely unharmed. Within the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, a mountain of demonic carcasses had piled up. There were over 300 acupoint opening realm creatures along with a few spirit transformation realm ones, though not many. With the spirit soldiers, idol Lu Chen continued to conceal himself underground, using their vision to gaze up at the sky. Strange. Where have the two elders Zhang Kuei and Lu Zifu fought off to with that tiger demon, suspected to have become a mountain lord, the giant python about to transform into a dragon, and that great golden ape? Lu Chen wondered. Above the sky, the figures of these beings were nowhere to be seen. Could they have fought into the cosmic starry sky? That was entirely possible. After all, mystic Dharma realm cultivators already possessed the ability to traverse the cosmic starry sky. Zhang Kuei and Lu Zifu, along with those powerful demonic creatures, were far beyond the mystic Dharma realm, so fighting into the starry sky was not at all surprising. With no target in sight, Lu Chen's gaze naturally fell upon the dragon transformation fruit tree. However, most of the Sword Peak disciples were now guarding it, surrounding it in layers to protect it. This thing, I wonder if it will be useful to my spirit soldiers or not. Lu Chen fell into deep thought. After a moment's consideration, he silently ordered 3 of his silver-armored spirit soldiers to stealthily approach the dragon transformation fruit tree, which now resembled a green dragon. As expected, the moment they drew near, all 3 spirit soldiers transmitted an intense craving for the dragon transformation fruit. This craving was even stronger than when they had encountered the 100 ghosts. It's useful, and greatly so. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his mind racing. Was there a way to get his hands on this dragon transformation fruit tree? It was extremely difficult, almost impossible, because this dragon transformation fruit tree was no longer ownerless, or it now belonged to the Dongming Sect. So what were the odds of snatching the tree from the Dongming Sect? Perhaps. Maybe. A 1 in 10 million chance of success. Of course, the more likely outcome was being beaten to a pulp by the Sword Peak disciples. Naturally, Lu Chen wouldn't be foolish enough to directly snatch it. The treasure belonged to the Sword Peak of the Dongming Sect, and he himself was a member of Sword Peak. Rounding up, didn't that mean he had a share too? No problem. This dragon transformation fruit tree, I Lu Chen have a part in it. Why can't I use a little? Beneath the dragon transformation fruit tree, the aloof and ethereally beautiful senior sister seemed to hesitate. After a moment of deliberation, she finally moved with graceful steps to stand beside the voluptuous and equally stunning Zhao Qiong. Junior sister Zhao. Zhao Qiong was surprised. She was known for being taciturn, even somewhat reserved, while this senior sister Feng Yu was even more aloof and spoke even less. Why had she taken the initiative to approach her this time? Senior sister Feng, is something the matter? Zhao Qiong took the initiative to ask. Feng Yu was silent for a moment. Is the one behind that strange stone golem Lu Chen? Zhao Qiong was taken aback for a moment before replying. It should be him. Could it be that senior sister Feng has taken an interest in junior brother Lu? As she spoke, a blazing fire of gossip suddenly ignited deep within Zhao Qiong's eyes. The coldest and most beautiful girl on Sword-Splitting Peak had set her sights on the most outstanding new disciple Lu Chen. How intriguing. Zhao Qiong suppressed the gossip fire in her eyes, stealthily produced a handful of nuts from her storage ring, and sneakily popped one into her mouth. Then, blinking her bright large eyes, she pursed her lips tightly, chewing slowly, as cute as a little squirrel just waiting for Feng Yu to speak. Clearly unaware of Zhao Qiong's little actions, Feng Yu frowned. I mean, did you? Well, did you all help Lu Chen kill the demon and share the credit? The demon corpse belongs to him. Zhao Qiong was stunned for a moment, then quickly swallowed the fruit she was chewing. After swallowing, she earnestly corrected. We didn't help Lu Chen kill the demon. We cooperated to kill it. We took the credit and Lu Chen took the demon corpse. In truth, the credit can be exchanged for more merit points, so we got the better deal. Cooperated. Feng Yu suddenly took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I understand. So from the very beginning, Lu Chen wasn't seeking her assistance, but merely an equal partnership. But she had underestimated Lu Chen's value and overestimated her own worth, leading her to propose unequal terms, even coveting Lu Chen's puppet. Naturally, such a cooperation was rejected by Lu Chen. When it came down to it, the fault was hers. Others like Zhao Qiong, Dong Zuangang, Han Rong, and Zhou Li had all negotiated well with Lu Chen. How could she alone demand Lu Chen's puppet? Was that right? Feng Yu inexplicably felt her cheeks burning with shame. She turned and walked away, leaving Zhao Qiong holding a dried fruit, unsure whether to continue eating it. After a long while, she finally ate it in confusion. How strange. She didn't even explain properly. Looking up, she suddenly saw a peculiar stone golem, nearly a zhang tall, slowly emerging from the ground, not far away, walking towards the dragon transformation fruit tree. Junior brother Lu. A glint of light shone in her eyes. Not only her but all the sword-splitting peak disciples gathered beneath the dragon transformation fruit tree turned their gazes towards the strange stone golem. That was Lu Chen's Tao soldier, though no one knew it as such. Yet all the sword-splitting peak disciples had witnessed the Tao soldier's might. Dozens of them could besiege and slay a profound law realm demon. Even 5 or 6 working together could hold off a single profound law realm demon. Moreover, their bodies were terrifyingly tough, seemingly indestructible, feeling no pain, fearing no death, and unstoppable in their ferocity. Many senior disciples in the profound law realm were present, but when they put themselves in that scenario they realized that even they would have no choice but to flee if surrounded by such Tao soldiers. Otherwise, once entangled, death was certain. I heard that junior brother Lu, who was personally snatched away by our peak master to join sword-splitting peak, is only at the spirit transformation realm. Yet his puppet art has already reached such a level of mastery. A disciple murmured in admiration. Junior brother Lu is someone valued by the peak master. It's best not to covet what he has. Han Rong, who never let go of his blade, said with a frown, his tone cold. The Dongming Sect naturally had its own puppet arts, but they clearly couldn't reach the level of these Tao soldiers, and puppet arts consumed vast amounts of materials and treasures. Every sophisticated puppet was often accompanied by a sea of resources. The one who spoke first was clearly being sarcastic, hinting that Lu Chen had other opportunities. Han Rong had cooperated with Lu Chen before, and as a blade cultivator he was straightforward, his blade close to his heart like his blade, and he despised those with crooked intentions. Puppet arts are the most profound and complex. Even if such an opportunity were placed before certain people, they might not be able to handle it. Zhou Li, unshaven and hugging his treasured sword, sneered coldly. You! The middle-aged disciple who had spoken first was furious with shame. He appeared honest with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but in truth he was meticulous and prone to jealousy. Before he could finish his sentence, the tall and imposing Dong Tsuangong interrupted in a deep rumbling voice. Junior brother Lu's puppets are more than capable of killing profound law realm beings. A profound law realm demon has already tested that with its life. I suggest you restrain yourself a bit, junior brother Zhang Jingji. As he finished speaking, Dong Kungang's eyes, as large as bronze bells, fixed on the middle-aged disciple Zhang Jingji, his words almost deliberate and measured. Zhang Jingji let out a cold snort, furious, but when he met Dong Kungang's bell-like eyes he ultimately held back. Though puppet arts are excellent, they are ultimately a reliance on external forces. The path of cultivation should be based on oneself. Never forget the root for the branches, or you will inevitably fall into the lower realm. An elderly disciple sitting cross-legged with closed eyes spoke slowly. His hair was gray, his face weathered like an old farmer from the countryside. Though his words were plain, they carried an air of authority that commanded respect. Only after the elderly disciple spoke did the assembled disciples fall completely silent. Dong Tsuangong, Han Rong, and Zhou Li did not agree with what the elderly disciple said, but they did not refute him. Zhuang Wenping, the most senior among the profound law realm disciples of sword-splitting peak, was on the verge of breaking through to the Tao embryo realm. He was always upright, but he had a penchant for lecturing others. Junior brother Lu, I knew it was you back at Lingya Mountain back then. Ho Liehu strode forward boldly and gave a heavy punch to the chest of the Tao soldier, which was nearly a zhang tall. Ho Liehu was also a body cultivator, his stature massive, but in front of the silver-armored Tao soldier, he was still over 3 heads shorter. He had to raise his hand to land that punch. What was even more amusing was that, after the punch, Ho Liehu winced and let out a hiss of pain. What the hell is this thing? It's like an iron lump. My hand hurts. Ho Liehu was a body cultivator too. The Tao soldier could not speak, so it bowed with clasped hands to Ho Liehu in apology, then turned to greet all the fellow disciples gathered under the dragon transformation fruit tree. The crowd watched in amazement. Junior brother Lu's puppet is remarkably intelligent. But it was only somewhat intelligent. They had heard that puppets crafted by truly skilled puppet masters were almost indistinguishable from real people, even capable of spells and divine abilities, making it impossible to tell real from fake. Speaking of which, why is junior brother Lu still staying underground? All the demons have been wiped out. There can't be any danger left, can there? Perhaps junior brother Lu is being overly cautious. I'm very eager to meet this junior brother our peak master personally snatched away. I wonder what kind of presence he has. A female disciple spoke with great anticipation. After the Tao soldier had greeted the assembled disciples, it headed straight for Zhao Qiong, as she and the other profound law realm disciples were closest to the dragon transformation fruit tree. The disciples did not block its path, but instead watched curiously, even making way for it. After all, they knew it was Lu Chen's puppet and a fellow disciple of sword-splitting peak. They were stationed here to guard against demons approaching, not to guard against their own. These fellow senior brothers are truly good people. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed from beneath the ground. I knew it. This dragon transformation fruit tree has a share for me, Lu Chen. It seems many of my fellow senior brothers think so too. Once the silver-armored Dao soldier gets close, it'll take a few breaths first, and see if this dragon transformation fruit tree truly provides a great tonic. Junior brother Lu. Zhao Qiong blinked her wide eyes, curiously examining the towering stone golem now before her. She raised her hand, then lowered it. She raised her hand again, only to lower it once more before finally yielding to temptation and stroking the Dao soldier's surface. This stone is truly hard. The Dao soldier coldly stepped back, causing her hand to grasp at nothing. If the Dao soldier could speak, Lu Chen would have surely told Zhao Qiong, "Please show some restraint." "Ah, not allowed to touch." Zhao Qiong, like a child caught misbehaving, hesitated, her hand hovering, unsure whether to continue or withdraw. Her wide eyes were blank, her face full of bewilderment. After a moment's thought, Lu Chen had the Dao soldier step forward again, allowing her a few more touches. Thus the bewilderment in the girl's eyes transformed into delight. She discreetly popped a nut into her mouth and chewed contentedly. The other disciples, finding the scene rather amusing, feigned nonchalance as they drew near, casually reaching out as if hoping to touch the Dao soldier themselves. "This is exactly the effect I wanted." Lu Chen smiled knowingly, then suddenly commanded the Dao soldier to vanish into the earth. It seemed as though it was evading the curious hands of his fellow disciples. "This junior brother Lu is a bit stingy," Zhou Li muttered awkwardly, withdrawing his outstretched hand with a dry laugh. "Indeed." Han Rong also lowered his blade. He had intended to strike the Dao soldier with his knife to see if he could chip off a piece of stone, but he failed to get the chance. He recalled that the profound Dharma realm demons had managed to knock off the stone armor from the Dao soldier before his blade should have been capable as well. It was simply Lu Chen's stinginess that denied him the opportunity. Exactly a touch wouldn't have made it lose its color. Holiahu grumbled, rubbing his rough palms together, still fixated on having missed the chance to touch Lu Chen's Dao soldier. Seeing the Dao soldier escape into the ground, as if fleeing, the disciples chuckled but paid it no further mind. Lu Chen's Dao soldier had burrowed underground to dodge the clutches of his peers. Though the roots of the dragon transformation fruit tree lay beneath, surely junior brother Lu's Dao soldier wouldn't feed on tree roots. If it were to eat anything, it would be the dragon transformation fruit. Who would covet the tree itself? Yet Lu Chen was indeed plotting against the dragon transformation fruit tree. His Dao soldier silently slipped into the earth, wrapped itself around a thick root of the dragon transformation fruit tree, and began to absorb its essence. Instantly, the silver-armored Dao soldier began to emit a faint glow. A mysterious energy seemed to flow from the dragon transformation fruit tree, gradually being devoured by the Dao soldier circulating within it, and prompting an indescribable transformation. "It works," Lu Chen mused thoughtfully. His Dao soldier always seemed able to consume all sorts of strange things. Ghost zombies, and even the dragon transformation fruit, which was immensely potent for demons. Remarkably, it was devouring the entire tree along with its fruit. Consuming zombies and demons alike enhanced the Dao soldier's strength. But devouring ghosts was different. It seemed to allow Lu Chen to better merge with the Dao soldier, enabling him to tangibly feel the power it commanded. So what benefits would come from consuming the dragon transformation fruit tree? For demons, the dragon transformation fruit could aid their transformation into a dragon. Yet this dragon was not a true dragon in the literal sense. Rather, it could elevate a demon's bloodline. The most fitting term Lu Chen could conceive was evolution. For instance, a serpent python on the verge of transforming into a flood dragon would surely succeed after consuming the fruit. Likewise, a black-striped demon tiger would inevitably become a mountain lord. As for the great Vajra ape, Lu Chen was uncertain what direction its evolution would take after eating the fruit. What about my Dao soldier? Could it possibly evolve? Advancing from a silver-armored Dao soldier to a golden-armored one was the standard path of progression. Evolution wasn't necessary to reach that stage. Wait, this is... Suddenly, without warning, Lu Chen sensed a faint while emanating from the silver-armored Dao soldier, as it clung to the dragon transformation fruit tree's roots, absorbing its essence. It was indistinct, so vague that even Lu Chen couldn't decipher what desire the silver-armored Dao soldier was trying to convey. It seemed constrained by some limitation, unable to fully express itself, as if its evolution was still incomplete. There's potential, great potential. Lu Chen was thrilled. Though he couldn't yet grasp the changes the dragon transformation fruit tree had wrought upon the silver-armored Dao soldier, he knew they were undoubtedly beneficial. Just as when his Dao soldier had devoured 100 ghosts, it allowed him to more intimately experience the power it wielded, aiding his comprehension of true intent. Now this dragon transformation fruit tree clearly wasn't meant to directly enhance the Dao soldier's strength, but served a different wondrous purpose. And it was precisely this kind of wonder that Lu Chen cherished most. Enhancing the Dao soldier's power wasn't difficult. Simply hunting more demons and monsters for it to absorb would suffice. But triggering a mutation, a higher-order transformation, required a stroke of fortune. Clearly, the dragon transformation fruit tree was precisely such a rare opportunity. All of you go ahead and feast to your heart's content. This tree is partly mine. Why not take advantage of it? Excitement surged through Lu Chen as he sent his remaining 34 silver-armored Dao soldiers beneath the dragon transformation fruit tree, each one embracing a root and beginning to consume it directly. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Sword Peak remained utterly oblivious. Their focus was fixed on the miraculous dragon transformation fruit at the tree's apex. A great fortune coveted by demons, though of little use to human cultivators save for trading with demons for treasures. Beyond the cloud-herd mountain beneath the clouds, a figure in a gray robe with white trim was shrouded in mist wearing a cyan fox mask. He was tall with streaks of white and black in his hair loosely tied up with a wooden hairpin. Behind him stood a white-robed woman wearing a wildcat mask, her face obscured, and a burly man in a dark robe donning a white tiger mask. The people from the Sword Peak of the Insight Sect have indeed come. Regrettably, their peak master is not among them, said the white-robed woman with the wildcat mask, her voice hoarse like that of an elderly crone. After all, this is within the Insight Sect's territory. What great demon could appear? It's already quite an achievement to lure the Vajra ape, black-striped demon tiger, and serpent python clans here. The burly man in the white tiger mask scoffed. The man in the cyan fox mask cast a cold glance at the white tiger mask wearer. If the peak master were here, how confident would you be in keeping him here? Greed leads to ruin. One must take things step by step. Dismantling a sect as large as the Insight Sect requires gradual effort. Reckless ambition will only bring you harm. The white tiger mask man snorted. Your hesitation you call strategic deliberation. I can't stomach such cowardice. With that, he stepped forward, heading straight for the cloud-herd mountain. Let this old man first slaughter a few Sword Peak whelps to whet my appetite. Watching the white tiger mask man vanish into the clouds, the old woman with the wildcat mask said, if we had joined forces with the Vajra ape, serpent python, and black-striped demon tiger clans beforehand, not a single Sword Peak disciple would have survived. The cyan fox mask man replied calmly, are you blaming me for not allying with those beasts? Though we hold a grudge against the Insight Sect, this is a conflict within the human cultivation world. It is not for demonic beasts to meddle in. Do not forget, you and I are human as well, to collude with beasts. Do not let me hear such words again. Otherwise, I will show you no mercy. Within the Mangyu Mountains beneath the dragon transforming fruit tree, that resembled a cyan dragon rearing up to the skies, a bored disciple was staring at the tree, growing more puzzled by the moment. Does it seem like the dragon transforming fruit tree is shrinking? No, to be precise, it wasn't shrinking. It was gradually losing its divine essence, slowly withering. Not quite withering either, but something felt off. He tapped Zhu Xinji, who was meditating with closed eyes beside him. Senior brother Zhu, look at the dragon transforming fruit tree. Has it changed? Zhu Xinji, who bore a deep wrinkle on his forehead, appearing both youthful and aged, lifted his eyelids slightly. Glancing at his junior brother in confusion, then at the tree, he said, you're tasked with guarding the dragon transforming fruit, so why are you staring at the tree? Are your eyes playing tricks on you? What had changed? Hadn't the tree always looked this way? The bored junior brother opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately closed it in resignation. Fine. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed about the tree, but it just felt different from the beginning. Unfortunately, the disciples of the sword-dueling peak had all their focus on the dragon-transforming fruit at the tree's apex. None paid any heed to the tree itself. Had the dragon-transforming fruit tree changed? Lu Chen knew best. He not only understood why the tree had transformed, but also knew what changes had occurred in his own Dao soldiers. So this is what you meant? Lu Chen suddenly realized, and an unprecedented surge of joy welled up in his heart. Just moments ago, after the 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers had voraciously absorbed the divine essence from the dragon-transforming fruit tree, the vague will they had conveyed to Lu Chen grew increasingly clear in his mind. Until now, the vagueness had become absolute clarity. If after devouring the 100 ghosts, the change in the Dao soldiers allowed Lu Chen to better merge his mind into them and feel their commanding power. Then, after absorbing the divine essence of this dragon-transforming fruit tree, the change enabled the Dao soldiers to merge back into Lu Chen's mind. More precisely, it wasn't that the Dao soldiers could merge into his mind, but that they could directly inherit everything he had learned. How could Lu Chen not rejoice? The greatest flaw of the Dao soldiers was that despite possessing immense strength and commanding power, they could not fully unleash it. Now that problem was gone. Lu Chen could directly impart his own knowledge to his Dao soldiers. Whatever he knew his Dao soldiers could know, however profound his cultivation of spells, his Dao soldiers would be equally powerful. Incredible! This dragon-transforming fruit tree is truly formidable. It had indeed evolved his Dao soldiers, though the direction of evolution was different. Not toward golden-armored Dao soldiers, but toward a higher level of perfection, making them more complete. Excellent. I'll pass on the Earth Fiend Dragon subduing art now. With Tao soldiers wielding this art, let's see who in the same realm can match them in a heathen clash. Even body-tempering cultivators will be beaten to the ground. With this thought, Lu Chen hesitated no longer. He swiftly connected with the 35 silver-armored Tao soldiers and transmitted the 7 major forms of the Earth Fiend Dragon subduing art he had mastered: Earth Kuei, Earth Fiend, Earth Valor, Earth Hero, Earth Might, Earth Majesty, and Earth Glory, all at once. But soon Lu Chen frowned. Why can't I transmit it? It wasn't that he couldn't transmit it. Only the Earth Kuei form of the 7 he had mastered was successfully passed to the 35 silver-armored Tao soldiers. The remaining 6 forms failed to transmit. It seemed as if, not enough. The divine essence from the dragon-transforming fruit tree is far from sufficient. Lu Chen understood. It wasn't a flaw in his Earth Fiend Dragon subduing art, but that his Tao soldiers had absorbed insufficient divine essence from the tree. As a result, though his Tao soldiers had undergone a transformation, it was incomplete, and the spells they could inherit were extremely limited. Let alone the 9 Heaven Sword Sutra beyond the Earth Fiend Dragon subduing art, even the first 7 forms of the latter couldn't be fully transmitted. There's still a chance. This dragon-transforming fruit tree remained sturdy, allowing his 35 silver-armored Tao soldiers to absorb more nourishment and divine essence. He refused to believe that even if he drained this tree dry, his Tao soldiers wouldn't achieve complete perfection. The 35 Tao soldiers continued to cling to the tree's thick roots, absorbing nourishment without pause, while Lu Chen still refrained from showing himself. One must always hold a card in reserve. This place was originally occupied by demonic creatures, and though the sword-dueling peak disciples had swept it clean, Lu Chen still felt it was unsafe. Hence he chose not to emerge or join the many fellow disciples gathering under the tree. If nothing happened, all was well. But if trouble did arise, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be those numerous disciples beneath the tree. Just then rolling clouds pressed down from the heavens, accompanied by rampant gales, as if the sky and earth were toppling. Countless ancient trees in the Mangniu Mountains snapped, and rocks and sand flew wildly. What demon dares to act recklessly within the bounds of my Dongming Sect? At the same moment, hundreds of sword-dueling peak disciples beneath the tree rose in unison, their killing intent surging as they glared at the clouds pressing down from the sky. Stop this charade and come down. A disciple at the mystic Dharma realm even unleashed a spirit sword, sending a soaring sword aura into the heavens. A crisp ding of a sword's cry resounded from within the celestial clouds, followed by the shattering of the soaring sword aura. A broken sword reduced to a streak of light was cast back from the clouds. You bastards of the sword-dueling peak of Dongming Sect are as loathsome as ever. A rough, resonant voice came from the clouds, and a tall figure stepped out, standing in the void, looking down upon the sword-dueling peak disciples. The figure wore a white tiger mask, a dark robe, and was imposing in stature. White tiger. Damn it, the remnants of the 12 Symbols Sect. Zhuang Wenping, always stern, and the most senior disciple of the sword-dueling peak, rarely showed such anger, glaring at the burly man wearing the white tiger mask standing in the void. The 12 Symbols Sect, a mortal enemy of Dongming Sect over 800 years ago, was ultimately destroyed by Dongming Sect. Yet like a centipede that doesn't die even when dead, its legacy still survived. Those so-called rogue cultivators were none other than the people of the 12 Symbols Sect. Those who knew about this were usually inner disciples of the Bright Mirror Peak and Sword-Dueling Peak. Lu Chen, being new to the Sword-Dueling Peak, was unaware, but the older disciples knew all too well. They had clashed with these 12 Symbols Sect people countless times. A white tiger mask means a protector of the 12 Symbols Sect, at least at the Tao embryo realm. Feng Yue, with her cold demeanor, was particularly grave. She whispered, "Flee. Scatter and flee." At the Tao embryo realm, one's cultivation was condensed into a Tao foundation, granting the qualification to pursue the immortal path. It was far beyond the mystic Dharma realm. No matter how many mystic Dharma cultivators there were, they would only die if they went up against it. Boom! The burly man in the white tiger mask raised a hand, and boundless Dharma power surged, forming a sky-covering hand that pressed down. I detest you sword-dueling peak dogs the most. Die for me! A terrifying pressure descended, shaking the entire Mangniu Mountains. An invisible force seemed to trap this entire realm under one palm, leaving none able to move. When the palm fell, all the sword-dueling peak disciples would be crushed into pulp. Beneath the earth, Lu Chen frantically burrowed deeper. I knew this place wasn't safe either. Good thing I held a card in reserve. Lu Chen was furiously fleeing deeper underground, while 35 silver-armored Tao soldiers were summoned back to his side. Above ground, the numerous disciples of Dojian Peak under the dragon transformation fruit tree were being crushed by the overwhelming might. Let alone fleeing, they could hardly even move. They were filled with shock and panic. At that moment, an inconspicuous disciple from Dojian Peak had a small grain-sized demon refining pot suddenly soar into the sky, rapidly enlarging, and in the blink of an eye 3 figures brimming with astonishing pressure emerged from within. One of them, an old man with gray hair and a fierce expression, spoke coldly, raising his hand to grasp a treasured sword and striking down through the air. With a sharp and domineering sword aura soaring thousands of feet into the sky, it easily tore through the massive hand of the white tiger-masked figure, then reversed and struck towards the figure shrouded in mist. The other 2 figures didn't even glance at the white tiger-masked figure. They vanished into the horizon, leaving only their indifferent words echoing through the world. The remnants of the 12-form sect have arrived. Leave them all behind. Bastards, you are plotting against my 12-form sect. The burly man with the white tiger mask exclaimed in anger, instantly realizing the situation. These disciples of Do Jian were merely bait thrown out by the Dongming Sect. Furthermore, the departure of elders Lu Zifu and Zhang Kuei from Do Jian wasn't because they were held back by the suspected mountain lord demon tiger, the giant python about to transform, or the great golden ape. It was purely to create an opportunity for the 12-form sect, luring them into action. All of this was a trap set by the Dongming Sect, striking whether or not the 12-form sect was aware. If no one from the 12-form sect showed up, Do Jian would naturally finish off the beasts of Tongyo Mountain without incident, and the 3 Dongming Sect experts, hidden within the demon refining pot, would never reveal themselves. However, if someone from the 12-form sect couldn't resist and took action, then I'm afraid they would be the ones waiting for them. Unfortunately, the burly man with the white tiger mask just happened to walk into the line of fire of the Dongming Sect. Even at the peak of the 12-form sect, they couldn't contend with my Dongming Sect. Now they are merely stray dogs with broken spines, yet they still dare to seek trouble with my Dongming Sect. They seek death with such audacity. The gray-haired elder spoke, indifferently holding a treasured sword, stepping toward the sky, and in an instant he was locked in combat with the burly man wearing the white tiger mask. The astonishing sword aura surged with overwhelming magical power, shaking the sky for miles, gradually striking into the vast firmament, finally disappearing entirely above Tongyo Mountain. Before long, from outside Tongyo Mountain, another astonishing wave of magical energy erupted, faintly visible as the 2 Dongming Sect experts, who had just emerged from the demon refining pot, engaged in battle with 2 unknown entities also striking towards the heavens. In an instant, the entire Tongyo Mountain returned to calm. The burly man from the 12 forms sect with the white tiger mask had come quickly and left just as swiftly, everything transpiring in a mere moment. However, all the disciples of Do Jian stationed beneath the dragon transformation fruit tree had walked the brink of death, drenched in sweat and pallid in complexion. Were those 3 elders from Mingjing Peak? After a long while, a disciple of Do Jian finally regained his senses, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and asking. Indeed, they were elders Gao Shi and Huang from Mingjing Peak. Fortunately, the sect's experts were already prepared, otherwise we would have likely perished here on Tongyo Mountain today. The disciples were still shaken, but they dared not mention that their sect's experts had used them as bait to lure the big fish of the 12 form sect. Among those old monsters of the sect, each one had become shrewd and crafty, often using underhanded tactics to fish for their targets. They were already accustomed to such matters, and would even compensate them with merits afterward. Now I understand why junior brother Lu is always reluctant to show himself. It turns out he anticipated this danger and chose to hide. Hu Liehu, built like an iron tower, quietly leaned beside Yunji, whispering, "This kid is truly clever." Yunji glanced at the tall and robust Hu Liehu beside her, thinking that it was merely a strong sense of crisis, nothing to do with cleverness. However, she reflected that among so many disciples of Do Jian none were as perceptive as Lu Chen, so she nodded silently. Junior brother Lu probably has 100 schemes in mind. Lu Chen was unaware that Yunji and Hu Liehu were secretly disparaging him, but he knew the danger had passed, so he quietly returned with the Dao soldiers beneath the dragon transformation fruit tree, beginning to absorb the wonders of the tree. Finally, after more than 2 hours had passed, the 2 missing elders Lu Zifu and Zhang Kuei returned, each holding the massive head of a demon. Elder Lu Zifu was carrying the head of the great golden ape, while Elder Zhang Kuei held a tiger's head in his left hand, and a serpent's head in his right, his body covered in demon blood, looking fearsome. "All disciples, heed my command, return to Do Jian Peak," Elder Lu Zifu ordered. The disciples of Do Jian Peak responded with a resounding agreement, some flying on swords, some riding the wind, and others treading the air, quickly dispersing. Elder Lu Zifu nodded in satisfaction, then stepped through the void, arriving at the dragon transformation fruit tree in just a few steps. He furrowed his brow, deeply staring at the dragon transformation fruit tree before him, lost in thought. The dragon transformation fruit tree was still that same tree, resembling a great azure dragon soaring into the sky, seemingly spitting out a dragon pearl, which was the dragon transformation fruit. However, the current state of this dragon transformation fruit tree seemed to be withering, or perhaps it was malnourished. Most likely malnourished. It looked as if it had shrunk significantly, as if it were withering and fading. Even the dragon transformation fruit atop the tree seemed to have lost its luster, no longer appearing as wondrous. Strangely, this dragon transformation fruit tree was still intact, not missing a single piece of bark. But why was that? Who had turned this dragon transformation fruit tree into such a state? Or does the dragon transformation fruit naturally wither after maturing? I've never heard of such a claim. Elder Lu Zifu fell into confusion, standing in the void, pondering for a long time, ultimately deciding to wave his hand and uproot the entire dragon transformation fruit tree, placing it into the demon refining pot. When he returned to the sect, he would send it to Danxia Peak for the alchemists there to examine. They were skilled in nurturing spiritual herbs and rare trees, and they should be able to discern what had happened to this dragon transformation fruit tree. Back in the depths of the Dongming Sect, Lu Chen sat behind a silver-armored Dao soldier. Filled with regret, the two elders returned a bit too quickly, otherwise my Dao soldiers could have eaten more of the dragon transformation fruit tree. But it's alright, at least he managed to obtain his share of the dragon transformation fruit tree. Well, it seems he may have taken a bit too much. His share was definitely excessive. Well, perhaps the sect never intended to allocate him a portion at all. But it doesn't matter. After all, he had slain demons for the sect and acted as bait, so taking this tiny bit of useless dragon transformation fruit tree isn't unreasonable, right? Although he was hiding deep underground as bait, that guy with the white tiger mask likely didn't even notice him. Upon returning to Dojin Peak, Lu Chen did not rush to claim his merit rewards. At that moment, the disciples of Dojin Peak, who had gone to slay demons at Mangyu Mountain, had just returned, crowding the affairs hall to exchange merits, and Lu Chen had no desire to join the throng. He went straight back to his own courtyard, activated the barrier, and then let out a long breath. The gains were substantial, but there were minor flaws. Lu Chen silently summarized his demon-slaying expedition to Mangyu Mountain. The gains naturally were the mountain of demon corpses, over 300 demons at the Tongqiao stage, 11 at the Xuanfa stage, and the merits earned from slaying them could also be exchanged for rewards. As for the flaws, they were considerable. The demon tiger, suspected of having attained the rank of mountain spirit, had eluded him, as had the demon python on the verge of transforming into a dragon, and the great Vajra ape. Finally, even the dragon transformation fruit. Well, the dragon transformation fruit tree didn't count. He had obtained a tiny bit of that. His 35 silver armor Dao soldiers had thus inherited his teachings. Though limited to the 3 major stances of the earthly fiend dragon subduing art, it was sufficient. One trick can conquer all, especially when it involves the 3 major stances of the earthly fiend dragon subduing art, a combat technique close to divine abilities. Far more than just 3 moves. Overall, the harvest was immense. Even if Lu Chen had yet to fully digest these gains, his strength had already surged significantly. Of course, this boost in power mainly came from his Dao soldiers mastering the earthly fiend dragon subduing art. Next, I must rapidly elevate my cultivation to the late Huajing stage. Then select 10 Zuanfastage demon corpses to nurture the golden armor Dao soldiers. Once they were formed, any Zuanfastage foe would be encircled and slain. Having planned his future cultivation, Lu Chen took a purple spirit pill and placed it in his mouth, beginning to cultivate and enhance his power. He had previously exchanged for 10 purple spirit pills, with 4 remaining. If fully refined, breaking through to the late Huajing stage should not be difficult. At the peak of Dojin Peak within the Great Hall, the 2 elders Lu Zifu and Zhang Kuei sat on the left, while on the right were 3 elders from Mingjing Peak, the ones who had pursued the 12 symbol sect members wearing white tiger wildcat and blue fox masks. At the head of the hall to the left and right respectively sat the 3rd elder peak master of Dojin Peak and the grand elder peak master of Mingjing Peak. In the center of the hall lay the corpses of over 50 disciples who had perished in the demon slaying at Mangyu Mountain. Some decapitated, some dismembered, others reduced to mere heads. These, the 3rd elder, tall and imposing with a youthful appearance, sword-like brows and piercing eyes, glanced at the deceased disciples and then at the gaunt grand elder beside him, speaking slowly. Can they still be saved? The grand elder frowned, slowly rose, and approached the mangled remains of the over 50 deceased Dojin Peak disciples. After a long look, he said, I shall do my utmost. With that, the grand elder slowly raised his hand and pressed down into the void. In an instant, a mysterious force surged from his palm, and arcane, enigmatic runes leaped forth one after another into the bodies of the fallen Dojin Peak disciples. This was the near-divine great spell, Revival from the Dead. An immensely difficult art to master. Among the 10 inner elders of the Dongming Sect, only the Grand Elder had succeeded, and even then not to perfection. Once a cultivator's realm surpassed the Daotai stage, the Grand Elder would be powerless. Of course, this spell was not omnipotent. It could only save those whose souls had not yet completely dissipated. If the soul was utterly extinguished or had voluntarily dissolved, returning to the world, it could not be retrieved. Fortunately, most of these Dojin Peak disciples who had gone to slay demons at Mangyu Mountain were at the Tongqiao stage, having opened the brow acupoint and begun refining their souls. They had also grasped true intent to protect their spirits. Unless struck by a soul-destroying spell, their souls were likely not fully gone. After a long while the Grand Elder slowly withdrew his hand, a fine sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. He let out a breath, thankfully except for those 5 disciples whose heads were too shattered and souls utterly dissipated, the rest can still be saved. The third elder and the others looked and indeed saw that many of the deceased disciples now showed signs of soul fluctuation and faint life force. With limb regeneration techniques and medicinal support, most would likely recover. Even for those 2 severely injured to fully restore their cultivation, at least their lives were spared. It was a pity for the 5 disciples whose heads were completely crushed and souls scattered. They were truly dead with no hope of revival. "Thank you for your efforts, elder brother," the third elder said solemnly, then summoned disciples to take the saved ones for treatment. The unsalvageable were to be given a lavish burial, with disciples sent to inform their families and offer compensation. After arranging everything, the hall fell silent again. "Did we manage to detain anyone from the 12 Symbols sect?" the third elder asked coldly. Elder Gao of Mingjing Peak shook his head. "Only the wildcat and white tiger were caught. The blue fox used a trick and escaped." The third elder raised an eyebrow, ready to flare up. Fortunately, the Grand Elder interjected in time. "The blue fox has always been cautious and cunning. His escape is understandable." The third elder had to relent. After a moment, he turned to Elder Lu Zifu of Dojin Peak. "What about the dragon transformation fruit tree?" Lu Zifu looked perplexed. "The people from Danxia Peak said the tree had lost too much of its divine essence and was half dead. But I inspected Mangniu Mountain and saw nothing near that tree that could have stolen most of its essence. I wonder what wretched thing did it." The third elder frowned for a long time before waving his hand. "Forget it. It's useless to us human cultivators anyway. Later make the dragon transformation fruit look decent, fake it a bit, and trade it to the demons. Those beastly creatures won't know the difference." How ruthless the third elder was, even deceiving beasts. The elders secretly approved. This was acceptable, as cheating demons was never a bad deed. "I noticed a very interesting disciple on Dojin Peak. I wonder if the peak would be willing to part with him, so I could take him as my apprentice." Elder Shur of Mingjing Peak, who had remained silent, finally spoke. The third elder asked in surprise. "Which disciple of Dojin Peak has caught your eye, Elder Shur?" This time Mingjing Peak had aided Dojin Peak, especially the 3 elders hidden in the demon refining pot, and the Grand Elder's use of the exhausting revival from the dead spell to save dozens of fallen disciples. Under normal circumstances, if an elder from Mingjing Peak dared to ask for a disciple, the third elder would have slapped them, but not this time. He owed Mingjing Peak a debt. Elder Shur smiled. "A disciple named Lu Chen. I observed his cautious nature and it suits my taste." Hidden within the demon refining pot, he had seen clearly that even after slaying the demons, Lu Chen remained concealed underground, evidently anticipating danger. Moreover, Lu Chen's puppet arts were highly skilled. Elder Shur preferred such cautious, intelligent disciples who avoided trouble and would surely live long. Yet at these words the third elder's face darkened instantly. Not only him, but Zhang Kuei, Lu Zifu, and even the Grand Elder of Mingjing Peak looked speechless. "Of all people you had to pick Lu Chen. If he could be snatched away, I would have taken him into Mingjing Peak long ago. Why wait for you?" As soon as Elder Shur spoke, he keenly noticed the unmistakable shift in the expression of the third elder, the master of the sword-fighting peak. His heart sank and he immediately pressed his lips together, thinking, "It's over. I seem to have stirred up a great calamity." He then turned his gaze to the utterly speechless Grand Elder, the master of the Bright Mirror Peak, and grew even more certain that his previous words had somehow been amiss. Yet why was that? The third elder in truth was unaware. During the recruitment at the inner sect examination hall, when the Grand Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, and Fifth Elder were vying for disciples, Elder Shur had happened to be absent from the sect and thus knew nothing of Lu Chen's infamous reputation. Ahem! The Grand Elder let out a soft cough, breaking the silence that had settled over the hall. "Elder Shur, you cannot accept this disciple from the sword-fighting peak named Lu Chen." The other 2 elders of the Bright Mirror Peak, Gao and Huang, nodded in agreement. "Truly this one cannot be accepted." Elder Shur nodded silently, brooding inwardly. What exactly have I missed? Was this Lu Chen truly so extraordinary? After much deliberation, Elder Shur ultimately refrained from asking. At the very least, he could not pose the question in the presence of the third elder, whose face had darkened completely. Fortunately, the Grand Elder Master of the Bright Mirror Peak deftly shifted the topic. "The centennial deadline draws near. We must begin preparations to open the ancient demon remnant tomb for the forthcoming Azure Profound Purge." Azure Profound Purge. The mere utterance of these words plunged the great hall into a profound silence. In a small courtyard, within Lu Chen's body, spiritual power suddenly surged, then converged like 100 rivers, returning to the sea, all pouring into his Qi Si and Dantian. The late stage of the spirit transformation realm. After a full half-month of arduous cultivation, having exhausted 4 purple spirit pills, and refined 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Lu Chen had finally broken through the mid-stage of the spirit transformation realm to reach its late stage. Reaching the late stage of the spirit transformation realm signified that his divine soldier coffin could now nurture 10 more Dao soldiers. At last I can begin nurturing Dao soldiers. He suppressed the excitement surging within him, and was about to select 10 from the mystic lower realm demon corpses to cultivate into golden armor Dao soldiers when he suddenly halted. Wait, this calculation is wrong. Lu Chen suddenly realized. These 35 silver armor Dao soldiers were different from ordinary ones. Having been baptized by the divine essence of the dragon transformation fruit tree, they had already mastered the first 3 postures of his earth fiend dragon subduing art. Thus, to nurture golden armor Dao soldiers, he could not start from scratch. He had to select from among these 35 silver armor Dao soldiers. Otherwise, if he cultivated 10 new golden armor Dao soldiers, though they would be a rank higher than the silver ones, they would lack the earth fiend dragon subduing art, and their combat prowess would be compromised, a poor trade-off. After some thought, Lu Chen directly selected the 10 strongest from the over 300 meridian opening realm demon corpses and began nurturing new Dao soldiers. As for the 11 mystic lower realm demon corpses, he reserved them to serve as nourishment for these 35 silver armor Dao soldiers. When they later advanced to golden armor, they would retain the earth fiend dragon subduing art, making them uniquely formidable. Even a mystic lower realm cultivator would be crushed by them. Then let me witness just how powerful a golden armor Dao soldier truly is. Lu Chen murmured softly, and with a mere thought the 11 mystic lower realm demon corpses, stacked within the divine soldier coffin, were immediately surrounded by 11 silver armor Dao soldiers, which began to absorb them as nourishment. As for the remaining 300+ meridian opening realm demon corpses, and a few spirit transformation realm ones, Lu Chen pondered once more. Over 300 meridian opening realm demon corpses were certainly insufficient to advance the remaining 24 silver armor Dao soldiers to golden armor. Was it possible to concentrate the resources and forge a new golden armor Dao soldier? Simply put, he could channel all the over 300 meridian opening realm demon corpses, and the few spirit transformation realm ones into a single silver armor Dao soldier, aiding its ascension to golden armor. One golden armor Dao soldier, one that also knows the first 3 postures of the earth fiend dragon subduing art, would undoubtedly be far more valuable than a slightly stronger silver armor Dao soldier. There is no question about it. After making this comparison in his mind, Lu Chen reached a conclusion. Without further hesitation, he selected the strongest among the remaining 24 silver armor Dao soldiers and concentrated all resources on it. Big brother, please don't let me down. Lu Chen thought, uncertain. If feeding it over 300 meridian opening realm demon corpses still failed to elevate this silver armor Dao soldier to golden armor, the loss would be immense. Well, actually, it wouldn't be a total loss. As long as nothing was wasted, as long as all the demon corpses were used on the Dao soldiers, there was no loss. Once he stopped overthinking, Lu Chen sensed the divine power emanating from the divine soldier coffin as the silver armor Dao soldiers grew stronger. This power surged unceasingly into his limbs, bones, and internal organs, making his physical body stronger, ever stronger. He quickly steadied his mind and began cultivating the chaos indestructible scripture, using this force to temper his body. This process continued for a very long time. Lu Chen's physical strength climbed steadily, his blood and qi surging like a torrent. An overwhelming sense of power filled him, making him feel as though he could shatter mountains and split the earth with a mere gesture. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night passed. The next day, Lu Chen suddenly felt a barely perceptible tremor from the divine soldier coffin within his sea of consciousness. The golden armor Dao soldier is complete. An unprecedented joy surged within Lu Chen's heart, instantly flooding his entire being. Steady, steady. I cannot waste this opportunity. He dared not let his mind wander, and quickly immersed his consciousness into the newly nurtured golden armor Dao soldier. The advancement of a Dao soldier granted a brief window for Lu Chen to experience the soldier's mastery of power, a shortcut to greatly enhance his true intent. At this moment, from the newly ascended golden armor Dao soldier, Lu Chen perceived the heaviness of the earth element, the explosiveness of fire, the soft and mutable nature of water, and a sensation he had never felt before, the sharpness, solidity, indestructibility, and imperishability of the metal element. The true intent of metal. Among the 5 elemental true intents, it was the most formidable in offense and the strongest in defense, arguably the most exceptional of them all. Once one comprehended this true intent, offense became unstoppable and defense became as unbreakable as diamond. Time slipped away amidst the enlightenment of true intent. At some point, the second golden armor Dao soldier was completed, followed by the third, fourth, fifth, and then more and more. With each addition, Lu Chen's physical body grew stronger, and his comprehension of true intent deepened. Finally, another day passed. Within the divine soldier coffin, the 11 mystic lower realm demon corpses had vanished, replaced by 11 silver armor Dao soldiers that had successfully ascended to golden armor. Then the remains of the over 300 meridian opening realm demon corpses were also consumed, giving rise to yet another silver armor Dao soldier that had ascended to golden armor. Notably, after this silver armor Dao soldier advanced to golden armor, over 20 of the 300+ meridian opening realm demon corpses still remained. Seeing the remaining 23 silver armor Dao soldiers who had obtained nothing and looked pitiful, Lu Chen's heart softened. He distributed the remaining 20+ meridian opening realm demon corpses, along with the untouched spirit transformation realm demon corpses, among these 23 silver armor Dao soldiers. Time to behold my golden armor Dao soldiers. By the way, Lu Chen now possessed not merely 35 Dao soldiers but a full 45. Among them 10 new silver armor Dao soldiers had been nurtured. Yet these 10 had achieved no merits, so they could not partake in the remaining demonic corpses. They could only stand by watching with envy. There was no help for it. Those demonic corpses were won through the battles of the previous 35 Dao soldiers, and there were few left. It would hardly be fair to share them with the 10 new soldiers who had yet to prove themselves. Thus they had to endure for now. Still, Lu Chen offered them reassurance, implying, "Rely on yourselves, and you shall never go hungry." After this brief comfort, Lu Chen could no longer contain himself. "My fine golden armor soldiers, come forth and reveal yourselves." No sooner had the thought arisen than 12 colossal figures over a zhang in height, likely exceeding 4 meters, materialized before him. Standing there, they blocked the very light, casting an indescribable oppressive shadow over Lu Chen. Even with his stature of over 1.8 meters, Lu Chen seemed like a child before these behemoths. Fortunately, the room was tall enough to accommodate them. Upon closer inspection, these 12 giants bore a dark golden skin, as if forged from refined metal. Their features remained indistinct, yet a vague outline hinted at a resemblance to Lu Chen himself. "I truly wish to find a profound Dharma realm demon to slay." Lu Chen thought, his hands itching. Or rather, he yearned to test the golden armor Dao soldier's strength, especially the earthly fiend dragon subduing art. Clang! Clang! He could not resist tapping one golden armor soldier's arm, producing a crisp metallic ring. So hard! He rubbed his knuckles. Even with his formidable physique, the recoil stung, as if the golden armor soldier bore a mystical trait: reflective damage. Incredible, truly incredible. With such a robust frame, even the profound Dharma realm demons might fail to harm them. Lacking a target to test them, Lu Chen reluctantly withdrew the 12 golden armor soldiers into the immortal soldier coffin. The cultivation of these golden armor soldiers has indeed strengthened my power. Lu Chen silently assessed his own changes. First, his physical body had greatly enhanced, reaching the late stage of the meridian opening realm in body refinement. Second, his insights into true intent had deepened. Earth true intent reached the 4th layer, peak fire true intent the 4th layer, water true intent also the 4th layer, and he had newly comprehended metal true intent, which entered the 2nd layer. As for the minor boost in cultivation from the Dao soldier's ascension, it was negligible to Lu Chen now. Merely better than nothing. I must obtain the metal element spells. Moreover, it was time to claim the merit rewards for slaying demons at Mangyu Mountain. Then he would cultivate the metal spell and exchange the merits for pills to boost his cultivation. The spirit transformation realm was still too low. Though his body refinement had reached the late meridian opening stage, the immortal soldier coffin did not recognize physical cultivation, much to Lu Chen's dismay. Time. Never enough, never enough. Lu Chen lamented. He still had far too much to accomplish. He needed to raise his cultivation, find time to comprehend sword true intent in the true intent tower, practice minor spells. And now that the golden armor soldiers were ready, he had to hunt powerful demons. Besides, the remaining 33 silver armor Dao soldiers required demonic corpses to advance to golden armor. Demonic beasts were limited to the meridian opening realm. Beyond that lay not demonic beasts, but strange beasts which possessed intelligence and pursued the ultimate in bloodline rather than transformation. However, within the Dongming Sect's territory, there were no strange beast resources. Thus, Lu Chen would continue slaying demons or seek ghost zombies or dragon transformation fruit trees to empower his soldiers. No rush, no rush. Step by step, I will eventually reach the heights. Lu Chen exhaled, calming his mind. Ordinary cultivators trained for decades, centuries, even millennia. He had cultivated for less than a year. Sometimes advancing too quickly might not be beneficial. For speed often meant flaws in certain areas. Flaws made one vulnerable, and Lu Chen had no desire to possess obvious weaknesses. After suppressing the surging blood energy from his enhanced physique and the spiritual power fluctuations from his recent breakthrough to the late spirit transformation realm, Lu Chen left his courtyard and headed straight for the Internal Affairs Hall. Along the way, Lu Chen sensed something amiss. Why are there suddenly so many inner disciples? More importantly, he overheard many inner disciples mentioning ancient demon remnant tomb, soon to open in half a month. Any pair of disciples conversing inevitably touched upon these topics. Ancient demon remnant tomb. What mischief is this? Could the sect have discovered another unclaimed, secret realm to conquer? Lu Chen felt an unexpected stir of anticipation. Ancient demon remnant tomb. It sounded like it teemed with demons, precisely the resource he urgently needed. Accepting missions only yielded scattered demons wandering the sect's territory. Too few. It would take ages to gather enough demonic corpses to upgrade all 33 silver armor soldiers to golden armor. This ancient demon remnant tomb was perfect. Lu Chen liked it. I must find a familiar senior brother to inquire. Lu Chen was desperate to know if the ancient demon remnant tomb matched his expectations. Continuing toward the internal affairs hall, he heard more disciples discussing it. Soon he arrived. He retrieved the mission bamboo slip from the Mangyu Mountain Demon Hunt and located Steward by naturally falling in line behind other disciples. Why does this senior brother ahead look familiar? Lu Chen searched his memory while gazing at the figure before him. Wait, the Mangyu Mountain Demon Hunt from the Sword Combat Peak. Wasn't his name Xian Xiangxing? Hadn't he died at the claws of demons on Mangyu Mountain? How was he alive again? Lu Chen's heart jolted. Good heavens, in broad daylight, it couldn't be a corpse rising from the dead, could it? Where was this? The Dongming Sect. Even in spirit realm experts existed, a mere reanimated corpse would be struck down again in moments. Lu Chen subtly leaned forward for an instant, catching a glimpse of the senior brother's face. His features were ordinary, with a black mole in his left eyebrow. Undeniably Xian Xiangxing. Resurrected. Brought back from the dead. Senior brother Xian. Lu Chen called out tentatively. As expected, the figure ahead, Xian Xiangxing, turned around, his expression shifting from confusion to recognition before he smiled and said, "Ah, it's junior brother Lu." He held a vivid memory of Lu Chen. In truth, it wasn't just him. Every disciple of Dojin Peak who had participated in the demon extermination at Mangyu Mountain remembered Lu Chen clearly. During the demon purge at Mangyu Mountain, Lu Chen never needed to show himself. Relying solely on his bizarre puppets, he wreaked havoc across the mountain, even slaying a golden ape at the mystic Dharma realm, all while Lu Chen himself was merely at the midstage of spirit transformation. In contrast, Xian Xiangxing, who was at the orifice opening realm, a higher cultivation level than Lu Chen and with more years of training, had barely made it halfway through the mountain before he perished. He never even saw how the demon extermination at Mangyu Mountain concluded. It was only after the Grand Elder revived him with the art of resurrection that he learned the full story from other disciples of Dojin Peak. In summary, Lu Chen's contributions were paramount, playing an immensely crucial role. He was likely to receive no small amount of merit points, and his name had spread far and wide across Dojin Peak. Yet Lu Chen, immersed in his solitary cultivation, remained unaware of the current state of affairs. There's something I'm curious about. I wonder if senior brother Xian could. Lu Chen carefully chose his words, preparing to subtly inquire how senior brother Xian had been revived. After all, having died once was hardly a glorious matter, and asking bluntly would only invite displeasure, effectively killing the conversation. There were still more questions to ask. However, before Lu Chen could finish, Xian Xiangxing waved his hand, interrupting. "Is junior brother Lu asking how I can stand here alive and well?" He let out a bitter laugh. "After the Mangyu Mountain expedition, I did indeed die once. Fortunately, my head was not severely damaged and my soul had not completely dissipated. That's how the Grand Elder managed to revive me with the art of resurrection." So it truly was the art of resurrection. Lu Chen was not astonished that the Grand Elder had mastered such a profound and wondrous technique. His first thought was, from now on, whether slaying demons or enemies, I must crush their heads completely. Otherwise, they might just come back to life. Yes, this point must be remembered. Lu Chen, ever practical, committed this valuable lesson to memory. As they say, after great misfortune comes great fortune. Senior brother Zin's fortune has already arrived at the time when you soar to the heavens must be near, Lu Chen comforted with a smile. One must speak pleasant words. Otherwise, if you keep stabbing at people's sore spots who would want to befriend you, you'd be lucky not to get beaten to death. Junior brother Lu really knows how to speak. Xian Xiangxing inexplicably felt much better. After his death at Mangyu Mountain, his fellow disciples from Dojin Peak never said anything outright, but their subtle actions left Xian Xiangxing feeling an awkward sense of shame. So many disciples from the peak had gone to slay demons. Others lived while he died. Didn't that make him look incompetent? Yet after meeting Lu Chen, Xian Xiangxing no longer felt that awkwardness. Instead, he found himself feeling much more at ease. One had to admit junior brother Lu was gifted, cautious, and crucially his words never stung. He was truly an excellent junior brother. Xian Xiangxing wanted to befriend him. "Junior brother, your words flatter me too much." The two chatted as they walked forward. Soon it was Xian Xiangxing's turn. Steward Bai took his mission bamboo slip, carefully sensed its contents, and announced, 2 midstage spirit transformation realm demons slain, 16 merit points. 1 early-stage orifice opening realm demon 20 merit points. 1 mid-stage orifice opening realm demon 30 merit points. Including the mission reward of 50 merit points, the total is 116 merit points. Xian Xiangsheng's face fell. It was a pity he had died too early at Mangniu Mountain, otherwise his merit points would have been far greater. When it was Lu Chen's turn, steward Bai, who had been strictly business, softened her expression and offered a friendly smile. Junior brother Lu, are you also here to turn in the Mangniu Mountain mission? She remembered Lu Chen well, recalling that he had not yet submitted his mission. Lu Chen smiled back. Thank you for your concern, senior sister Bai. Yes, I'm here to turn in that mission. As he spoke, he handed over his mission bamboo slip. The plump steward Bai took it, glanced at it, and her expression immediately turned serious. She looked again and couldn't help but gasp sharply. Good heavens, truly good heavens. He had slain so many demons, 25 demons at the spirit transformation realm, over 300 at the orifice opening realm, and 1 at the mystic dharma realm. This was even more ruthless than what senior disciples at the mystic dharma realm had achieved. She couldn't help but ask, Junior brother Lu, did you truly kill all of these yourself? Could it be that several mystic dharma realm disciples had helped accumulate merits for Lu Chen? It wasn't that steward Bai didn't trust Lu Chen. It was that she couldn't bring herself to believe the sheer scale of his achievements. They were exaggerated to the point of absurdity. Lu Chen was still only at the spirit transformation realm. Xian Xiangxing, who was at the orifice opening realm, had barely killed any demons and had even lost his life once. Yet Lu Chen unscathed had accomplished feats of staggering magnitude. Steward Bai had never seen anything like it in all her years. These demons were indeed slain by junior brother Lu. The disciples of Dojin Peak who were at Mangniu Mountain can all testify. Xian Xiangxing, who had not left but waited for Lu Chen, chimed in to support him. He added, junior brother Lu's puppet arts are exceptionally brilliant, so he had puppets to assist. That's still astonishing. Steward Bai realized then, began calculating Lu Chen's merit points, arriving at a staggering number. A total of 10,280 merit points, and Lu Chen hadn't sold a single demon corpse. From this, Lu Chen concluded that slaying lower realm demons was more cost-effective. Though the merits were fewer, they accumulated quickly. However, the situation at Mangniu Mountain left no room for choice. The disciples of Dojin Peak followed a soldier-to-soldier, general-to-general approach. Mystic Dharma fought Mystic Dharma, orifice opening fought orifice opening. Demons of lower realms weren't foolish enough to challenge higher realm cultivators. Over 10,000 merit points. Even Xian Xiangxing coveted them, and Steward Bai herself looked on with envy. Merit points were meant to be spent. So Lu Chen immediately purchased Qingyang pills, which were superior to Xiling pills at 100 merit points each, the best pills for breaking through from spirit transformation to orifice opening. Lu Chen bought 2 pills, spending 200 merit points before leaving with Xian Xiangxing. On the way, Lu Chen asked, Senior brother Xian, have you heard of the ancient demon remnant tomb? Xian Xiangxing was surprised. Junior brother Lu, you don't know. Lu Chen replied, I'm ashamed to say I've been in seclusion recently, so I truly don't. I see, Xian Xiangxing said, understanding, and began to explain in detail. The so-called ancient demon remnant tomb was a secret realm of the Dongming Sect. Originally a sacred ground for demons, it was damaged for reasons unknown, becoming the ancient demon remnant tomb. It teemed with an endless supply of demons, said to connect to another mysterious unknown land. Once every 100 years, the Dongming Sect would open this secret realm for its disciples to train within. The key was that it contained numerous heavenly treasures and earthly rarities. There were accounts of disciples who entered at the spirit transformation realm and emerged a month later as mystic Dharma masters. Other disciples had found ancient artifacts left from thousands of years ago, propelling them to greatness. It was even rumored that one of the Dongming Sect's incomplete divine abilities was obtained from this very ancient demon remnant tomb. Such great fortunes seemed to be abundant within the ancient demon remnant tomb, making it a treasure trove for the Dongming Sect. Lu Chen listened, his eyes gradually brightening until they shone with an intense light. Good, a fine place. Truly a fine place indeed. Moreover, the secret realm will open in half a month, and soon it will arrive. At that time, all inner disciples of the Dongming Sect will be able to enter. In addition, the South Chu Kingdom consists of 10 prefectures, each vast and expansive, with the Dongming Sect occupying 3 of them situated in the Yi Prefecture. The other prefectures, Qingzhou and Yuanzhou, are governed by those core disciples who have also established mountain gates for the Dongming Sect. When the time comes, disciples from both Qingzhou and Yuanzhou will also come to enter the ancient demon ruins together. Overall, the ancient demon ruins are filled with opportunities, yet the competition is equally fierce. It is easy to imagine that tens of thousands of inner disciples will surge into it. However, Lu Chen does not care for those so-called opportunities. As long as there are demons, that is his greatest resource. The ancient demon ruins are about to open. I must seize the time to accomplish more tasks and exchange for merits to enhance my strength. Disciples walked in pairs, still discussing the ancient demon ruins. I think the task of suppressing the Lu family's rebellion in Sanjiang is good. How about? Just as a disciple was speaking, he suddenly saw Lu Chen and Exan Xiangxing approaching, and joyfully exclaimed, "Isn't that senior brother Lu Chen? Oh, it really is senior brother Lu. He has emerged from seclusion." Another disciple was delighted, and then several of them exchanged glances and greeted Lu Chen together. "Senior brother Lu, please wait." They hurried forward. Lu Chen looked in surprise and saw that the four calling him were all disciples of the sword-fighting peak, who had previously gone to Mengyu Mountain to slay demons together. "What brings you four brothers here?" One tall but slender disciple named Gao smiled and said, "Isn't the ancient demon ruins about to open? We four want to enter with you. Would senior brother Lu be willing? So they are interested in my Dao soldier's prowess and want to team up with me." Lu Chen thought and quickly understood their intentions. He smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, I currently have no such plans." There was no room for negotiation. His meaning was quite clear. He intended to go alone. Jokingly, he thought now he has 45 Dao soldiers in the immortal coffin, among which there are 12 golden-armored Dao soldiers. These four brothers in the chi-connecting realm wouldn't be able to help him much at all. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud laugh broke out. "Haha, senior brother Lu, why not join us?" The others turned to look and saw three more disciples from the sword-fighting peak approaching. Exan Xiangxing watched, filled with envy. Such powerful strength. How wonderful! All the fellow disciples are eager to partner with Lu Chen, while he, despite also being in the midstage of the chi-connecting realm, has no one to exchange pleasantries with. Truly, people cannot be compared. "Senior brother Lu, it's better to travel with us." Before Lu Chen could refuse, another disciple from the sword-fighting peak arrived. Before long, there were already 50 or 60 disciples from the sword-fighting peak gathered here, all warmly inviting Lu Chen to enter the ancient demon ruins together. It goes without saying that they were all drawn by the power of Lu Chen's Dao soldiers, but one cannot blame these fellow disciples for their enthusiasm, as Lu Chen's Dao soldiers were indeed impressive. With just 35 silver-armored Dao soldiers, they could simultaneously hold back 6 demon beasts of the Xuanfa realm. Such effectiveness is far greater than that of 1 or 2 older disciples at the Xuanfa realm, who wouldn't envy that. If they could form a temporary alliance with Lu Chen, then his Dao soldiers would be responsible for containment while they just needed to kill the demons. Wouldn't the benefits be more than enough? "Senior brother Lu, it's better to join us. I heard that the demon corpses are useful to you, and all the demon corpses collected during this trip to the ancient demon ruins can belong to you with the benefits shared equally. What do you think?" "Senior brother Lu, I have 3 demon corpses at the chi-connecting realm right here which I can give to you now." 3 chi-connecting demon corpses are nothing to boast about. We have a total of 8 among us. If you just agree, they will all belong to you, senior brother Lu. The disciples from the sword-fighting peak were all enthusiastic and generous, competing to brag, causing Exan Xiangxing, who was left out, to feel even more envious. "If only I had senior brother Lu's talent." He probably dreams sweetly about it. On the contrary, Lu Chen just found it a bit noisy. "Senior brother Lu, the chi-connecting realm disciples are of little benefit to you. Why not join us instead?" A familiar, boisterous voice rang out. Soon the crowd parted and Dong Kunggang's tall and robust figure approached, accompanied by Han Rong Zhou and the voluptuous and striking Zhao Qiong. Wow, even masters of the Xuanfa realm are actively seeking out senior brother Lu. This is truly the Xuanfa realm. Senior brother Lu. But senior brother Lu is only in the spirit transformation realm. Exan Xiangsheng's eyes turned red with envy. When would he also receive such wealth and honor? "Senior brothers Dong Hanzhou and sister Zhao, you don't need to join this commotion," Lu Chen said helplessly. At this moment, it was not just Exan Xiangxing who was envious. All the disciples of the sword-fighting peak, who had previously been chatting, were now engulfed in envy, wishing they could take Lu Chen's place. With 4 masters of the Xuanfa realm, if they were willing to take them into the ancient demon ruins, they would probably empty their entire stock of merits without the slightest hesitation. From a distance, a figure wearing a jade crown and a sky-blue long robe silently halted. "Is that Lu Chen, whom the master personally fetched from the inner door assessment hall?" He was tall, with a straight back like a sword, and a stern face, especially his pair of eyes resembling a hungry tiger, which made people feel cold. Beside him was a middle-aged-looking disciple of the Xuanfa realm, who appeared honest and simple, respectfully replying in response to senior brother Li, "That is indeed Lu Chen." Senior brother Li Jini is one of the 5 named disciples of the sword-fighting peak's leader, who is also the 3rd elder of the sect. At the peak of the Xuanfa realm, he could step into that realm at any moment, becoming a true genius among the direct disciples of the peak master. Having cultivated for less than 150 years, he is expected to achieve the God realm in the future. Li Jini frowned slightly. What abilities does he possess that would make the disciples of the sword-fighting peak so eager to curry favor with him? He, being one of the 5 named disciples of the sword-fighting peak, had never seen so many fellow disciples come forward to flatter him. Lu Chen was merely at the spirit transformation realm. How capable could he possibly be? With a cold snort, Li Jini turned and left, no longer interested in visiting the internal affairs hall. Only the honest-looking, middle-aged disciple Fan Shang remained. He watched Li Jini leave, then turned back to look at Lu Chen, who was surrounded by eager disciples from the sword-fighting peak. His eyes narrowed slightly. If senior brother Li doesn't like him, then so be it. He withdrew his previously honest demeanor, replacing it with indifference and arrogance, showing none of the modesty he had displayed in front of Li Jini. Taking a few steps, he soon reached the outskirts of the crowd. Fan Shang suddenly spoke. Senior brother Lu, I observe that your qualifications are not bad and have some prospects. Why not follow behind me and enter the ancient demon ruins together? His tone was indifferent and condescending compared to the eagerness and desire of the other disciples. His words felt more like a charity towards Lu Chen, as if he were a senior brother looking down upon a new disciple demanding gratitude and acceptance, which inexplicably annoyed others. Who do you think you are speaking like that? Dong Xuangong turned angrily but stopped mid-sentence when he saw it was Fan Shang hesitating to close his mouth. The newcomer does not mean well, Lu Chen concluded inwardly. What background does this person have? Lu Chen asked in a silent transmission, turning to Dong Xuangong, who had fallen silent mid-sentence. No provocation comes without reason unless the man is simply deranged. A question well worth asking. Fan Shang, one of Li Jini's men. Dong Xuangong replied in a low voice, cautioning, Li Jini is one of the 5 nominal disciples of our sword combat peak's master. Handle it as you see fit. So he's a nominal disciple of the peak master and 3rd elder. No wonder Dong Xuangong suddenly shut up. Lu Chen realized a plan already forming in his mind. He was not one to be arrogantly overbearing, nor did he look down on others, but that did not mean anyone could trample on him at will. If you tolerate such a thing once, countless more instances may follow. Therefore, at the first sign you must ruthlessly nip that bad omen in the bud. Then beat him half to death. As Lu Chen was about to act, he suddenly asked another question. What cultivation level is this Fan Shang? Dong Xuangong replied, late stage of the profound Dharma realm, quite formidable. Don't be reckless. Lu Chen nodded earnestly. All right. The next moment he pushed through the crowd of sword combat peak disciples and strode toward Fan Shang, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a cold expression. With his first step, 10 silver-armored Dao soldiers materialized behind Lu Chen. The earth's power surged from below, forming a rolling earth river that enveloped the soldiers, turning into hard stone armor. With his second step, 10 more silver-armored Dao soldiers appeared behind Lu Chen. With the third step, another 10 silver-armored soldiers joined. The rolling earth power surged continuously, flowing toward the soldiers. The Dao soldiers, now over a zhang tall, numbered 30, all marching in unison with Lu Chen's steps. With each step Lu Chen took, the 30 silver-armored Dao soldiers followed, exuding an inexplicable aura of pressure, as if heavenly generals from an ancient battlefield were leading celestial troops into battle, gripping the soul. Especially since Lu Chen remained silent, the 30 Dao soldiers encased in stone armor were cold and murderous, devoid of any life force, making even breathing feel stifled. So junior brother Lu's puppets aren't stone golems after all. He must have used some mysterious refining method to grant them the ability to command the earth's power. A disciple observed thoughtfully as the metallic-colored Dao soldiers, as if cast in dark silver, were covered in stone armor. This is what normal puppets should look like. Another disciple remarked in awe, but junior brother Lu's puppet art seems not yet fully mastered. The truly skilled puppet masters can refine puppets to look completely human, both in appearance and touch, indistinguishable from real skin, hiding all the precious metallic materials within. Yet another disciple was alarmed. Is junior brother Lu really so hot-tempered? Fan Shang had merely provoked him with a snide remark, yet Lu Chen already seemed intent on beating him to a pulp. Usually this junior brother Lu seems so easy to get along with. Neither arrogant nor coldly aloof, who would have guessed that he could turn so violent, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Dong Xuangong watched as Lu Chen advanced with his 30 Dao soldiers, his face twitching uncontrollably. So, this is what you meant by all right? Weren't we supposed to avoid a reckless confrontation? With his fourth step, a 31st Dao soldier appeared beside Lu Chen. But this one was different. Its body was a dark gold, and it stood exceptionally tall, over a zhang in height. This was a golden-armored Dao soldier. An even more immense surge of earth power erupted from beneath the ground, forming a thick layer of stone armor around it, making the already towering figure even more awe-inspiring. I kindly brought you into the ancient demon's remnant tomb, and this is how you repay me. Fan Shang's cold lips curled into a mocking sneer. Lu Chen slowly halted his steps and replied flatly, I have a bad temper. If you want to pick a fight, I'll just have to beat you until you can't speak. Your ability to cultivate inner peace is truly lacking, Fan Shang said with amusement. But you're not wrong. Youth is meant to be fiery and impulsive. He shifted his tone, glancing at the 30 silver-armored Dao soldiers behind Lu Chen and the single golden-armored one. But do you really think these mindless puppets can do anything to me? Moreover, if you lack strength, you'll have to endure my words no matter how unpleasant. Being too hot-tempered will only hurt yourself. His words carried a deeper, ominous meaning. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to argue further. He simply raised his hand and waved forward, uttering a single word, strike. The golden-armored Dao soldier's towering form vanished in a blur, reappearing instantly as its fist hurtled toward Fan Shang's head. At the same moment, a vast surge of earth power erupted from beneath the ground, transforming into colossal earth pythons that slammed into Fan Shang with ferocity. A paltry trick, Fan Shang sneered. He formed a sword gesture with his fingers and intoned, swift. Instantly a flying sword soared into the air, transforming into sharp sword energy. That energy multiplied endlessly, seeming to become tens of thousands in the blink of an eye, converging like clouds in the sky. The mere burst of sword intent cleaved through the rolling earth power completely. The myriad transformations sword scripture, whispered a sword combat peak disciple, recognizing Fan Shang's technique. This sword art possessed immense power, mutable as celestial clouds with sword energy, spreading like a heavenly net, omnipresent. With a thunderous roar, the vast, ever-changing sword energy swept forth and instantly crashed into the golden-armored Dao soldier. A cacophony of metallic clangs rang out without end, yet the golden-armored soldier remained unscathed. Its fist, however, shifted dramatically, gathering boundless, baleful energy that condensed and erupted. The power of earth, the violence of fire, the fluidity of water, and the sharpness of metal all converged into a single punch. In the end, that fist seemed to transform into the Earth Fiend Star of the 72 earthly fiends. The Earth Net Star, fierce and savage to the extreme, with baleful energy rolling forth. With a booming crash, that single punch shattered every trace of sword energy. The celestial clouds, the heavenly net, the ever-changing forms, all exploding into nothingness. This punch was overwhelmingly fierce, especially in the hands of the golden-armored Dao soldier, whose physical form was unmatched and stood over a zhang tall. It seemed capable of slaying a true dragon. With a deafening explosion, the force of that punch, having shattered 1,000 swords, remained unstoppable. The baleful energy still raged wildly, as if stirring the world's demonic forces, and in an instant it arrived before Fan Shang's face. Earth Fiend Dragon Slaying. Fan Shang's expression changed dramatically, the words almost slipping out. His previous coldness, arrogance, and mockery vanished completely. But before he could finish his sentence, the terrifying, baleful force had already arrived. Panicked Fan Shang's fingers flew, weaving a series of hand seals in an instant as he rapidly retreated. A high-grade spiritual shield of silver-white light materialized, brimming with surging spiritual power. It managed to block the golden-armored soldier's punch. With a thunderous crash, the terrifying powers of earth, fire, water, and metal, accompanied by boundless baleful energy, and the immense strength of the golden-armored soldier, erupted together. The single punch sent the high-grade spiritual shield tumbling away, shattered. The golden-armored Dao soldier's strength was overwhelming, like a Vajra deity, descending upon the world, ferocious and terrifying. It continued its pursuit of the retreating Fan Shang. How can this be? Fan Shang's face paled repeatedly. Yet before he could finish, silver-armored Dao soldiers burst forth from beneath his feet, all grabbing hold of his legs. He was immobilized. Damn it! Fan Shang roared in fury, his spiritual power boiling as he tried to throw off the silver-armored soldiers. But the terrifying, baleful force struck, accompanied by a massive fist. Bang! A fist the size of a millstone crashed down, unleashing a terrifying force that instantly blasted half of Fan Shang's body into a bloody mist. What was protective mana? What was the mystic law realm roaming the cosmos? Before the golden armor Dao soldiers and the earth fiend dragon subduing art, all were but fragile, withered branches and leaves shattering at the slightest touch. Hiss! The earth fiend dragon subduing art. Has junior brother Lu's puppet actually cultivated the earth fiend dragon subduing art, the most ferocious killing technique of all? A disciple of the sword fighting peak who had witnessed everything exclaimed, stunned and pale with shock. That puppet couldn't possibly have cultivated a grand offensive technique like the earth fiend dragon subduing art. They lack even spiritual energy and blood chi. It must be that junior brother Lu himself has mastered this earth fiend dragon subduing art and imprinted it upon those puppets through some mysterious means. Incredible, truly incredible. Fan Shang at the late stage of the mystic law realm is no match for this junior brother Lu. At the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, he defies two major realms to defeat a later stage mystic law realm cultivator. Though he relied on the puppet's power, this junior brother Lu indeed has remarkable methods. He remains still until he acts, but when he does he strikes until flesh and blood are turned to mud. This junior brother Lu is far from the gentle person he appears to be on the surface. No wonder he was personally snatched by the peak master from the inner sect assessment hall. Even setting aside those puppets and his puppet art's junior brother Lu's own strength is likely far beyond what ordinary spirit transformation realm cultivators can match. Just the fact that he could master the earth fiend dragon subduing art proves his strength surpasses that of most in the spirit transformation realm. The sword-fighting peak disciples exclaimed in awe while Fan Shang, whose half-body had been shattered by the golden armor Dao soldier, was utterly ignored. He had provoked trouble for no reason and had a foul mouth to boot. Being beaten was his own fault. He deserved it. Ah! Lu Chen, how dare you! After the brief numbness from having half his body blown apart, an excruciating pain surged through Fan Shang, causing him to roar in agony. As anyone who has been injured knows, pain is not felt initially. But when the numbness fades and the intense pain arrives, it can truly be unbearable. How dare I! Lu Chen approached with steady steps, stopping 2 zhang away from Fan Shang, whose body was half destroyed, with a golden armor Dao soldier standing between them. No other reason than fearing the man might still be stubborn and try to attack again. The golden armor Dao soldier could then shatter the other half of his body in time. I forgot to tell you, I have a bad temper. If you displease me, it'll have to make you bleed, Lu Chen said slowly. I kindly wanted to take you into the ancient demon's remnant tomb, and this is how you treat. Fan Shang, shocked and enraged, tried to speak further, but Lu Chen waved his hand. Can't speak like a human, can you? Slap his mouth. As the words fell, a silver armor Dao soldier vanished on the spot. When it reappeared, it swung a hand as large as a palm leaf, slapping Fan Shang across the face. Ah! Half of Fan Shang's face was beaten into a bloody pulp, blood and broken teeth, spraying out, a truly miserable sight. Lu Chen's Dao soldiers cared not whether Fan Shang was of the mystic law realm or one of Li Jinyi's men. Once Lu Chen gave the order, the Dao soldiers would strike even an immortal, so what was Fan Shang? Lu Chen, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Fan Shang was beside himself with rage, his mentality shattered, his speech now garbled. It all started because Li Jinyi couldn't stand Lu Chen stealing the spotlight, and Fan Shang had taken it upon himself to embarrass Lu Chen. The result? He failed to embarrass Lu Chen, and was instead beaten like a dog by Lu Chen's puppets. The one embarrassed now was not Lu Chen, but himself. In full view of everyone, he, a mystic law realm cultivator, had half his body shattered by Lu Chen, a spirit transformation realm cultivator. Lu Chen, the newcomer in the spirit transformation realm, remained completely unharmed, not even lifting a finger, while those terrifying puppets single-handedly brutalized Fan Shang. Such an outcome was the greatest humiliation of Fan Shang's life. If his mentality didn't collapse, it would only mean the man had completely lost all face. But clearly Fan Shang still had some shame. Oh, still running your mouth. Lu Chen waved his hand again. Continue the slapping. Slap. The silver armor Dao soldier raised its large hand again, bringing it down in one fluid motion. A crisp yet muffled sound rang out as Fan Shang's other slightly better cheek was torn open, and all his remaining teeth were knocked out. This time Fan Shang could no longer speak, only letting out wails of misery. Let this teach senior brother Fan a lesson. Misfortune comes from the mouth. Sometimes keeping your mouth shut can save your life. Lu Chen dismissed the Dao soldiers with a wave and strode away, leaving Fan Shang to his fate. If they weren't still within the sect, with many sword-fighting peak disciples watching, Lu Chen would have smashed the man's head in. He had never been a good-natured, magnanimous person. Anyone who sought trouble with him would have to pay a price, or otherwise who would take him seriously. Weakness invites endless bullying. Only by displaying strength and tactics could such things be nipped in the bud. Soft persimmons are the easiest to squeeze. This was a truth known to all living beings. Rabbits were weak, so they were preyed upon. It was the same for humans. One should show a bit of ferocity to cut off most troubles. This was a truth Lu Chen had understood in his past life. So junior brother Lu has this side to him as well. Zhao Qiong blinked her bright eyes and muttered softly, still not recovered from the ferocity of the Dao soldier, slapping both of Fan Shang's faces. Too brutal. Junior brother Lu's puppets seem even stronger. Zhou Li sighed with mixed emotions. Back when they were slaying demons at Mangyu Mountain, Lu Chen's Dao soldiers hadn't yet known the earth fiend dragon subduing art. If his puppets had possessed such strength back then, there would have been no need for them to join forces. It seems our current strength is mostly insufficient to aid junior brother Lu anymore. Very well, our plan to enter the ancient demon's remnant tomb together ends here. In a quiet chamber at the peak of sword fighting, Peak, the third elder, slowly spoke. Are you saying Fan Shang provoked without cause and Lu Chen shattered half his body? A disciple outside the chamber respectfully replied. He also destroyed both his cheeks. Junior brother Lu was completely unharmed. The third elder pondered for a long while, then waved his hand. Fellow disciples fighting recklessly using weapons. Order Lu Chen to restore the damaged ground to its original state. If he cannot punish him with 100 lightning whips. The disciple outside whispered, and senior brother Fan. The third elder's tone grew stern. Lacking tolerance, punish him by copying the purity scripture 1,000 times without the aid of any magic or external force. Then administer 300 lightning whips to tear apart the other half of his body that Lu Chen didn't shatter. He is not to use limb regeneration techniques to heal until he has endured the lightning whip punishment. The disciple outside shuddered, thinking, the third elder is truly ruthless. Those were lightning whips. A single strike could tear open the flesh of even a body-tempering cultivator. 300 lashes would cost half a life. And Fan Shang, already gravely wounded with half his body destroyed by Lu Chen, would lose most of his life enduring 300 lightning whips. But then again, he deserved it. Having just returned to his small courtyard after exchanging 10 good deeds for a copy of the Golden Element spell, at the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, Lu Chen found himself face-to-face with a tall, rather heroic-looking young disciple. Clad in a sky-blue fitted garment, the disciple stood waiting outside Lu Chen's courtyard gate. Seeing Lu Chen approach, he spoke expressionlessly. The Peak Master has decreed that for engaging in conflict with a fellow disciple and recklessly wielding weapons, Lu Chen is ordered to repair the site of the brawl and restore it to its original state. Should there be the slightest flaw, the punishment shall be 100 lightning lashes. Ah, they want me to go sweep the floor. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He had fully braced himself for punishment from the third elder. After all, though they were fellow disciples of the same sect, he had shown no mercy, having nearly beaten Fan Shang to death. And the third elder's punishment was merely sweeping the floor. The order was to restore the place to its original state, but the site of their fight was on the territory of Sword Combat Peak. Both Lu Chen and Fan Shang had been careful not to cause any major destruction. Not a single large rock was broken. At most, some of the ground had been scuffed by the residual shockwaves, which could be easily tidied up with a bit of sweeping. Was this even considered a punishment? Understanding dawned on Lu Chen instantly. The third elder was blatantly taking his side, and quite heavily so. The third elder has me in his heart. It was not in vain that he had chosen Sword Combat Peak over Bright Mirror Peak, Soaring Peak, and Enlightenment Peak. Lu Chen straightened his posture and said solemnly, Lu Chen accepts the punishment. The tall, heroic-looking disciple nodded, still maintaining a stern demeanor. But after that single the sternness on the disciple's face instantly melted into a smile, and he gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. Well done, junior brother Lu. That Li Genie is not a magnanimous person, and Fan Shang follows him around doing nothing good. Beating him was the right call. The Peak Master knows the full story and won't hold it against you. Watching this unfamiliar senior brother's expression shift, Lu Chen quickly grasped the situation. The initial sternness was because he was delivering the Peak Master's orders. The current friendliness reflected his personal attitude toward Lu Chen. As for whether beating Fan Shang was right or wrong, it didn't matter. The deed was done and the third elder was on his side. That was enough. Thank you for the information, senior brother, Lu Chen said with a bow. The disciple waved his hand, chuckling, no trouble at all. My name is Zhou Jiqing. Let's stay in touch. Zhou Jiqing, one of the 5 nominal disciples of the third elder, the Peak Master of Sword Combat Peak. No wonder he seemed different from ordinary disciples. He had some status. Lu Chen bowed again. So it's senior brother Zhou. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Zhou Jiqing smiled. With your talent, junior brother Lu, you'll surely become a disciple of the Peak Master sooner or later. When that day comes, we'll be true fellow disciples under the same master. There's no need for all this formality. He added, oh, and about the place where you fought with Fan Shang, you don't need to go there yourself. Spend half a good deed and a fellow disciple can restore it for you. It's quite simple. After a few more words, he took his leave. Lu Chen was more than happy to take the easy way out for half a good deed. After all, he was now a big spender with over 10,000 good deeds. Half a one was a drop in the bucket. After explaining the situation to a senior brother named Lu, the latter thumped his chest with a resounding assurance and immediately headed to the site of the brawl between Lu Chen and Fan Shang to begin the restoration. It had to be said, professionals were indeed professionals. This senior brother Lu had mastered both earth element and wood element spells to perfection. Even if a blade of grass had been killed or a stone shattered, he could restore them with his spells. Lu Chen was thoroughly impressed and quickly settled the payment of half a good deed. Come to me if you need anything like this again, senior brother Lu said with satisfaction before departing. Lu Chen's face darkened. Who would go out of their way to pick fights with fellow disciples every day? There won't be a next time. near the mountaintop within a grand courtyard. Li Jinyi's face was ashen as he looked at Fan Shang, whose body was battered and broken, barely clinging to life. His expression was exceptionally dark. Fan Shang was in a miserable state. His once normal face had been beaten into a grotesque swollen mess covered in blood and gore. All his teeth were gone. One side of his body had been completely obliterated, while the other was on the verge of vanishing. Everywhere the marks of lightning whips crisscrossed his flesh, leaving it a bloody pulp. Not a single patch of healthy skin remained on his body. Who told you to go after Lu Chen? Li Jinyi suppressed his rage. Useless. Utterly useless. Not only did he go after Lu Chen behind my back, but he also ended up in this pathetic state. What realm is Lu Chen even in? He's only in the late spirit transformation stage, while Fanshang is in the late mystic law stage. More importantly, Fanshang is my man. He represents my face. To be beaten into such a state is a direct slap to my dignity. Fanshang stammered, but without teeth his words were unintelligible. Growing more irritatedly, Jinyi snapped, "Go back and tend to your wounds. I'll settle this matter myself." Even if Fanshang was useless and in the wrong, he was still Li Jinyi's man. To be so humiliated by Lu Chen was unacceptable. This matter is far from over. There will be a chance. Lu Chen was cultivating, but unlike before, his training now included two new focuses. First, he was studying the golden element spell. Second, he suddenly realized he had never truly fought anyone before. Though his strength was considerable, he lacked practical combat experience. When he fought Fanshang, he wondered what if Fanshang had attacked him directly without waiting for him to summon his Dao soldiers. How would he have handled it? He could certainly react, but it wouldn't be pretty. That was the result of inexperience. But it didn't matter. He had plenty of Dao soldiers to train with, whether in duels or group battles, and he would quickly gain experience. Training with Dao soldiers was the way to go. Notably, the matter of injuring Fanshang had simply blown over. Even the third elder's punishment to restore the damaged area was completely ignored by everyone. Lu Chen even suspected that even if he didn't bother to repair it, the third elder wouldn't care. Additionally, since he had nearly beaten Fanshang to death with his Dao soldiers, more people came seeking him out. They were all interested in the ancient demon remnant tomb and wanted to form a small group with Lu Chen. Even disciples from Soaring Peak, Enlightenment Peak, Dansha Peak, Weapon Forging Peak, and Bright Mirror Peak had heard of him. They learned of his need for demon corpses and brought such gifts, but Lu Chen turned them all down. In the end, Lu Chen had no choice but to hang a do not disturb in seclusion sign outside his door, which finally brought some peace. Moreover, the atmosphere at Dongming Sect had undergone a complete transformation. Disciples everywhere were sparring, training, and even practicing joint combat formations, all in preparation for the opening of the ancient demon remnant tomb. A palpable sense of urgency pervaded the entire sect. In the blink of an eye, the half-month deadline had arrived. Before the 6 inner peaks, all inner disciples had gathered. The ancient demon remnant tomb was set to open today. Led by the Grand Elder and the Third Elder, along with 3 elders from the Swordsteep Peak and 3 from the Bright Mirror Peak, they rode the wind and void, standing high in midair, surveying the surroundings. Not far from these elders, there were also over a dozen disciples who did not appear aged, also standing in midair, their auras as profound as the ocean, utterly incomparable to ordinary disciples. Even those outstanding disciples of the mystic Dharma realm, who seemed on the verge of taking the final step to form a Dao embryo, appeared insignificant before these individuals. "Senior Brother Dong, who are those people?" Lu Chen asked in a low voice transmission to Dong Tsuangong beside him. After all, he was a disciple of the Dongming Sect. How could he not recognize such formidable figures? His knowledge of the sect was indeed lacking. Those are the personal disciples of the 6 main peak masters, already having formed their Dao embryos. Look at the 3 in the middle. They are said to be on the verge of breaking into the Yin spirit realm, about to become true disciples, standing alongside the inner sect elders. They are almost the most remarkable among the disciples. Dong Tsuangong quietly transmitted his voice to explain to Lu Chen. Moreover, Lu Chen could clearly hear the envy and awe that Dong Tsuangong could not conceal in his tone. Indeed, those who can stand alongside the elders in midair are all existences with strength far surpassing ordinary disciples. Lu Chen nodded in realization. Curiously, he transmitted again. How long have they been cultivating to reach this point? Dong Tsuangong replied, around 300 to 400 years more or less. He couldn't help but glance at Lu Chen. If you continue to cultivate and break through at this pace, even those personal disciples of the elders will have to stand behind you. Lu Chen waved his hands repeatedly. Senior Brother Dong, please don't flatter me like that. Though I do have that thought, you shouldn't say it out loud. Getting arrogant, aren't I? Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Junior Brother Lu, are you sure you want come with us? The ancient demon remnant tomb is not without danger, having more people is always safer. Dong Tsuingong still wouldn't give up and asked once more. Lu Chen smiled. Senior brother Dong, I appreciate your kindness. He said no more, but his meaning was clear. Truth be told, with 12 golden armor Dao soldiers at his command and his own strength having grown significantly over the past half-month after refining a Qingyang pill, Lu Chen was on the verge of breaking into the grand perfection of the spirit transformation realm. He estimated that, in about another month, he could begin preparing to break through to the aperture opening realm. His cultivation speed was astonishing, so much so that Dong Tsuingong had said that if he kept this up, even the elder's personal disciples would have to stand behind him. Compared to other disciples who took 70 or 80 years, 100 years, or even centuries to cultivate, Lu Chen's less than a year of cultivation was outrageously absurd. And crucially, there was still no sign of Lu Chen hitting a bottleneck. Frustrating, wasn't it? Dong Tsuingong felt helpless but said no more. From the earlier battle between Lu Chen and Fansheng, he could see that Lu Chen's puppet arts seemed to have made another breakthrough. Previously, Lu Chen's Dao soldiers couldn't single-handedly kill Mystic Dharma realm cultivators, but in the fight with Fansheng, that dark golden armor Dao soldier had used the Earth Fiend Dragon subduing art to beat Fansheng half to death. The Earth Fiend Dragon subduing art. This was a great technique that even many body-tempering Mystic Dharma realm disciples found difficult to master, yet Lu Chen's puppet had learned it. Is that guy glaring at me? Sensing something, Lu Chen suddenly turned his head and caught Li Jini retracting his gaze from the front of the crowd. Without a doubt, Li Jini had been looking at him just now. Not happy that I beat his man. Planning to cause trouble for me after entering the ancient demon remnant tomb. Lu Chen's mind raced as he kept an eye on Li Jini. This guy would likely come after him again. If they met in the ancient demon remnant tomb, Lu Chen would strike first and beat him half to death. He thought he was stronger than Fansheng, but little did he know that when Lu Chen fought Fansheng, he had only used one golden armor Dao soldier. If all 12 were unleashed, each delivering a punch, Fansheng wouldn't have left a trace. What was Li Jini compared to that? If he dared to come, Lu Chen would dare to fight. Is everyone here? From midair, the bright mirror Peakmaster and Grand Elder inquired. A steward below respectfully replied, of the 76,000 inner sect disciples, the 30,000 who could come are all present. For such a vast sect as the Dongming Sect, inner sect disciples were the backbone, but they couldn't all leave. Most who had lost their potential and couldn't advance further either guarded other regions or remained in the sect to handle affairs. Having 30,000 disciples entering the ancient demon remnant tomb was already an enormous number. Moreover, disciples from the Dongming Sect's mountain gates in Qingzhou and Yuanzhou, led by true disciples, would also come in similarly large numbers. Since the disciples who should come are all here, let us set out for the ancient demon remnant tomb. The Grand Elder gave the order, and the elders immediately threw out 3 flying ships. As they entered the sky, the ships suddenly expanded, blotting out the sun, becoming unimaginably vast. All disciples board the ships. The steward at the front directed the disciples to board in an orderly manner. Taking a flying ship to the ancient demon remnant tomb. Lu Chen frowned. Why not put all the disciples into the demon refining pot like last time? Wouldn't that be more convenient? Something was wrong. 1,000 things were wrong. Lu Chen keenly sensed something amiss. Those big shots in the sect might be up to something again. Of course, it was also possible that the sect always used flying ships for large-scale movements. Senior brother Dong, did we also travel by flying ship to the ancient demon remnant tomb before? Lu Chen couldn't help asking Dong Tsuingong beside him. Naturally. The near-full mobilization of inner sect disciples also serves to show strength to smaller sects, intimidating them into staying in line, Dong Tsuingong replied. Have they always used flying ships? Lu Chen still felt something was off. His intuition was usually accurate, rarely wrong. Without asking further, Lu Chen followed the sword-steep peak disciples onto the left flying ship, which was overseen by the third elder and his 2 personal disciples. Soon all 30,000 inner sect disciples boarded the ships. The ships then tore through the sky, vanishing beneath the clouds, heading north of Yi Prefecture. The ancient demon remnant tomb lay deep within the Gulong mountain range, at the northernmost edge of Yi Prefecture, less than 100,000 li away. At the speed of those elders, they would arrive in just a few hours. But the flying ships were not very fast. It would take about 10 hours. Still, that was quite fast, covering 5,000 li per hour. As time passed, Lu Chen, sitting on the ship, felt increasingly that something was about to happen. Too bad we're in the sky. I can't burrow underground. Lu Chen felt regret. Otherwise, he would have definitely hidden himself underground first. He never doubted his intuition. Deep within the clouds, vast and unseen, a person wearing a cyan fox mask stood there, accompanied by others with Kirin peacock and azure dragon masks, more than 10 in total. Among them, 2 wore dragon-shaped masks. The people from the Dongming Sect are almost here. The massive spaceship was enveloped by an invisible force darting swiftly beneath the clouds. At this altitude, ordinary mortals could hardly see it clearly, but cultivators could discern it well, the banner of the Dongming Sect was flying prominently atop, extremely conspicuous. Any cultivator who saw the three characters Dongming Sect would stop in their tracks gazing from afar. Even those who occasionally soared through the clouds on their swords would early on steer clear, their eyes filled with both respect and fear. The Dongming Sect, one of the three dominant sects of the South Chu Kingdom, alongside the other two major sects that govern the entire South Chu's 9 provinces. Even the once mighty 12 Phases sect was eradicated by the Dongming Sect, making it an undeniable behemoth. Let alone those rogue cultivators, even ordinary sects and families of cultivators would immediately retreat in the face of the Dongming Sect. Moreover, rumors suggested that behind the Dongming Sect, deep within the vast cosmic starry sky, there were even greater powers. Many of the true disciples of the Dongming Sect gradually faded from the South Chu Kingdom's view because they ventured into that deep cosmic space to cultivate. However, I have heard that the Dongming Sect now seems to be under the subtle pressure of the other two dominant sects in the South Chu Kingdom. It appears that within the ranks of those two sects there have emerged prodigies accompanied by innate treasures, their momentum astonishing, and not limited to just one. Even within the royal lineage of the South Chu Kingdom, which controls only one province, it is said that prodigies possessing innate treasures have also emerged. Yet, as one of the three dominants in the South Chu, the Dongming Sect has remained silent. Recently, the 12 Phases sect that was annihilated by the Dongming Sect seems to be reviving, constantly causing trouble for the Dongming Sect, which is certainly an ominous sign. Of course, such conversations, even if conveyed through sound transmission, those small sects, families, or rogue cultivators would not dare to speak in front of the Dongming Sect's flying ship. No matter how pressured the Dongming Sect is, it still remains the overlord of the South Chu Kingdom and can still suppress a region. However, the disciples and elders aboard the Dongming Sect's flying ship clearly did not pay attention to the passing cultivators riding their swords. Even the usually cautious Lu Chen had no time to look more, for he was thinking if real danger descends. With the presence of the Great Elder and the Third Elder alongside the 6 elders from Mingjing Peak and Dojin Peak, as well as the direct disciples of the 6 Peak Masters, the danger should not be great, and these elders might have made preparations. If one cannot rely on others, one must rely on oneself. As Lu Chen's thoughts shifted, he quietly retreated outside the crowd. In a secluded corner of the flying ship, Lu Chen swiftly summoned 2 golden-armored Dao soldiers. If real danger does arise, let the Dao soldiers take the brunt. At least they won't catch me off guard. Almost at the same moment Lu Chen summoned the golden-armored Dao soldiers, the Third Elder discreetly glanced at a certain secluded corner, his lips twitching involuntarily, quite vigilant indeed. He then smiled faintly. Not bad. To be able to sense or predict impending danger is a talent not everyone possesses. Moreover, to wholeheartedly trust one's instincts and immediately take corresponding actions, rather than relying entirely on the safety provided by the elders and the Peak Master's direct disciples, is even rarer. Such cultivators often live longer. Unless their luck is extraordinarily poor, they can usually turn danger into safety and escape successfully. It is evident that Lu Chen is one such cultivator. He is stable, so stable that even the Third Elder, the Master of Dojin Peak, increasingly appreciates him. Boom! Without any warning, the massive flying ship of the Dongming Sect suddenly shook violently. Soon a disciple shouted sharply, "Who dares to attack our Dongming Sect's flying ship? What audacity! Death awaits!" The shouts echoed one after another, and more disciples rushed to the edge of the flying ship. Outside the flying ship, a fan as large as to shade the heavens was swinging, and with a single flap, celestial fire like falling meteors crashed onto the invisible barrier of the ship, causing it to tremble incessantly. With a counter flap, a torrent of sword energy gathered, pouring down like the Milky Way, slicing through the void and creating ripples in the air, the sound of the sword's howl deafening as it nearly overturned the flying ship. Fortunately, the protective formation on the flying ship showed no signs of breaking, steadily blocking the celestial fire meteors and the Milky Way's sword energy. The celestial fire sword feather fan has indeed come. The Third Elder rose from the flying ship, his young face, already somewhat domineering, now bore even more chilling intent to kill. Just in time. As he spoke, the Third Elder stepped forward, and by the time his voice fell, his figure had silently vanished, leaving behind an elderly voice echoing aboard the flying ship. "Disciples, sit still on the ship, do not venture outside. Otherwise you will bear the consequences of life and death." Boom! A terrifying fluctuation erupted outside the flying ship. Celestial light burst forth, seemingly engulfing the entire sky. Even the sunlight was obscured. If nothing unexpected happens, it must be that the Third Elder has engaged in battle with the unknown entity outside the flying ship. My intuition has proven correct. There is indeed danger. Lu Chen remained in that secluded corner. With the Third Elder gone, the brothers aboard the flying ship were already unreliable, not a single one capable of fighting. Truly, relying on oneself is better than relying on others. However, he was quite obedient. Since the Third Elder said not to step outside the ship, he persisted in staying within. How dangerous it is outside. Anyone capable of fighting against the Third Elder will not be much weaker than him. Even with numerous golden-armored Dao soldiers charging in, would simply be delivering food, so staying put is the best outcome. Moreover, the protective formation aboard the ship seems quite formidable. That sky-shading fan outside absolutely cannot break the ship's formation in a short time. In other words, the current flying ship is very safe. Could it be that the troublesome 12 Phases sect is causing trouble again? Lu Chen focused his gaze toward the outside of the flying ship, but the noise from the Third Elder's battle was too great, with sword energy soaring and divine light chaotic, rendering it impossible to see clearly. Yet faintly he could see figures wearing azure dragon masks, Qilin masks, and peacock masks surrounding and attacking the Third Elder. Further away, astonishing battles erupted outside the other two Dongming Sect flying ships. The Great Elder, along with the 6 elders from Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak, as well as the direct disciples of those elders, were all embroiled in fierce combat. However, Lu Chen, with his level of power, could not discern whether the Dongming Sect had the upper hand or if the remnants of the 12 Phases sect held the advantage. What audacity! No wonder they dare to attack our Dongming Sect's flying ship, knowing that I and others are present. It turns out they have some hidden agendas disguised as remnants of the 12 Phases sect to assist them. Suddenly, the Third Elder's shocked and furious voice reverberated from the battlefield, engulfed in divine light, resounding clearly in Lu Chen's ears. Are there cultivators beyond the 12 Phases sect disguising themselves as its remnants to oppose the Dongming Sect? Lu Chen's heart jolted. Who is so bold as to follow the remnants of the 12 Phases sect to provoke the Dongming Sect within the South Chu Kingdom? Do they not fear being found out and having their legacy obliterated by the Dongming Sect? No, since they dare to attack the Dongming Sect, the ones disguising themselves as the 12 Phases sect must possess some confidence. The master of Dojin Peak 300 years ago, I did not let you perish. Today I shall present you with another sword. A cold, low voice emanated from outside the flying ship, sounding like a woman's voice, followed by a terrifying chill of sword energy erupting, slicing through the chaotic void, causing the gale to surge like a tsunami. Even the massive flying ship was lifted. Those who injured the Third Elder 300 years ago have come. Lu Chen felt restless. This momentum is very unsettling. But the flying ship was overturned by the terrifying sword energy's gale, rolling beneath the clouds, causing all disciples aboard to sway along with it. In Lu Chen's vision, the sky and earth seemed to be spinning back and forth. In a daze, he seemed to see another gloomy dark sky replacing the reality of the sun, hanging high, abruptly enveloping the flying ship. Not only the flying ship Lu Chen was on, but the other two flying ships also could not escape, all being engulfed by that dark, gloomy sky. At that moment, a withered hand emerged from the clouds, casually beckoning, and that dim sky continuously shrank and folded, ultimately transforming into a scroll grasped by that withered hand. Kiki, you have entered my infernal ghost domain map. You younger generation of Dongming Sect, prepare to be devoured by countless ghosts and perish. Sword crone, you speak too boldly. If not for the aid of those old fellows back then, how could I have suffered a blow from your sword? Truly, you know not the immensity of heaven and earth. Within the battlefield, shrouded by divine light and sword radiance, the Third Elder's aged yet domineering voice resounded. At the same moment, the Grand Elder's voice rang out, the Netherworld Ghost Domain Chart. So even you, an old fiend of the demonic path, have come. It seems many wish to see our Dongming Sect fall. His tone shifted. Well then, ordinarily you demonic remnants skulk and hide from sight. Since you've shown yourselves, now it's the perfect chance to sweep you all away. As his words fell, a resplendent divine light blazed forth from the Grand Elder. In a trance, a deity with a blurred visage seemed to manifest behind him, no larger than the Grand Elder himself, yet its divine might was overwhelming and boundless. In an instant, all sword aura and immortal radiance before the deity's phantom behind the Grand Elder were vaporized, as if even the void itself had been frozen. Damn it, it's the Yang spirit. This old bastard has broken through to the Yang spirit. Retreat quickly. You bastards of the 12 manifestations sect, you've ruined us. Panicked and wrathful voices emerged from within the divine light, but they were swiftly drowned out by the Grand Elder's brilliant Yang spirit radiance. The view shifted. The clouds vanished, the lofty sky disappeared, and the Dongming Sect's airship materialized amidst a gloomy, dim mountain range. Dark and sinister, countless ghostly shadows flickered, as if they had plummeted into the abyssal hell. The moment the golden-armored Dao soldiers beside Lu Chen arrived here, they emanated an exceedingly intense will. A craving and irresistible urge to burst out of the airship and feed outside. Moreover, it wasn't just the 2 golden-armored Dao soldiers he had summoned. Even the 10 unsummoned golden-armored soldiers and the 33 silver-armored soldiers were all like cats that had spotted a mouse. That urgent, instinctive drive to pounce and hunt made Lu Chen's head buzz with clamor. The situation is unclear. Easy. Lu Chen spent a good while calming his golden and silver Dao soldiers before they settled down. Yet even so, these Dao soldiers still craved by instinct. Ghosts. There are ghosts everywhere outside. The disciples of Sword Peak on the airship cried out in alarm, uneasy, for this place was clearly no longer the outside world but a separate space. They were trapped, or rather they had been seized into an unknown realm with no one knowing what awaited them there. The third elder previously ordered that no one should leave the airship without permission. Fellow disciples remember this well. Another disciple shouted, reminding them not to step outside. The underworld. Ghosts. I think I know what this place is. Feng Yue, with her cool demeanor, exquisite figure, and striking beauty, murmured thoughtfully. Senior Sister Feng, where is this? The fellow disciples couldn't help but ask. I once heard Elder Gao mention that among the demonic path there is a boundless Taoist who used myriad ghosts as his source and the boundless chart as his foundation, forging an exceedingly formidable artifact called the Netherworld Ghost Prison Chart. This chart creates its own realm filled with countless ghosts. Once one falls into it, they are devoured by 10,000 ghosts. Unless one possesses a rare treasure that repels ghosts, even a Dao Embryo Realm Master would meet their end here. Feng Yu explained slowly. Yet her cool words only made the Sword Peak disciples more alarmed and disheartened. Even a Dao Embryo Realm Master would fall. There wasn't even a single Dao Embryo Elder among them, and even if there were, it might not help. Damn it, so it's not just the remnants of the 12 Manifestations sect. Even those old fiends of the demonic path have come. The urgent task is to deal with these ghosts, not let useless anger cloud our reason. Senior Sister Feng has said that even a Dao Embryo Master would perish here. Aside from huddling in this airship and relying on its protective array, what else can we do? No, the airship's array may not hold against these ghosts. If we don't find a way out, the protective array will eventually shatter, and then none of us will escape the calamity of being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. In that case, let's fight our way out. Using the airship's defensive array as our boundary, we can slay ghosts with flying swords and spells. Perhaps we can eliminate some, easing the pressure when the array finally breaks. A disciple proposed this, and it immediately won the approval of the majority. The elders outside are still locked in battle with the 12 Manifestations sect remnants, and the outcome is uncertain. We can only rely on ourselves. What this senior brother suggested may be our only path to survival. Then let's fight. Without further hesitation, they quickly made their decision. All were inner disciples of the Dongming Sect. None were truly incompetent. Trapped in peril, the only way was to carve a path to life. Lu Chen had remained silent all along. After listening to the disciples' discussions and hearing about the Netherworld Ghost Prison Chart, his mind began to stir. Netherworld Ghost Prison Chart, 10,000 ghosts. A rare treasure that repels ghosts. Good heavens, truly good heavens. Wasn't this delivering a feast right to his doorstep? Nothing else, just 10,000 ghosts. A treasure that repels ghosts. Did his Dao soldiers count? Absolutely. He had seen with his own eyes that his Dao soldiers devoured ghosts as easily as breathing, as if they were naturally born to counter them. And back when they feasted on 100 ghosts at Spirit Cliff Mountain, his Dao soldiers weren't even golden armored yet. Lu Chen dared not imagine how astonishingly fast golden armored Dao soldiers would consume ghosts. This was everyone else's abyssal hell but not Lu Chen's. He moved silently, stealthily, tossing the 2 golden armored Dao soldiers out of the airship, then summoned all the remaining golden and silver Dao soldiers, throwing them out one by one. The airship's defensive array only protected against external threats, preventing invasion from without, but it did not hinder those inside from leaving. That was precisely why the third elder had instructed the disciples not to step outside carelessly. Everyone eat and drink well. Don't stand on ceremony with that demonic boundless Taoist. Lu Chen silently instructed his many Dao soldiers, then made no further move. Yet his actions were still noticed by the Sword Peak disciples. There was no helping it. The Dao soldiers were too large and conspicuous. Lu Chen's act of tossing them out one after another could hardly escape their eyes. Junior brother Lu, what are you doing? Dong Zuingong looked at Lu Chen, voicing the confusion shared by all. They hadn't even started yet. Why had he already thrown out his puppets? Puppets relied on their bodies forged from special materials. They had no inherent ability to counter ghosts. Throwing them out like this. Wasn't it just throwing meat to the dogs? Lu Chen smiled sheepishly. They're just useless puppets, good for cannon fodder. They'll serve as vanguard for you senior brothers when charging at the ghosts. The Sword Peak disciples were filled with admiration. Junior brother Lu, you are truly noble. How are puppets made? They are all crafted from precious materials, some of which are rare and hard to come by. The more powerful and sophisticated the puppet, the truer this holds. Take Lu Chen's puppets, for instance. Though they appeared crude and far from resembling real humans, their strength was undeniable. Moreover, Lu Chen had used special means to imprint the earthly fiend dragon subduing art into them. It went without saying that refining these puppets must have cost him an exorbitant price. It might even have been his entire fortune. Yet at this moment, without any hesitation, Lu Chen cast all his puppets off the flying ship, facing the myriad ghosts alone. It was hard to say how many puppets would remain by the end, perhaps not even a trace. In a word, whether or not they could annihilate the myriad ghosts in this endless ghost realm diagram, Lu Chen would be the one who suffered the greatest loss. How could this not earn the admiration of the disciples of the Sword Peak? Junior brother Lu has great boldness of vision. Great boldness of vision. Is that for real? Holiehu, who was built like an iron tower, the unremarkable senior sister Yunji, and Zhu Xinji, whose brow was marked by a deep wrinkle, exchanged glances and silently shut their mouths. They still vividly remembered how at Lingya Mountain Lu Chen's Dao soldiers had devoured the 100 ghosts as easily as birds eating worms. If nothing unexpected happened, Lu Chen's Dao soldiers were extremely effective against ghostly entities, and those ghosts must have served some special purpose for his soldiers. There was no doubt about it. Back then, Lu Chen had helped Yunji eliminate the 100 ghosts, helped Holiehu destroy 2 black-haired zombies, and had completely ignored the blood-sword cultivator, who was Zhu Xinzi's enemy. It was obvious that the 100 ghosts and the black-haired zombies were what Lu Chen was after. Now, without a word, he had thrown all his Dao soldiers off the ship. Who knew if those soldiers were feasting among the myriad ghosts? Pity the other Sword Peak disciples who knew nothing of this and were full of praise and even admiration for Lu Chen. Junior brother Lu's heart is truly dark. Zhu Xinji couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Clearly he was after those ghosts, utterly covetous of them, yet he made it seem as if he was using his Dao soldiers as cannon fodder, leaving the unsuspecting Sword Peak disciples to admire him inexplicably. This guy usually seemed approachable and modest. Who would have thought his heart was so dark? However, Holiehu, Yunji, and Zhu Xinji, though aware of Lu Chen's dark heart, tacitly kept silent. Regardless, it was true that Lu Chen had sent out his puppets to kill ghosts without a hint of falsehood. That was enough. My Dao soldiers have begun to devour the ghosts. Through the vision of his Dao soldiers, Lu Chen could clearly see that, in the dim, gloomy, and sinister ghostly domain, his soldiers were like tigers among a flock of sheep. Eerie ghostly figures shrieked as they lunged, only to be casually grabbed by the soldiers and stuffed into their mouths, swallowed whole without even chewing. Good heavens, these ghosts are utterly helpless against my Dao soldiers. Even Lu Chen himself was astonished. The other Sword Peak disciples couldn't see what was happening deep within the ghost domain, but Lu Chen could see it clearly. More importantly, those ghosts were no mere rabble. The weakest were at the Meridian Opening Realm, and the strongest had even vaguely surpassed the Mystic Law stage, seemingly on the threshold of the Dao Embryo Realm. Feng Yu had said that even a Dao Embryo Realm expert might fall within this endless ghost realm diagram, and that was no exaggeration. Moreover, because the endless Taoist had refined them with evil arts, these ghosts had lost their intelligence, leaving only a bloodthirsty instinct. Even if an immortal descended, the ghosts here would still charge at them without hesitation, fighting to the death. Yet these ghosts, so frenzied, bloodthirsty, and immensely powerful, were as fragile as ants before Lu Chen's Dao soldiers, utterly powerless. Even those terrifying ghosts that seemed to have surpassed the Mystic Law stage and stepped onto the threshold of the Dao Embryo Realm could not stir up the slightest trouble before the golden-armored Dao soldiers. Too powerful. These Dao soldiers were unbelievably strong against ghosts, as if they were natural-born nemesis. Could it be that my Dao soldiers already possessed the traits of divine soldiers and heavenly generals? Lu Chen pondered. Divine soldiers and heavenly generals possessed an awe-inspiring aura and the protection of the heavenly Dao, making them the ultimate bane of Yin and evil spirits. A single glance from them could often make countless ghosts in the shadows tremble and submit. However, his Dao soldiers were still far from being able to make ghosts lose their will to fight with a single glance, though their suppression of ghosts was still remarkable. In just a quarter of an hour, the 12 golden-armored Dao soldiers and 33 silver-armored Dao soldiers had devoured over 100 ghosts. Lu Chen could clearly sense that his Dao soldiers were undergoing a profound and drastic transformation. After devouring the myriad ghosts, I wonder if my Dao soldiers will fully merge with me, allowing me to comprehend their dominion power without limit. Lu Chen's heart raced with excitement barely containable. If he could comprehend the dominion power of the Dao soldiers without any restrictions, his true intent comprehension would likely soar to new heights. While Lu Chen sensed the changes in his Dao soldiers, the Sword Peak disciples had all gathered at the outer edge of the flying ship. Outside the ship, it was now crowded with densely packed, hideous, evil ghosts. As far as the eye could see, ghosts were frenziedly assaulting the ship's protective formation. At the same time, disciples on the ship were unleashing fire-based spells, thunder arts, and other techniques that could slightly suppress ghosts, while flying swords shot out, radiating sword aura and wreaking havoc. But ghosts were formed from the lingering thoughts of the dead, born of the ultimate Yin of heaven and earth. Unless countered by an absolute bane, they could not be swiftly killed. Even if a ghost was shattered into pieces and turned into Yin energy, it could still reform and continue its assault on the ship. It wasn't just Lu Chen's ship, the other two ships of the Dongming Sect were also besieged by layers of ghosts, their screeching piercing and unending. The so-called myriad ghosts in the endless ghost realm diagram were far more numerous. The three Dongming Sect ships carried 30,000 inner disciples, but compared to the ghosts of this realm, they were vastly outnumbered. No wonder even a Dao embryo realm cultivator cannot escape unscathed from this perilous place. These ghosts are endless and cannot be wiped out. Something's wrong with these ghosts. They're far harder to kill than normal ones. A disciple's face darkened. Outside ghosts would have their energy dissipate after being shattered a few times, and powerful cultivators could even drive them away. But here, even after being shattered 10 times, they couldn't be killed, and they showed no fear of death, ferocious beyond measure. The more the inner disciples fought, the more alarmed they became. Time passed. Lu Chen moved to the edge of the ship and released his flying sword to slay ghosts. But he was essentially just going through the motions, his attention entirely on his Dao soldiers. The inner disciples on the ship dared not show themselves due to the layers of ghosts. In contrast, his Dao soldiers were rampaging deep within the ghost domain, devouring and capturing ghosts at will. In just 1 hour, the inner depths of the ghost domain were completely devoid of ghosts. Yet Lu Chen's Dao soldiers were still unsatisfied and charged toward the layers of ghosts besieging the 3 Dongming Sect ships. Time slipped by, and before long an inner disciple on the ship finally sensed something amiss. In his hurried glances, he had repeatedly seen dark golden and dark silver hands silently reaching out from among the layers of ghosts, grabbing them and vanishing without a trace. What are those dark golden and dark silver hands? The disciple's heart trembled. Amidst the gloom and layers of ghostly beings, why did it seem there was something even more terrifying hunting those ferocious spirits? This disciple dared not dwell further on the thought, for the more he pondered, the more his scalp crawled. No, that's not right. This is the space within the endless ghost domain diagram. It cannot give birth to such a fearsome thing that preys on ghosts. The disciple quickly came to his senses. Then there was only one possibility: the true entities behind those rapidly hunting ghosts. The dark gold and dark silver hands were none other than one of their inner disciples. Before this disciple could discern which inner disciple possessed such means, more inner disciples witnessed the dark gold and dark silver hands snatching ghosts from behind the layers of spectral beings. Look, something is hunting the ghosts. Hiss, what astonishing skill. Which senior brother's work is this? Wait, that dark gold color looks familiar. That? Doesn't it resemble junior brother Lu's puppets? At these words the scene fell silent, then all eyes turned to Lu Chen, who was still slashing ghosts with his flying sword. What a fellow, truly a fellow. Saying you'd throw your puppets out as cannon fodder that slaughters through 10,000 ghosts. Lu Chen gave a shy smile. My puppets have a tiny bit of an edge against spirits and ghosts. As he spoke, Lu Chen pinched 2 fingers together, slowly raising them a little, leaving a tiny gap, gesturing to mean just a little. You call that a little edge? A little edge that grabs ghosts like chicks? Fine. So you're deceiving us, are you? Playing it this way, are you? You sly fellow, tricking everyone into thinking your puppets would be cannon fodder, making us praise your noble spirit. I actually believed your nonsense. The disciples of Sword Peaks gnashed their teeth. But Lu Chen acted as if he hadn't seen. The ghosts here were too tempting. He couldn't give up. Devour them all. Every single ghost must be consumed, not one left behind. His Dao soldiers needed them, desperately needed them, absolutely needed them. After an unknown time, the ghosts surrounding the 3 ships of Dongming Sect grew fewer, and Lu Chen's Dao soldiers fully revealed themselves. Lu Chen no longer bothered to hide his Dao soldiers, openly chasing and devouring the ghosts. Thus the disciples of Dongming Sect witnessed an exceedingly amusing sight. The once ferocious and fearsome ghosts transformed into weak and helpless lambs, hunted by 12 dark gold giant armored Dao soldiers and 33 dark silver armored Dao soldiers. To be precise, they weren't exactly being hunted, for the ghosts of the endless ghost domain knew no fear, only bloodlust and savagery. Thus the remaining ghosts charged recklessly, madly attacking the Dao soldiers. The Dao soldiers accepted all comers, devouring one after another with effortless ease, as if enjoying a buffet, leaving all inner disciples gawking in disbelief. Junior brother Lu's puppets. What mystical art have they been infused with, allowing them to devour ghosts so wantonly? Impressive, truly impressive is junior brother Lu's puppet art, especially in suppressing ghosts. So powerful it defies reason. In my view, even the Buddhist monks' artifacts aren't this exaggerated. Impressive, yes, but junior brother Lu's method of crafting puppets leaves much to be desired. Look at those puppets. Each one seems forged from gold and silver, unmistakably puppets at a glance bearing no resemblance to ordinary people. It's still lacking. Lu Chen paid no heed to the inner disciples' chatter, simply watching his Dao soldiers feast, his heart already brimming with joy. Thanks to the endless Taoist, thanks to nature's bounty. Full now, they should be full this time. Well, the Dao soldiers are full. Lu Chen's appetite is vast. These ghosts are just so-so. After an unknown time, the ghostly howls were no longer heard, the eerie sensation seemed to fade, and within the entire endless ghost domain diagram, not a single ghostly shadow remained. Only 12 golden-armored Dao soldiers and 33 silver-armored Dao soldiers swiftly returned outside the ships. In a daze, some inner disciples seemed to see one of the silver-armored Dao soldiers letting out a burp. What a ghostly sight! But then a new problem arose. The Dao soldiers once outside the ship couldn't return. Blocked by the ship's defensive array, Lu Chen was not worried though. For it wasn't just Lu Chen's Dao soldiers that couldn't return countless flying swords, artifacts, and spiritual tools, released by the inner disciples to slay ghosts, were now left densely packed outside the ships. The only thing Lu Chen could barely endure was his burning desire to see how much his Dao soldiers had transformed after devouring tens of thousands of ghosts. Alas, there were too many inner disciples here. He couldn't test them, fearing more trouble. Strange, the 10,000 ghosts in the endless ghost domain diagram have all been devoured by junior brother Lu's puppets. Why hasn't the endless Taoist outside noticed? A disciple voiced the doubt in everyone's mind, for this was too abnormal. Normally, the endless ghost domain diagram was the endless Taoist's treasure. The ghosts inside being devoured by Lu Chen's Dao soldiers would weaken the artifact, and the endless Taoist should have sensed it and come to investigate long ago. Yet now all ghosts were gone and the endless Taoist had shown no sign of appearing. Utterly illogical. Could it be that the elders outside have already wounded the endless Taoist? Highly likely. The disciple speculated but still dared not step outside the ships to explore the space within the endless ghost domain diagram, fearing unknown dangers. Just then everyone felt the entire space seem to tilt and shake, sending the 3 massive ships of Dongming Sect and all disciples aboard tumbling, as if heaven and earth were overturned, spinning wildly. Simultaneously, an aged voice echoed in the ears of the inner disciples. The endless Taoist of the demonic path has been destroyed. Disciples, come out quickly. The ship's defensive arrays may not last under the assault of 10,000 ghosts. It was the voice of the Grand Elder. But upon hearing it, the disciples exchanged bewildered glances, a sense of absurdity washing over them. 10,000 ghosts assaulting. In this endless ghost domain diagram, where were the 10,000 ghosts? Not even a ghostly shadow remained. What was the Grand Elder worried about? Oh, the Grand Elder didn't know. Never mind. The Grand Elder unfurled the Wujin ghost domain map in his palm, turning it over and tilting it to pour out its contents. In an instant, the 3 great airships of the Dongming Sect tumbled out, initially no larger than a palm's breadth, but upon falling from the Wujin ghost domain map, they immediately reverted to their original colossal forms looming across the heavens. Also poured out were tens of thousands of inner disciples who had unleashed their flying swords and spiritual artifacts beyond the ships to slay ghosts, yet were blocked by the ship's protective arrays, unable to retrieve them. Among them, Lu Chen's 45 Dao soldiers were especially conspicuous, each resembling a bloated wild boar seemingly reluctant to stir. A flicker of surprise passed through the third elder's eyes, lingering on the 12 golden-armored Dao soldiers before he nodded in satisfaction. So this lad had kept a hidden ace. According to the intelligence that reached his ears during the expedition to the Mangyu Mountain, Lu Chen had possessed 35 puppets. Later, at the foot of Dojin Peak, he clashed with Fan Shang, at which time he had 36 puppets, among them only 1 dark gold puppet capable of executing the Earth Fiend Dragon subduing art and suppressing the Xuanfa realm. But now that dark gold puppet was hardly a single one. The fellow had a full 12. If all of them were unleashed, few in the Xuanfa realm could withstand Lu Chen's encirclement and slaughter. Indeed, it was an encirclement. Lu Chen alone could form an army, and in combat he essentially ganged up on others. He by himself led a swarm of puppets to besiege his foes. Utterly unreasonable. Not bad, not bad. Uttering 2 praises, the third elder swept his sleeve, and in an instant the countless flying swords and spiritual artifacts along with Lu Chen's Dao soldiers were all swept back into the airship. Lu Chen, quick of eye and hand, immediately stowed his Dao soldiers into the nourishing soldier immortal coffin. To outsiders it appeared no different from storing them in a spatial ring. Let me see how much you've changed after feasting so heartily. Lu Chen, unable to contain his eagerness, swiftly immersed his consciousness into the nourishing soldier immortal coffin. On the other side, the Grand Elder, having shaken out the 3 Dongming Sect airships from the Wujin Ghost domain map, immediately formed a pure Yang Dharma seal, with one hand poised for battle. Although the Grand Elder had seized the Wujin Ghost domain map and slain the Wujin Taoist, the map remained masterless, and the Grand Elder could not control the myriad ghosts within it. Now that the Grand Elder had opened the Ghost domain map and disgorged the 3 Dongming Sect airships, the countless ghosts within would inevitably follow, swarming out in full force. The Grand Elder himself naturally had no fear, but the ghosts within the Wujin Ghost domain map were far too numerous. To eliminate every last one was no easy task even for a Yangshan realm expert like him. Yet having made full preparations, the Grand Elder waited. And waited, only to find nothing at all. The Grand Elder's brow furrowed slightly. I heard that the Wujin ghost domain map of the Wujin Taoist held 10,000 ferocious bloodthirsty ghosts, enough to threaten even Daotai realm experts who ventured inside. Why is it that not a single ghost is to be seen now? Could it be that the ghosts could only remain within the Wujin ghost domain map and could not emerge? But had not the Wujin Taoist already perished, his Tao extinguished? Logically, the ghosts within the map should have run amok. Something was amiss, deeply amiss. The Grand Elder's gaze sharpened as he coldly swept his eyes over the 3 Dongming Sect airships. Wretched fiends, could you have possessed my Dongming Sect disciples and escaped? Alarmed and angered beneath his calm exterior, the Grand Elder scanned the 3 airships one by one, only to fall into deeper confusion. Nothing, still nothing. The protective arrays on the 3 airships had never been breached. Ghosts could not have entered to possess the numerous inner disciples of the Dongming Sect. Moreover, any ghost possession would never escape the keen perception of a Yangshan realm expert like the Grand Elder. What is amiss? The Grand Elder grew increasingly perplexed. Could it be that the 30,000 inner disciples had swept the Wujin ghost domain map clean of its ghosts? Preposterous. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Those inner disciples at best were only at the Xuanfa realm. What were they capable of? Sweep away 10,000 ghosts. If they could even protect themselves from ghostly harm, it was only because he, the Grand Elder, had displayed his divine might by slaying the Wujin Taoist and seizing the Wujin ghost domain map. Expecting these inner disciples to sweep away 10,000 ghosts. Was that not asking too much? After much deliberation, the Grand Elder suddenly reached out, plunging his hand directly into the Wujin ghost domain map, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. After a moment, that confusion deepened. None. Not a single ghost. Withdrawing his hand from the Wujin ghost domain map, the Grand Elder examined it intently for a long while. The Yin energy is dense, the ghostly aura thick. This is indeed the residual presence of ghosts. Seeing the Grand Elder fiddling with the Wujin ghost domain map for so long, without moving, the Third Elder stepped through the void, his expression also growing solemn. Is something amiss? The Grand Elder slowly lowered the ghost domain map in his hand and let out a long breath. This map has ghosts. The Third Elder's mind brimmed with question marks. It is a ghost domain map. Of course it has ghosts. The Grand Elder said, there is a problem. I suspect that only by fully refining this map can I clear the ghosts within. Otherwise, even with my Yangshan cultivation, I cannot fathom its true nature. The Wujin Taoist of the demonic path, though not top tier in strength, was truly remarkable in his artifact forging techniques. So formidable. The Third Elder was taken aback. Taking the Wujin ghost domain map from the Grand Elder, he examined it thoroughly and nodded in deep agreement. Extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Within it, there is clearly dense in evil energy, an overwhelming ghostly aura, yet not a single ghost is visible. I wonder what bizarre techniques the Wujin Taoist used to forge such a ghost domain map. Enough, we shall leave this map to the elders of the weapon forging peak to study after returning to the sect. With a sweep of his sleeve, the Grand Elder put away the Wujin ghost domain map. Those fellows at the weapon forging peak were the most adept at artifact crafting, and no matter how peculiar the Wujin Taoist techniques, they would surely not escape the discerning eyes of the weapon forging peak elders, who would certainly see through it. High in the sky aboard the 3 colossal airships, many disciples watched the Grand Elder and the Third Elder fiddling with the Wujin ghost domain map, all feeling quite puzzled. Hadn't the ghosts in that Wujin ghost domain map been devoured clean by junior brother Lu of Dojin Peak's puppets? Why are the Grand Elder and the Third Elder still investigating? The elders possess cultivation that transcends the heavens. How could you and I possibly understand? Watch more, learn more, practice more, and ask less. Could the elders' insight possibly be inferior to ours? Indeed, there must be some hidden secret within the Wujin ghost domain map. The 2 elders, with their penetrating vision, must have already discerned something. The disciples immediately felt a surge of reverence, as expected of the elders. Aboard the Dojin Peak airship, Lu Chen also watched the Grand Elder and the Third Elder examining the Wujin ghost domain map, and curiosity stirred within him. So there's something else inside that map? Realizing this, he felt a pang of regret. What a loss! If I had known after my Dao soldiers devoured the myriad ghosts, I should have sent them deeper into the ghost domain map to search. Otherwise, whatever the Grand Elder and the Third Elder are seeking should have been mine too. Ha! Wait, could the Grand Elder and the Third Elder be searching for the ghosts in the ghost domain map? Lu Chen suddenly caught on. But he quickly dismissed that possibility. The Grand Elder and the Third Elder possessed such transcendent cultivation. How could they fail to see whether there were ghosts in the map? Impossible, absolutely impossible. As numerous disciples speculated about what other treasures might be hidden within the endless ghost realm diagram, The third elder had already drifted gracefully onto the flying vessel, his robes still reeking of a thick, bloody scent. It was evident that this peak master of the sword-fighting peak had just slain many remnants of the 12-phase sect. "All right, nothing more here. Proceed as planned," the third elder said with a wave of his hand. The flying vessel resumed its course, heading toward the Gulong mountain range at the northernmost edge of Yi Prefecture. At the same time, the third elder beckoned and casually summoned a nearby disciple. "Gongren, tell me in detail everything that happened after you were drawn into the endless ghost realm diagram. Leave nothing out." The middle-aged disciple named Gongren immediately bowed in acknowledgement, and then recounted every single event that had transpired within the endless ghost realm diagram meticulously and thoroughly. Starting from when Feng Yu first discovered it was the endless ghost realm diagram of the endless Taoist, the third elder nodded after listening, silently praising Feng Yu is not lacking. When he mentioned that some disciples had proposed using the flying vessel's protective formation as a barrier to unleash flying swords and cast spells to slay the ghosts, the third elder nodded again. And when he spoke of how all the ghosts gradually vanished, seized by dark gold and dark silver giant hands, the third elder's expression slowly turned solemn. Finally, when he recounted that all the ghosts had been completely devoured by Lu Chen's puppets, the third elder could no longer maintain his composure, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. Lu Chen's puppets devoured 10,000 ghosts, and these were the very ghosts that could entrap even Dao embryo realm experts, perhaps even cause their downfall. This kid, he's been hiding his depth. A trace of chagrin and embarrassment flickered across his face before he waved his hand and said indifferently, "Your response to the enemy was passable. You may go." Gongren acknowledged and turned to leave, but after a moment's thought, he couldn't resist turning back to ask in a low voice, "Peak Master, just now I saw you and the Grand Elder studying the endless ghost realm diagram. Is there some hidden mystery within? Could you enlighten me?" The third elder's nameless wrath flared. "Ask not what you shouldn't. That fool of a Grand Elder made a spectacle of himself, dragging me into this disgrace. A monumental humiliation. What mysterious refining techniques of the endless Taoist. What invisible hidden ghosts. Nonsense. The truth is simply that all those ghosts were devoured by Lu Chen's puppets. But then again, Lu Chen's puppets." At almost the same moment, the Grand Elder on another flying vessel summoned a disciple of the Bright Mirror Peak and began inquiring about everything that had happened in the endless ghost realm diagram. After hearing the account to its end, the Grand Elder suddenly took out the endless ghost realm diagram and crushed it into powder, uttering only a single sentence. "This diagram was destined to meet this calamity. It made me lose face, so it'll make you lose your life." Finally, he waved his hand, dismissing the disciple who stared blankly at the shattered fragments of the endless ghost realm diagram, forbidding further questions. Lu Chen's puppets. The Grand Elder sank into deep thought. At last, unable to contain himself, he sent a young spirit thought into the third elder's ear. "Third brother, what do you make of Lu Chen's puppets?" The third elder replied airily, "Since the kid doesn't wish to reveal it, let him be. He's cautious by nature, pushing too hard would be counterproductive and spoil everything." The Grand Elder suddenly spoke earnestly. "How about returning this kid to my Bright Mirror Peak? I can compensate you, even find a way to help you attain the Yang spirit realm." The third elder sneered. "Grand Elder, you sure know how to twist things. When was Lu Chen ever a man of your Bright Mirror Peak? How can you speak of returning him? He was snatched by me to the sword-fighting peak, so he belongs to the sword-fighting peak." The Grand Elder fumed. "You old rogue, you use trickery. Try taking him by true strength." The third elder remained unmoved. "That too is skill. Your failure to snatch him is your own incompetence. What use is the Yang spirit? It still couldn't stop me from taking the man to the sword-fighting peak. Old fellow trying to play me, go play in the mud." Naturally, Lu Chen was completely unaware of the verbal sparring between the Grand Elder and the third elder. At that moment, he had immersed his entire consciousness within the nurturing soldier immortal coffin. Felt incredibly smooth. This was Lu Chen's most immediate impression. Almost at the mere thought, he instantly merged with one of the golden armor Dao soldiers and directly perceived the powers of earth, fire, water, and metal that this Dao soldier commanded. This was utterly unimaginable. Before devouring the 10,000 ghosts, even for Lu Chen to intuitively sense the commanding power of the Dao soldier, he had to wait until the Dao soldier was ascending, seizing only a fleeting opportunity. Although after devouring 100 ghosts earlier there had been a slight change, it was hardly more than a token improvement. He could perceive it a bit more, but the duration was laughably short. Before Lu Chen could even grasp the first principles, the time was gone. But now it was different. He could fully immerse himself in the golden armor, Dao soldier, freely comprehending the 4 elemental powers it commanded. "My understanding of true intent is secure." Lu Chen refused to let his mind wander, casting aside all distractions to begin contemplating the wonders of true intent. Time passed, he knew not how long until his consciousness was expelled from the golden armor, Dao soldier unable to perceive its commanding power any longer. 1.5 hours. Enough, more than enough. Lu Chen roughly estimated the duration and was overjoyed. Back when the Dao soldier devoured 100 ghosts, it had only granted him an extra minute of perceiving its commanding power. Now, with tens of thousands of ghosts from the endless ghost realm diagram all consumed, the effect was immediate. 1.5 hours. A solid 3 hours, ample time for Lu Chen to contemplate deeply. Moreover, each golden armor Dao soldier provided 1.5 hours. With 45 Dao soldiers experiencing them one by one would grant him a total of 67.5 hours, over 5 days. With his talent, wouldn't his comprehension of true intent soar? Furthermore, this change in the Dao soldiers was not a one-time affair. The 1.5 hours of perception were limited to a single day. The next day he could perceive for another 1.5 hours. Once again, thanks to the endless Taoist, thanks to nature's bounty. The flying vessels of the Dongming Sect were extremely fast. After being delayed for a time by the remnants of the 12-phase sect and the heretics of the evil Dao, the vessels finally arrived at the northernmost part of Yi Prefecture under the bright moonlight of midnight. The winding, sprawling Gulong mountain range resembled a recumbent giant dragon, seemingly encircling most of Yi Prefecture. From afar, the Gulong mountain range appeared as a dense ancient forest, a primordial land. Moreover, before the arrival of the 3 Dongming Sect vessels, 6 other massive flying vessels were already waiting there, floating silently beneath the night sky. "The Gulong mountain range, we've arrived!" exclaimed an inner disciple who had been waiting long. "Those 6 vessels must be from the Qing Prefecture and Yuan Prefecture branches of the Dongming Sect, led by true disciples. I heard there's an extremely arrogant fellow from the Yuan Prefecture branch, who while still in the spirit transformation realm once fought and killed a cultivator in the aperture opening realm. His physical body is unmatched, said to possess some special bloodline. Over in Qing Prefecture there's also one with some special spiritual vein, said to cultivate at an astonishing speed, nearly breaking into the aperture opening realm in less than 2 years." The disciple trailed off as if recalling something and abruptly stopped. 2 years. Nearly breaking into the aperture opening realm. Why even mention him? Junior brother Lu of the swordfighting peak has been cultivating for less than a year, and is about to enter the aperture opening realm too. That so-called special spiritual vein from Qing Prefecture is merely average. Actually, that devouring Yuan spiritual vein from Qingzhou has already broken through to the orifice penetration stage, including that arrogant fellow with the Baxia bloodline from Yuanzhou. They've both entered orifice penetration. The news you received is already half a year old. Another disciple corrected, providing accurate information. Hiss. Both of them have reached orifice penetration. Then at the upcoming 3 gates gathering, our Yezhou side is bound to suffer losses. The 3 gates gathering was merely a minor skirmish among disciples from the 3 mountain gates of Dongming Sect during important events. Typically it involved newly emerging prodigies from each gate, competing both to familiarize themselves with one another and to showcase their talents to the other gates, while also teaching those prodigies the lesson that there is always a higher mountain and a greater man. Of course, it was just an ordinary spar with no rewards, hence a minor affair, but winning always sounded better. Especially for Yezhis Dongming Sect, where Lu Chen belonged, the true main sect. Being suppressed by the Qingzhou and Yuanzhou gates would be a great disgrace. In theory, with a population of hundreds of millions in a single state, special geniuses should emerge over time. Why is it that Yuanzhou and Qingzhou have special spiritual veins and bloodlines, but our Yezhou has none? What nonsense! Isn't junior brother Lu strong enough? If only he had more time to cultivate that Baxia bloodline from Yuanzhou, and the devouring Yuan spiritual vein from Qingzhou would have to step aside. Moreover, junior brother Lu has mastered the art of puppetry to a divine level. Even if Yuanzhou or Qingzhou sent a mystic Dharma realm cultivator, junior brother Lu would still knock them flat. 3 gates gathering, disciple sparring. Lu Chen pricked up his ears to listen, then instantly dismissed his curiosity. What was the point of competing among fellow disciples? Winning brought no benefit and losing brought even less. Lu Chen was more interested in practical gains, like whether the ancient demon's remnant tomb had enough monsters for nurturing his Dao soldiers or any ghosts. Sparring among fellow disciples was nowhere near as interesting as Dao soldiers. Go play elsewhere. Besides, he heard that the 3 gates held a grand competition every century with substantial rewards. But Lu Chen figured he wouldn't encounter it. The last centennial competition was just last year. The next would be over 99 years away. By then Lu Chen might have already ascended to immortality. With such power, who would bother playing with these kids in the sect? The sect master would probably have his portrait enshrined in the ancestral hall as a patriarch. With a shift in thought, Lu Chen stopped listening and had no interest in joining. He immersed his entire mind into the Dao soldiers within the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, beginning to comprehend the true intent. Throughout the journey, Lu Chen had been idle, constantly comprehending true intent. The metal true intent had already advanced, breaking through the second layer into the third, and was still deepening. Currently his metal true intent was nearly the lowest among all the true intents he had comprehended. Of course sword true intent didn't count, as it couldn't be accelerated without the sect's true intent tower and its true intent steel. But Lu Chen had never had the time, focusing mainly on improving his cultivation and nurturing Dao soldiers. Back to the point, metal true intent was the lowest, so it was easiest to comprehend. In about a day or two, his metal true intent could break through to the fourth layer and approach the fifth. The fifth layer of true intent was a level only accessible to Dao embryo realm experts. If Lu Chen could comprehend it, it meant he could steadily cultivate into the Dao embryo realm in the future. Meanwhile, the three ships from Yezhis Dongming Sect gradually decelerated, arriving above the endless winding Gulong mountain range. Grand Elder, Third Elder, it's been years. How have you been? A gentle voice emerged from one of King's ships, soft yet echoing in the ears of all Dongming Sect disciples like rolling thunder, lingering endlessly. True disciples in both strength and status equaled inner sect elders, and might even be slightly higher, at least in potential. Oh, so Grand Elder has entered the Yang spirit realm. I failed to visit the sect to congratulate you. Please forgive me. This voice came from Yuan's his ship, deep and heavy, creating the illusion of a giant. The breakthrough happened recently. It's understandable that true disciple Yang didn't know. Grand Elder chuckled and invited, True disciple Yang, true disciple Luo, how about a chat in the sky? Just as we were thinking, the two true disciples from Yuanzhou and Qingzhou responded, and rainbow lights flashed into the depths of the night sky. Shortly after, Grand Elder and Third Elder also transformed into rainbows and vanished. Their departure was partly to reminisce and partly to give the disciples of the three gates space to mingle freely. Sure enough, after the elders and true disciples left, the six elders from Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak, along with personal and nominal disciples of various peak masters, went to greet acquaintances from Yuanzhou and Qingzhou gates. The remaining inner disciples reacted. From Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak, some mystic Dharma realm disciples stepped forward smiling. Fellow disciples from Yuanzhou and Qingzhou care for a spar. Soon laughter echoed from Yuan's his ship. We've long heard that Yezhis Gate is the main sect of Dongming Sect. Its disciples must be extraordinary. Today is the perfect chance to seek guidance from our Yezhou senior brothers. King's ship also rang with a firm voice. Just what we were thinking. Guidance is too much. How about a friendly spar? Replied a Mingjing Peak disciple. A disciple from Yuanzhou said, for a fair spar, we should select one person from each of the mystic Dharma, orifice penetration, and spiritual transformation realms. Agreed. King's Gate responded. Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak naturally had no objections and accepted gladly. The accompanying disciples from Dansha Peak, Zhubing Peak, Wudao Peak, and Feilai Peak mostly stayed silent, more interested in watching. After all, Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak were the combat representatives, excelling in their field. The other four peaks had less combat experience, so they didn't contend. For the mystic Dharma realm, never mind, but for the spiritual transformation realm, we must choose junior brother Lu. Come on Lu, it's your chance to shine. Dong Tsuangong Hanrong Zhou Li, along with Ho Liahu Zhu Xinji and other familiar disciples, all turned their gazes to Lu Chen, who was comprehending true intent, full of enthusiasm. Are you really comfortable letting me bully kids in the spiritual transformation realm? Lu Chen waved his hand, helplessly looking earnest, and said, Junior brother isn't very impressive in martial arts. Better not. Before he could finish, Third Elder's faint voice reached his ear. Go. Win 2 matches in the spiritual transformation realm, and he'll give you a mystic Dharma realm demon corpse. Win 2 in orifice penetration, and he'll give you 10. Win 2 in mystic Dharma, and he'll give you 2 Dao embryo realm demon corpses. Third Elder spoke. Such a great deal. Third Elder's heart is truly dark, pretending to catch up with the true disciples while secretly having him embarrass the Qingzhou and Yuanzhou gates. But Lu Chen liked it very much. Forget the mystic Dharma realm. Just winning in spiritual transformation and orifice penetration would net him 11 mystic Dharma realm demon corpses for free. Where else could he find such a deal? Were those 11 mystic Dharma realm demon corpses? No, they were 11 golden armor Dao soldiers. What made Lu Chen even more envious was that winning against the other 2 gates mystic Dharma realm experts would earn him Dao embryo realm demon corpses. Dao embryo realm, that could forge 2 5 elements Dao soldiers. 5 elements Dao soldiers mastering the 5 elements with their mutual generation and mysterious transformations. How strong could they be? What changes could occur? Lu Chen had no idea. But he was certain that 5 elements Dao soldiers were nothing like silver armor or golden armor Dao soldiers. Mastering the 5 elements with their convergence in one body would surely bring extraordinary changes beyond mere power. Lu Chen was eagerly anticipating it. Overjoyed, he abruptly changed his tone mid-sentence. Whether I shine or not doesn't matter. Junior brother just can't stand seeing the Qingzhou and Yuanzhou gates show off in front of our Yezhou main sect. For this battle I won't yield. His low, resonant voice stirred the emotions of his fellow disciples, making their hearts surge, as if they wanted to cheer for Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen paused, then rubbed his hands sheepishly and said, Fellow senior brothers, could we make a deal? Dong Suingong and the others, still caught up in their emotions, laughed heartily. Junior brother Lu, just speak your mind. Among fellow disciples, there's no need to be reserved. Junior brother has a slightly unreasonable request, and I hope you'll grant it. After a brief pause, Lu Chen sped up his words. How about letting me handle all 3 matches? Spiritual transformation, orifice penetration, and mystic dharma. All fellow disciples, the emotions just stirred, instantly subsided. Do you even hear what you're saying? Spiritual transformation isn't enough. You want to take the whole thing? You're at the late spiritual transformation stage. Can you even handle the orifice penetration and mystic dharma realms? Well, Lu Chen has puppets, so he probably can. Earlier at Dojin Peak, he had beaten Fan Shang, a veteran late mystic dharma realm disciple, half to death. Even more astonishingly, Lu Chen had held back billions of hands. The dark gold puppet that could execute the Earth Fiend Dragon subduing art and grind Fan Shang, a late mystic dharma realm veteran, into the ground in single combat. Lu Chen didn't just have one but a full 12 of them. This was witnessed clearly by the 30,000 inner disciples in the endless ghost realm painting. No falsehood whatsoever. Even more despairing, Lu Chen not only had 12 dark gold puppets, but also 33 dark silver puppets, all capable of easily holding off mystic dharma realm opponents. With such strength, honestly, any mystic dharma realm cultivator would be brought to their knees by Lu Chen. But strength is strength. Fine, you're strong, you call the shots. The disciples from Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak, the 2 combat representatives, looked at each other, none willing to speak for a long time. After quite a while, Dong Suingong finally stammered, Junior brother Lu, you know, fighting all 3 matches in spiritual transformation, orifice penetration, and mystic dharma. Well, it's quite tiring. Maybe you could. Lu Chen stepped forward. Please let me handle this tiring task. Dong Suingong. You little rascal, so full of tricks. I was just being polite and you twist my words. Not acting human anymore, are you? The fellow disciples fell silent again until the cool and aloof Feng Yu spoke up. Since junior brother Lu needs this opportunity and has the strength, let him do it. In the end, a win will bring glory to our Yezhou gate. Since junior brother Lu is willing, it's fine to leave it all to him. Previously, Lu Chen's Dao soldiers had shown brilliantly devouring all 10,000 ghosts in the endless ghost realm painting, leaving a deep impression on the disciples. Although Lu Chen was a bit black-hearted, his fellow disciples found him more genuine, and their goodwill toward him had risen several notches. Of course, mainly because Lu Chen and his Dao soldiers were exceptionally powerful. Under the prevailing notion of strength being paramount, it was easiest to gain recognition. Thus, in the end, the fellow disciples agreed. Though they missed a chance to shine before all disciples of the 3 gates, that opportunity was only for a select few anyway. Giving it to Lu Chen wasn't bad. Good. Just when Qingzhou and Yuanzhou gates are proud of their new devouring Yuan spiritual vein and Baxia bloodline, let junior brother Lu strike, and teach them that there is always a higher mountain. Agreed. Great. 2 5 elements Dao soldiers and 11 golden armor Dao soldiers in hand. I've hit the jackpot. Lu Chen rejoiced and quickly bowed. Thank you, senior brothers, for your kindness. Lu Chen will not let our Yezhou main sect's prestige fall. With Lu Chen as the sole candidate from Yezhou's main sect, the other 2 gates quickly selected their representatives. At that moment, from somewhere in the sky, Third Elder's light voice drifted down. Let this item serve as entertainment for you youngsters. As he spoke, an object the size of a fist fell from the sky, rapidly expanding midair until it became a circular battle platform 30 miles wide, floating steadily in the air without descending. Under the moonlight, a disciple from Qingzhou Gate leaped out, landed on his flying sword, and was the first to step onto the platform. He bowed and said, Chen Yunzhu of Qingzhou Gate, unworthy, as I am, I offer myself as a humble start. Will a senior brother from Yuanzhou or Yezhou's main gate come first? This was a young disciple at the great perfection of the spiritual transformation realm. Before the disciple from Yuanzhou could respond, Lu Chen rose on his sword and called out loudly, Yezhou main gate Dojin Peak Lu Chen, requests your guidance. He landed on the platform and stood opposite Chen Yunzhu, who appeared no more than 20. This junior brother. Chen Yunzhu frowned as he looked at Lu Chen. Late spiritual transformation realm. With nearly 80,000 inner disciples in Yezhou's main gate, couldn't they find a single spiritual transformation great perfection to match him? Why choose a later stage spiritual transformation disciple? Was Chen Yunzhu being looked down upon? Though the great perfection of spiritual transformation was also considered late stage, there was a difference. Great perfection meant one could break through to orifice penetration at any time. In terms of cultivation, he was genuinely a notch above Lu Chen. But Qian Yunzhu didn't want to take advantage. From Qian Yunzhu's initial puzzled question to the furrowed brow that followed in an instant, Lu Chen quickly reached a conclusion. He looks down on me. Well, a mere spirit transformation realm cultivator demanding such pomp and ceremony was he. As the senior brother from the main sect, it was time to teach this junior a valuable lesson. Judging one's strength by outward appearance is the height of folly. He raised his hand, imperceptibly summoning a silver-armored Dao soldier nearly a zhang tall, over 3 meters, like a small giant. This junior brother Chen might not heed grand lectures, but a punch from the Dao soldier on his face would surely leave a lasting impression. Apologies, junior brother Chen. By rights I ought to use a bronze-armored Dao soldier to match you, but regrettably the lowest I currently possess is this silver-armored one. Make do. It won't hurt. Senior brother Chen, this junior brother dabbles a little in puppet arts, Lu Chen said, pointing apologetically at the silver-armored Dao soldier before him, over 3 meters tall, gleaming with a dark silver luster, as he offered an explanation. With that, Lu Chen waved his hand and commanded the silver-armored Dao soldier, strike. Then he hastily added gently, Qian Yunzhu. This puppet of yours didn't seem particularly impressive. It looked like a shoddy lump of iron. Where was the semblance of a man? If it broke, he wouldn't be paying compensation. Halfway through these scattered thoughts, Qian Yunzhu suddenly felt darkness loom before his eyes. The small giant puppet over 3 meters tall before Lu Chen had already pressed in like a small mountain, unexpectedly giving Qian Yunzhu an inexplicable sense of oppression. There is some skill after all, Qian Yunzhu said, drifting backward. He pressed his fingers together like a sword and intoned, sword come. With a sharp hiss, the flying sword tore through the air, its light like lightning slashing fiercely toward the silver-armored Dao soldier that clung to him like a shadow. Silently, the small giant silver-armored Dao soldier reached out with a massive hand, astonishingly fast, leaving a trail of afterimages as it snatched the flying sword into its grasp. The flying sword trembled violently, emitting a crisp, ringing sound. Yet the silver-armored Dao soldier paid it no heed, merely applying a bit more force with its massive hand, and the sword instantly dimmed and lost its luster. Qian Yunzhu's eyes flew wide open, his heart pounding with terror. This puppet? An immense shadow loomed over him before he could even react. An icy cold hand clamped around his neck, lifting him into the air like a chick dangling him midair. Indeed, bullying a child holds no real interest. Lu Chen remained calm inwardly, but on the surface he wore a warm, amiable smile, as he strolled forward and said, Senior brother Qian, did you forget that this junior brother is somewhat versed in puppet arts? Do take note next time. He snapped his fingers, and the silver-armored Dao soldier immediately hurled Qian Yunzhu, nearly choked to the point of suffocation, along with his sword off the battle platform. In response, the inner disciples of the sword-fighting peak from the Yi Prefecture main sect showed no reaction, nor did any of the inner disciples from Mingjing Peak, Dansha Peak, Casting Weapon Peak, Feilai Peak, or Enlightenment Peak. What reaction was expected? Lu Chen's dark silver puppet could even contend with the profound Luo realm. Not finishing off a spirit transformation realm cultivator instantly was already a courtesy. It was only Lu Chen's tact that saved face for the Qing Prefecture sect, and Qian Yunzhu. Otherwise Qian Yunzhu wouldn't have even managed to utter that smug sword come before the silver-armored Dao soldier had already smacked his head askew. The disciples of the Qing Prefecture sect's faces darkened. Junior brother Yunzhu has lost. And so cleanly and decisively. To think Qian Yunzhu, representing all inner disciples of the spirit transformation realm from Qing Prefecture, was no weakling. He was among the foremost in that realm. Though he had yet to step into the orifice-opening realm, he had already grasped the true essence of the sword ahead of time. While not invincible in the spirit transformation realm, he was certainly among the top tier. Yet now in Lu Chen's hands from the Yi Prefecture main sect, Qian Yunzhu had fallen so swiftly, so irrationally fast. It didn't seem like a battle between spirit transformation cultivators, but rather a higher level being crushing one at that stage. Can a spirit transformation realm cultivator truly forge such a formidable puppet? Are we sure the Yi Prefecture main sect isn't cheating? Some disciples voiced suspicion, for such external objects could easily be crafted by experts and handed to Lu Chen, who could say otherwise. Speak cautiously. Other disciples with keener eyes shook their heads. It's indeed not cheating. I observed that Lu Chen's control over the puppet showed no flaw or disconnect. It doesn't seem like something inherited. Moreover, controlling a puppet stronger than oneself, especially one not self-forged, often leads to awkwardness or even loss of control. Yet, in Lu Chen's case from Yi Prefecture, none of these issues appeared. Besides, the true disciple of our sect is watching from above. If there were cheating, the true disciple would have detected it. Yet that true disciple had remained silent throughout, confirming that the dark silver puppet was indeed Lu Chen's own creation. A mere spirit transformation realm cultivator can forge such a puppet. This time the Yi Prefecture main sect has produced a genius skilled in puppet arts. But no matter, within the orifice opening realm we still have one with the devouring origin spirit vein. The disciples of the Yuan Prefecture sect exchanged thoughtful glances. That Lu Chen from Yi Prefecture does have some skill. His puppet looks crude and shoddy like a lump of iron, but it's actually very powerful. Junior Brother Chen, be sure not to be careless later. One disciple suggested, Junior Brother Chen, I think Lu Chen of Yi Prefecture is only formidable with his puppet. His own strength must be lacking. Try to bypass the puppet and attack his true body. Chen Shi also in the spirit transformation realm appeared young but was steady in nature. He nodded solemnly. I shall heed the words of all senior brothers. After cupping his fists in salute Chen, she transformed into a streak of sword light, left the flying vessel, and landed on the battle platform, taking his stance opposite Chen Shi of Yuan Prefecture sect. I humbly request Senior Brother Lu's instruction. Finally someone calls me Senior Brother. Lu Chen returned the salute with a chuckle, saying, Instruction is too grand. Let's just test our hands. Senior Brother Lu, forgive my impertinence. Chen, she said with a sharp cry. His entire demeanor shifted abruptly. From the heavens and earth the power of fire surged and converged as if to form the embodiment of a fire god, unleashing boundless divine might. Lu Chen was taken aback. What's this? Using fire element power before my Dao soldier. Regrettably, though defeat was inevitable, you've chosen the quickest path to it. Boom! The small giant silver-armored Dao soldier suddenly stomped the ground. In an instant the surging fire element power reversed course. The flames that had been rushing toward Chen, she veered abruptly, streaming into the silver-armored Dao soldier. To Chen Zai's wide-eyed shock, even the fire element power already gathered on his body was being relentlessly stripped away, abandoning him to converge into the Dao soldier's single fist. This is... Chen Zai's calm, lake-like state of mind shattered in that moment as if a monstrous wave had erupted. My fire element true essence. Inferior even to his puppet. Impossible. How could this be? Thud. A low muffled boom exploded abruptly. The void seemed to be blasted apart by the fiery fist. The silver-armored Dao soldier's fist, massive as a millstone, tore through the distance, trailing layers of afterimages, reaching Chen Shi in an instant. Then a scorching, searing wave of heat burst forth, hurling Chen Shi backward like a rag doll, sending him tumbling out of the battle platform. Chen Shi was defeated, and he fell with astonishing speed. Far swifter than Chen Yunzu's defeat. In simple terms, Chen Shi had barely initiated his ultimate charge technique when Lu Chen's silver-armored Dao soldier interrupted him with overwhelming fire element palm mastery, then felled him with a single punch. Throughout the entire process, Chen Shi had no chance to counterattack, for his spell was shattered before it could even be unleashed, leaving him without any opportunity to strike back. The faces of the Yuanzhou Mountain Sect party darkened. It seems Lu Chen's comprehension of the true essence of fire far surpasses Junior Brother Chen's first layer fire true essence, indeed by a vast margin. Previously, the silver-armored Dao soldier had wielded the power of fire, forcibly wresting the fire energy of heaven and earth from Chen Shi. A scene witnessed by the disciples. Any discerning observer could see that the silver-armored Dao soldier's mastery over fire energy exceeded Chen Zai's. To play with fire energy before the Dao soldier was akin to Chen Shi willingly leaping into a fiery pit, believing he could thrive within the flames, only to find that Lu Chen's Dao soldier seized the entire pit, along with Chen Shi within it, in a single grasp. The gap between them was staggering, existing on entirely different planes. After all, Yezhou is the main sect. Let them win 2 rounds in the spirit transformation realm. In the subsequent orifice opening realm we shall see what tricks the Yezhou main sect can conjure. They have no disciples with special spirit veins or bloodlines. Disciples from both the Yuanzhou and Qingzhou mountain sects harbored nearly identical thoughts. What did it matter if Lu Chen of the Yezhou main sect was formidable in the spirit transformation realm? We concede those 2 spirit transformation victories to you. But in the upcoming orifice opening realm with Qingzhou's devouring spirit vein and Yuanzhou's Bisha bloodline, how will the Yezhou main sect respond? Junior Brother Lu of the Yezhou main sect is indeed profoundly skilled in the art of puppetry. A calm and weighty voice rang out from the flying vessel of the Qingzhou mountain sect. Then a youth of average height, neither stout nor slender, and with unremarkable features, stepped through the void, rising step by step into the sky, and alighted directly on the circular battle platform floating midair. Lin Xiao of Qingzhou mountain sect dares to request guidance from fellow disciples of the orifice opening realm. The youth Lin Xiao glanced around and greeted them. I wonder if the senior brother from Yuanzhou mountain sect will step forward first, or the senior brother from the Yezhou main sect. Lin Xiao. He's that genius with the devouring spirit vein from Qingzhou mountain sect. Lu Chen gave the youth an extra look. How to describe it? His name had a protagonist-like ring to it, but his appearance fell short. In height, build, and features, he skillfully avoided anything striking, blending into the ordinary and mundane, the kind you'd lose in a crowd. After completing his round of greetings, Lin Xiao, still youthful in appearance, received no response from any orifice-opening disciple of the Dongming Sect. However, he immediately spotted Lu Chen, who remained standing on the battle platform with no intention of leaving. Having won 2 consecutive rounds in the spirit transformation realm, this junior brother Lu of the Dongming Sect is truly a genius in puppetry. Were he also in the spirit transformation realm, even he might not surpass that dark silver metallic puppet of junior brother Lu's. Unfortunately, I am already in the orifice opening realm while junior brother Lu remains in spirit transformation. Separated by a major cultivation stage, he and I are no longer on the same battlefield. But then again, why was this junior brother Lu still standing on the battle platform? Junior brother Lu, the following matches are for orifice opening disciples. To avoid accidental injury, it would be best for you to watch from the flying vessel. He spoke softly, his tone gentle. Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand. I forgot to mention senior brother. He paused. For the Dongming Sect, I will also be fighting in the orifice opening realm. Lin Xiao, spirit transformation challenging orifice opening. Are you serious? If that iron puppet gets damaged, don't expect compensation. He looked up in astonishment toward the Dongming Sect direction, only to find no response. Turning back to Lu Chen, he hesitated for a long moment before asking uncertainly, Junior brother Lu, are you really going to fight? Pointing at the silver-armored Dao soldier before Lu Chen, he said earnestly, this thing might not withstand a single strike from my sword. Lu Chen chuckled. Senior brother Lin, just go ahead and strike. If it breaks, I'll take responsibility. Even mystic law realm cultivators couldn't damage it. If you could break it, if my silver-armored Dao soldier really gets damaged, I'll beat you to death. With that thought, Lu Chen pondered and raised his hand again, waving it lightly. Instantly before him appeared a second silver-armored Dao soldier towering like a small giant, followed by a third, fourth, and fifth. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen refrained from summoning a 6th silver-armored Dao soldier, not wanting to bully his opponent excessively. Lin Xiao watched the first silver-armored Dao soldier materialize from thin air before Lu Chen, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. As the second appeared, realization dawned. No wonder you dare to challenge orifice opening as a spirit transformation cultivator. You have hidden cards. In that case, junior brother Chen's earlier defeat was not unjust. After all, from start to finish, Lu Chen had not exerted his full strength. One puppet represented merely a fifth of his true power. Thus he indeed had the qualifications to battle an orifice-opening cultivator. However, based on the performance of the silver-armored Dao soldiers against Chen Yunju and Chen, even with 5 Dao soldiers, Lu Chen's puppets were still merely average. They might suffice against ordinary orifice-opening cultivators, but they were far from matching him who possessed the devouring spirit vein. No matter, it would only take a bit more effort. Perfect for making the Dongming Sect taste defeat. At the same time, let this junior brother Lu, who could be called a genius in puppetry, understand that puppets are after all external forces. The true righteous path lies in channeling the majestic power of heaven and earth into oneself. That is the grand and upright way. Since junior brother Lu has such a trump card, I shall have to bully the weak this once. Forgive my impertinence. Lin Xiao soared up his form, ghostly, leaving only a faint afterimage in his wake, his true body vanishing without a trace. How does one counter a cultivator skilled in puppetry? Simple: strike down Lu Chen, the puppet master, and the puppets will fall on their own. Lin Xiao excelled in wind element techniques with speed as his forte, perfectly countering a puppeteer like Lu Chen. I knew you'd try that. Lu Chen remained unfazed. He had slain Mystic Law Realm demons and fought Mystic Law Realm senior brothers. How could he let Lin Xiao, an orifice-opening cultivator, land a hit? The youth was still too young. Boom! Without any warning, the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers clenched their fists in unison. In an instant, the fire energy of heaven and earth boiled and surged forth, converging like a tide. Beneath the night sky, it was as if a blazing sun had suddenly appeared, dispelling the darkness. Especially the fire energy gathering from all directions, which coiled like fiery serpents, instantly filling the entire battle platform. Lin Xiao, who had seemingly melted into the wind and become formless, was forcibly expelled from Lu Chen's vicinity by the searing crimson flames. He was just 1 zhang away. Just 1 zhang from reaching the composed Lu Chen. Had he drawn close, a single casual strike would have forced Lu Chen to retreat. Unfortunately, the fire energy wielded by the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers cast him out. What awaited him was a coordinated assault from all 5 Dao soldiers. Boom! The already boiling fire energy transformed into raging flames, wrapping around the fists and palms of the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers. In that moment, the 5 towering figures, each over 3 meters tall, struck simultaneously. In a flash, it seemed as though a vast primordial earth fiend power erupted. Their fists fell like earth fiend meteors crashing through the starry cosmos, their momentum awe-inspiring and overwhelming, as if they could shatter heaven and earth. Caught in the midst of it, Lin Xiao felt invaded by an immense baleful aura. An inexplicable panic and fear surged in his heart, even a desire to flee. How could it be? Earth Fiend Dragon Subduing. The Earth Fiend Dragon Subduing art, a technique bordering on divine power. Even more crucially, all 5 of Lu Chen's puppets had mastered it. This was simply inconceivable. As a true genius blessed with the swallowing origin spiritual vein, Lin Xiao quickly regained his senses after being briefly stunned by the Earth Fiend aura. Spiritual energy far surpassing that of an ordinary aperture opening realm cultivator surged within him, transforming into a dazzling sword light. The power of wind from heaven and earth gathered endlessly, merging into the radiance, making his sword strike faster, sharper, and more ferocious. With a sharp hiss, the sword light streaked across the night sky like a flash, striking the fist of the first silver armor Dao soldier, colliding with the immense force of the Earth Fiend Dragon Subduing art. A thunderous roar erupted as the power of fire and wind clashed. The wind force crumbled, almost instantly crushed under the overwhelming might of the fire element commanded by the Dao soldier. Even the sharp sword light condensed from magical power was shattered by the unyielding, indestructible physique of the silver armor Dao soldier. Despite Lin Xiao's swallowing origin spiritual vein, allowing him to unleash far more profound and abundant spiritual energy than ordinary aperture opening cultivators, it proved utterly futile. The silver armor Dao soldier's body was so tough that even mystic Dharma realm cultivators could not break it. Its terrifying monstrous strength, combined with the explosive ferocity of the Earth Fiend Dragon Subduing art, erupted, in an instant crushing Lin Xiao's sword light into dust like a force of nature. How can it be this powerful? A flicker of shock passed through Lin Xiao's eyes. Earlier, when he watched Lu Chen's silver armor Dao soldiers fight against Chen Yunju and Chen, they seemed only at the level of an ordinary aperture opening realm. But when it was his turn, why had they become so much stronger? This was no longer the level of an ordinary aperture opening cultivator. It was even more formidable than Lin Xiao himself, who possessed the swallowing origin spiritual vein. Forget fighting 5 silver armor Dao soldiers at once. He might not even be able to defeat a single one. The Dao soldier's physical body, its strength, the Earth Fiend Dragon Subduing art, and its mastery over fire power, all combined gave it the absolute power to crush a normal aperture opening great perfection cultivator. And Lin Xiao was only at the mid-aperture opening stage. How could he possibly fight? After a brief clash with the first silver armor Dao soldier, Lin Xiao knew he could no longer contend with Lu Chen's 5 puppets. But the other 4 had already launched their Earth Fiend Dragon Subduing art, descending with the force of an avalanche. Swallowing origin, Lin Xiao silently commanded, and his average build seemed to swell slightly. This was not a physical enhancement technique of a body-tempering cultivator. Instead, the wind power from heaven and earth, along with spiritual energy, furiously poured into his body, instantly boosting his strength and causing his form to expand. This was the unique talent technique of the swallowing origin spiritual vein, allowing him to temporarily absorb a vast amount of familiar heavenly power, elevating his strength by 1 or even several levels in a short time. Such was the might of a special spiritual vein. Otherwise, Lin Xiao's reputation would not be so formidable. Special spiritual veins truly have their tricks, Lu Chen observed thoughtfully from the sidelines. But that was all there was to it. Lin Xiao had likely not yet fully unleashed the potential of his swallowing origin spiritual vein, so even after absorbing a massive amount of heavenly power, his strength still could not break through the shackles of the aperture opening realm. And as long as he remained in the aperture opening realm, Lin Xiao could not defeat the combined force of Lu Chen's 5 silver armor Dao soldiers. Again, Lin Xiao called out softly, and the spiritual sword in his hand once again blazed with a sky-piercing sword light like a sudden gale sweeping across the land, clashing simultaneously with the Earth Fiend Dragon Subduing art unleashed by the 5 silver armor Dao soldiers. A thunderous explosion echoed as the monstrous strength of the 5 silver armor Dao soldiers erupted, crushing the sword light, extinguishing the gale, and sending Lin Xiao's spiritual sword flying from his hand. Even Lin Xiao himself was sent hurtling backward like a broken kite, unable to stop his retreat until he was thrown off the arena. So strong. How can it be this strong? Lin Xiao's heart surged with turbulent waves at that moment. In that instant, when he activated his swallowing origin spiritual veins talent technique and directly confronted the Earth Fiend Dragon Subduing art of Lu Chen's 5 silver armor Dao soldiers, the overwhelming pressure he felt was almost unprecedented. It was as if 5 colossal stars from the depths of the universe had descended from beyond the heavens. Not even a mystic Dharma realm cultivator could withstand it, let alone a mere aperture opening cultivator like him. This was no exaggeration. Lin Xiao had truly felt such despair at that moment. He had no doubt that Lu Chen must have restrained his 5 silver armor Dao soldiers. Otherwise, Lin Xiao would not have survived being knocked off the arena. In that clash, he would have been ground into mincemeat. It was Lu Chen who had ordered his Dao soldiers to hold back. Struggling to control the wind to steady himself, just before he was about to fall into the mountains, Lin Xiao managed to rise again on the breeze. Trembling with lingering fear, he clasped his fists and bowed to Lu Chen. "Thank you, senior brother Lu, for showing mercy. I am deeply grateful." At this moment, Lin Xiao no longer had the audacity to call Lu Chen his junior brother. After all, he had nearly been reduced to dust. If he still dared to address Lu Chen as junior brother, it would be an utter lack of self-awareness, and he did not have such thick skin. This Lin Xiao knows his place. Lu Chen thought, somewhat pleased with the title of senior brother. He waved his hand modestly and said, "It is still junior brother Lin who has profound cultivation. I did not hold back at all." These words saved Lin Xiao some face, preventing the situation from becoming too embarrassing. "Thank you." Lin Xiao did not argue. After expressing his gratitude again, he hastily returned to the airship of the Qingzhou sect. Among the disciples of the Yuanzhou sect, the expressions grew increasingly somber. After a long silence, a disciple finally spoke. "No wonder the main sect in Yezhou dared to send Lu Chen, a mere spirit transformation realm latest stage cultivator, to fight in the aperture opening realm. He is indeed formidable, truly formidable. The swallowing origin spiritual vein lives up to its reputation as a special spiritual vein. It's a pity that Lu Chen's puppets are too powerful." It was said that both the Qingzhou and Yuanzhou sects had produced geniuses, while the main sect in Yezhou showed no signs. Now it seems they were not inactive. They were hiding their strength all along. The disciples of the main sect truly have dark hearts. To hide such a genius in puppet arts from us until now. Indeed, they even deceive their own fellow disciples. Some main sect they are. A genius proficient in puppet arts, especially one as young and promising as Lu Chen, is far more valuable than Lin Xiao with his swallowing origin spiritual vein. If the main sect in Yezhou was willing to invest heavily, the combat power Lu Chen could unleash might even reach the mystic Dharma realm. But that was just speculation. To forge puppets comparable to the mystic Dharma realm would require a vast amount of precious materials which the sect would not provide without reason. At best, they would offer some leniency within the rules. Unless Lu Chen could find a good master early on who was willing to support him unconditionally. "Junior brother Lei, do you have confidence against the main sect's Lu Chen and his puppets?" Junior brother Lei Jinshan, a genius of the Yuanzhou sect born with the Baxia bloodline, making his physical body unrivaled among his peers. "I observed those puppets. They are also strong in physical combat. Coincidentally, I excel in that area as well." The tall and burly Lei Jinshan stepped forward. "Even more coincidentally, I also practiced the earth fiend dragon subduing art." What was the cultivation level of Lu Chen's puppet? It was merely at the Tongqiao stage. How could its physique possibly surpass the Baxia bloodline, which was invincible within the same realm? Moreover, a puppet was still a puppet. Though Lei Jinshan knew not what mysterious methods Lu Chen had used to grant his puppet the earth fiend dragon subduing art, he believed that even his own most mediocre practice of the art could not possibly be inferior to a lifeless puppet. Furthermore, Lei Jinshan, possessing the Baxia bloodline, had no small accomplishment in the earth fiend dragon subduing art. Lei Jinshan of Yuan Province's Mountain Gate requests guidance from junior brother Lu of Yi Province's main sect. Lei Jinshan strode forward, stepping onto the void and ascending the battle platform in just a few paces. His frame was robust and imposing, his long hair loose and disheveled like a mighty lion, exuding a wildness that was quite oppressive. Lu Chen thought, still calling me junior brother? This brother Lei has admirable courage. I like this untamed spirit. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Come." Lei Jinshan slowly rolled his neck, then flexed his wrists. "I prefer straightforward clashes. I dislike pretense. Your puppets suit my taste perfectly, and I, your senior brother, am also somewhat versed in the earth fiend dragon subduing art." As his words fell, Lei Jinshan suddenly stepped forward like a moving mountain and threw a thunderous punch. With that single punch, it seemed the earth fiend star stirred and vast surging fiendish power rolled forth. The descending fist appeared as a colossal ominous star in the cosmic depths, a harbinger of slaughter. So it is the earth fiend dragon subduing art. Interesting. Lu Chen waved his hand and the 5 silver armor Dao soldiers before him erupted into action. They transitioned from stillness to motion, still as rooted boulders moving with earth-shattering force. Their forms like small giants stood a full meter taller than the equally robust Lei Jinshan. Boom! The 5 silver armor Dao soldiers wielded immense fire element power, while water element power swirled around them, and earth element power draped their forms, all combined with the same earth fiend dragon subduing art. Could be said that these 5 silver armor Dao soldiers were now even more terrifying than when they had faced Lin Xiao before. Because when battling Lin Xiao, the 5 silver armor Dao soldiers only commanded the fire element, possessing its explosive force, but lacking the heavy massive power of earth, and the supple overcoming all nature of water. Now the silver armor Dao soldiers were true to their name, unleashing their full strength. Boom! The most intense clash erupted just as Lei Jinshan had said. He favored direct, brutal, bone-crushing combat. But he miscalculated one thing: the silver armor Dao soldiers were neither living nor dead, not sentient beings. His physical body with the Baxia bloodline might be invincible within the same realm, but the Dao soldiers were not subject to that. With every punch Lei Jinshan threw, he collided head-on with the Dao soldiers. Upon the first impact with a silver armor Dao soldier, a savage grimace appeared on his rough face. With the second punch against a silver armor Dao soldier, Lei Jinshan's expression twisted in pain. On the third punch, blood streaks appeared on his fist. Pain. A piercing agony shot through his fist deep into Lei Jinshan's heart. How is this possible? How can these puppets be so hard? They were like indestructible divine gold, unbreakable by mortal force. Even with his formidable physique, he felt his hand bones nearly shatter from the relentless clashes with these Dao soldiers. Moreover, his earth fiend dragon subduing art held no advantage whatsoever against these puppets. Although these puppets lacked spiritual energy, their mastery of the three fundamental forces of water, fire, and earth made them far more fearsome than magical power. Human power had its limits, but the power of heaven and earth was inexhaustible. What made Lei Jinshan even more passive was that he too had comprehended the earth element power. Yet before the silver armor Dao soldiers, his second layer earth element true intent seemed utterly laughable. The earth element power in the surroundings was not only beyond his control, but even turned against him. Boom! The remaining two silver armor Dao soldiers attacked simultaneously with the same earth fiend dragon subduing art. Lei Jinshan, disheartened, dared not engage them in direct combat any longer. Alas, his entire style was built on heathen clashes. Now that he had encountered something harder than himself, he was trapped in a dilemma. Unable to withstand the assault, yet unable to evade it. Don't push me! Lei Jinshan let out a beast-like growl from his throat, and his blood energy erupted like a blazing sun exploding. A colossal tortoise phantom appeared carrying a divine steel on its back. It was the form of the divine beast Baxia, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. A legendary being. Lei Jinshan, bearing the Baxia bloodline, naturally possessed the power of Baxia. At this moment, Lei Jinshan seemed to transform into a descendant of Baxia. His stature abruptly swelled and layers of ancient mysterious tortoise shells materialized over his fists. Then, wielding the earth fiend dragon subduing art, he struck with ferocity. Boom! 2 silver armor Dao soldiers clashed with the tortoise shell-covered Lei Jinshan, unleashing roiling fiendish power. The fiendish power boiled over, engulfing the battle platform. Lei Jinshan, his Baxia bloodline fully aroused, surged in strength, and engaged the 5 silver armor Dao soldiers in a ferocious melee. Punch after punch, he struck with astonishing speed, leaving only layers of afterimages impossible to follow. They fought from the south of the platform to the north, then from the north to the east, forcing Lu Chen to shift his position lightly several times. This battle raged on for a very long time, nearly half an hour, until at a certain moment the Baxia phantom behind Lei Jinshan suddenly dimmed, and the ancient mysterious tortoise shells on his body vanished. Then he was sent flying backward by the 5 Dao soldiers, tumbling off the battle platform. Cough, cough. Exhilarating. Lei Jinshan struggled to rise midair, swaying unsteadily, as he rode the wind, finally stopping before the platform. Weakly, he cupped his hands toward Lu Chen of Yi Province's main sect. I acknowledge you as senior brother. His Baxia bloodline had not yet fully unleashed its potential. In that battle, his bloodline had been completely exhausted, leaving him utterly spent and unable to continue. On the side of Yi Province's main sect, the disciples of the Sword Battle Peak watched with mild disinterest, yet their expressions still held smiles. This Baxia bloodline from Yuan Province and the devouring spirit vein from Qing Province don't seem so impressive. They couldn't even force out Junior Brother Lu's dark gold puppet. Lacking. That's a bit too demanding for Junior Brother Lin and Lei. One of Junior Brother Lu's dark gold puppets could defeat Fansheng, who was at the Xuanfa stage. Though these 2 junior brothers are strong, they are still inferior to Zuanfastage cultivators. Forget the dark gold puppet. Junior Brother Lu has 33 dark silver puppets, and he only deployed 5. How could Lin Xiao of Qing Province and Lei Jinshan of Yuan Province possibly contend with that? Compared to the relaxed and teasing atmosphere on Yi Province's main sect side, where they roughly knew Lu Chen's strength, the disciples from Yuan and Qing Province's mountain gates grew increasingly silent. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Yi Province's main sect has produced an extraordinary genius. From what we've seen so far, Lu Chen of Yi Province's main sect has already thoroughly suppressed Lin Xiao and Lei Jinshan. With just those 5 puppets, he is invincible within the Tongqiao stage. A disciple exclaimed in admiration. Since both the Hualing and Tongqiao stages have been dominated by this Lu Chen, let the Xuanfa stage decide the outcome. Yi Province's main sect surely can't produce another Lu Chen at the Xuanfa stage, can they? Indeed. In that case, I shall take the stage and challenge the Xuanfa cultivator from Yi Province's main sect. A middle-aged man with dark gleaming skin clad in a black form-fitting outfit ascended to the heavens and directly onto the battle platform. Ko Jianqing of Qing Province requests a duel with the Xuanfa senior brother from Yi Province's main sect. The overlooked Lu Chen offered an apologetic smile. Brother, you may not know this, but the Xuanfa stage is also my domain. Ko Jianqing's gaze fell upon Lu Chen in confusion, then swept across the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers before Lu Chen, and finally shook his head slowly. Your puppet is already among the top tier in the Qi circulation realm. Even those in the Xuanfa realm may not be able to suppress it steadily, but it is useless against me. Lu Chen nodded, saying, I know so. Please wait a moment, senior brother. As he spoke, Lu Chen waved his hand to retract the 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers before him, apologetically saying, These 5 cannot fight in the Xuanfa realm. Let me replace them with 5 capable ones. Once he finished speaking, 3 gold-armored Dao soldiers taller than a yard, and even greater than the previous silver-armored soldiers, suddenly appeared before Lu Chen, their bodies shimmering with a dark golden sheen. Although there was no trace of life energy, the earlier silver-armored Dao soldiers had already demonstrated their strength to all disciples, and the presence of the gold-armored Dao soldiers now inexplicably evoked a sense of profound pressure. You still have more to exchange. Ko Jianqing could not help but reveal a few strands of black lines on his originally calm face. All right. Those 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers were not your full strength, were they? If you possess such strength, it was one thing to bully those with special bloodlines and spiritual veins in the Qi circulation realm, but you can even fight against those in the Linghua realm. How shameless can you be? At this moment, not only Ko Jianqing, who was confronting Lu Chen, but even Lin Xiao and Lei Jinshan, who had already been knocked off the battle platform by Lu Chen, felt a sudden twitch in their eyelids. Goodness, after fighting you for half a day without even touching the hem of your clothes, you actually hit 1 billion hands. If you had revealed these stronger dark golden puppets earlier, why would you have to exert so much effort to fight us? Lin Xiao and Lei Jinshan felt this way, and the 2 who were the first to be defeated by the silver-armored Dao soldiers Chen Yunju and Chen Shi were even worse off, their faces already turning as dark as a pot's bottom. Lu Chen, the disciple of the Yezhou main sect, does not act like a human. You can fight in the Linghua realm, the Qi circulation realm, and even the Xuanfa realm. How can you dare to bully these 2 weak and helpless disciples in the Linghua realm? Oh, Lu Chen is also a legitimate disciple in the Linghua realm, so it's fine. Fighting Linghua against Linghua is not against the rules. Fighting Qi circulation is also not against the rules, but Lu Chen is exceeding the standard. He can even fight in the Xuanfa realm. So Lu Chen does not act like a human. What can you do about it? At this moment, the disciples of the Qingzhou and Yuanzhou sects all had the feeling of being struck by a heavy blow from the Yezhou main sect. You say the Yezhou main sect is cheating? That is completely untrue, but how do you explain the 5 dark golden puppets taller than a yard before Lu Chen? Also, if there were a sparring match in the Daotai realm, could he still fight? Who knows how many puppets that Lu Chen from the Yezhou main sect is still hiding? When fighting against disciples in the Linghua realm, he only moved 1 silver-armored Dao soldier, and at that time the disciples from the Qingzhou and Yuanzhou sects thought this was Lu Chen's limit. Yet he could still fight against special spiritual veins and bloodlines in the Qi circulation realm, summoning 5 silver-armored Dao soldiers all at once. At this point, everyone thought this was Lu Chen's limit. But then there was a hee-hee. In contrast, the inner disciples of the Yezhou main sect such as Dojin Peak and Mingjing Peak remained utterly unperturbed and even seemed to want to laugh. This is just the beginning. On the battle platform, Ko Jianqing looked at the 5 gold-armored Dao soldiers before Lu Chen, momentarily falling into silence, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. When he saw Lin Xiao and Lei Jinshan go up to fight Lu Chen, was it not the same situation? They all thought they could directly bypass the puppets and knock Lu Chen off the battle platform, only to end up bruised and battered. After a long silence, Ko Jianqing suddenly couldn't help but ask, Lu senior brother, can you give me a straight answer? Do you still have such puppets? If you have many, then there's no need to waste time. I'll just go down myself to avoid taking a beating for nothing. That was roughly the idea he was conveying, and Lu Chen understood. Thus, he also fell into silence. Shall I give up? Seeing that even the Xuanfa realm's great perfection, Ko Jianqing was scared enough to call him this latest-stage Linghua disciple senior brother. Would it be somewhat unreasonable to beat him up again? So Lu Chen thought for a moment and nodded, saying, Indeed, there are more. As for how many gold-armored Dao soldiers, you can guess for yourself. Ko Jianqing's mouth twitched involuntarily. How many more do you have? At least I have stepped onto the battle platform, and to jump down without even moving a finger isn't that losing face. Can you just give a number to put my heart at ease, to let everyone know that I'm not cowardly? Is that too difficult? But on the other hand, Lu Chen with his black heart indeed had a hidden hand. He knew this was not Lu Chen's limit. This guy was too ruthless. Even the Linghua Realm junior brother was bullied. What else could he not do? Jianqing tried to draw his sword several times, but restrained himself each time. Finally suppressing the impulse to draw, he cupped his fists to Lu Chen, saying, "Lu senior brother, your tactics are skillful. I am ashamed, farewell." With that, he gracefully and decisively left the battle platform. Knowing it cannot be done yet doing it anyway, this Xuanfa realm disciple coup is quite promising. Lu Chen assessed him in his heart. What? You say this is cowardice? How can one call the actions of a wise man cowardice? This is a wise decision weighing pros and cons. Look, Jianqing jumped down from the battle platform, thereby avoiding being beaten by the gold-armored Dao soldiers, right? The Ku senior brother from Qingzhou retreats without fighting. The disciples of the Yuanzhou sect are not cowards either. Lu senior brother, I seek your guidance. From the Yuanzhou sect a sword light shot up to the sky illuminating the night, and in an instant it flashed into the battle platform. When the sword light dissipated, a middle-aged man of short stature appeared 10 zhang away from Lu Chen, handsome and graceful with the charm of a teacher from the mortal realm. Lu senior brother's puppet technique is superb, and my swordsmanship is not without merit. Let us battle. Xia Zhiqing slowly raised his hand, conjuring a sword out of thin air, its cold light shimmering fiercely, the sword intent overwhelming. This person is quite bold. Lu Chen looked at Xia Zhiqing, who was ready to draw his sword at any moment, hesitated for a moment, and waved his hand again. Thus the 5 gold-armored Dao soldiers before him transformed into 6, 7, and then 8. Additionally, 20 silver-armored Dao soldiers appeared. As these imposing Dao soldiers gleaming with cold dark gold and dark silver colors emerged one after another, the wide battle platform still remained spacious, yet, for some reason, the once spirited Xia Zhiqing suddenly developed a strange thought. Is this battle platform a bit too small? Feeling that accommodating both Lu Chen and his Dao soldiers was already the limit, he felt somewhat cramped standing on it. Perhaps he should step down. Make some room for this Lu senior brother. Watching as Xia Zhiqing went from spirited and eager to fight to gradually silent and somewhat reserved, Lu Chen smiled, slightly saying, "Xia senior brother, please. Since you are so brave, let me give you some difficulty. Make sure you handle it well. I generally do not grant such treatment to typical Xuanfa realm disciples." Xia Zhiqing's eyelids twitched and his once powerful grip on the sword inexplicably weakened. He looked at Lu Chen in silence. But Lu Chen heard Xia Zhiqing's modest voice in his ear. "Lu senior brother, let us have a match, but please do not hit my face, so I can retain some face." Lu Chen, so this is the kind of Xia Zhiqing you are. Finally Lu Chen raised his hand and casually waved at Xia Zhiqing. Thus 20 nearly yard-high silver-armored Dao soldiers and 8 gold-armored Dao soldiers exceeding a yard in height surged forward, overwhelming Xia Zhiqing. The outcome naturally goes without saying. Xia Zhiqing was gently lifted off the battle platform by the 28 Dao soldiers. Below the battle platform, Jianqing from the Qingzhou direction looked at Xia Zhiqing, who was overwhelmed by the Dao soldiers, and couldn't help but smirk with delight. "So you think you are something? You say my Qingzhou sect retreats without fighting. You claim the Yuanzhou sect is not cowardly. Now with Lu senior brother's Dao soldiers' massive fists coming down, let's see if you can still be tough. You idiot, it's just sparring among fellow sect members. Why are you being so stubborn? Admitting defeat when you can't win isn't shameful." Thus the 3 sects gathered and concluded here. However, it felt somewhat anticlimactic. Clearly the earlier fights in the Linghua and Qi circulation realms were intense and heated, yet when it came to the strongest Xuanfa realm, Jianqing from Qingzhou directly admitted defeat and left, while Xia Zhiqing from Yuanzhou. How should I put it? Before stepping onto the battle platform, he was quite arrogant, filled with the boldness of a hero, but once on stage Xia Zhiqing clearly became more subdued. He didn't seem to have taken much damage, as there were no visible bruises on his face. This Yuanzhou guy is no good. The disciples from the Yezhou main sect continuously booed, shouting so fiercely it turns out he was also useless. Oh, how disappointing. "Lu senior brother, you returned," a familiar disciple shouted. Yet the disciples from the Yuanzhou and Qingzhou sects covered their faces in embarrassment, while also feeling an inexplicable surge of anger. The Yezhou main sect is too bullying. Why should they have a freak like Lu Chen? This is unfair. Look at which sect has disciples in the Linghua realm that are so abnormal. The Qi circulation realm disciple with the Baza bloodline was beaten to exhaustion. Lin Xiao with the Tun Yuan spiritual vein doubted his life, and even the great perfection disciple Jianqing in the Xuanfa realm was so frightened that he retreated without fighting, while Xia Zhiqing was dragged down from the battle platform by the Dao soldiers. Qian Yunju and Chen Shi, these 2 Linghua realm disciples, weren't even worth mentioning. Lu Chen from the Yezhou main sect is just a freak. Appearing is like cheating. The key is that this cannot be said out loud, otherwise it would make the Yuanzhou and Qingzhou sects seem unable to take a loss. Isn't that infuriating? Here he comes. Lu Chen chuckled and, wielding his sword light, returned to the flying ship at Dojin Peak. Yet in his heart he thought perfect 11 gold-armored Dao soldiers and 2 5 elements Dao soldiers are secured. Third Elder, don't keep me waiting, hurry, and fulfill your promise. He was excited in his heart, but after waiting for a while, the Third Elder in the sky did not send a message at all. Beneath the night sky above the firmament, the Grand Elder, Third Elder, and the 2 true disciples from Qingzhou and Yuanzhou sects sat cross-legged in the void with clouds surging beneath them and the bright moon hanging high. The Yezhou main sect has been delayed for a long time. Did something happen on the way? A young man in a moon-white long gown sitting beside the Third Elder spoke. He was handsome and graceful, exuding a scholarly demeanor, and was one of the true disciples stationed at the Qingzhou sect Luo Loadingwu. The Third Elder lightly replied, just some remnants of the 12 phases sect, who do not know their limits, along with a few old fellows from the evil Dao. It is no trouble. Luring them out and dealing with them can also purify a period of time. I see. Luo Loadingwu nodded, then his gaze fell on the Grand Elder. I presume the Grand Elder's breakthrough to the Yonggod realm was not known to those remnants and demons. The old fellows of the Dongming Sect are best at fishing and enforcing the law. Being one of the true disciples, Luo Loadingwu naturally knew the ins and outs of it, and he played it very skillfully. It's just a pity that since he went to station at the Qingzhou sect, he rarely has such opportunities. The Grand Elder laughed and said, as I age, people naturally think that my old bones have exhausted their potential, thus giving those remnants and demons a surprise. The Grand Elder is too modest, or after achieving the Yonggod realm you have a lifespan of 3,000 years, and the Grand Elder is still in his prime today, Luo Loadingwu replied with a light smile. Shifting the topic, Luo Loadingwu looked down at Lu Chen surrounded by numerous Dao soldiers on the battle platform and exclaimed, the Yezhou main sect has produced such a genius in puppet techniques, quite remarkable. Mediocre ID say, we have quite a few outstanding disciples at Dojin Peak. The Grand Elder's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Look at how proud you are. Who doesn't know that Lu Chen is your Dojin Peak disciple? Why do you need to say this? Had it not been for allowing you back then, Lu Chen would undoubtedly be a disciple of Mingjing Peak now. Luo Loadingwu shook his head with a smile. Since the disciples below have finished their commotion, let's open the ancient demon remains. Let's go. The Third Elder, Grand Elder, and the 2 true disciples immediately rose up, vanishing from above the clouds, appearing in the center of several flying ships. Among them, the Third Elder waved his hand to collect the battle platform suspended in midair, his gaze subtly landing on Lu Chen. The things I promised you will be fulfilled once we enter the ancient demon remains. The Third Elder's ethereal voice suddenly reached Lu Chen's ears. To kill on the spot, huh? Lu Chen murmured in his heart, considering it somewhat expected. The Third Elder wouldn't carry the corpses of demons without reason. The things he promised would naturally be killed after entering the ancient demon remains. However, Lu Chen was not worried that the Third Elder would skimp on his demons. With the Third Elder's unfathomable strength, killing some demons in the Xuanfa realm and Daotai realm would be a piece of cake. It's just a pity that he couldn't obtain them now. Otherwise, Lu Chen could start upgrading his Dao soldiers right away, first preparing 2 5-elements Dao soldiers. Once inside the ancient demon remains, wouldn't it be a chaotic slaughter? Let alone the Xuanfa realm, he would boldly surround and kill any demons from the Daotai realm with his Dao soldiers. As for now, let's stick with the 12 gold-armored Dao soldiers and 33 silver-armored Dao soldiers. Actually, it doesn't matter, at least hunting demons in the Xuanfa realm is already easy for the Dao soldiers he currently possesses, requiring no collaboration with any fellow sect members. First, let's beat enough demons in the Xuanfa realm, so that the remaining 33 silver-armored Dao soldiers can also upgrade to gold-armored ones. Open the ancient demon remains. Just as Lu Chen was still planning his next moves, the Third Elder, Grand Elder, and the 2 true disciples had already moved into action. The other elders deactivated the defensive array of the flying vessel, and all the disciples of Dongming Sect, including Lu Chen, stepped out. On the other side, the Great Elder, the Third Elder, and 2 true disciples formed hand seals with their supreme Dharma power, radiant light blazing like fire, transforming into layers upon layers of dense, mysterious runes that twisted and coalesced above the void deep within the Gulan Mountains. It seemed as if an unknown space was being torn open, or perhaps an unknown seal was being unlocked. Everything appeared profoundly enigmatic. The night sky was illuminated by the divine light and imprinted with runes. In a flash, a rift emerged in the void, gradually widening until it formed an ethereal, illusory gate of emptiness. That is the ancient remnant tomb, a disciple murmured. Hiss, did I just see a celestial herb being chased by a flood dragon? It's not just a vision. I saw it too, a real flood dragon with a single horn on its head. Strange, why is there a blazing sun inside? But it's too small. That's not a sun. It's a sentient immortal pill. Beasts gather there, claiming the mountain as their king. Could a demon king have been born within? Some disciples also spotted demonic creatures converging atop a towering mountain, their aura surging to the heavens with faint outlines of demon soldiers and generals. and even a colossal figure looming indistinctly suspected to be a demon king. The demon king's exact strength was not specified, but at least within a vast region, it could be the supreme being unmatched by any other demon suppressing all. Such was a demon king. Listen, disciples. Though the ancient remnant tomb holds opportunities, it is fraught with peril. Be cautious and return on your own in 10 days. An elder spoke. The disciples from the 3 mountain gates, including those from the main sect in Yezhou, responded in unison, then orderly stepped through the void gate and vanished. Let's go. We must guard the tomb's entrance. Otherwise the demon race of the ancient demon realm won't easily relent. The great elder said, withdrawing his hands. Back then, to seal this ancient demon realm, no few young gods of Qingming fell. The seal's strength should now be beyond the remnants of that realm to break. Yang Qingping, the true disciple stationed in Yuanzhou, said dismissively, why were the demons now weak, driven to hiding by human sects? It was because in the distant past the human greats of Qingming joined forces to seal them in the ancient demon realm. Even the few demons left outside were mere stragglers, posing no threat to humanity today. Do not underestimate the demons of the ancient demon realm. We must remain cautious, said Luo Tingwu, the true disciple stationed in Qingzhou, his expression turning serious. Since ancient times humans and demons have been mortal enemies. When demons held power, they kept humans as livestock, treating them like cattle, and sheep, taking them at will for blood and food. But humans were not easy to deal with either. Once they gained the upper hand, they regarded demons as cultivation resources, killing them on sight. As for coexistence or even intermarriage, that was all nonsense. Different races held vastly different beliefs, making unity nearly impossible. The prevailing creed was, those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. Of course, odd exceptions occasionally appeared among both humans and demons who secretly came together. For such peculiar beings, demons that did not stain themselves with human blood, cultivators might turn a blind eye, at most cursing them as fools behind their backs. But if a demon had tasted human blood, the rule was to kill 1,000 by mistake rather than let one escape. Let's go. Without further hesitation, the 2 elders and 2 true disciples flickered into the ancient remnant tomb. The remaining peak elders, direct disciples, and outer disciples also stepped in one after another. The great elder, 3rd elder, and 2 true disciples were to go deep into the tomb to block the gateway to the ancient demon realm, while the other elders, direct disciples, and outer disciples were tasked with sweeping away the Daofita stage demons. The opening of the ancient remnant tomb served both as a trial and opportunity for the disciples, and as a purge of these demonic remnants, ensuring no chance for their resurgence. When the void gate opened, I saw a mountain of demons that seemed to have grown formidable, the 3rd elder said calmly. Let's sweep through. No demon king is allowed to exist in this tomb. To show themselves the moment the void gate opened. Such audacious demons must be struck down lest they trouble the inner disciples. Then let's slay that demon which has reached the climate of a king, and leave the rest to the disciples, the great elder nodded. With their immense power, the elders and true disciples moved like the wind and lightning, soon reaching the depths of the tomb. The towering mountain glimpsed by the disciples at the void gate now stood before them. Humans trespassing again into our ancient demon realm. You deserve death. An enraged roar echoed from the mountain's depths. Leave this to me. Yang Qingping, the true disciple stationed in Yuanzhou, cracked his neck and strode forward, ascending step by step into the high sky. With a ferocious grin, he said, You little demon whelps have no self-awareness. The ancient demon realm is sealed by my human race. You're nothing but minnows and shrimp leaking through the cracks. How dare you yap before our Dongming Sect? If I want to beat you, I'll beat you. Does your realm need to approve? Die! As he spoke, a surging tide of cyan gold blood qi erupted from Yang Qingping like a descending god, striking the summit of the towering mountain. Human Dongming Sect, what audacity! A furious low growl came from the mountain peak, followed by a great demon over 100 zhang tall that charged forth, clashing with Yang Qingpeng in the high heavens. Cyan gold blood qi boiled demonic aura veiled the sky, and the battle escalated into a white-hot frenzy from the start, the void trembling, as if shaken ripples spreading and warping. Yang Qingpeng is nearing the Yang God stage, the great elder said with satisfaction, then turned to Luo Tingwu. True disciple Luo, have you already achieved Yang God? Luo Tingwu smiled warmly. Almost. The 3rd elder withdrew his gaze from Yang Qingpeng and slowly fixed it on the towering mountain before him. I still have to prepare those demon corpses for that kid. What a hassle. As the peak master of Dojin Peak and the 3rd elder of the inner sect of Dongming Sect's main branch in Yezhou, he had to personally slay minor demons at the Mystic Dharma and Daofita stages. It was a disgrace to his old face. But there was no choice. Without offering some incentive, that kid, with his single-minded focus on combat power, would likely ignore trivial matters like the sparring among the 3 mountain gates. Only profit could lure him. How was it even a real profit? That kid had such limited vision. A dozen mystic Dharma stage and 2 Daofita stage demon corpses were enough to dismiss him, making him easy to handle. With this thought, the third elder stepped into the towering mountain. Soon sounds of demonic roars and curses arose from the depths, only to quickly subside. Before long, the third elder emerged, lightly treading the void as if nothing had happened. Why trouble yourself with those Daofitas and mystic Dharma stage demons, third elder? Leave them to the disciples, Luo Tinggu asked the great elder in surprise. Perhaps his hands were itching, the great elder mused inwardly, though he knew the third elder was not one to act without reason. There must be a cause. After a moment's thought, the great elder secretly transmitted to the third elder, "Why bother with these minor demons?" The third elder replied, "Do you think that Kid Lu would act for nothing? It was traded with these demon lives. Is this the Guyao Kanmu?" Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings and found them not so different from the outside world, only suffused with a fiendish aura and an overwhelming sense of desolation and ruin. As for any so-called tomb, Lu Chen could not see one at all. An elder who had entered Guyao Kanmu 2 centuries ago warned the eager inner disciples, this place is where packs of demons gather, each occupying its own hill and claiming sovereignty. Solitary monsters are rare. Therefore, junior brothers should not wander alone, or you will be in danger, the elder advised the ambitious inner disciples. Demons clustering together, claiming hills as their own. What a gift! Lu Chen's eyes suddenly shone. A mass of demons waiting to be harvested. He would not have to hunt them one by one. It was pure fortune. Others dared not act alone, but he could. Where demons gathered en masse, he and his Daobing could mass as well. Group upon group, who would be afraid? Lu junior brother, come with us. Lu senior brother, please take me. In an instant, countless disciples swarmed toward Lu Chen, their faces alight with fervor and flattery. In that battle above the Gulong mountain range, every disciple had seen Lu Chen's strength, and no one knew whether he still kept hidden reserves. Those dozens of puppets that even a flying sword could not cleave, the puppets that had pummeled a body cultivation senior brother until he coughed blood. Who would not be astonished to see them? Without exaggeration, provided they did not face a demon mountain defended by a fearsome deiterial monster, Lu Chen alone with his puppets could sweep through. Any treasures on such a demon mountain would be claimed by him. Whoever could follow Lu Chen might not gain everything, but at least they would enjoy the utmost guarantee of safety. Surrounded by innumerable disciples, chanting Lu senior brother, Lu junior brother, Lu Chen felt overwhelmed. These disciples came from the Yezhou main sects, Danxia Peak, Zhubing Peak, Feilai Peak, Wudao Peak, Dojin Peak, Mingjing Peak, and from the mountain gates of Qingzhou and Yuanzhou. Many he had never even seen. Gone. Lu Chen did not wish to linger. He slipped into the earth and vanished. Countless sect brothers were left grasping at empty air, sighing in disappointment. But on reflection, with Lu Chen and his Daobing capable of indiscriminate slaughter, why would he need fellow disciples? They were needless and might even become burdens. If the situation were reversed, he would not bring along a cluster of useless companions. Entirely unnecessary. Guyao Kanmu. So this is the Guyao Kanmu. As he descended deep underground, Lu Chen immediately understood why the word remnant was apt. This was only the entrance, yet after he delved below, he beheld no fewer than 100 demon skeletons deeply buried beneath the earth, already decayed, with the bones of human cultivators intermingled among them. It was not hard to imagine what fierce war had once been fought here in ages past, a war between humans and demonkind. I have heard that those of profound cultivation, even after falling for millennia, may retain bodies that do not rot or decay. Lu Chen's thoughts scattered, and he grew suddenly excited. Could it be that beneath Guyao Kanmu were interred mighty demons who had perished long ago, yet whose bodies remained intact? Search. Lu Chen cried out, brimming with vigor. A body unrotted through 10,000 years. What level of strength would that denote? Even finding a half-intact corpse might be enough to make Lu Chen's Yongbing immortal coffin prosper beyond measure. Perhaps it could nurture a Daobing far surpassing the 5 elements Daobing, a divine strider Daobing, or even a wind and thunder Daobing. Just the thought thrilled him. He willed all his silver-armored and gold-armored Daobing forth, leaving only 2 gold-armored Daobing to stand guard, while the rest descended into the earth to search. They searched for those demon bodies that had not decayed. To Lu Chen's dismay, 33 silver-armored Daobing and 10 gold-armored Daobing scoured the place for a long while, yet found no demon corpse that remained uncorrupted after millennia. True enough, if a powerful demon fell, its body would likely have been taken by those who fought in that ancient war. How could it have remained buried here? Once that thought dawned, Lu Chen stopped obsessing over a lucky find. It had been a speculative attempt. Finding something would be a windfall, but failing mattered little. Later they could sweep the demon mountains where corpses were abundant. As he signaled his 40-odd Daobing to return, Lu Chen suddenly perceived that more than half of them were transmitting a strong will. They found something. Lu Chen cried with unexpected joy. What place was this? It was a battlefield from the war between humans and demons standing silent for untold years. Whatever was discovered here would surely be extraordinary. Having survived the test of time, it must be of singular value. Ordinary things would have long since decayed. A hand. Lu Chen slipped into the Daobing's vision, and through their eyes, he soon saw that they were all clustered around a severed hand white as jade. The hand was severed at the wrist, the wound was neat and even as if cut by a sword or blade. What astonished Lu Chen even more was that the stump's blood had not coagulated nor spilled a single drop. The blood remained within the hand, appearing like a divine fluid that shimmered with a faint sacred radiance. Truly remarkable. It seems to be a woman's hand, Lu Chen reflected. From its creamy jade-like skin and slender graceful shape, it indeed appeared feminine. What level of cultivation did that exalted predecessor possess that a severed hand could endure millennia buried underground and yet retain such wondrous vitality? Lu Chen voiced his admiration and grew excited. This hand must have belonged to a top-tier powerhouse. He could not let it slip away. With a thought, a Daobing stepped forward, gently lifted the severed hand and brought it to Lu Chen. Regrettably, Lu Chen sensed no urge in the Daobing to absorb the hand as nourishment. That indicated the hand could not be used to nurture Daobing. Though it cannot nourish Daobing, it must serve some other purpose. He entertained an even bolder idea. Rumor held that when a cultivator reached a certain realm or mastered a bodily miracle, even withered bones could be reborn. Sometimes a single drop of blood could restore life. Could he use this severed hand, which still seemed to retain vitality, to renurture and resurrect a female immortal? A palm that would not rot for 10,000 years. What realm, what might must such a female immortal have attained at her peak? Unimaginable, scarcely conceivable. Lu Chen knew that if he assisted this female immortal back to life, he would gain an ally of unfathomable power. And that pillar of support would be a female immortal. Whether it was an immortal or not remained uncertain, but judging from this hand alone, it was likely not far off from a true immortal. Calling it an immortal would hardly be an exaggeration. Taking the severed hand from the returning Dao soldier, it was icy cold to the touch, yet the skin retained its normal elasticity, almost as if it were still alive. Even when held in hand, it showed no reaction at all. Lu Chen examined it in his palm for a long time, but could discern nothing. Finally, a thought struck him. I wonder what would happen if I placed it in the nurturing soldier immortal coffin. With that thought, the severed hand was instantly absorbed into the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, and Lu Chen's consciousness followed it inside. Within the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, it was empty and void, seemingly boundless. After the unknown female immortal's severed hand entered, it floated quietly without any reaction. Could it be useless? Lu Chen was somewhat troubled, but ultimately too lazy to dwell on it. He simply left it inside the coffin and paid it no further mind. The urgent priority was to strengthen his Dao soldiers as quickly as possible. As for this female immortal's severed hand, there would be plenty of time to study it later. But just as Lu Chen's consciousness fully withdrew from the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, the slender jade fingers of that severed hand seemed to twitch almost imperceptibly for a moment, then returned to stillness as if it had been an illusion. The moment his mind withdrew from the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, Lu Chen sensed his Dao soldiers stirring with excitement. This time, however, it was a strong craving for nourishment. Yet the golden armor Dao soldiers seemed largely unresponsive. It was his silver armor Dao soldiers that reacted intensely. Found something good again! Lu Chen rejoiced and immediately borrowed the vision of his Dao soldiers. He discovered several silver armor Dao soldiers dragging four enormous bones toward him. Beast bones. And they look like leg bones. Lu Chen pondered and felt his guess was likely correct. The leg bones were massive, and despite the endless passage of time, they remained starkly white with no signs of decay, though all the flesh had been stripped away. If another 1,000 years or so passed, these bones would probably have completely rotted. Moreover, judging from the golden armor Dao soldiers' reaction, these four leg bones likely had little essence left, at least not enough to attract their attention. When the silver armor Dao soldiers brought the leg bones before Lu Chen, he didn't hesitate to store them in the nurturing soldier immortal coffin. He left one silver armor Dao soldier inside the coffin to begin absorbing essence from these four unknown beast leg bones. This should be enough to elevate that silver armor Dao soldier to golden armor. Perhaps it could even promote 2 silver armor soldiers. Not bad. Lu Chen was quite satisfied. Next, it's time to storm the demon mountains and hunt beasts. Lu Chen had no intention of lingering underground. Although there might be some valuable items hidden beneath, they were far too scarce. In the time spent searching, he could have already conquered a demon mountain. That would yield far more than aimlessly scavenging underground. Upon the great mountain, demonic aura permeated the air. Strange beasts of all kinds gathered, forming ranks, and battle erased the atmosphere tense and heavy. A tiger demon with a formidable aura stood atop the mountain peak, upright on its hind legs. Though unclothed, it was already approaching human form. In truth, any demon that crossed into the Xuanfa realm and cultivated mystical power could begin to take human form. Yet some demons chose to retain their original beastly shapes, unwilling to transform. Standing nearly a zhang tall, the tiger demon exuded a kingly might that intimidated all around. It spoke in a low voice. News from the Yetting Mountain tells us those damned two-legged sheep of humanity have once again stepped into this territory. We must make those human two-legged sheep understand who the true overlords of this ancient demon realm are. Humanity will always be nothing but blood and food for our demon race. The hundreds of demons below roared in agreement. They say human flesh is the most delicious, especially the heart, liver, and brain marrow, which greatly benefit our cultivation. This time we shall feast to our heart's content. Curse those damned human two-legged sheep for the seals they placed here, trapping us demons within. If we could break out those weak and insignificant two-legged sheep from the outside world, would be ours for the taking to devour as we please with wine. No matter, no matter. The Mountain Lord has said that soon human two-legged sheep will deliver themselves to our doorstep, and cultivators at that. Their flesh will surely be even more succulent and far more beneficial for our cultivation. Haha, I can hardly wait to taste those human two-legged sheep. A boar demon extended its long tongue, licking its tusks as drool dripped endlessly, its expression ferocious and cruel. Yet at that very moment, a massive hand suddenly emerged from beneath the earth, seized the boar demon, and yanked it down into the depths. In an instant, all sound ceased. Who is so reckless as to dare ambush from underground? As demons who had all cultivated to some degree, such a disturbance could hardly escape their notice. In an instant, the swarm of demons erupted in shock and fury. Yet there was no response, only more and more hands reaching up from underground. Within moments, dozens of demons had been dragged beneath the earth, seeking death. Do you think hiding underground will keep you safe? A demon skilled in earth tunneling roared in anger, then plunged into the ground. But it never resurfaced, and no sound came from below. In the blink of an eye, the demons who had moments ago been eagerly anticipating a feast of human flesh were plunged into an unknown terror, thrown into chaos like a pot of boiling porridge. In such a short time, over 50 demons from the mountain had been dragged underground, their fates unknown. Worse still, they hadn't even seen who was attacking, and none knew whether they would be the next to be pulled into the abyss. Spread out, take to the skies and ride the wind. Don't give whatever is underground another chance to strike. The tiger demon atop the peak roared in fury, its deafening howl suppressing the panicked demons. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the earth trembled. One after another, torrents of earth element power swept up rolling rocks and sand, transforming into massive pythons that hurtled toward the demons, taking flight. One after another, towering stone figures like small giants emerged from those earth element torrents, slaughtering any demon they encountered. They were ferocious and immensely powerful. Among them, the 12 largest stone figures rampaged unchecked, charging from east to west. No demon could withstand even 2 punches from these 12. It was obvious that these were Lu Chen's Dao soldiers. The 12 towering stone figures were his golden armor Dao soldiers, while the rest were silver armor. But Lu Chen himself was not present. He was concealed deep underground, farther away. Only his Dao soldiers had come. He merely waited to collect the corpses with no need to fight personally. Puppets! Humans, you deserve death. The tiger demon atop the peak roared in fury. Kill all humans without mercy. Its roar shook the heavens, and its form vanished from the spot, reappearing amidst the stone figures. The smaller silver armor Dao soldiers were sent flying by the tiger demon's charge, 2 or 3 of them knocked away. But soon the golden armor Dao soldiers arrived. With a fierce strike, even this Xuanfa realm tiger demon could not hold out for long. The golden armor Dao soldiers were now immensely powerful. Their bodies were indestructibly tough. They commanded the element of metal to form a diamond body, and earth element power clad them in stone armor, pushing their physical forms to the extreme. Fighting against Xuanfa realm demons of the same level was no challenge. After an unknown time, the mountain that had teemed with demons fell utterly silent, the ground littered with demon corpses slain by the Dao soldiers. Efficient, but the demons on this mountain were far too weak. Lu Chen, who had been waiting, emerged from underground and walked casually among the peaks, using the nurturing soldier immortal coffin to collect all the demon corpses. His movements were practiced. Along this journey, he had already slain over a dozen demon mountains. Unfortunately, the demons here seemed to have learned of the arrival of disciples from the Dongming Sect. Many had abandoned their original peaks, likely seeking refuge with stronger demon mountains. A demon mountain like the one before him, where the beasts foolishly waited for the Dongming Sect disciples to attack, was now extremely rare. Only this tiger demon was Xuanfa realm. The rest were Tongxiao Hualing and even Ningxi realm minor demons. What a waste! After collecting the corpses, Lu Chen was rather dissatisfied. Though his nurturing soldier immortal coffin was now piled high with demon corpses, the Xuanfa realm ones numbered only 22 in total. Tongqiao realm demons were also not abundant, just over 200. The majority were Hualing and Ningqi realm, which were of limited use. Nevertheless, Lu Chen did not waste them. He left 2 silver armor Dao soldiers inside the coffin and fed all demon corpses below Xuanfa realm to them, for nutrient absorption, helping these soldiers advance toward the golden armor level. As for the 22 Xuanfa realm demon corpses, he set them aside for now. He planned to accumulate enough Xuanfa realm demon bodies, and then funnel them all into a single golden armor Dao soldier, aiming to first forge a 5 elements Dao soldier. A 5 elements Dao soldier corresponded to the Daotai realm. If he could have such a soldier by his side in this ancient demon remnant tomb swarming with demons, the benefits he could reap would be far greater. The main point was that he could stay in this ancient demon remnant tomb for 10 days. That was more than enough time to dedicate all his efforts to nurturing 1 or even 2 or 3 5 elements Dao soldiers. It's a pity the third elder didn't fulfill his promise on the spot, otherwise the gains would have been even greater. Lu Chen lamented inwardly. Well, first let's see what good things the demons on this mountain left behind. Having swept through over a dozen demon mountains earlier, Lu Chen had found quite a few rare spiritual herbs rarely seen in the outside world. Though he knew nothing of alchemy, he could exchange them for merit points once he returned to the sect. A decent addition to his earnings. However, most of the good things left by these demons were useless to human cultivators. Still, Lu Chen didn't leave them behind. He collected everything, thinking that someday he might find a fool demon to trade with for something useful. Next, Lu Chen waved his hand, and his numerous Dao soldiers scattered, digging 3 feet into the ground to search for the treasures left by these demons. Before long, the Dao soldiers discovered a crude, filthy cave dwelling that even stank. When Lu Chen approached, one of the golden armor Dao soldiers seemed to sense something, and suddenly threw a punch, smashing a stone wall to pieces. No, it wasn't a stone wall, but a rough stone door, very inconspicuous. Lu Chen was instantly alert. There's still a living demon. At the same moment, a panicked voice of supplication came from behind the shattered stone door. Fellow Taoist from the human race, spare my life, spare my life. A demon begging for mercy. That was a first. Lu Chen did not approach. Instead, he moved farther away from the stone door, ordering all his Dao soldiers to surround the crude stone chamber behind it. Through the vision of his Dao soldiers, he immediately saw the demon pleading for its life. It was also a tiger demon, but its belly seemed torn by sharp claws, revealing a gruesome wound. At this moment, the tiger demon showed none of the ferocity or cruelty typical of its kind. Its eyes were filled with panic and terror. Surrounded by towering Dao soldiers, it trembled uncontrollably. So it was hiding here to recover from its injuries. Lu Chen said coldly, "What use would sparing you be?" The injured tiger demon hurriedly replied, "I know this place well. I can guide you, fellow Taoist." Lu Chen. Good heavens. A traitor among the demon race. But then again, it made sense. Whether human or demon, once intelligence was born, there would always be a fear of death. For the sake of survival, what wouldn't one do? But who knew if this injured tiger demon was telling the truth? Wait, why should I care whether it's true or false? Wouldn't it be even better if it's false? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Using this tiger demon as bait to fish for bigger prey. What a splendid idea. A bold plan instantly took shape in his mind, but his expression remained impassive. Guide me. I am human, you are demon. Our races are mortal enemies. How can I trust you? He paused, then added, or rather, what can you offer to earn my trust? His tone turned icy. Kill it. The Dao soldiers moved instantly, ready to surround and slay the tiger demon. Wait, fellow Taoist, please don't. I can hand over my soul imprint. Then my life or death will be entirely in your hands. With that, can you still not trust me? The tiger demon grew even more panicked and fearful, speaking hastily. A soul imprint was a technique that could only be condensed by cultivators who had reached the Tongqiao realm, opened the ancestral aperture, and touched the level of the soul. Both humans and demons could do it. Once the soul imprint was surrendered, whoever held it could easily control the life and death of the one who gave it. Although Lu Chen had not yet entered the Tongqiao realm and opened the ancestral aperture, as long as the tiger demon voluntarily handed over its soul imprint, he could still control its life and death. Oh, you're willing to hand over your soul imprint? Lu Chen seemed intrigued. The tiger demon quickly replied, yes. As long as you spare my life, fellow Taoist. Lu Chen appeared somewhat convinced, his tone softening. Very well, then tell me, how will you guide me? The tiger demon said. The demon king of Yeding Mountain had long spread word that the 100-year period had come and humans from the outside would surely set foot in the ancient demon realm again. Thus many demons from various mountains have gone into hiding. But I know where many of them are concealed. When the time comes, I will pretend to seek refuge with them. You, my master, need only conceal yourself and follow. Then you can flush out those demons one by one, leaving them no place to hide. Lu Chen listened and clapped his hands with a laugh. Good, very good. But then his tone shifted and he shook his head. But that's too slow. Go gather all the hidden demons you know of. He clenched his fist. I will invite many senior brothers and fellow disciples from my sect to join forces and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Can you do it? The tiger demon nodded frantically. I guarantee it. As it spoke, it presented the already condensed formless soul imprint with both hands. This is my soul imprint. Please accept it, master. A golden armor Dao soldier stepped forward, took the formless soul imprint, and delivered it to Lu Chen. After Lu Chen put it away, he waved his hand. Go then. If you handle this well, I will return your soul imprint and guarantee your life. Thank you for your appreciation, master. Thank you for your appreciation. The tiger demon kowtowed on the ground, overjoyed. I will not disappoint you, master. With that dragging its wounded body, it quickly left the cave dwelling. Yet deep in its amber eyes there was no more panic or fawning. Only barely concealed murderous intent and wild elation. Foolish human, you are courting death. It had been wondering how to lure Lu Chen into a powerful demon mountain where the beasts could surround and kill him. But who would have thought this human was so arrogant and overreaching, ignorant of his own limits, wanting to wipe out all the demons in one fell swoop, and foolish enough to let it go. Ridiculous. Stupid beyond belief. It was true that its soul imprint was in Lu Chen's hands, but what could taking its life accomplish? As long as it left this place and Lu Chen took time to gather his fellow disciples, it could do the opposite. Summon more demons from other mountains for a sudden ambush, ensuring that Lu Chen and his fellow human cultivators would die without a burial place. It seems I'm about to catch a big fish. Lu Chen watched the retreating tiger demon and suddenly smiled, his grin exceptionally bright. Now this was interesting. Going from one demon mountain to another was far too troublesome. This was much faster. He had clearly seen every change in the tiger demon's expression because his Dao soldiers had been watching the creature's every move from underground. To make the act convincing, you'll need to find a few fellow disciples to put on a show. Lu Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. The demonic beasts here were no fools. He had set a trap for them, offering the injured tiger demon a chance to turn the tables and catch all his prey at once. But there would inevitably be clever ones among the beasts who feared deception and would come to scout the path ahead. After all, a wounded tiger's empty words wouldn't be taken at face value by other beasts. If it were Lu Chen, he certainly wouldn't believe them. Then first he'll find some people. Not for cooperation, but to put on a show for those demonic beasts to see. As for whether finding people would be difficult, of course not. The ancient demon's tomb was swarming with disciples from the 3 peaks of Dongming Sect. You might not trip over them the moment you step out, but they were hardly hard to find. Just as he was about to send his Dao soldiers to search for Dongming Sect disciples, Lu Chen's heart stirred. A surge of profound divine power suddenly erupted from the nurturing soldier immortal coffin, flooding his viscera and limbs, rapidly strengthening his physical body. Another golden armor Dao soldier. Lu Chen rejoiced. This newly born golden armor Dao soldier had ascended by absorbing the leg bones of 2 unknown demonic beasts. The remaining 2 leg bones should be enough to steadily elevate another silver armor Dao soldier to golden armor. With that thought, Lu Chen summoned the newly nurtured golden armor Dao soldier from the coffin, then placed a silver armor Dao soldier inside to continue absorbing the remaining leg bones. Additionally, 2 other silver armor Dao soldiers were within the coffin, absorbing the corpses of demonic beasts, below the profound low realm, growing stronger and continuously feeding back a strange divine power that enhanced Lu Chen's physique, albeit at a slow pace. 13 golden armor Dao soldiers, and soon there will be a 14th, 15th, 16th. If no accidents occurred with this fishing expedition using the injured tiger demon, then Lu Chen would nurture even more golden armor Dao soldiers, perhaps even amass enough to create a 5 elements Dao soldier. By then, not only would his Dao soldiers become immensely stronger, but his physical cultivation might also break through, vaulting him into the profound lower realm. It was a pity that his chi cultivation still lingered at the late spirit transformation stage, with little time for practice. Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, Lu Chen sent out the remaining Dao soldiers to search for Dongming Sect disciples. Before long, a ripple of will from a Dao soldier informed Lu Chen that they had found traces of Dongming Sect disciples. He switched to that soldier's perspective and soon saw over a dozen Dongming Sect disciples besieging 5 rat demons tens of miles away, one of which was at the profound lower realm. They seemed to be disciples from the Danxia peak of the main sect in Yezhou. Lu Chen's mind turned and he had a plan. Since he needed these fellow disciples to put on an act, he naturally had to offer appropriate compensation. Who would waste time playing along for nothing? It wasn't as if they had nothing better to do. Then these 5 rat demons shall be my gift to you fellow disciples. Lu Chen swiftly sank into the earth and vanished. Dozens of miles away amidst the wilderness, the 5 rat demons roared in fury, their demonic aura mingling with boiling bloodlust. Surrounded by 16 Dongming Sect disciples, their annihilation was only a matter of time. Fortunately, all 16 were from Danxia Peak, skilled in alchemy, but inexperienced in slaying demons, so they fought with extreme caution. Humans trespassing into our demon territory, you will pay for this. The profound lower realm rat demon's eyes were bloodshot, its teeth clenched. Its massive frame was as imposing as a fully grown wild bull. This land was never meant for your ancient demon realm's beasts. Being cleansed by our Dongming Sect is the inevitable calamity for those who escaped the seal. A young female disciple spoke slowly, her voice unhurried and calm, utterly unruffled even when facing humanity's mortal enemy, the demon race, showing no emotional fluctuation. She was striking, though not breathtakingly beautiful, with above-average looks and a commendable figure. Senior Sister Zhong, why waste words on these beasts? A nearby disciple sighed, rubbing his forehead. Their senior sister was fine in every other way, but she would chat with anyone, and her slow speech was a trial for the impatient. Zhong Ying corrected him. Though it's a beast, since it spoke, I felt obliged to reply lest we neglect the rights of humanity. The disciple's mouth twitched. Inwardly he thought, why did I bother trying to reason with Senior Sister Zhong? Nodding, he offered a few perfunctory words before rushing at the rat demons. The other disciples also subtly distanced themselves from Zhong Ying, fearing she would engage them in conversation. Just then, a stone-armored hand burst from the earth, seizing the profound lower realm rat demon and dragging it underground. More hands followed like specters, pulling all 5 rat demons beneath the surface in an instant. But mere breaths later, the 5 rat demons were hurled back up, now lifeless corpses. The Danxia Peak disciples were startled. Who goes there? Friend or foe? Just lending a hand along the way. Please forgive my intrusion, fellow disciples. Lu Chen emerged silently from the earth, smiling as he clasped his hands. It's senior brother Lu. The Danxia Peak disciples exclaimed in delight. With all 3 peaks gathered, Lu Chen had single-handedly suppressed the Yuanzhou and Qingzhou peaks, making a spectacular name for himself. Now who in Dongming Sect's inner sect didn't know his name? Though aware that Lu Chen had only recently joined, no one dared call him junior brother anymore, except those who were close to him. Other disciples had to address him as senior brother regardless of how long they had been in the sect. In the face of absolute strength, seniority meant nothing. Thank you for your help, senior brother Lu. Zhong Ying approached with graceful steps to express her gratitude. This rising star who had dazzled everyone with his masterful puppet arts during the assembly of the 3 peaks piqued everyone's curiosity. Zhong Ying was no exception. Even without Lu Chen's intervention, they would have eventually slain the 5 rat demons, but it would have taken more time. Lu Chen's help was far more efficient. It was nothing. Lu Chen waved dismissively. Changing the subject, he asked, are you all from Danxia Peak? Indeed. Zhong Ying nodded and said unhurriedly, does senior brother Lu need assistance from Danxia Peak disciples? Lu Chen lied without a flicker of shame. There is indeed a matter. Earlier I cleared a demon mountain and found a rare herb, but I couldn't identify it, so I dared not pick it, fearing I might damage its medicinal properties. Since you are from Danxia Peak, you must be experts in medicinal herbs. Could you help me examine that strange plant and identify it? No problem. We may not excel at killing demons, but collecting and identifying herbs is our specialty. We won't disappoint you, senior brother Lu. Before Zhong Ying could answer, the other Danxia Peak disciples eagerly agreed, thumping their chests. This is the benefit of a good reputation. Lu Chen mused with emotion. With his strength and fame, he encountered good people wherever he went. But try a nobody disciple. See if anyone would even bother with you. On the Demon Mountain, you handed over your soul imprint to that human scum, trading your life for a chance to ambush those cultivators. I trust you. On a broad stone throne, a black-furred demon monkey, with a formidable aura, fixed its gaze on the injured tiger demon and spoke slowly. Its massive fingers tapped the armrest. But though I trust you, I must guard against human treachery. The tiger demon, wounded in the belly by claws, was silent for a moment before saying, that is only right. The black-furred monkey on the throne beckoned, and a flying eagle immediately leaped forward. Go scout the place Brother Tiger mentioned. See if there are any human cultivators there. Remember, look carefully. I will not fail the Mountain Lord's trust. The eagle demon spread its wings and soared into the sky, soon becoming a black speck that vanished from sight. As time passed, perhaps the span of 2 incense sticks, the flying eagle demon shot back like a bolt of black lightning. Mountain Lord, there truly are human cultivators present. The eagle demon landed before the wide seat, standing as tall as a man. The black-furred demon ape, leaning on the throne, leaned forward and pressed. How many are there? What are their strengths? Any ambushes? The eagle demon exclaimed excitedly. From what I saw, there are 17 of them. Their power does not exceed the mystic lower realm. Most are at the meridian opening stage. I spotted no ambush. With the might of our ink ape mountain, we can surely capture them. The black-furred demon ape rose to his full height, his towering form casting a pitch-black shadow. If that is the case, then we shall. Before he could finish, the tiger demon, wounded in the belly by claws, hastily interrupted. Lord Yuan, hold on. The black-furred demon ape cast a cold glance at the tiger demon. Why must we wait? The tiger demon urged. Lord Yuan, you may not know this, but one of those cultivators is exceptionally skilled in puppetry. He possesses dozens of puppets, with 7 or 8 alone comparable to the mystic lore realm. Moreover, no one knows if he has even more hidden away. He is truly formidable. Lord Yuan must not be careless. It would be best to ally with the other demon mountains to ensure absolute success. Oh! Lord Yuan slowly clasped his thick hands behind his back like a human, pondered for a long while, then said, In that case, I shall personally visit the other mountain lords. We will ensure those humans never return. The eagle demon, eyes glowing red, said, The sight of those human cultivators already makes me crave a taste of their blood, their hearts, livers, and brains. It seems my wish will soon come true. The other demons listened, constantly swallowing saliva, barely able to contain their eagerness. Back at the very first demon mountain, Zhong Ying and over a dozen disciples of Danxia Peak stared at an utterly unremarkable spirit herb before them, exchanging speechless glances. Finally, one disciple couldn't hold back. Pointing at the spirit herb surrounded by the group, he looked at Lu Chen and asked, Senior brother Lu, this is the rare exotic flower you spoke of? You must be joking. This is a weed that wouldn't be missed if stepped on. Well, out of respect for senior brother Lu, let's call it a spirit herb. To be honest, if you took a casual stroll around Danxia Peak, you could easily find 100 such spirit herbs. How to put it? It's so common that calling it a spirit herb feels like an exaggeration, yet technically it is a medicinal herb, just not valuable or rare at all. Yet, for this barely qualifying, utterly common herb, Lu Chen had summoned over a dozen Danxia Peak disciples just to identify this weed. How to say this? Trusting Lu Chen's strength, character, and judgment, when he mentioned encountering a rare exotic flower, the Danxia Peak disciples were genuinely curious. Some even hoped to showcase Danxia Peak's expertise before Lu Chen. But in the end, this is what he showed them. Everyone knows what this is. Lu Chen asked curiously, So what exactly is this spirit herb? It's Qingqi grass, of course. Lu Chen knew it well, but since he needed these Danxia disciples for his act, he had to show them something. Unfortunately, on this damned demon mountain, there was no decent spirit herb to offer. This Qingqi grass, which even a dog would ignore, was the best he could produce. He was quite helpless too. But thankfully the act was over and these fellow disciples of Danxia Peak had completed their task. I'm afraid this will disappoint senior brother Lu. This is not a rare spirit herb, just a Qingqi grass of little use. Zhong Ying spoke unhurriedly, giving her answer. Lu Chen immediately showed disappointment. I see. He then revealed an apologetic look. I'm sorry to have put you all through this for nothing. My apologies. If I encounter another opportunity, I will surely help you fellow disciples slay more demons. While expressing his apologies, he also implied it's fine now, everyone can disperse. The Danxia Peak disciples understood, knowing Lu Chen wouldn't lead them to hunt demons, so they took their leave one after another. Although they hadn't seen any truly rare flowers, they had at least formed a slight acquaintance with Lu Chen, so the trip wasn't entirely wasted. Watching the Danxia Peak fellow disciples disappear into the distance, Lu Chen seemed to drift into a trance, but in reality, he switched his perception to the Dao soldier that had been following the tiger demon. It was a golden armor Dao soldier, hidden deep underground, undetectable by any demon. The Dao soldier was neither alive nor dead, devoid of any life force, and it commanded the power of earth. Like a piece of stubborn stone, who would know that this stone was actually Lu Chen's Dao soldier? Through the golden armor Dao soldier's vision, Lu Chen clearly saw the tiger demon first arrive at Ink Ape Mountain, then follow Lord Yuan to 4 other demon mountains. Finally, they led a vast horde of over 1,000 demons charging towards his location. This made Lu Chen's eyes sparkle. I've hooked a fish, and a big one at that. How big was the fish? Let's just say not small, truly not small. A rough scan by the golden armor Dao soldier revealed no fewer than 20 demons at the mystic lore realm, and over 300 at the meridian opening realm. More importantly, an ancient ape had emerged from Ink Ape Mountain. It was hunched, exuding an aura of decay, as if it might return to dust at any moment. Its black fur had turned white, sparse and thinning, as if much had fallen out. Yet this ancient ape's aura faintly surpassed the mystic lore realm. Could it be a Dao embryo realm demon monkey? Lu Chen felt his heartbeat quicken. Could a Dao embryo realm be fought? It was equivalent to a 5 elements Dao soldier, which Lu Chen hadn't yet nurtured. But he believed it could be fought. First, this ancient ape was incredibly old, seemingly on the verge of death, so its strength was certainly not at its peak. Second, Lu Chen himself wouldn't be fighting. There was no danger, so what was there to fear? After all, the Dao soldiers would do the fighting. With their monstrously tough bodies, there was no worry about them being damaged. The only caution was not to let the silver armor Dao soldier engage the suspected Dao embryo realm ancient ape, or it might indeed get damaged. But it was certain that the golden armor Dao soldier would not be destroyed by a Dao embryo realm opponent. Excellent, excellent. Today my Dao soldier brothers shall feast to their heart's content. Lu Chen was eager to act, but to be safe, he directly burrowed deep underground, keeping far away. After all, there were over 1,000 demons. Although his Dao soldiers were outnumbered, they held a massive advantage in quality. First, he would send 3 or 4 golden armor Dao soldiers to stall the suspected Dao embryo realm ancient ape. The remaining 9 golden armor Dao soldiers would focus on hunting the mystic low realm demons. Commanding the power of metal and earth along with their own formidable physiques, even if the mystic low realm demons stood still and attacked, they could never harm the golden armor Dao soldiers. Simply put, the golden armor Dao soldiers could completely ignore the attacks of those mystic low realm demons, but conversely the Dao soldiers' attacks could easily take the demons' lives. The Dao soldiers' bodies were invincible. How could these demons possibly win? Today I shall slay a Dao embryo realm demon monkey to nurture my 5 elements Dao soldiers. Mountain Lord Yuan, is it not overly cautious to exhaust the strength of 5 demon mountains merely to slay a dozen or so human cultivators? Beneath the clouds, over 1,000 demonic creatures rode on demonic clouds and black winds. At the forefront were 5 demonic creatures, each radiating a thick aura of ferocity and enveloped in malevolent energy. The black-furred demonic ape was among them. Additionally, there were a boar demon, a deer demon, a wolf demon, and a leopard demon. In contrast, the white-furred hunchbacked old ape behind Mountain Lord Yuan seemed inconspicuous, like a flickering candle in the wind on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Also present was the injured tiger demon that had surrendered its soul imprint to Lu Chen. At that moment, the boar demon with exposed fangs spoke, its tone tinged with dissatisfaction. 5 entire demon mountains with over 20 at the Xuanfa realm and more than 1,000 at the Tongqiao Hualing and Ningqi stages. Such a force is enough to annihilate a small human sect. Yet we deploy it merely to kill a dozen or so humans. Have you not heard the saying, why use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken? What irked the boar demon even more was that even if all the human cultivators were slaughtered, how much meat would it get? Likely not even enough to fill its teeth. A flicker of disdain passed through Mountain Lord Yuan's eyes. Truly, a pig's brain was nothing but a pig's brain, short-sighted and incapable of clever thoughts. It was no wonder humans often used pigs as insults. Yet he still spoke. There are no shortage of human cultivators who have entered our ancient demon realm. These dozen or so are merely those we have seen. Many more humans can also be slain. The boar demon understood only half of it and grew even more dissatisfied. Stop speaking like those humans, all roundabout and twisting. I old boar don't understand. The meaning is simple. If we use these dozen or so human cultivators properly, they can lure more humans here, the deer demon interjected calmly, explaining to the boar. Let Mountain Lord Yuan's ape mountain strike first. Leave the humans an opportunity to summon reinforcements. That is my intention. Mountain Lord Yuan nodded. Human cultivators who dare enter our ancient demon realm should be prepared to be slaughtered by us demonic beasts. Come. The more the better. We can wipe them all out in one fell swoop. With a few exchanges, the demonic beasts had sealed the fate of Lu Chen and his group. Of course, the Dansha Peak disciples spotted by the eagle demon had long departed, and even Lu Chen himself had vanished deep underground. On that demon mountain, only Lu Chen's Dao soldiers remained. Soon the tiger demon's mountain came into view. Why are the human cultivators not here? The boar demon frowned. They must have hidden themselves, lying in ambush. Let my ape mountain go and test them. Mountain Lord Yuan sneered, summoning a demonic wind and leading over 300 lesser demons to charge at the mountain. Human cultivators, come out and face your death. A demonic beast at the Tongqiao realm, having just dispelled its demonic wind and set foot on the mountain, began to taunt. Yet no sooner had it spoken than a loud boom echoed as the earth split open. A massive hand encased in stone armor shot out, grabbed the creature, and dragged it deep into the ground, leaving no trace. At the same moment, one stone-armored hand after another emerged from beneath the earth, each snatching away a demonic beast, sometimes 2 or 3 at a time. So they're hiding underground. Mountain Lord Yuan sneered. I knew you humans were lying in wait, but your methods are unimpressive. Mere earth-traveling stealth was beneath notice. Follow this Mountain Lord into the underground battle. He was the first to break into the earth, followed by all the demons of Ape Mountain. Yet, after a quarter of an hour, then half an hour, no further sound emerged from below. The demons of Ape Mountain, including Mountain Lord Yuan, who was nearly at the peak of the Xuanfa realm, had vanished like stones dropped into the sea without even a ripple. Utterly eerie. Beneath the clouds, the multitude of demonic creatures riding the demonic wind, no matter how confident they were in Ink Ape Mountain's strength, now knew that something was gravely wrong underground. Mountain Lord Yuan and his followers had likely met with disaster. What a cunning human cultivator daring to harm my Ink Ape Mountain lineage. The white-furred old ape who had remained silent until now spoke with icy fury, his patience exhausted. He had few years left and Ink Ape Mountain must not fall under his watch. All demons hear my command. Follow me into the earth. Any who retreat without fighting will be slain. The old ape bellowed, unleashing a terrifying aura that far surpassed the Xuanfa realm. Demonic energy surged skyward, rolling like a great calamity unleashed. Even his hunched, stooped form straightened instantly, his withered body swelling, as if returning to its prime. Yet his sparse white fur never darkened. The boar, deer, wolf, and leopard demons trembled inwardly, daring not utter a single word of dissent. When the old ape of Ink Ape Mountain grew angry, it was no trouble for him to take their lives, let alone order them into the earth to rescue the mountain's demons. Boom! The old ape shot into the ground like lightning, followed without hesitation by the boar, deer, wolf, and leopard demons who led their own mountain hordes into the earth. No sooner had they entered than 4 golden-armored Dao soldiers encased in stone armor charged fiercely, surrounding the old ape. The remaining Dao soldiers, like tigers among sheep, began slaughtering the weakest demons with ferocious speed. In this underground realm they moved as fish in water. No, even fish could not match their ferocity. They were like dragons entering the sea, stirring up waves and wreaking havoc. Human puppets, where are the demons of my Ink Ape Mountain? The old ape raged, trapped by the 4 golden-armored Dao soldiers. What infuriated him further was that despite his Daotai realm strength, he could not damage these Dao soldiers. Though he could suppress them, he could not destroy them, leaving him locked in an endless struggle. Yet despite his fury, the old ape received no response. The golden-armored Dao soldiers merely charged and killed, fearless of death and showing no sign of retreat. As for the other demons that had entered the earth, their screams filled the air, their hearts chilled by the Dao soldiers' slaughter. Even the Xuanfa realm demons were both shocked and enraged. Their rage stemmed from the Dao soldiers' refusal to fight them directly, instead targeting only those below the Xuanfa realm, killing with terrifying speed. Their shock came from the realization that Mountain Lord Yuan of Ink Ape Mountain and his demon troops have likely already perished. Even with over 1,000 demons entering the earth led by a Daotai realm old ape, they were being routed and slaughtered mercilessly. The less than 300 demon soldiers of Ink Ape Mountain, who had entered the earth first under Mountain Lord Yuan, were surely like meat buns thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. Damn it, Mountain Lord Yuan of Ink Ape Mountain truly deserved to die. He spoke of turning the tables surrounding the human cultivators here and luring more to be ambushed. You accursed one, are you sure it wasn't the humans who outsmarted us, heating the pot and boiling the water, waiting for us demonic beasts to be dropped in like dumplings? And the worst part is we demonic beasts are the very dumplings meant for the pot. After an unknown span of time, the screams beneath the earth gradually subsided, and the seething earth elemental power no longer turned the entire ground into a prison. Over 1,000 demonic beasts were all buried deep underground. No, to be precise, there was still one old ape locked in battle with the Dao soldiers. This old ape was far too formidable, having already stepped into the Dao embryo realm. Even besieged by 13 golden-armored Dao soldiers, it could not be subdued in a short time. The silver-armored Dao soldiers, a rank weaker than the golden-armored ones, could not even approach. Merely drawing near, they were repelled by the old ape's terrifying demonic aura. Thus, in the end, only the 13 indestructible golden-armored Dao soldiers continued the relentless siege. I curse my aged frailty, unlike my prime. Else I would smash every last one of you clay puppets to pieces. The old ape let out its final roar. But humans, the demon race of my ancient demon realm, is no easy prey. Just wait. Its words were cut short as the exhausted ape was utterly slain on the spot by the 13 Dao soldiers. The Dao embryo realm truly lives up to its name. So hard to kill. Lu Chen emerged from the deep earth, gazing at the old ape that had finally fallen, and could not help but sigh in admiration. With 13 golden-armored Dao soldiers encircling it, employing the Earth Fiend dragon-subduing art as the primary tactic and the Earth Domain's mastery of Earth elemental power as the source, it still took this much effort to slay the old ape. If not for the old ape's advanced age, the siege would have dragged on far longer, and had it not been underground, it might even have escaped. But alas, there were no ifs. Who could blame the old ape for relying on its Dao embryo realm strength, knowing full well something was amiss beneath the earth, yet stubbornly plunging into the Dao soldiers' home ground? Still, it was fortunate that the old ape was such a foolish comrade, otherwise the Dao soldiers might not have been able to devour all the remaining 1,000 demonic beasts, for those creatures were driven underground by this very ape. Notably, the injured tiger demon that had surrendered its soul seal to Lu Chen also fled underground. However, before it could prove useful, Lu Chen crushed the soul seal, killing it beyond death. Finally, Lu Chen began to clean up the battlefield. The smile curling at the corners of his mouth was impossible to suppress, and the more he gathered the more exhilarated he became. Demon corpses lay everywhere. Though most were from chi condensation and spirit transformation realm beasts, there were also many from the meridian opening realm, some from the mystic law realm, and even one from the Tao embryo realm, the old ape. At the very least he could nurture one 5 elements Tao soldier, perhaps even 2. Half an hour later Lu Chen had collected all the demon corpses underground into the nourishing soldier immortal coffin. Let's start with one 5 elements Tao soldier. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Chen recalled a golden armored Tao soldier and began absorbing the old ape's corpse as nourishment, striving toward the 5 elements Tao soldier. He then recalled another golden armored Tao soldier, feeding it over 40 mystic law realm demon corpses. He wanted to test whether these 40+ mystic law realm creatures could forge a 5 elements Tao soldier. It should be possible. It must be possible. Lu Chen's palms grew sweaty. These were over 40 mystic law realm demon corpses. They could have steadily nurtured over 40 golden armored Tao soldiers. If they failed to yield a single 5 elements Tao soldier, he would have suffered a massive loss. After all, most of his current Tao soldiers were still silver armored. However, in the days ahead, his silver armored Tao soldiers would dwindle rapidly as they advanced to golden armored ones. Apart from the over 40 mystic law realm corpses, Lu Chen would use the remaining demon bodies to elevate his silver armored soldiers. But the 1,000 demon corpses were largely inferior. Most were from chi condensation and spirit transformation realms. In terms of quality, they were quite poor for promoting silver-armored Tao soldiers to golden-armored ones, relying solely on quantity. Moreover, he was still within the ancient demon remnant tomb where danger could strike at any moment. He couldn't afford to nurture all his Tao soldiers at once. He had to proceed slowly. For now, Lu Chen kept 2 golden-armored Tao soldiers in the nourishing soldier immortal coffin, striving toward 5 elements Tao soldiers. He also left 3 silver-armored Tao soldiers advancing toward golden-armored ones, while the rest remained untouched. Lu Chen, who had planned to continue hunting demons while nurturing his soldiers, suddenly hesitated. Finally, he decided, no, to be safe, I'll wait until my 5 elements Tao soldier is fully formed before venturing out. Fishing here had accidentally hooked a Tao embryo realm old ape. If luck turned sour next time and he encountered 2 or even 3 Tao embryo realm creatures, what then? Life was his alone and he had only one. It was better to be cautious. Besides, this harvest was already substantial enough. After fully digesting it and boosting his Tao soldier strength, there would be plenty of time to hunt more demons. After all, this entry into the ancient demon remnant tomb lasted 10 days. A few days to nurture a 5 elements Tao soldier were well worth it. Having made up his mind, Lu Chen refrained from going out. He began meditating and cultivating underground while awaiting the completion of his 5 elements Tao soldier. During this time, Lu Chen recalled 10 more silver-armored Tao soldiers into the nourishing soldier immortal coffin, beginning to absorb demon corpses and advance toward golden-armored ones. From the nourishing soldier immortal coffin, a mystical force continuously flowed back, strengthening his physical body. His physical power grew ever mightier and his chi cultivation also edged closer to the meridian opening realm. Upon a certain demon mountain, Li Genie, wearing a jade crown and a sky-blue long robe, sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes shut tight. The aura emanating from him rose and fell, growing stronger and more intense. Finally, at a certain moment, his ever-strengthening aura reached a peak, and like surging waves it ascended to a higher level. Instantly, an aura surpassing the mystic law realm burst forth from him, astonishing in its intensity. Even the old ape that Lu Chen had besieged with 13 golden-armored Tao soldiers underground was not as formidable as Li Genie at this moment. At last, I've broken into the Tao embryo realm. Li Genie slowly opened his eyes, which were as deep as an abyss and as calm as a lake. Now it's time to settle some scores with junior brother Lu. My dear junior brother. He enunciated each word deliberately. Lu Chen had blasted half of Fan Shang's body away, even incurring the punishment of the Sword Peak's 3rd elder. How miserable the outcome was, Li Genie cared little about. But the unforgivable part was that this matter had dragged him into it. Fan Shang was his man, known to many disciples of the Sword Peak and naturally to the 3rd elder as well. Yet the punishment the 3rd elder ultimately meted out clearly favored Lu Chen. What did this signify? It meant the 3rd elder was dissatisfied with him, Li Genie using Fan Shang as a warning. It conveyed one thing: Lu Chen was also someone the Peak Master and 3rd elder valued, and Li Genie's hand should not reach out to touch Lu Chen. Otherwise, the next time the lightning whip struck, it would not be Fan Shang but Li Genie himself. What infuriated and enraged Li Genie even more was Lu Chen's astonishing talent in the art of puppetry. He had seen with his own eyes the marvel of Lu Chen's Tao soldiers. He had witnessed Lu Chen's Tao soldiers devouring 10,000 ghosts in the Nether Ghost Realm diagram, and during the gathering of 3 sects, Lu Chen single-handedly sweeping through the Yuanzhou and Qingzhou mountain gates. He even knew that despite being at the great perfection of the mystic law realm, he was no match for Lu Chen. Thus he had silently watched Lu Chen display his might before all the disciples of Dongming Sect, while he could only lower his head deeper and deeper. Fortunately, in this ancient demon remnant tomb on the demon mountain beneath his feet, he encountered a transcendence flower. Thus he who was already a step away broke through and fully ascended to the Tao embryo realm. So what was Lu Chen now? Within this ancient demon remnant tomb, the disappearance of a sword peak disciple would hardly be unusual, would it? Li Jini rose calmly and walked out of the demon mountain. Beneath his feet lay corpse after blood-soaked demon corpse. Swiftly 3 days had passed. In these 3 days Lu Chen had gone nowhere, remaining hidden deep beneath the earth, paying no heed to the fierce battles between the 3 mountain gates of the Dongming Sect and the demon race within the ancient demon's remnant tomb, having no intention of emerging. The 5 elements Tao soldiers are about to be completed. At a certain moment, the immortal coffin of soldier nurturing deep within his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled, tightening Lu Chen's long-anticipated emotions and plunging him into ecstasy. The divine and mysterious power within the immortal coffin of soldier nurturing arrived unexpectedly, instantly surging into Lu Chen's limbs, bones, and organs with unprecedented intensity, rapidly strengthening his physical body, making it mightier and mightier. My physical cultivation strength is about to break through to the profound lower realm. Sensing this, Lu Chen quickly collected his mind and fully activated the indestructible chaos scripture. For a time Lu Chen felt as though his internal organs had fallen into molten lava, being continuously calcined and forged, while his sinews, bones, and flesh seemed to undergo a transformation to a higher level, with layers of old skin shedding and new skin growing, and even his bones and blood followed suit. This was the first time since his physical body had been continuously strengthening that he experienced such intense changes. In the path of Qi cultivation, the profound lower realm cultivates magical power, allowing one to roam the cosmos, undergoing a qualitative change. Then, in the path of physical cultivation, does it mean the body completely sheds its mortal form, achieving a true rebirth? It was not a metaphorical rebirth, but a literal, genuine transformation of bones and flesh. His original blood, skin, and bones were almost entirely replaced with an unprecedented sense of power, filling every muscle and drop of blood, as if even the slightest movement of his finger could unleash astonishing might. Moving mountains and draining seas was no longer a fantasy. This process of physical cultivation, advancing to the profound lower realm and achieving rebirth, lasted a full day and night. It was not until noon on the 4th day that Lu Chen fully completed the process of rebirth. He casually clenched his fist and crackling sounds burst forth in the air, the explosive noise of immense power compressing the air, echoing beneath the earth. It's a pity that the power fed back from the strengthening of the Tao soldiers can only affect the physical body, enhancing physical cultivation, Lu Chen lamented with regret. If his Qi cultivation could also be elevated simultaneously, his current strength might have allowed both Qi and physical cultivation to advance to the profound lower realm. The number of Tao soldiers he could nurture might have already exceeded 100 or even 200 or 300. Looking at his Qi cultivation still at the late spirit transformation stage, not even the great perfection, Lu Chen's frustration subsided. The key was that his immortal coffin of soldier, nurturing only recognized Qi cultivation strength, remaining unaffected by any improvement in physical cultivation, which truly angered him. Wasn't physical cultivation a realm? Now, even without using Tao soldiers, Lu Chen was a genuine profound lower realm cultivator. A single punch from the earth fiend dragon subduing art could easily kill a swarm of orifice opening cultivators. He could crush cultivators of his late spirit transformation Qi cultivation level with a single finger. Unfortunately, it was useless. The immortal coffin of soldier nurturing refused to acknowledge it. No matter. After a long while, Lu Chen calmed his inner turmoil. Once this expedition to the ancient demon's remnant tomb ended, he would begin seclusion, focusing on breaking through to the orifice opening realm, and it wouldn't take long. With over 10,000 merit points in hand, he could exchange for many high-grade pills to aid his cultivation. Now let me see what makes the 5 elements Tao soldiers so unique. Originally, he should have seized the moment of the Tao soldiers' advancement to comprehend the power of their control, but now it was no longer necessary. After devouring 10,000 ghosts, these 45 Tao soldiers were nearly ready for him to comprehend at any time. Once he found the time, his understanding of true intent would surely ascend to a higher level. With a thought, 2 towering Tao soldiers materialized before Lu Chen beneath the earth. He scanned them from top to bottom, confusion arising. No change. Why were there no changes compared to the golden armor Tao soldiers, still over 3 meters tall with a dark gold complexion? If they stood alongside the golden armor Tao soldiers, who could tell them apart? Of course, their strength had undoubtedly changed, and changed immensely to an exaggerated degree. There is a change. Lu Chen suddenly sensed something. As soon as the 2 5 elements Tao soldiers appeared, the earth, fire, water, wood, and metal energies of heaven and earth seemed to boil, frantically converging toward them, ultimately merging into their minds and gradually condensing into a single point. This is As the master of the immortal coffin of soldier nurturing, and the Tao soldiers, the changes in the Tao soldiers naturally provided him with an answer as doubt arose in his heart. 5 elements true seed. This was a unique ability that only emerged when Tao soldiers achieved the completeness and transformation of the 5 elements. Unlike cultivators, Tao soldiers inherently governed the power of each element, so this change naturally occurred when the 5 elements were complete. The 5 elements Tao soldiers also have magical power. After a moment of understanding, Lu Chen's confusion cleared. What was the 5 elements true seed? In essence, it could be summarized as equivalent to a cultivator's magical power. However, unlike a cultivator's magical power, the power within the 5 elements true seed was still the 5 elements energy of heaven and earth, merely condensed further through the refinement of the seed. In essence, it remained the 5 elements energy. Moreover, as long as it was not cut off from heaven and earth, the 5 elements true seed of the Tao soldiers would never be depleted. This is not bad. Lu Chen clapped in admiration. Previously, he often worried that if he encountered a formation isolating the 5 elements of heaven and earth, his Tao soldiers' combat power would be halved on the spot. But now there was no need to worry. Even if isolated from the 5 elements of heaven and earth, his Tao soldiers could still unleash the 5 elements energy more condensed and powerful than that of the natural world. Combined with the Tao soldiers' own formidable strength and physical bodies, they remained astonishing. No, there's more. The 5 elements true seed was only part of the transformation of the 5 elements Tao soldiers. Lu Chen sensed it clearly. The greatest change in his 5 elements Tao soldiers was not the 5 elements true seed, but my 5 elements Tao soldiers can inherit all the spells and divine abilities I cultivate without limit. This was the response transmitted instinctively from the 5 elements Tao soldiers to Lu Chen's heart, leaving his mind momentarily stunned. What did this mean? It meant that his Tao soldiers could perfectly inherit all the spells he cultivated, such as the Earth Fiend Dragon Subduing Art 9 Heaven Sword Scripture Earth Element spells and Fire Element spells. More importantly, with no restrictions on inheriting his spells and divine abilities, did this mean his Tao soldiers could begin cultivating formation attacks. Formations were the true trump card when the number of Tao soldiers increased after all. Damn, it's about to take off. Have you heard of the formidable sword formation of the Taoist sect, the true martial 7-sword array? 7 people form the formation and they can slay immortals and demons. Of course, such a powerful sword formation is itself an extremely profound method of sword cultivation, demanding exceptionally high comprehension and talent. Then have you ever heard of formations like the 2 principles array, 3 talents array, 4 symbols array, 5 elements array, 6 harmonies array, 7 stars array, 8 trigrams array, and 9 palaces array? Certainly these are the most common and practical joint attack formations. In theory, they can be infinitely expanded and evolved. For instance, the 3 talents array can be formed by 30 or 300 people into a greater 3 talents array, with its power increasing accordingly, though it is less convenient than the original trio and more prone to revealing flaws. Setting these aside, within the Dongming Sect alone, there are numerous joint attack formations. This is a foundational asset every major sect must possess. A major sect has many disciples, but their strength varies. However, once they form an array, their power can be consolidated, even amplified 10-fold or 100-fold. Among the most renowned grand formations of the Dongming Sect are the Earthly Sha Demon Subduing Array, the Great Heavenly Constriction Immortal Trapping Array, and the Heavenly Sha and Earthly Sha Immortal Slaying Array. These 3 formations are all joint attack arrays. The Dongming Sect has long perfected them to their peak, requiring no further cultivation from the disciples. They have been refined into array plates. Disciples need only take their positions within the formation to merge its immense power into a single unfathomable force. Among them, the Heavenly Sha and Earthly Sha Immortal Slaying Array is most adept at consolidating the formation's power, capable of uniting 10,800 disciples into one. It could even be expanded further, forming an array of 108,000 disciples. However, it might be easier to find flaws, leaving the formation imperfect. Moreover, unless the 3 mountain gates of the Dongming Sect gather together, finding 108,000 suitable disciples to deploy the array would be no easy task. The Heavenly Sha and Earthly Sha Immortal Slaying Array is likely beyond my reach for now, but the Earthly Sha Demon Subduing Array should be obtainable from the Myriad Arts Pavilion, as well as the Great Heavenly Constriction Immortal Trapping Array. However, between these 2 formations, the Earthly Sha Demon Subduing Array takes priority, as it is a killing array, while the Great Heavenly Constriction Immortal Trapping Array is a trapping formation. Additionally, the Earthly Sha Demon Subduing Array can be deployed by 72 Tao soldiers, or even 720. For Lu Chen, at present, this is more than sufficient. Of course, it is still far too early to discuss this. Only after the 5 elements Tao soldiers undergo the 5 elements transformation can they infinitely inherit all the knowledge of their master Lu Chen. Even the golden armor Tao soldiers cannot do this. It would be useless even if Lu Chen himself comprehended and mastered the Earthly Sha Demon Subduing Array, because he lacks enough 5 elements Tao soldiers. Currently, I have 2 5 elements Tao soldiers. Counting the 2 Dao embryo stage demon corpses promised by the third elder, I can guarantee at least 4 5 elements Dao soldiers from this expedition to the ancient demon remnant tomb. Lu Chen pondered and finally decided, after returning to the sect this time, I will first comprehend and master all the formations like the 4 symbols array, 5 elements array, 6 harmonies array, 7 stars array, 8 trigrams array, and 9 palaces array. Finally, I must not neglect the earthly Sha demon subduing array. Of course, the earthly Sha demon subduing array being one of the Dongming Sect's trump card formations is undeniably profound and unfathomable. It would be better for Lu Chen to first comprehend and cultivate the common foundational joint attack formations like the 4 symbols, 5 elements, 6 harmonies, 7 stars, and 8 trigrams, and then move on to the earthly Sha demon subduing array, achieving twice the results with half the effort. When I deploy joint attack formations with my Dao soldiers, their power will absolutely surpass any formation deployed by others. This is because such formations rely heavily on unity of mind and spirit. Lu Chen's Dao soldiers are born with a telepathic connection to him. Using Lu Chen as a medium, they can also achieve unity of mind among themselves, easily enabling dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of Dao soldiers to share a single consciousness. Everything is at Lu Chen's whim. This is the greatest advantage of deploying joint attack formations with Dao soldiers. Their flaws are smoothed away to near non-existence. Because the formation itself has no inherent flaws, the flaws lie in the people deploying it. But Dao soldiers do not have such imperfections. The joint attack formation formed by Dao soldiers will become the most perfect, most robust, and most powerful joint attack formation, unleashing its maximum might. Excellent. In the future, it may even be possible to besiege Yin spirits, or even Yang spirits with 5 elements Dao soldiers. In the future, Lu Chen will no longer have to rely solely on the raw power and sheer numbers of his Dao soldiers to barely cross realms and slay powerful enemies. Instead, he can form grand joint attack arrays, merging the power of all his Dao soldiers into one, unleashing a force where 1 + 1 far exceeds 2, even surpassing 3 or 4. Crossing realms to slay enemies will not be effortless, but it will be far from difficult. If the 5 elements Dao soldiers are already this formidable, what about the divine movement Dao soldiers and the wind and thunder Dao soldiers later? Lu Chen was overjoyed, unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. Only after gazing at the 2 5 elements Dao soldiers for a long time did Lu Chen finally withdraw his gaze. It is worth noting that over these past few days Lu Chen had cultivated far more than just 2 5 elements Dao soldiers. The remaining 2 unknown demon leg bones retrieved from the depths of the earth had also successfully elevated 1 silver armor Dao soldier to a golden armor Dao soldier. Additionally, the demon corpses Lu Chen had previously swept from the demon mountain allowed 2 more silver armor Dao soldiers to ascend to golden armor Dao soldiers. And this time the demons caught by fishing, though weak, mostly at the chi condensation or spirit transformation stages, numbered over 1,000, still managing to push 5 silver armor Dao soldiers into golden armor Dao soldiers. Thus, Lu Chen's current strength consists of 2 strongest 5 elements Dao soldiers, 21 golden armor Dao soldiers, and 22 silver armor Dao soldiers. Moreover, Lu Chen's own physical cultivation had broken through from the meridian opening stage to the mystic dharma stage. It could be said that upon entering the ancient demon remnant tomb, Lu Chen had already reaped a bountiful harvest. Lu Chen first passed on all the spells he had cultivated to the 2 5 elements Dao soldiers, then rallied his spirits. Continue sweeping the demon mountains. With his current Dao soldier strength, even demon mountains guarded by powerful Dao embryo stage demons could be directly overrun. In fact, Lu Chen even hoped to encounter 1 or 2 powerful Dao embryo stage demons, so he could cultivate 2 more 5 elements Dao soldiers. At that point, Lu Chen dared not imagine how powerful he would become. Perhaps even an elder of the Sword Peak would have to address him as senior brother. The elders of the Sword Peak are likely at the Dao embryo stage, with 2 5 elements Dao soldiers equivalent to the Dao embryo stage. Excellent, now I am stronger than the Sword Peak elders. No problem at all. However, Lu Chen has a low-key nature, so he wouldn't go flaunting before a Sword Peak elder to make them call him senior brother. Though by the logic of strength it would indeed be justifiable.